Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 123, Chapter 122, Changes on Campus. Chapter Start. Sitting in the back of Nizu's luxury helicopter, Horizon looks up from his phone to glance over at Yagi beside him. The man was now dressed in a blue All Might tracksuit with his arm in a sling, asleep beside Horizon. Thankfully, inside the helicopter was almost entirely silent, and as Horizon looks out the window, he saw UA below them as they descend to the roof. What the hell is going on here, he asks himself. As they're above the school, he sees rows of what appear to be apartment buildings. The entrance to the main campus was at the south gate, but 100 meters away from the main campus were these buildings. 12 to the north, the east, and the west of the main campus. All perfectly lined up in long rows. 3 rows of buildings, and one for each class and the teachers of that year. Oh, you've got to be kidding me, Horizon groans loudly, causing Yagi to stir awake. Are we there? Yagi asks as he slowly wakes up. Yeah, Horizon turns to the pilots and gets up, stepping toward them. No need to land, I'll take it from here. The pilot hears him and turns back. What do you? He sees the empty cabin and immediately understands. Oh, right, he can do that. Principal Nizu's office. I didn't even feel that, Yagi says as he appears on one of the couches. Horizon is sitting across from him on the other. My warping is perfect, that's what makes it so fluid during combat. And very convenient, Nizu says, hopping down from his chair and making his way over to the couches, sitting beside Yagi. Now shall we discuss the future? Things have changed quite dramatically these past few days. Horizon leans back and relaxes while Yagi tenses up. Has my retirement been announced yet? He asks in a sad voice. No, but it is expected after people saw the footage of that fight, Nizu says, then he turns to Yagi and rests a tiny paw on his lap. Don't lament the fact that you can't go around fighting villains anymore. You're still All Might, your role has just changed. We will always be grateful for all the good you did for us. All the sacrifices you've made and still continue to make. Sincerely, thank you, as a hero and as a person I'm always grateful for all you've done. But this isn't the end of All Might, it's simply a change, from the person fighting villains on the front lines, to the man teaching others how to be the best heroes they can be, and I'm sure everyone will appreciate that as well. As Nizu and Yagi go back and forth patting each other on the back, Horizon just rolls his eyes and takes out his phone, assessing the situation with the country. He sees his name in a swarm of trending articles. All Might and Horizon left Central Hospital earlier this morning. Horizon refused to enter any of All Might's information into the hospital database and has given no comment about his health. Horizon fully healed 34 patients during his 2-day residency at Central Hospital. Will Japan ever recover from this economic crisis? This headline was posted with a string of market evaluations, monitoring the quickly falling economy. Horizon just shakes his head, and this is why I didn't hold my money in yen, well, that and not wanting the commission to be able to freeze my accounts. After looking at a few more articles, one very interesting picture catches his eye. Who will be our new symbol of peace, with a picture of him and Endeavor standing together, taken after the last Nomu attack on Tokyo. Well, I guess I should let Endeavor hold that spot until I graduate. He'll be too busy dealing with his family drama to be any real competition anyway, Horizon thinks as he checks on his EA profile, seeing that he's almost at 100 million followers. His goal was All Might's 600 million, and he was sure that would happen sooner rather than later. The simple truth is that All Might rarely if ever used his account or had any presence of his own volition. It would have been more beneficial to follow HNN, Hero News Network, to get updates on him. The man only cared about helping people, yet he was so good at it that his presence online became overwhelming as a side effect. He's just so good at being a hero that he didn't even have to try to get people to like him. Or at least, he was that good. Can we get to the important stuff now? Horizon interrupts their conversation. You can get back to jerking off his ego when I'm out of there, he tells Nizu. Both Yagi and Nizu give a disgusted look at his choice of words. Horizon is right, we have much to discuss, Yagi says. Very well then, first would be the consequences of announcing your retirement, as well as how we'll be doing it, Nizu says. What do we expect? Yagi asks. Crime rates have already started climbing, but people are still hesitant to partake. We estimate that crime rates will increase to at least 10 times what they were during your time. After that, it should plateau for a while, then begin another decline as other heroes start locking up the new villains. Damn, 40%, Horizon says. No wonder so many people are hesitant or just pulling their investments out of Japan, but on the plus side, I've been buying a crap ton of property in Tokyo since the values are dropping like crazy. Honestly, by the end of it, I'll own a lot of Minato Tokyo, Horizon shrugs. That doesn't seem very heroic, Yagi says. What? I'm helping to stabilize the economy, and I'm keeping rent prices the same instead of raising them. That's very heroic if you ask me. You're looking to profit from chaos and fear. No, I'm making money from people being stupid. Can we please focus? Nizu interrupts them before they start bickering. The Hero Public Safety Commission doesn't want the retirement announcement made until tonight. By then they should have all the hero agencies and police stations around the country ready to deal with the massive influx of criminal activity. Should I head back to Tokyo? No, Nizu says. We don't know what people will do when the news hits. They could try to attack here. I'm confident in UA's defenses and the teachers, but I'd like you here just in case. Great, I'm a fucking babysitter now, Horizon groans, and Yagi dies a little inside. Going from the protector of the people to someone who had to depend on his student to protect him was heartbreaking at every level. I've already had an operating suite assembled here at UA for you. You can use it to monitor All Might, and we even use the same specifications as the one in your house, Nizu says. Yeah, I sensed it, but just remember I'm only his doctor, he points at Yagi. I'm not gonna be acting as Recovery Girl 2.0 for UA. Nizu smiles nervously, his plan already shot through. We've also been constructing the dorms, as I'm sure you've noticed. I have, Horizon growls out. I'm not a fan. This is what's best for all the students, Nizu says. Even with All for One locked away, we don't know how powerful the League of Villains will grow in the future. Having everyone under the protection of our improved defense systems is the best option. And this way they can train more since they'll be living so close to the facilities, Yagi adds. I'm sure the Hero Course students as well as the Hero Support students will appreciate that. Well, the Support Course students are already here, Horizon says. I can sense a few of them with power loader in the labs, but the dorms haven't been officially announced yet, right? Right, Nizu says. But I must admit part of the selling point is that you will be living on campus for most of the week. People were questioning if we should keep All Might around or even reopen the school since the reveal of Nana Shimura. Yagi feels a knot in his stomach. They expect Shigaraki to attack here as vengeance against me. It's a fair assumption, Horizon says. But I'm already acting as an anti-Kurogiri of sorts, at least to their knowledge. So really, this is likely the only safe place for Yagi. Precisely. Also, consider how convenient it will be to have your training ground so close by. It already was. I've been living at my Musudafa penthouse for most of the semester, Horizon points out. But fine, whatever, I'll move into the dorms. But I've got some conditions. Let's hear them. Let me customize my room. I need certain things because of my circumstances. He taps his visor. Done. And I need 24/7 access to the training areas and equipment, Horizon says. Why would you need that? Yagi asks. I only need 1 hour of sleep, might as well get some use out of that extra time. That explains a lot, Yagi says. No wonder you're so good at so many different things. You had more time in your day than the others. What? No, this is new. I hit a new level with my quirk and the energy in my body is much more efficient. Oh. Yagi lets it process for a few seconds before he realizes. Wait, your quirk can just do that. I can do a lot of things none of you will ever know about. Yagi sighs. Some people really do get all the good stuff. Says the man that could part the clouds with a punch. Focus please, Nizu calls their attention to him. Yes, you will have access to the training areas, but you'll have to keep training after 8 p.m. quiet, no ripping buildings out of the ground and throwing them. Some of us need sleep. Understandable. When do the dorms open? They'll be completed next week and will open the following week. That gives us 2 weeks to prepare the students for the provisional exam, although you will be taking charge of training Hantasiro, yes. Yeah, I'll have him come here tomorrow so we can start. If I'm on house arrest anyway I should get some value out of it. You aren't on house arrest, Nizu said. Quit being so dramatic, everyone knows nobody can stop you from going anywhere you want. Horizon looks away, tch, whatever. Nizu just shakes his head and moves on. Now aside from all of that, my main concern is getting the students to actually come back next semester. I've had a few parents email me and already remove their children from UA, some requested transfers to other similar courses, and others are taking them off the hero path entirely. Well, you've had 6 students die, 4 from my class alone. It's a sensible move. I would have taken my kid out the moment Ida died, not that my kids would ever join a hero course in the first place. Really? Yagi asks. But what about all the good they could do? And what if they end up like you? Horizon asks, do you really think any parent wants that for their child? Yagi just looks down at the table, knowing the obvious answer to that question. The changes around campus will help them feel at ease, Nizu says. And with the new 5-day school week instead of the previous 6-day setup we had, students will actually have more free time, in theory. We expect those hero course students to do their own training, at least for people like yourself and Bakugo. What about my hero work days? You'll have your weekends as well as Fridays. When Kurogiri is captured we'll discuss giving you back Thursday. Horizon just gives a low growl. Well, that's just great. Now my hero time is getting reduced because I have to babysit these losers. Nizu just smiles nervously at that. Yes, well, while you're making yourself at home, the students and their parents will be visited by the teacher to talk over the finer details. The ones who requested it, that is. Did anyone from my class drop out? Horizon asks. Only 2. I was honestly rather surprised at such a low number, but even more surprised at exactly who it was. Let me guess, Jiro, since she got knocked out pretty bad at the summer camp. And Ojiro because of the broken leg. I would have expected that as well, Nizu says. But the first was actually Ms. Yayorozu. Momo. That doesn't make any sense, but I guess her parents probably want to lock her in a tower after all the chaos. Can't really blame them. They requested that I speak to them, Nizu says. I suspect they want me to side with them, since they've already been in quiet talks to get her into some finance schools. Smart more, I'm just surprised she never said anything during our call yesterday. Anyway, who is the other one, Bakugo? Close, but it's actually for the same thing, a complete end to their hero career, Izuka Midoriya. Yagi's heart nearly stops as he hears that, and Horizon just nods. I probably should have guessed that. It's a logical response from any worried parent. He turns directly to Yagi. Especially when she finds out someone gave him their quirk and encouraged him to hurt himself. You didn't even ask her before giving her kid one for all. Good job, hero. End chapter. Chapter 124, Chapter 123, Settling in. Chapter start. Sitting behind his desk early this morning, Nizu is checking the media response from All Might's official retirement last night. Moments after the Hero Public Safety Commission made the statement, the internet had a complete meltdown, as it always does when anything happens. As expected, the general public was terrified of a world without their symbol of peace, and the villains were cheering. He'd already built a program to track new villain recruitment groups online, and just overnight dozens of people got caught in the net. But looking through them, he only saw small fish. The League of Villains must have a more intricate recruitment system, assuming they'd even bother bringing in people. Thus far, aside from the Vanguard Action Squad members, they only have Nomo with them, and whoever is making all the Nomo. Sending the data to the police, he moves over to the news websites, seeing much of the same panic and chaos. Then finally over to All Might's EA account. Well, this is surprising, Nizu says as he reads the most recent update. It was a long-winded message from All Might to the world, as expected. Going on and on about how thankful he was to have had the time to help people, and shared how hopeful he is to see what the world will become in the future. But what surprised him the most was the second part, about his injury. He actually told people about All for One hurting him 5 years ago, and thanked Horizon specifically for repairing enough of the damage over a year ago, so he could vanquish his evil foe once and for all. Nizu hops over to Horizon's profile to see his follower count up by 10 million overnight, and he immediately puts it together. He then reads the end of All Might's post, about how committed he is to guide the next generation of heroes to the best of his ability. Well, I guess I should be ready for public backlash about him being here, but hopefully it should pass quickly. After finishing up his analysis, Nizu turns to the camera system to find his main investment. New upgrades maybe. He asks himself, watching Horizon speak to Mei outside of the support course building. He opens a new window on his computer and doesn't see any requested items from Horizon. He must now be putting in an order. Well, I'm sure between Ms. Hatsum and Power Loader it'll be fine. A few seconds later, Nizu sees Horizon abruptly turn his head toward the entrance of the school, and another second later Hantashiro appears on the lawn beside them, carrying a suitcase at his side. His other items were already being sent over later today. The 3 students chat for a while before Mei shoves them away, clearly too excited over whatever idea they just gave her to keep chatting with them. As Horizon warps them away, Nizu notices how disheveled Mei is, but he doesn't think much of it. Support course students were normally too busy working to care about appearances. Well, aside from that 1 year, 2 girl, he recalls the Culture Festival beauty pageant winner from last year. Suddenly there is a knock at the door, drawing Nizu's attention away from his work. Come in. The door opens and in steps Yagi, wearing a similar tracksuit to what he had on yesterday. His arm was no longer in a sling but still tightly bandaged up. Principal Nizu. All Might, how are you feeling? Better than yesterday at least. You should be resting. Even if I wanted to, I can't sleep anymore. He makes his way over to one of the couches and sits down while Nizu continues working. I can't stop thinking about what Horizon said yesterday. Which part? About Inko Midoriya hating me for endangering her son like that. About young Izuku never being allowed to be a hero again. About her likely forcing him to give up One for All entirely. All extremely likely, if not absolute certainties, Nizu says. And what do you intend to do about it? I don't know. I was actually hoping you'd have some answers for me. Well, maybe it's just time to be honest, about everything. But she already knows everything, Yagi says. About the quirk, yes. But she doesn't know why you chose Midoriya. You could have picked anyone, but you picked her son. He may not have been your first pick, but he is the successor you chose. Yeah, thankfully you warned me against giving my power to Horizon. Now that I've been around him for longer, I'm sure I made the right choice with Midoriya. I suggest you tell her that part too, Nizu says. People look to Horizon as a golden standard for what hero course students should be, and on paper, he is. But we both know he lacks the heroic spirit, and that's what you saw in her son. Yagi smiles at that, now absolutely sure he made the right choice in Izuka Midoriya. Yeah, I'm sure she'll understand. Nizu gives the delusionally hopeful man a nervous smile, having dealt with parents after their children get hurt. He knows fully well that they're anything but reasonable, and Inko Midoriya had every right to be absolutely furious at All Might. Well, you've got a few hours to prepare. I'll be sure to call you when they get here, Nizu says. 11 a.m., Training Ground Zeta. In Horizon's personal training ground, both he and Zero were standing opposite each other at one end of the site. Horizon was currently wearing just a pair of shorts and sneakers over his body glove, matching the blue and white with his logo on them of course. Zero was wearing a pair of simple gym shoes, black shorts, and a white t-shirt. Both were bloodied and battered and stained with sweat, much like the owner. Standing with his hands squared up, Zero's hair was soaked with sweat and matted to his head. His face was bruised and swollen with cuts on it from all the sparring. His forearms especially were bruised purple with pieces of skin torn off. As his breathing was tired and uneven, Horizon stood there casually with one hand at his side and the other in front of him. Zero's back was currently to the wall, so he moved forward, trying desperately to finally get a hit on Horizon. With a wild right hook, he launches forward. Horizon knocks it aside before punching him in the gut with the same hand. NGH. Zero stumbles back. Crack. The same fist knocks out some of Zero's teeth. The sound of them clattering to the floor is closely followed by Zero dropping face first against the concrete. He spits up blood and groans, desperately fighting to stay awake. He's seen what Horizon's punches can really do. He knew all morning his friend had been going easy on him. But that didn't mean it didn't still hurt. This was a new kind of pain. This pain felt different. NGHHHHHH. Zero moves a hand to feel his mouth, crying out in pain when he feels his busted up gums and teeth. His mouth was already swollen. Looking up, he sees Horizon, still completely flawless, walking around as if they hadn't been training for almost 4 hours. Oh, don't be such a fucking baby, Horizon says. Anything I do to you I'll fix when we're done. How else are we supposed to do it all over again tomorrow? Zero hears this and reaches up to feel his mouth. Another jolt of pain has tears forming in his eyes. He knew what he signed up for, but he didn't think Horizon was serious when he said it would be this bad. Oh great, now it's crying, Horizon says in palpable disgust as he looks back. You need to get back on your feet, now. Don't you know the longer you stay down the longer you get your ass beat? That goes for fights and life, so get up. A rough. Zero tries to get up only to crumple back to the floor, his body tensing up and aching as pain racks him. Horizon begins pacing back and forth in front of him, his patience melting away by the second. We've only got 2 weeks before everyone else gets here to finish the training camp. If you want to get stronger, this is the change. You've got a long way to go, and this is how I'll make you stronger. I'm gonna beat you, break you, and you're gonna get back up. Because none of it matters if you don't get up, Zero. We aren't moving on to QUIRK training if you can't even get up from this. If you can't even function in a normal fight. Horizon looks over to see Zero finally on his hands and knees, but it took far too long. Did you come here just to waste my fucking time? He walks over and kicks him in the side, sending him rolling across the floor and leaving him laid out on the ground yet again. You took too damn long, now get on your feet, faster. Zero can barely breathe, feeling his newly cracked ribs pinching him with every forced breath, trying to roll to get himself upright. He pushes his forehead against the ground to start getting himself up, tears and blood fall to the concrete in unison as he pushes off it with his tired, bloody, sore hands. Finally. Horizon says as he sees him get to his knees. Mom had me doing this shit when I was 5, you're lucky she's not the one training you today. Hell, we won't even have time to get to the really fun stuff before graduation, so I'll only give you the basics. But that's all you'll need anyway. With one final push, Zero forces himself to his feet. Holding his cracked ribs and swaying on his feet, tears running down his face and blood flowing out of his busted teeth and gums and onto his shirt. Finally, Horizon walks up and raises a hand to hold his face, and Zero flinches. Relax, healing time. Zero sees the blue healing energy forming in his palm and closes his eyes. He feels a strange yet soothing sensation envelop his entire body. The pain in his side and chest slowly fades away as his breathing becomes regular. He feels the swelling on his face go down and his lips and mouth return to normal. And the most odd sensation of them all, he feels his teeth growing back as they push his lips away, gums repairing themselves perfectly. Zero opens his eyes to see Horizon standing in front of him expectantly. He turns to the side and spits out the blood and pieces of teeth that the new ones pushed out. His mom must have been a monster to train a kid like that, Zero thinks, but wisely keeps it to himself. See, no need to be such a little bitch about it, you're perfectly fine, Horizon says, taking a step back from Zero. Now put your hands up, let's go again. But I feel all sore, Zero says even as he raises his hands to fight. That's a placebo effect, your body can't tell it's healed because cellular regeneration happens so quickly, you'll still be tired but slightly less so at least, now less talking more fighting, cellophane. Hearing that Zero rushes into another session of pain, but this time with a wide grin on his face, now absolutely confident in Horizon. 2 p.m. Sitting in a shady forested area of UA, Zero was below a tree with his lunch. A container with spaghetti, meatballs, a side of steak slices, and 4 boiled eggs, alongside a bottle of water. He was currently staring down at the delicious meal, but the thing that scared him the most, the sheer amount of food it was. He was sure the container was the size of his head. Maybe I'll just get used to it, he mutters before digging in. He certainly wouldn't complain, his situation was changing for the best with the new changes at UA. He now had the fancy new dorms instead of the tiny one-bedroom apartment he and his dad shared. His dad no longer had to pay for him to travel to and from school 6 days a week. And now Horizon was paying for all his meals to be prepared and delivered by a nearby company. But that last one is what bothered him so much. When Horizon agreed to help him, he expected just some basic training and advice. But it seems Horizon is obsessive with doing the best he can to keep to his end of the deal. Now Zero is under a lot of pressure not to disappoint. Because when he's good enough, Horizon is gonna help him get the boost he needs to properly launch his own career, and the very last thing he wants to do is disappoint him. But this is just so much food. Zero thinks as he looks down, only to notice half the food is already gone. Wow, I guess I was more hungry than I realized, never mind. Shambles. Horizon suddenly appears a few feet away from Zero, holding 2 pizzas in one hand, and with his other hand wrapped around May, who was holding their drinks. Enjoying your food? Horizon asks, and Zero just gives him a thumbs up as he continues eating. As they both sit down to join him, Zero looks over to May, noticing that she literally looks like she got hit by a bomb. Her clothes were spotted with black ash and she sat down with her pink hair all frizzy. Are you okay, handsome? Lab explosion, it happens, she says as if it were the most normal thing in the world, then before Zero can say anything else she reaches out and grabs Horizon's left hand. Horizon was currently eating a slice of pizza with his right hand and turned to look at her. You built it already. MHM, take off the watch, she says, noticing his Rolex was still on. Shambles, he warps it onto his right hand. She fishes into her pocket for a second and takes out what looks like a flat white bracelet, with his logo on it. That familiar checkered smile logo that's on everything he wears. She puts it on his wrist and leans away. Okay, now link it to your phone and set what you want to display. It should link to the visor too through the phone. Alright, Horizon takes out his phone and quickly connects it, and it projects a small screen across his forearm, currently displaying his vitals. He slaps his watch other to help keep it hidden while displaying the screen. It's perfect, thank May. Just remember to say who made it on that website of yours, alright? Yeah, I know. As May begins eating, Zero leans over and gives the screen a confused look. But can't you already monitor your vitals with Hand of God? Why do you need this? It's for more than just my vitals, sometimes I just need to view more data when running some cases, he says. But that was only half true. This was almost entirely so he can monitor his vital whenever he experiences an overload and blacks out because of the new quirks. This device, in theory, would help him figure out what's wrong with himself. Wait, so your dorm is finally ready? May asks Horizon, after they're all done eating. Yeah, Nisa just sent me the message, I'm checking it out right now, seems perfect, Horizon says while looking in the direction of his room. That's still super creepy, Zero says. How does that work anyway? Think of it like echolocation, but it's super precise. Like I can get a view of someone, what's in their pockets, count how many pieces of candy is in a pack, or if I felt like it I could just see what they're like under the clothes, Horizon shrugs. A cold shiver runs down Zero's spine. That last one is super pervy. Do you actually do that? No, I'm too classy for that, Horizon says flatly. Zero's eyes shift over to May, seeing her completely unbothered. This doesn't bother you at all? Why would it bother me? He's already seen me naked a few times, May shrugs. And Zero's brain begins melting. Oh. Sorry, I didn't realize you two were sorry. We aren't a couple, and stop being weird, Horizon says. Yeah, I don't have time to waste on boys. May declares proudly, I've got babies to make. Zero gets confused all over again. But, don't you need boys to make BA? Gadgets, she means gadgets, oh my god, Horizon groans. Just keep this between us, alright? Got it, Zero gives them both a serious nod. But speaking of hero equipment, shouldn't I? Yes. May yells out, eyes lit up and ready to work. No, Horizon shuts them down. When he's mastered his quirk enough then he can use them, otherwise they'll just be a crutch. They both frown at him, but can't deny the logic in that. Horizon suddenly turns toward the main campus. Damn, he mutters. What happened? Zero asks. Inko Midoriya slapped the taste out of All Might's mouth is what happened. Nothing, we should get back to training, and I'm sure May has some stuff to do. He turns to her, I'll warp you over later, alright. I want some chocolate. I'll figure something out. As they're packing up he senses Inko now hugging All Might as she's crying her eyes out. Should have expected that, it did make Deku after all. End chapter. Chapter 125, Chapter 124, Full Dorms. Chapter start. Is this what death feels like? Zero asks in an exhausted voice. He and Horizon were currently walking back toward the dorms, the sun just beginning to set behind them. While Horizon was once again spotless, Zero's clothes were bloodied and stained as usual. As the boy barely had the energy to walk back to his room, Horizon was idly scrolling through some Hero Network articles on his phone. Probably, take a look at this, Horizon shows Zero his phone. They added you to the S-Class listing, along with All for One and, twice. League of Villains clone guy, Horizon says with a shrug. Apparently his quirk lets him make infinite clones of himself or his target once certain conditions are met, and the clones can use the original's quirk too. Damn, Zero thinks about it for a moment. That listing is for people that can overthrow a small country on their own. It's kind of weird to go from only All Might and Endeavor on it, to now the 5 of you. This goes public tomorrow, only the Hero Network knows for now, seems the commission really wants Twice locked away. But that makes sense, he's definitely the most dangerous villain in the league. Isn't tomorrow also the All Might tribute event over in Hiroshima? Seems like people will be swarming you at that, Zero says. That's unavoidable. I'll just head to Tokyo tonight, do some work at Central Hospital, then I'll head over to Hiroshima in the evening. Seems kinda hectic, even if you only need 1 hour of SL, Zero's words fail him as they arrive at the dorms. The rather high-end 5-story apartment building, with an underground gym, is now fully lit up, for the first time since they've moved in. Looks like everyone is done unpacking, Horizon grumbles. Bye-bye peace and quiet. I'm just glad Yui is finally on campus, Zero says as they begin walking up the stairs. Not that I didn't enjoy spending all my time with you and Hatsum of course. I get it, kinda, not really, whatever. You could if you just. Drop it. They both arrive at the doorway and can already see some of their classmates gathered in the common area catching up. Well, the important thing is that you're totally willing to, let's say, warp me into her room, right? Zero gives him a nervous smile. Horizon just shakes his head and chuckles, only if she asks me to, but honestly, her room is on the, he pauses for a moment and focuses on the 1B dorms. 2nd floor, you can manage that easily enough. Can you not do the whole, sensing people, thing on her? It's kinda bugging me. It's honestly not as pervy as everyone seems to think it is. Also, I'm a doctor, Horizon says as they arrive in the common area. Almost all of 1A was there just staring at them, or more accurately, staring at Zero. Dude, are you okay? Kirishima yells as he runs over. It's cool man, Horizon always heals me after training, Zero says. You look like you fought a bear, Uraraka says. What kind of training was it? The effective kind, Horizon says. You should have seen him on the first day, he was a mess. But after 2 weeks, he's almost not a little bitch, almost. You guys have been here for 2 weeks. Kirishima asks. Come on, why didn't you invite me to join you? Horizon gives an annoyed sigh, probably because you never stop yelling. Moments later and Horizon is sitting on the couch in the common area as Zero rushes away to go shower. Leaving Horizon to catch up with Tokoyami, Momo, Shoji, Kirishima, Mina, and Jiro. Really? My parents were against the dorm idea, Tokoyami says to Shoji. But I convinced them that this was best to control the darkness in my soul. Well, I live pretty far into the country, so living here is easier than renting an apartment in Muzurafu, Shoji says. Mine just want me to follow my dreams, they know how much this means to me after all, Kirishima says. Same here, Jiro says. Dad was really against me coming back to UA, but with All for One gone and after watching All Might's last stand he couldn't say no. Mine weren't that sure, Mina confesses in a somber tone. But I mean, if we give up, then Kaminari's sacrifice isn't worth as much as it could be, so when I explained that to them they understood. Yeah, Kirishima agrees. What Horizon said really was manly, we've just got to work harder to save as many people as possible, that way people who sacrifice themselves are worth the most they can be. Horizon looks slightly bewildered for a moment, before realizing Zero must have told them what he said about this situation. I'll need to have a talk with Zero about quoting me, but I guess it worked out this time. My parents still aren't entirely convinced if I'm being honest, Momo says. But we've come to an understanding, so I simply have to show them all the good I can do as a hero. An understanding? Horizon asks, not liking the forced smile she gave them when saying that. They just need time to warm up to the idea, that's all. The look she gave him screamed that there was more to tell, but she didn't want him to pry, so he just let it go. Well, surprisingly nobody dropped out, definitely wouldn't have let my kids back here after all the shit we dealt with, Horizon says. You realize you're partly why we came back, right? Jiro asks. What do you mean? Well, after you fought all for one for us, not to mention all the other things you've done, how could we not want to be by your side in any way we can? She says while playing with her earphone jacks. Plus having you around is as good a security system as we could get, you make me feel safe, make us feel safe, yeah, that's what I meant. Horizon sees the sympathetic look Momo and Mina are giving her and rolls his eyes, yeah, if you say so. At least we don't have the 6-day school week anymore, that's a relief. You could say that again, Shoji says. But I'm spending most of my extra time in the gym anyway, he gives Kirishima a fist bump. Plus we can't actually leave campus on our own, Mina whines. Not until we've got a provisional license and permission from a teacher, unless, she gives him her most pleading look. I'm not walking you around town, Horizon says. Plus Nizu is pretty much trying to chain me to UA until Kurogiri is locked up. I guess you have as much freedom as the rest of us, the burden and responsibility of being powerful, Momo says somberly. Horizon actually manages to laugh at that idea, good one, but nope. I can do whatever I want, because I'm Horizon. I just need to keep UA in one piece so the hero course doesn't get scrapped. But he did limit my hero days a bit more, down to 3 days a week instead of 4. He took away Thursday. Tokoyami asks. Yeah, Horizon grumbles. And my favorite restaurant usually has their special dish on that day, I guess I'll just have to use the fact that I'm Horizon to see if I can get it anyway. Plus the fact that now I'll be spending Sundays in Central Hospital. Wait, that's real? Jiro asks. Sorry, it's just, when I read that you were now healing certain people for free, it just seemed so out of character for you. Momo nudges her friend, Kyoka. Regardless of how Horizon may act toward us, if he didn't care about people he wouldn't be training to be a pro hero. Yup, Mina gives him a devious smile. You're just a big softy, aren't you? I bet you just couldn't help healing the first sick person you saw in there. That'd be the second bet you lost to me, and I'm still waiting on payment for the first one. Horizon's words cause her to just sit back and stare down at her lap. Man, I can't imagine how hard it was to keep a secret like that, Kirishima says, confusing everyone for a moment before he continues. Knowing All Might was running on limited time for over a year, must have been brutal. I'm horrible with secrets. I'm a doctor, it's part of the job, Horizon says. As the post on my profile said, I did try to convince him a lot to stop being a hero and conserve himself, but he has some kind of mental defect where he can't see someone in need and not do something to help. Tragic really. You mean heroic, right? Shoji asks. I said what I said. After a few more minutes Zero joins them, now cleaned up and ready to relax a bit before bed, and maybe walk over to 1B dorms to visit Yui. So are you guys ready for training tomorrow? He asks them, noticing Horizon busy scrolling through something on his phone. Heck yeah, man. Kirishima jumps up excitedly. I've been stuck at home bored out of my mind, nothing gives a good workout like UA. I believe quirk control is what the next part of our training is, Tokoyami says. I'm curious as to how the teachers will help us take them to the next level of mastery. Oh yeah, you guys start training super moves tomorrow, Zero says, causing everyone else to get excited. I'm sure they'll be pretty cool. I wonder if they'd give me a sword, Tokoyami mutters. Oh, a shadow sword. Mina cheers. The point of a super move isn't to look cool, Momo scolds them. It provides a large advantage when apprehending a villain, ending the fight swiftly and efficiently. But it also has to look cool, Zero says. We started the quirk part of my training a few days ago and he explained it like this. He glances over to Horizon, seeing them and not taking them on. You've got to make it strong to end the fight, but also cool so people can recognize it. It's a fine balance like that. Oh, do you have any yet? Mina asks him. Well, I'm still working on making my quirk stronger for now, Zero says. But I've got tomorrow off since Horizon is gonna be heading to Tokyo tonight. He wants me to spend the day just researching similar quirks to see what kind of moves they have. Oh, like that guy you interned with, Kamui Woods, right? Kirishima asks. I thought so too, but apparently Wall Crawler is way better for my quirk. Good thing we've got lots of videos of him fighting villains in America, huh? Well, it's a good thing you've got Mr. Quirk Specialist teaching you, huh? Mina pouts playfully. How come he isn't teaching anyone else? It's best you don't know, Jiro says. Trust me, it's not a pretty answer. Mina just gives her a confused look and Momo nods in agreement. Looks like a lot of big names are showing up, Horizon suddenly mutters, causing everyone to look at him. eyes still glued to his screen. What do you mean? Zero asks. At the party thing tomorrow? Yeah, apparently Korea and Thailand are both sending their #1 heroes. Wow, was all anyone could say. It makes sense, somewhat. If they allowed them to leave the country, it would have to be for something like this, it would have to be for All Might. Those guys are pretty intense, Kirishima says nervously, you're gonna be meeting them. Honestly, there aren't any #1 heroes that aren't intense, but it's nothing I haven't dealt with before. Just think of it like talking to Endeavor, Horizon shrugs. Jiro recoils at that, you mean the scary angry massive dude that's always on fire, no thanks. Fair enough, either way, I need to finish my business here then go get ready to head to Tokyo, so I'll see. Wait. Mina yells out, jumping to her feet and signaling him to stop. You weren't there for the dorm room competition, come on, let's see your room, please. Zero immediately begins laughing, this really isn't fair. Hey, the lady asked. And Horizon would gladly take the chance to show off how much better he is. And that's how they all found themselves here. Standing in Horizon's dorm. They hadn't even discovered it because it simply wasn't on the floor map of the dorm building. All the assigned rooms were clearly labeled, but the 5th floor on both the boys' and girls' sides was blank. This can't be fair. Jiro mutters quietly, yet everyone but Zero was thinking the same thing. He'd already gotten used to seeing Niza play favorites with Horizon these past 2 weeks. The entire top floor on the boys' side was converted into one massive dorm. They were standing just inside the entrance, with a pair of couches and a small coffee table set up, much like Niza's office. A bit further in was a desk with his computer, and the 3 monitors currently active with various media outlets displayed. There was a large TV slightly further in at the foot of his large bed mounted to the wall, and finally another door, leading to his private washroom and shower. This is like a whole apartment, Kirishima says. How'd you even get this? I told Nizu I wanted it, also a lot of this stuff serves a function for me, Horizon says. Okay, so the computer, that connects to UA servers. Nizu has a custom supercomputer here and I'm using that to help my work in Central Hospital. Since I'm in the research wing with my Miracle Suite setup, this way I can run simulations while I'm here. Just like how major companies use virtual simulations rather than animal testing, and I don't think Nizu would approve of me using animals anyway. Then of course my bed, needed that to be bigger. The one I had at home wouldn't fit in the standard dorms and this is a slightly smaller version. Closet and TV, the usual stuff. Private washroom and shower, he taps the side of his visor. The ones everyone else has to use on the first floor are inconvenient for obvious reasons. He then points to the corner of the room, mini fridge, it's just for the stuff I might want in the middle of the night, oh, and this, he walks toward the windows and taps a button at the side. Metal shutters extend from the top of the windows to completely seal them off, not allowing any light inside. Seems like a fire hazard, Momo says. I can literally warp. But I'd say you definitely win the dorm room contest, Momo says, and everyone nods in agreement. I still can't believe your dorm is literally 4 rooms put together, you're so lucky, Mina pouts cutely. Well, if you're one of the reasons people feel safe returning to UA, you can ask for stuff like this too. Now if you don't mind, I need to get packed. 2 hours later. Sitting at his computer, Horizon is poring over every news article he can find about the special guests for tomorrow. The last thing he wants to do is make any bad impression on them. Having the chance to meet 2 rank 1 pro heroes at once is monumental, 3 if you count Endeavor who will be there. And 4 considering All Might will be there as well. I should at least be able to hold a conversation and play nice with the people I'll be compared to. After a few more minutes of learning anything he can about them, he double-checks his scheduled patients for tomorrow, then swivels around in his chair, looking directly down. Right, everyone should be getting ready to sleep, nobody to really bother us during our chat, time to see if my theory is right. Looking down at the floor, he was currently using his quirk to sense past the ground, down to the 3rd floor. Directly at Yuga Aoyama, his second candidate for All for One spy. End chapter. Chapter 126, Chapter 125, The Worst Kind of Person. Chapter start. Shambles. Horizon appears in Aoyama's room, standing silently as he goes completely unnoticed. Aoyama was currently staring at himself in one of the many mirrors covering every surface of the room. Horizon appeared to his far left, putting him just barely out of eyeshot. Well, if this is the spy, no wonder All for One didn't give him a good quirk, he's just not worth it, Horizon thinks as he watches him do a few poses in the mirror. Hey, Frenchie. Horizon calls out. Eep. Aoyama nearly jumps out of his own skin, holding his chest and breathing heavily as he stumbles back. Horizon. I didn't hear you knock, he says, coming to his senses and trying to seem calm. He notices that Horizon is in entirely casual clothes, above his body glove of course dash, but it is a strange sight, to say the least. He also didn't have his sword with him. I didn't knock, or use the door, Horizon says. I've just got some questions for you. Oh, well, I'm always happy to help a classmate and fellow hero in training. Aoyama says excitedly, meaning every word. Perfect. Horizon immediately disappears and Aoyama feels his large hand palming the back of his head, fingers acting like a vice to keep him stuck in place. Ah, this is a bit painful, Aoyama says. Just a few more seconds, Horizon says casually. And a few seconds later. MES. Aoyama's vision goes black for what seems to be just a moment before he wakes up face first on the floor of his room. Feeling entirely exhausted, he barely managed to sit up and look around, looking over at Horizon who was scrolling through. What are you doing with my phone? Aoyama asks in a tired voice, slowly shaking off the weariness as he stands up. Nothing apparently, it's clean, Horizon shrugs and drops it on the bed. Walking over to Aoyama, he reaches down and grabs him by the head, easily lifting him off his feet till they were at eye level with each other. Arg. Aoyama struggled but couldn't pry Horizon's fingers off him, and he couldn't seem to activate his quirk either. Trying to shoot Horizon, who was standing directly in front of his naval laser belt dash, only caused him to feel more exhausted. I'm gonna need you to tell me, are you a spy for the villains? Aoyama's eyes shot open. What? Why would you think that? Horizon tightened his grip, causing the boy to scream out. Answer the question, are you a spy for the villains? No. He lied, and Horizon detected it. Ah! Aoyama's screams echoed through the dorms all the way outside, causing most of the students to wake up in a slight panic. I know that's a lie, so instead of asking again, I'll get to the important bits. How'd you contact them? Horizon's voice was eerily calm, setting off every kind of alarm in Aoyama's head. I didn't argh. Horizon gives him another not-so-gentle squeeze. Then he reaches up to Aoyama's arm, and without a moment of hesitation. Booster shot. He snaps his arm like a twig with pure grip strength. Arahagai. Aoyama's screams bounce off the walls, making sure everyone was awake. Now look at what you made me do, Horizon says in a low growl. Tell me, how did you contact the villains, or I'll move on to the bones that aren't broken yet. Aoyama gives his most determined look even as tears flow down his face, refusing to say a single word to Horizon, focusing on the searing pain in his arm instead. Fine, be like that. Horizon grabs him and shoves him face first into one of the full-length mirrors, cracking the mirror and cutting up Aoyama's face. As he keeps pressing Aoyama against the mirror, slowly grating his face from the very top all the way to the bottom of it, his voice is failing to conceal his anger at this whole situation. Ah! Aoyama's screams echo out yet again as he desperately tries to reach back and stop Horizon. Soon after there is a loud banging on the door, but Horizon ignores it while Aoyama can't even focus enough to make words. Whenever you're ready to talk, Horizon says as he's almost done grating his face down a third of the mirror. He only gets more screams in response, and louder banging on the door. Shambles, he warps everyone else out of the dorm and into the lawn, effectively silencing the pounding on the door. As he's still grating away at Aoyama's face, the screams keep echoing out, as Horizon begins thinking aloud. You had to have contacted them at the summer camp, but no phones or tech was allowed aside from the teacher's stuff, my items, and, even as he's almost done with the right side of Aoyama's face, his head shifts down, looking at the belt around the boy's waist. Lifestyle support items, it's in the belt, Horizon growls. Aoyama immediately tries harder to struggle out of his grasp, and Horizon simply and quickly swipes his face the rest of the way down the mirror. Now completely and permanently disfiguring the right side before lifting him off the ground by his hair. No. You can't. Aoyama screams as Horizon reaches around to rip off the belt across his midsection. I need it, it's a lifestyle support item. Aoyama reminds him. Much like Horizon's visor, lifestyle support items are effectively part of your human rights, they cannot be removed even if you are arrested, therefore items like Aoyama's naval laser belt are required to have a safety feature, in case he needed to be arrested and have it sealed up. As Horizon grips the top of the belt, he feels both Aoyama's hands grab onto his wrist, desperate to stop him. My rights. You're a traitor, a deal breaker, you have no rights, Horizon says as he rips it off and drops Aoyama in the shards of the mirror. Aoyama crumples to the floor, expecting his quirk to go haywire and cause him even more pain now that his belt was gone, but nothing happened. He looked down at his bare stomach and didn't see any laser coming out of his navel. His mind couldn't understand what was happening, but he barely had the energy to stand, and the pain in his face was almost paralyzing. His broken left arm was already numb and swollen, and looking into a fragment of the mirror, the entire right side of his face looked as if someone tried to use a cheese grater to expose the bone below. He couldn't even feel it, just numbness and an occasional short burst of excruciating pain mixed in when the fragments touch the nerves. And the only doctor that can properly fix this is the one who did it to him. He'd be disfigured for the rest of his very miserable life. As Aoyama came to terms with what was about to happen, what he was about to experience, and what his parents were soon to go through because of him, a new set of tears began flowing. Absolute despair. While Aoyama was having a mental breakdown on the floor behind him, beginning a long-winded speech and a list of excuses. Horizon was tearing open the back of his belt, exposing the motherboard. I'm not very good with computer stuff, but that blinking light is probably a tracker or transmitter, and that must be a storage drive, Horizon says as he takes another look at the components. With scan he can't actually read letters or differentiate the colors of things, and since he isn't versed in technology more than the basics, mostly due to time constraints while studying many medical fields, an understandable reason. Breaking down the components via material composition was impossible for him. He couldn't tell the components apart until now, reading the labels, and even now, they didn't look entirely out of place for this level of advanced equipment. With his back turned so Aoyama couldn't see, he quietly removes the data drive and pockets it. If this has info leading back to the League of Villains, it's best if I use it so that the Commission doesn't get it, since All for One has spies in there. Plus this way I can hunt them all down solo, get all the credit, and get Yagi his chat with Shigaraki. Everyone wins, he decides. Holding the belt in his right hand, Horizon turns around just as Aoyama ends his grand speech, which he barely paid any attention to. It was everything he expected, honestly. The moment he figured out that naval laser was incompatible because it was bestowed upon him by All for One, everything else fell into place. Horizon rolls his eyes as Aoyama finally shuts up, done with his ranting. About him being born quirkless, his parents finding All for One to give him a quirk so he'd be accepted into high society, about them being threatened with death if he didn't do everything All for One was saying. Looking down at him, Horizon just sighs. Every time one of you quirkless fucks tries to play hero, it's a pain in my ass. Why can't you just accept that life isn't fair? Not everyone is special, some people like you are just meant to be throwaway side characters, you're just not the hero of this story. I am. Aoyama looks down at Horizon's feet, not sure how to feel about that. But this was my chance, to be a hero, to save Mama and Papa, to be like all of you. He looks up at Horizon with pleading eyes. You're a traitor, a deal breaker, you're nothing like me. Aoyama actually manages to suck in a deep breath, ignoring the pain for a moment to make his point. You fight for the family you will have one day, and I did these heinous things for the family I have now. We may have taken different paths, but we're the SA. Horizon immediately kicks him in the face, hard enough to lift him all the way up to his feet as if he were standing, and grabs him by the neck. We are not the same, he yells, before taking a moment to try and compose himself. And no matter how nice the motive, it doesn't change the monsters we are. Good luck. Aoyama's expression turned from absolute fear to confusion with those last two words. Then a moment later he was thrown harder than he'd ever been before, hurled all the way back to the other end of the room, and smashed through the window. His entire world went black for what seemed like barely a second as he experienced pain like never before. Standing in Aoyama's room, Horizon was looking at the hole in the wall, and the now shattered mirror that was covering it seconds ago. Then his gaze dropped to his right arm, with blue energy mist rising from it. Yet the moment he focused on it he felt as if a nail was hammered into his skull, and his quirk entirely shut off. Staggering backward until his back hit the wall. He reached up to hold his head, but only felt his visor. Ugh, he groans in annoyance, that's new, so sick of this fucking bullshit. Shaking it off as best he could, Horizon walked over to the hole in the wall and looked down at the front lawn of the 1A dorms. Classes 1A and 1B were gathered there with Eraser and Vlad, all crowded around Aoyama who was a mangled mess on the floor. He seemed barely conscious as Deku and Momo were tending to his wounds. Vlad King was trying to get his class to go back to their dorms but they were being rowdy, and Eraser was on the phone, likely trying to wake up Recovery Girl. But after a look at the crowd Horizon figured it was Nizu on the other end. They all clearly knew what happened here, and realistically only Nizu could get anything out of him if that was the case. Room. He feels a slight sting as he opens a room just big enough to warp down in front of the crowd. Most of them take a cautious step back, a very smart move. You're expelled. Aizawa immediately yells, I don't care if you're Nizu's favorite, go pack your things. Horizon just turns to look at Eraser, then ignored him and walks a few steps to where Deku and Momo were trying to treat Aoyama. Momo was currently crouched down beside Aoyama as Deku was trying to put some splints on his mangled limbs. She was making bandages for his face, but they both stopped to stare up at Horizon with wide eyes. Horizon just lifts a foot and presses his shoe against Aoyama's disfigured face. Arg, his pained scream ripples out, sending a cold chill down all their spines. Eraser readies his capture weapon and almost throws it out to stop him, but restrains himself. Not wanting to get sent to the other side of UA, he was still needed here to sort this out. Aoyama groggily wakes up to see Deku and Momo's worried faces above him, then fear manifests on his face and his eyes fall to Horizon. Oh look, the traitor is awake, you shouldn't waste time trying to help it. Deku moves to argue but is silenced by what happens next. Horizon casually warps Aoyama's heart back into his hand and drops it on the lawn. Try not to lose that again, I won't be so gentle next time. Seeing everyone just staring at them in surprise he looks over at Eraser who was glaring at Aoyama, and tosses him the belt. Have Nizu take a look at that, it's how he got them to the summer camp, it has a tracker. Eraser just grumbles as he looks down at the blinking tracker. You know you've got some questions to answer, both of you. I'll send Nizu the video of our. Horizon glances down at the brutalized Aoyama. Friendly chat, he says before warping away. As he warps away, Aoyama is left with only Deku tending to his wounds. Some of the others wanted to help, but after their friends died because of him, they just couldn't bring themselves to do it. Now sitting in the grass on the other side of Aoyama, opposite Deku, Momo just stared at the boy in wonder. Not sure what was going on in his mind, watching him try to tend to Aoyama with no hesitation. She looked down at the injured boy, unsure of what to do, even as Eraser finally got into contact with Principal Nizu. For the first time in her life, she was unsure if a person deserved her help. But she did it anyway. Making bandages and gauze as well as some alcohol to clean the wounds, she'd wait until Recovery Girl was here to deal with the heart. But even while she treated him, Aoyama looked up and saw a blatant expression of disgust on her face, one that never would have been there had she not been so enraptured by a certain someone. End chapter. Chapter 127, Chapter 126, Commission Secrets. Chapter start. 1 a.m. Horizon was sitting patiently behind his desk in his office at Central Hospital, staring at the laptop in front of him. His keyboard was pushed to the side along with the monitor on his desk. They were usually what he'd use, connected to Japan's medical database and Nizu's supercomputer back at UA. Allowing him to run simulations and scout patients from all across the country to be sent here, to the Miracle Suite. Checking his phone, he sees it's 1 a.m. His private client would be here in just over an hour. He now has all his clients meeting him here and is using the hospital instead of meeting them at hotels and such. His eyes glance back to the laptop, seeing the files almost transferred out from the data drive connected to the side of it via an adapter. He'd been careful with this. Inserting a villain's hardware into any computer is dangerous. So he bought a fresh laptop and didn't connect it to anything before plugging it in. He also broke the webcam that came installed onto it, just in case. The last thing he needs is to plug this into his phone or his actual computer. He's sure Nizu's security can easily handle it, but the risk simply wasn't worth it. While Horizon sat patiently in his office, he leans back and unlocks his phone. He opens it to see the Future Heroes group chat running wild as 1A and 1B students are discussing Aoyama's betrayal. He looks to the group chat icon, seeing what was the picture of everyone at the summer camp already replaced to get rid of the traitor. Skimming what the rapid conversation was discussing, it was mostly about people being unable to sleep, even after Detective Tsukachi had rushed over to question everyone else, and the teachers turned the dorms upside down in one more search. Looking at his direct messages, he sees one from Nizu, confirming that there wasn't a second traitor, at least not a knowing one. He sees a slew of questions from fellow students about the whole situation. No messages from Siro, because he knew Horizon best among all the students. And a concerned message from Momo, asking if he was all right. I'm fine, he sends her a fast reply and can't help but shake his head. Did you really think Diaper Boy can hurt me, seriously? Not at all, her reply was instant. I was simply asking how you are dealing with the betrayal from someone so close to us. Some of the others aren't taking it well at all. It's quite a scary thought after all. It really doesn't bother me. I expected this on some level, that's why I wear the visor. You idiots gave him all the info about yourselves and by extension your families. You should be worried, not me. Momo types for a while, then deletes the message, then send a new one. You're right. I suppose that's why so many of us can't sleep. We're all just here trying to help each other feel safe. What the fuck does that mean? He asks himself. Did all these losers dogpile in the common room or something? What do you mean? He sends her. All the girls are having a sleepover in my room at the moment. Learning about Aoyama was a lot. Horizon's new laptop beeps as the data drive finally opened up, spewing dozens of folders onto his screen. He glances back down at his phone to see Momo typing another message and interrupts her. Hero work, gotta go, before putting his phone down. Okay, let's see what we've got here. Horizon begins sorting out the folders. Finding file after file of recorded audio from Aoyama's belt. Recordings. 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 All useless garbage. Aoyama wasn't around to hear anything critical, and definitely nothing that can hurt me. All for one had already spread information about Weld making my life annoying, nothing I can't overcome with just one more slash, but what the fuck is this? Horizon finally gets to a file simply titled, Hero Public Safety Commission, and his interest is piqued. What the fuck are these names? He sees dozens of folders within this folder, all labeled with things he'd never seen before. Are these all heroes? He opens the first one. Raised and trained by the commission to. Horizon shakes his head, hardly able to believe what he's reading. To eliminate pro-heroes that threaten the stability of society via corruption or heinous acts. He's taken aback by this, not by the fact that this exists, but by the fact that it fell into his lap so easily. Why would this be here? It makes no sense to put this in the belt, unless, realization dawns on him. All for one knew I'd find this, and he has something in here he wants me to see. Okay, show me. Sorting through all the files he sees dozens of pro heroes, most not household names. Just people that got into the top 50 and remained there until they retired or died. A few were compromised and had to be put down by the others, but then he got to the people he could recognize. Kana Tsutsumi, Lady Nagant. Mom was always a fan of yours. She thought it was suspicious when they said you just had a mental breakdown and got into a fight with other pro heroes. Looks like according to this she, holy shit, killed the previous president of the commission, and now she's in level 4 of Tartarus. He looks a bit more, finding the final group, the current agents of the commission. Mindbinder, well I remember what happened to him. Chrome, so you were Tetsu's dad, and Shifter, guess meeting me didn't work out very well for all of you. Horizon leans back in his chair and thinks it all over. So when they assembled a team to deal with Arsenal, they didn't just send heroes, they sent a hit squad. If I wasn't there they definitely would have just killed her. Mom knows too much about too many powerful people all around the world. International pressure to execute here would be too great for most countries to ever stand against. Having this information from the commission itself is good. I can make sure they lose if they try to fuck me over, but I doubt it'll come to that. I'm too valuable, they just need to be patient for me to solve their problems, and at this pace by the time I graduate, within 1 year of it I'll be number 1, then they won't have any choice but to hand my parents over. The contract is held and everyone wins. I definitely can't let anyone know I have this, not until I eventually need a bit more leverage, prove that I can and will burn it all down if they try to fuck me over. Any sooner than that and they'll see me like a rabid dog that needs to be put down. I just need to play the part of a guard dog on a leash for them, at least for now. Horizon lets out a frustrated groan. Why can't things just be fucking simple? Do the job, get paid, and everyone moves on. He signs and continues digging, only having one more file folder remaining. Kigo Takami, he clicks it, and immediately freezes at what he sees. Hawks, he lets out in a low growl, then immediately catches himself. No, revenge doesn't get me anything, he reminds himself. Hawks is someone I'll be forced to work with, to play nice with. He's a top 10 hero after all, and I'm Horizon. It's inevitable. He closes the file and begins sorting through the other data, sifting through it for anything about the League of Villains. All for one, was that your plan? Make me kill Hawks or something so I end up in shit. Break my contract and get my parents killed, get me labeled a villain, and turn me against the heroes, so you finally have someone competent on your team instead of the League of Losers you're stuck with. Nice try, but I'm a lot more practical than that. The last thing I want is to get any deeper in this hero-villain nonsense. A simple assessment, but sadly without the key pieces of information he lacks. The pieces all for one builds his master plan atop. Even Horizon cannot figure out the vast and glorious scheme. Nothing about Shigaraki or his team, or where they make the Nomu, or how. Useless shit. His main computer alerts him of something, pulling his attention to it. Horizon shuts off the laptop and checks the progress his simulations have made. Blah blah blah, useless nonsense, Horizon mutters while looking at his research. Bunch of useless shit about curing mental degenerative disease. Dementia, Alzheimer, I'd have to sink weeks into solving those and they can't even work for me. I guess it makes sense since my brain patterns are similar enough to someone within the final stages of those, at least for the seconds that I'm blacked out. But since I'm the only person in the world that can map the genome efficiently and accurately enough to solve it, I'll keep this in my pocket until I need leverage. Alright, he looks down at his phone to check the time. Time to get to work being a doctor, then just that party later. End chapter. Chapter 128, Chapter 127, The Third Party. Chapter start. Sitting opposite Yagi in Nizu's private luxury helicopter, Horizon is idly scrolling through some reports on his phone. He was wearing his usual hero costume with his sword resting beside him, while Yagi wore a simple black suit with the left sleeve tucked away. On account of him still missing that arm. Horizon glances out the window where he sees Hiroshima in the distance, their destination for the evening. Then looking across from him he sees Yagi meticulously reading a set of flashcards, mouthing the words as he rehearses his speech one last time. Yagi sighs in frustration and leans back. I don't think I can do this, maybe we should turn around. We aren't turning around, Horizon says. I already left Tokyo to go to UA to get you, now I'm here just to bodyguard you for the evening. How much of my time do you plan to waste? Sorry, but I just don't think I can go stand in front of everyone, for them to see me like, well, he gestures to himself. Like this. Those idiots worship the ground, if you so much as walk on it, you'll be fine. But I'm All Might, Yagi says. How am I supposed to stand in front of them to accept the awards and honors, when I can't even protect myself anymore, much less anyone else? Nobody expects people to be heroes forever, time is undefeated in that way, well not for me, but you get what I mean, right? Yagi looks a bit confused at that. What do you mean? Just focus on being honest with them. Despite all the things online about Nana Shimura and the conspiracy theories. Not conspiracy theories, Yagi says. What All for One said was true, which is why it hurts so much. Horizon sighs, you golden-hearted types always try to blame yourselves for things you can't control, it's stupid. You saved a lot of people, don't let anything diminish that, focus on that and you'll be fine. Easier said than done, Yagi mutters as he goes back to rehearsing his speech. As they arrive above the city, the skyline of Hiroshima is dazzling under the night sky, but Horizon is looking out over the ocean, to a barely visible light in the distance. Even as the helicopter lands on the roof of the most luxurious hotel in the city, he barely acknowledges any of it. I suppose it's time to make this official, Yagi grumbles as gets up, stepping out as the pilot opens the door. Looking back, Yagi sees Horizon step out, then he begins walking toward the elevator on the roof. Ignoring the pool and lounging area, he sees 3 people standing in front of it to greet him, 2 plain-looking men in black suits, and the woman in the middle. Around his age, slicked back blonde hair, pearls around her neck and hanging from her ears, and wearing a loose black gown. President Pontu, Yagi greets her with a polite handshake. Always a pleasure to see you, ma'am. You as well, All Might, she says with a kind smile. Before we go inside, I'd like to personally and professionally thank you, for all that you've done, for all that you've sacrificed. The world is grateful for you, as a pro-hero and as a shining example of all we can become. Thank you, ma'am. I only hope to do good and help others in my time as a hero. You really are the best of us. Ponta gives him a genuine smile. My men will escort you inside and out of this cold air. Everyone inside is quite excited about the ceremony itself. She steps aside and gestures to the elevator. You aren't going down with us? Yagi asks. I'd like to have a word with him. Ponta gestures to the side of the roof where Horizon was gripping the railing, staring out at the lights in the distance. Oh, I see. I'll go on ahead then. Yagi's voice hit it well, but her words felt like a punch in the gut. 1 minute you're on top, and the moment you aren't useful anymore they move on immediately, but this is for the best. Horizon can actually protect people, while I need someone to protect me now. As the elevator closes, Ponta looks at the helicopter to see the pilot waiting inside, ready and on standby for Horizon and All Might to leave. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she schools her expression into an ice-cold mask, then slowly walks over to stand beside him. She doesn't say a word, simply looking up at him. Leaned forward, hands gripping the safety railing hard enough to crush the metal. His visor was unreadable but he seemed agitated. What is that? Ponta wonders as she sees a strange blue energy vapor rising from his hands before it quickly stops. Her eyes then move up. Looking from his visor into the direction he was facing, she saw a barely visible light on the horizon. 10 kilometers out into the sea, connected by one massive and heavily secured bridge. Precisely 12 kilometers from where they currently stand. Tartarus. The most secure prison on this side of the world, only comparable to America's new Alcatraz. She's skeptical at first. He can't possibly be sensing within Tartarus, from 12 kilometers away. That's impossible. He's powerful but not that powerful, right? Her skepticism immediately fades as he speaks in a low growl. Where are they? What exactly do you mean? Pontu asks. Horizon stands up straight and turns to face her, his presence strong and rigid. Hiding the fact that below his visor, below his mask, he was bleeding from the eyes, nose, and ears. His brain felt like stakes were being hammered into it. That it took everything in him not to sway in place with the wind. All because he opened a 24 kilometers wide room to skin inside Tartarus, for barely a few seconds. He could feel his energy levels remaining fine, but processing it, as always, was another story entirely. You know what I mean, Horizon says. Ponta turns away from him to face Tartarus. Tell me what you see then, and I'll clarify. She seems completely unfazed by his attitude. Horizon just growls and turns to face the prison as well, but doesn't open a new room. Prisoners, lots of them, a scientist of some kind, short, portly, lab coat, glasses, he's monitoring all FO. That's enough. Ponta cuts him off, not wanting him to delve deeper into the fact that Dr. Shodai Garaki was hired to build the containment unit to counter all for one's many quirks. He was their best choice for a quirk specialist since the only person considered to be above him would likely be Horizon himself. He also came highly recommended by many trusted people, who all shared a certain mutual friend Dash. And giving Nizu any access to Tartarus was simply out of the question with how obviously compromised he is when it comes to Horizon. You've made your point, Pontu says. I had them moved after the sports festival. Why? Horizon asks. Because before then, I didn't realize exactly how powerful you were. I had to keep them out of your reach. You get them out too early and suddenly we have multiple countries breathing down our necks, Pontu says. Horizon doesn't speak for a while, then says in a calm voice, your neck, not mine. And you do know I can detect any lies you speak, right? He lied, still unable to use polygraph without physical contact, which he currently doesn't have. He focuses on her expression, but she gives him nothing, until she smiles. Pontu smiles at that, confusing him. No, you can't, because that's actually my quirk. You should do some more research on a person before you try to bluff them, not that you'd ever find my quirk on file, and it will stay that way, understand? Understood, he grumbles out. You know, I always wondered what you'd be like, the third signature on my contract, and I was right, you really are one seriously cold buy. It's needed for my job, Pontu says. How have you been holding up your end of the deal thus far? Horizon relaxes and simply shrugs. Playing hero is easy for someone like me. I'm sure you've had a team or two tracking my progress, right? Naturally, you're a massive gamble for us. I signed that contract expecting just a doctor, but instead of some crumbs, I lucked into the whole pie. Lucky me. Don't get too comfortable, Horizon says. I'll be your superhero or whatever, but it's just a job, nothing more and nothing less. Pontu raises a brow at that, and what would it take to make this a lifetime contract? Horizon immediately steps away from the railing and leans in a bit closer to her. Since you've got some lie detection quirk, then you'll know how serious I am. If you try to fuck me over in any way, I'll burn everything to the ground. I'll rip Tokyo out of the ground, raise it into the sky, then drop it on your head. Just like that. Pontu keeps her stone-cold expression, even as Horizon walks over to the elevator and leaves her on the roof. Knowing she can't let up her facade for even a moment, Pontu remains calm in case Horizon was still watching her. I need him to help stabilize Japan at least, but from the way things are moving, he'll be the #1 hero the same year he graduates. I've got just over 3 years to stabilize Japan and deal with this contract situation. And if I try to undercut him in any way, Pontu looks out over the city, all the people living their innocent lives. Lives that Horizon has said he'd snuff out if necessary, if she pushed him. I need to extend the timeline of his contract. The longer he stays working for us the better, because we really can't afford the alternative. Taking out her phone, Pontu immediately calls the Hero Public Safety Commission HQ and gives orders to the analysis and simulation teams. I need a full rundown of Horizon versus any available pro-hero we have, use all gathered intel, and I need a projection of exactly how long it will take for Japan to be stable. League of Villains as primary chaos catalyst. Yes ma'am, the person at the other end says before Pontu hangs up. That should tell me how long I need to extend his contract for at least. Honestly Nizu, you just had to find the kind of monster we can't even use a leash on, because the more we use it, the faster he snaps. End chapter. Chapter 129, Chapter 128, #1 Heroes. Chapter start. Finally sneaking out of the main room, Yagi manages to escape to the hotel's balcony. A massive garden area that overlooked Hiroshima. With the moon high in the sky and reflecting off the ocean in the distance, the cool night air nearly made him shiver. No, it felt oddly warm. He breathes a sigh of relief, feeling the tension in his body relax, then looks down at the medal in his hand. For going above and beyond as a citizen and a hero, or something like that, he thinks. He couldn't really remember what Pontu said when she presented him with it on stage. Or what the other dozen or so medals and accolades were for. He mindlessly begins walking to the railing, to get some fresh air, and take a break from people bombarding him with their gratitude for all he's done. It all felt so hollow, undeserved. I'm here, weak and frail, helpless, when I'm supposed to be protecting everyone. But even tonight I need someone to protect me when I leave UA. Yagi can't help but look down at the medal in disgust, as if it insulted him. And before he knows it, he's leaning against the railing, holding it out above the street below, ready to get rid of it. As if it could ever help ease his shame, as if dropping it to the street below would fix anything. As if. What are you doing? A deep voice asks beside him. Huh. Yagi nearly fumbles and drops the medal but barely catches it, breathing a sigh of relief as he looks to his right. Standing only a meter away was Endeavor, Enji Todoroki in a formal black suit, leaning against the railing with his phone in his hand. The former #2 hero, now the temporary #1. Pontu has already spoken to both these men regarding the rankings. Unlike the public, they already knew Endeavor would officially become the #1 hero during the annual ceremony in November. For #1 heroes in one building, at one event. An astronomically rare occurrence. Japan's former #1, All Might. Japan's current #1, Endeavor. Thailand's current #1, Waka. Korea's current #1, Hodori. And if counting who everyone assumes is a future #1 hero, Horizon, that makes 5. When did you get here? Yagi asks Endeavor after recovering from the surprise. Endeavor glances down at his phone, seeing that Shoto read his messages but hasn't responded, as usual. Then looks to Yagi. I was here before you, but you were too in your own head to notice. That explains why I'm not freezing in this wind, Yagi realizes. You should go back inside, that's where the cameras are, isn't that what you're all about? Endeavor asks gruffly. Yagi just shakes his head and goes back to leaning on the railing. That's why I'm out here actually, same as you I'd imagine. I didn't see you inside, not even during the presentation. Are you avoiding their questions too? This gets Endeavor curious. What do you mean, too? Since when do you avoid people? Yagi falls silent for a while, playing with the small medal in his hand, rolling it between his fingers. Have you ever felt, like all your life you've only been focused on one thing, and you thought you were succeeding, but after it's all done you realized you failed anyway? Endeavor glances down at his phone, still seeing dozens of messages over the past 2 months with not a single reply from Shoto or Natsuo. Even you can't fight villains forever, Endeavor says. Is that what you wanted to do, or would you be happier if you died fighting? Yagi doesn't even think about it for a moment, because he's thought about it a lot these past few days. Maybe, he mutters. TCH, Endeavor scoffs, you've done your part, more than your fair share at least. You know better than anyone that even you can't save everyone, just try to enjoy retirement somehow. That's impossible while Shigaraki is out there, Yagi says, and Endeavor immediately realizes what's wrong. So that's what this is about, you feel responsible for him. My master neglected his dad, to train me. That chain of events led us to where we all are today. How am I supposed to not feel responsible for that, at least partly? Heroes are willing to hurt the only people they're truly required to protect, for the sake of strangers. At least I think that's what he said, Endeavor says. All for one. Horizon, during the sports festival, it feels like every day he's more and more right about that. Endeavor glances down at his phone, still seeing no replies. It's given me a lot to think about, the things that happened these past few months. You and me both. Yagi actually manages to chuckle at that, enjoying how much more friendly Endeavor was being at the moment. I have to somehow get used to being the one who needs saving, while my master's grandson is out there hurting people, and I can't even stop him. And you need to focus on being the #1 hero, being the new symbol for the people of this country. Endeavor grumbles, that hasn't been on my mind as much as I would have expected. I've been distracted by some personal issues. How has Shoto been doing at UA? He's the same as always, it's always been a bit difficult to read him. Is everything alright? Everything is fine, he lied. But I suppose now you can finally give your full focus to teaching those students how to be proper pro heroes. Yagi chuckles at that, then gestures at his missing arm. I suppose this is what it took to get me to stay in one place, but yes, that's my plan. You're always welcome to stop in at UA if you want to visit, or maybe even teach a class. Oh, never mind, you'll be too busy now that you're the #1 hero, my apologies. #1 hero, Endeavor mutters, taking one last look at his phone before putting it away. I always thought I'd be happy to hear that, but this just feels rotten. Rotten. Yagi AKS. Undeserved, Endeavor says. I never truly surpassed you. I'm only here because of the gap between me and all the others. I was the only real option to fill the space you left. It's a hollow promotion. That doesn't change what it means, what it requires of you, Yagi says. It doesn't matter how you got to this spot, what matters is that you show everyone that you deserve it, that you show yourself you deserve it. Endeavor falls silent for a while, carefully considering everything he just heard. Realizing it was all true, that he couldn't change the past, he just had to show everyone who doubted him that he is a worthy #1 hero. But what if that isn't my focus anymore? Endeavor asks. Yagi is completely blindsided by this, but being the greatest hero has always been your focus. What are you talking about? Endeavor just frowns at that, hurting the people close to you in order to be a better hero to others. That's not something I want to do anymore. But the only way I can even think of atoning is to prove that this wasn't all for nothing, that the suffering wasn't for nothing. That I am a great hero, someone they can look up to. Yagi gives him a confused look. Atone. What are you talking about? Endeavor's eyes open wide for a moment, realizing he said too much. Sorry, just ignore that I said anything. Yagi gives him a strange look but doesn't judge. It's fine, but what does this mean for your plans as the new top pro? Time beats everyone, it's undefeated, Endeavor says. Horizon said that during his interview with Chitose, right? He also said that it won't beat him, whatever that means, but what I mean is. I don't want to be the next you, and I don't even want to be the future me, at least not the me I thought I was going to be. The #1 pro hero Endeavor that I always wanted to be, he's just another monster I want nothing to do with now. Now I just want to fix all the broken things in my life, no more hurting people to save strangers, at least not if I can help it. I'll take the time to mend the things that matter most. I see, Yagi nods a few times. But that would mean stepping down as the #1 pro, because from what you're saying this will take all your focus. It likely will. But, you and I both know, with me gone, the #1 could only be you. The only current pro I'm absolutely certain of leaving this country to, is you. Yagi gestures to the city in front of them and gives a genuine All Might brand smile. When all the people cry out, gripped by fear, I know for certain they'll be alright, because you are here. TCH, Endeavor scoffs, you're as dramatic and corny as ever, but I'm not stupid enough to step down. I understand the state of Japan as it is, if I refuse this spot then things only get much worse for the country. Oh, right, Yagi puts his arm down awkwardly. So what is your plan then? 3 years, in 3 years he'll graduate and easily overtake me to become the top pro. Then I will have more time to focus on what's important. Until then, I'm stuck as the #1 hero. I always expected you to hold on to this spot until the end. I guess these past few months have really caused a lot of unexpected changes. I'm not delusional, Endeavor says. Even if I wanted to do that, the moment he graduates I'm back to rank number 2, competing with you was nearly impossible, but I could at least see a path forward. But there is no competing with that thing Nisa found. You'd be surprised, Yagi says. There could very well be another young man with incredible potential ready to rival him. Endeavor just shakes his head at that, looking at Yagi as if he was an absolute moron. It's Horizon, he has no rivals. But he isn't the only mystery class, Yagi points out. True, but Star is much older and already in her prime, and he's already likely at least somewhat comparable. By the time he graduates, he'll be ahead of her. Even tonight, 3 of the current top 10 most powerful heroes in the world are in this building, and he's still arguably stronger than any of us. Yagi just forces a smile, wishing Deku all the luck he can give, but he's also glad Endeavor isn't planning to overburden Shoto with the impossible task of surpassing someone like Horizon. Speaking of the brat, shouldn't he be glued to you for the night? Endeavor asks. Oh, Horizon said he'll keep track of me with his quirk. It's still a bit creepy, but that way he doesn't have to shadow me all night. I see. When I came out here I saw him take your seat actually, the one you never used. Isn't that at the table with Bwaka and Hodori? Yagi nods. That's partly why he bothered coming tonight, he wanted to meet the other rank number 1 pro heroes. Endeavor looks genuinely bothered by that idea. Horizon, speaking to heroes from other countries, that sounds like a fight waiting to happen, maybe we should go check on them Bifo. Beep. 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 Endeavor's phone goes off and he immediately checks it, hoping to see a response from either of his sons. What is it? Yagi asks, seeing his focused expression as he looks at the phone. Kurogiri and Twice were spotted on MT Fuji, the 2 most valuable members of the league, and that close to Tokyo. That can't be good, looks like Horizon and I will be leaving early. End chapter. Chapter 130, Chapter 129, Monsters and Freaks. Chapter start. What the hell? Horizon mutters, standing toward the far end of the room. Dozens of heroes and politicians scattered about in their best gowns and suits, all either standing or sitting at designated tables to chat and show off to each other. But what was on his mind was Yagi. He just sensed him walking onto the massive balcony, and just as he was about to go check on him, Endeavor began talking to him. Well, I guess he can take care of him for a while, Horizon mutters, only this time someone actually heard him. Is something the matter? Best Jeanist asks him, snapping him back into the moment. Looking at Jeanist he sees him wearing a dark blue suit with the collar still reaching up to his nose. Sorry, I was just checking the perimeter, everything is fine, Horizon says. Jeanist takes his word for it, because why wouldn't he? Everyone in the room believes in Horizon as their future number 1 hero after all. Taking the moment to chat with Horizon he stands beside him, looking over the room. You handled tonight well, quite tactful. Horizon just shakes his head, dealing with a mob of excited heroes and politicians and rich people. He sees Rikia, Redestro Dash, and Chitos, Curious Dash, chatting at a faraway table. Yes, but don't forget that these people make our jobs possible. Many individuals wouldn't be able to act as pro heroes without the support of society. It's what keeps us ahead of the villains. Doesn't mean I want to be in a room with them, but this is part of the job, right? Playing nice. The most important part when considering all of society, Genus says. Our presence is a deterrent, especially as a top pro. And helping people feel safe is part of that. Thankfully when you're number 1 I doubt you'll need any help, considering how well you've already been making an impression for the nation. Is that what you wanted to remind me about? Somewhat, but mostly I wanted to see how you were handling the pressure. Genus turns to full look at him with sympathetic eyes. The pressure that comes with being a top 10 pro hero is vast, being the number 1 is infinitely more so. But to be under the pressure of everyone expecting you to be the next, the stronger and even more deific version of All Might, while being a student, I dare not imagine that. Horizon pauses for a moment before he responds, the weight of the world is inconsequential, compared to the standard I hold myself to, compared to who they need me to be. Genus sighs, you number 1 heroes really are odd, but I suppose that's what makes you the real superhumans. It's necessary, Horizon says, normal people can't handle the weight of 300 million lives counting on their every move. Genus just rests a hand on Horizon's shoulder and shakes his head, I do not envy you young man. As he withdraws his hand Horizon turns toward him, I should have asked sooner, how are your lungs? Oh, that. Honestly I usually forget about that injury until someone brings it up, and it makes me quite happy knowing that you offer such a service for free at the hospital now. Yeah well, just doing my part. Yet you didn't heal everyone from that night, only a few, why is that? Horizon's shoulders noticeably stiffen at that, because Hawks can take care of himself. He says before walking off. What an odd response, Genus thinks, keeping that in mind as he goes to catch up with Ryukyu. Walking away from Genus, Horizon weaves through the chattering people, ignoring a few lovely ladies trying to get his attention and some older gentlemen itching to offer him more brand deals that he'd simply ignore. Playing along with Stain's true hero nonsense means he can't actually monetize himself as much as other heroes, but that was never his concern. He'd trade all his money to get his true goal. Time to make a great first impression. Horizon thinks as he sees his future peers. Sitting at a large round table at the front of the room, close to the stage Yagi stepped off of moments ago, Bwaka and Hodori. Bwaka was a large man, to say the very least. Standing at 6 feet 6-198 cm-, packed with just as many muscles as All Might below his traditional robes. Gold and white to show his status and reputation, light brown skin with short spiky black hair and solid golden eyes. He looked entirely calm and collected, which is an extreme contradiction to how everyone kept away from the table mostly because of him. His immense and intense presence was unmistakable even in this room. The man calmly running his red prayer beads through his fingers was a monster standing among the absolute strongest in the world. The pride of Thailand, a prodigy that completely reinvigorated the nation's interest in Muay Thai, a grandmaster at the art of 8 limbs, even before using his quirk. Born with a quirk perfect for appearing as a guardian of his people, and even better to complement his fighting style. Bwaka, the pride of Thailand. And his wife sits beside him, the absolutely beautiful lady priestess, wearing shrine maiden robes and munching away at a salad in front of her. A model woman to represent their nation marrying their greatest hero and the pride of the nation, it was almost too perfect to be real. And sitting across from them chatting up Uwabami, the United Democratic Republic of Korea's #1 hero, the infamous skirt chaser, Hodori. After World War III, North Korea was destroyed and captured by China, but after World War IV it was handed back to the Korean people to create this new nation. Many others were formed in this manner. And to represent this nation is their current #1 hero, Hodori, the strongest full beast transformation quirk in the world. The youngest current #1 hero in the world, at only 26 years old. Standing at 7 feet 213 cm, but very thin compared to heroes like Endeavor, All Might, Star and Stripe, or Bwaka. Wearing a gray suit with no tie, and the top buttons undone, he has his arm around Uwabami's shoulder as she giggles at something he said, blushing wildly. She seemed lost in his piercing red eyes, and looking closer Horizon could see his spiky white hair almost swaying back and forth, as if it were moving on its own. Horizon just rolls his eyes at them. Hodori didn't bring any of his usual girls, guess he wants to try the local fruits. Approaching the table he sees all the empty seats beside both couples, all reserved and all the people were present, but for one reason or another, nobody wanted to be too close to these two, much in the same way people keep a reasonable amount of space between themselves and Endeavor. And on the other hand, nobody wants their wife at the same table with Hodori. Monsters and freaks, that's exactly how most knowledgeable people would describe these men. While there is no official international hero ranking, every government is acutely aware of who the top 10 most powerful heroes of all the local rank #1 heroes in the world are. But while Star can easily defeat anyone lower than her on this ranking, that truth is not the same for the other rankings. Aside from her being a higher rank doesn't guarantee victory against a lower rank. #1 Star and Stripe. #2 Endeavor. #3 Bwaka. #7 Hodori. And eventually when he becomes a fully licensed hero, Horizon will join the other monsters and freaks of this world. Rising to become a god among people, among even the superhumans. But until that, with All Might gone, Star and Stripe is no longer argued being at #1 or 2, but is solidly at #1 in the world. I hope nobody here minds, Horizon says, in English, as he takes Endeavor's reserved seat at the table, having been ignored by the men in question. But I figured I should at least introduce myself. I'm Horizon. Bwaka, the man says in English as he extends a hand which Horizon shakes, much more pleasant than his appearance would portray. And this is my wife. Lady Priestess, Horizon says, and she gives him a pleasant smile and a nod. Both men glance over at Hodori, only to see him completely ignoring them and focusing on chatting up Uwabami. Bwaka and his wife give the young hero an annoyed look but quickly ignore him. So are you enjoying your time in Japan? Absolutely, Priestess says, your country is quite lovely, but we'll be leaving before sunrise. Ah, I was curious about that, Horizon looks at Bwaka. It's common knowledge that top pro heroes can't travel abroad so easily. Heck, I can't even leave Japan without approval from Pontu and President Bosu, so how did two #1 pro heroes manage to visit us so quickly? In most cases that would be the case, Bwaka says. But I owe all my personal gratitude from some guidance he gave me very early on, the first time we worked together. They simply couldn't stop me from coming here at this ceremony to honor him. So they decided to just play nice instead. That makes sense, Horizon says. That must have been nice, Hodori cuts in. Damn, Korean government told me to come and show face, some crap about Japan and Korea being neighbors, so showing support being necessary. It's only one day for you, Bwaka says. I'm sure you can manage spending one night in Japan. Not to mention showing international solidarity among heroes and governments is important. All Might showed very well how important it is to have a positive international reputation. If we ever fail, then I can at least feel hopeful that powerful heroes will aid my people in my place, at least until they get back onto their feet. TCH, Hodori scoffs, doesn't matter if you just never fail. But the traveling isn't the problem. I didn't spend years collecting a perfect harem of supermodels to be pulled away from them for some stuffy ceremony. Waka and his wife look slightly disgusted at that, but Horizon doesn't react. Well, I suppose I can see that being annoying. Horizon is sure to keep things polite, so what's hero work like in your countries? Scouting new opportunities? Waka asks. Not at the moment at least, I was just curious about how wild things can get. Waka thinks about it for a moment. In Thalian underground heroes are far more effective and successful. Most of the influential villains are smart enough to adapt and avoid direct conflicts, which puts a focus on tracking and infiltration, as well as stealth. I read about that, Horizon says. Nobody wants to get into the ring with you, at least not after the first few years, so you force the villain landscape to adapt and work around you. Waka nods, the same would have happened in your nation, at least at the same scale. But unlike Thalian, the more flashy villains can't simply cross the border to escape All Might and do their business then return, since your country is a collection of islands. Sounds like you've got a lot of free time, Hodori laughs. Makes sense that most people don't want to deal with Viria, there isn't much in this world worth taking that many punches from you at once. You could achieve the same result if you took things a bit more seriously, Waka says. Hodori does a low growl, more annoyed than anything else. Looking at Waka, he gives him a toothy smile, showing off some of his teeth becoming razor-sharp fangs before they shift back to normal. I try to keep it playful because I just get too excited, Hodori chuckles, I'm just an extremist like that, not to mention seeing me fighting like that scares the girls. Well, I guess that's a reason, Horizon says. Oh right, speaking of women, Hodori glances to Iwabami, making sure she couldn't understand what they were saying in English. Is Bunny Girl making an appearance at this thing? I was hoping to take her back to Korea with me, at least for a few nights. Horizon pauses for a moment, then responds, I don't sense her around, sorry. Hodori frowns, how about a number for midnight? Sorry, I don't have that. TCH, guess you're useless. He leans back and pulls Iwabami a bit closer, leaving her completely oblivious. After talking for a short while, Horizon's phone eventually goes off, along with Genist and Ryukyu. They all see the alert regarding Kurogiri being spotted near MT Fuji, sent to specific top pro heroes for this capture mission. Sorry but, hero work, Horizon says, and everyone at the table politely nods as he gets up and walks outside. Endeavor looks up from his phone to see Horizon approaching him and Yagi. Genist and Ryukyu are already flying off, Horizon says. I need to take Yagi back to UA, you can ride with us in the helicopter. Endeavor looks between Yagi and Horizon, then reluctantly nods, alright, let's go deal with the League of Villains. End chapter. Chapter 131, Chapter 130, Bait and Switch. Chapter start. Something doesn't seem right here, Horizon says as the helicopter lands. As they touch down at the very edge of the MT Fuji forest, both he and Endeavor step out. Only two other people were here, Ryukyu, the dragon hero, and Best Genist, the fiber hero. Standing in a small clearing at the start of this trail, with a completely dark forest ahead of them. What doesn't feel right? Endeavor asks. He'd changed into his hero costume but kept his jacket out, just to keep the flames covered so they could properly approach. The flames on his body were also off at the moment. As the four heroes meet up, with everyone aside from Horizon having a flashlight to navigate the forest, they can feel the cold night air warming up as Endeavor stands beside them. Has anything happened while we were waiting? Endeavor asks his peers. Can't tell, we can hardly see anything, Ryukyu says. The others should be here within the hour so we can get this strike started. First we need to find the base, Genist cuts in. The people that were climbing the mountain only spotted Kurogiri and Dabi here, deep in the forest, but they saw them close to the trail and not near any clear base of operations. I see, Endeavor nods, then turns to Horizon. Do you sense anything? They all looks over to Horizon, seeing him completely facing the forest and ignoring them. To them he looked like a statue, devoid of any emotion or struggle thanks to his visor and relaxed posture. But below that his mind was in immense pain as he was forced to process every leaf, tree, rock, everything for 14 kilometers in every direction. Eventually he stops and catches his breath, keeping his composure to appear perfect and strong, the ideal hero. I found something, Shambles. All four of them immediately warp toward the mountain, appearing in large clearing that's torn up as if it were a dig site. HNG, Ryukyu stumbles and catches herself on Endeavor as her heels dig into the soft worked dirt. A little warning next time please. He never gives a warning, Endeavor grumbles as he helps her up, and yes, it is always that annoying. As Horizon is walking around, Genist takes out his phone to check their position. He warped us 12 kilometers away from where we were. What did you find? Look at this, Horizon says, and they all look over to him, seeing him looking down at the ground. But unlike them he didn't have any light, he was simply standing in the dark looking at the floor. Does your visor come with night vision? Endeavor asks as they walk over with the flashlights. No. Do you naturally have night vision? Ryukyu asks, now getting a bit creeped out by how strange Horizon is. No, just looks at this rock. As they flash the lights onto the rocks, they notice it's a large stone perfectly cut, with the other section missing. Was there a fight here? Genist asks, looking around at the torn-up dirt surrounding them. This place does look like a battlefield. No, this isn't from combat, Horizon says. This rock wasn't cut by conventional means, it's a spatial cut. Like yours. Like Warp Gate, he looks to Genist. Show me the map of the trail those hikers said they were on. Here, Genist shows them all the map, and Horizon immediately notices something wrong. That's over 10 miles away, they literally can't see or at least identify villains from this far out, especially not since they'd be walking at ground level in the forest. You think they lied? Endeavor asks. Anywhere Kurogiri is, I'd have to be, it's a simply way to control what region I operate within. But there wasn't anything they'd want from your location tonight, Ryukyu says. Unless. All Might, Endeavor says. I'll call Nizu, there isn't anything here, and if they removed me to send him at Yagi then he's probably enough to deal with UA, even with Eraserhead there, Horizon says as he calls up Nizu. Him. Ryukyu looks confused. Horizon just points to the upturned dirt at their feet. This wasn't a battlefield, it's a footprint, the League has some kind of giant they're confident in. You should call Pontu, tell her it was a distraction. Endeavor nods and immediately begins making the call. But even as Horizon was speaking to Nizu, he had to withhold information. All for One mentioned Gigantomachia to him, it was obvious that he saw that villain as second only to him among villains, and the name was a dead giveaway. He just hoped UA could hold out until he got there, because he couldn't reveal that he knew any more than he told them, even if it means Yagi has to die to keep his secrets. Hiroshima, 9 p.m. Standing out on the balcony at All Might's tribute gala, Ponta had her phone to her ear with a dozen security officers around her. How sure are you? She asks Endeavor through the phone. I agree with Horizon, it's the most logical move to deal a blow to our society, killing All Might and destroying UA in one fell swoop. Ponta barely thinks about it for a moment. All right, I'll contact the others and have them prepared to defend UA until you and Horizon get there to finish the fight, but Endeavor. Yes. Ponta doesn't even look conflicted at what she was about to say. If it comes down to it, don't sacrifice yourself for All Might, for anyone. What? Listen, this is the one thing he was never very good at, but you need to stop thinking as a regular hero and start thinking like our new number one. Losing him would hurt, but we can recover from losing a already retired hero than losing our new number one. There isn't exactly a list past you to fill that role. We have one more, and I've already urged you to simply give him a full pro hero license. UA is a waste of his time, he could be saving lives. Ponta shudders at the thought, Japan could handle the League of Villains. But she wasn't sure they could survive Horizon. Rules are rules for a reason, I won't compromise them for anything, even FO. What the hell? One of the security officers exclaims, causing Ponta to give him an annoyed look before tracking his gaze to the sky above the city. Looking up she sees a large purple cloud, a warp gate opening a few blocks away from this very building. Above the city, looming above the innocents below. Heroes. Shigaraki's deep and angry voice rings through the city from the warp gate. Endeavor. Pontu asks. I can hear it, keep the call open. False defenders of hypocrites. Monsters no different from me, but allowed to exist because your government deems your violence as profitable. Government-sponsored thugs and killers. And now two guests have come to this fraudulent nation of false idols, two kings of their own lands, visiting the kingdom of a fallen lord, a broken symbol. How far away are you two? Pontu asks. Horizon flew ahead but he's at least 2 hours away, we aren't even at UA yet ourselves. Now to welcome these visitors to our unfair society, to greet them by letting them revel in their true violent nature. Your two kings, against our rook. Shigaraki's voice stops for a moment, then All for One's sickly and deep voice echoes like thunder across the skyline. Gigantomachia, as Shigaraki says, the pre-recorded message commands. Kill Bwaka and Hodori. Show the other nations how hospitable this land truly is. RAAAARWWWW. A thundering roar causes most of the city to recoil in terror as something leaps out of the warp gate. A giant with slightly tanned skin, only standing at 12 m tall as he lands into a nearby skyscraper like a cannonball, brining down the entire building and killing hundreds through sheer destruction. The quakes shake her, and dust block Pontu's view, then the screams and destruction truly begin. Get here, now, even now her voice remains completely cold as she speaks to Endeavor. Beyond her line of sight the fight instantly begins as nearby heroes throw themselves at the monster. Before long Machia is already growing, now standing at 20 meters tall, a hulking frame with a mound of muscle on his back, like a living mountain. A body covered in rough skin and a head of spiky brown hair. And most importantly, specially made pants that expand with him. And as a few insignificant pro-heroes were feebly trying to poke the giant, he stands up straight and leans back, taking in a deep breath through his nose. Heroes. Makia screams as he immediately drops down to all fours and charges directly at Bwaka and Hodori's scent. "Ma'am, we need to leave," one of Pontu's security agents urges her as she scowls at the path of destruction moving toward her, tearing through multiple buildings. "Get those two out of here first, before they," she says, only to be met by her worst-case scenario to become reality. "We aren't leaving, he only wants us, evacuate the others," Bwaka says, already standing behind her. And by the time she turns around he simply jumps off the roof toward the fight. "Come on," Hodori gives her a playful look, "did you really think we'd take that no-combat order from our country seriously, in a situation like this? Who cares what some stuffy people in suits want, we're heroes. No, we can't afford to. You worry too much, lady," Hodori cackles as he leaps off the roof. "It's time to have some fun." Pontu could feel her blood pressure rising by the second, keeping her stone-faced facade as the battle begins. And only a few streets away in a dust cloud, a flash of gold causes her to squint as Makia is sent tumbling down the street. And all the tremors caused by Bwaka's punch didn't make her feel any better, especially when Makia gets back up and charges back in. These idiots, having a few thousand people die is nothing compared to the consequences of having them fight, even if they win. I really wish we had another All Might, Pontu thinks. And just like that, the next stage in All for One's glorious plan begins, another domino is set. End chapter. Chapter 132, Chapter 131, from the Old Era. Chapter start. The road cracks below Bwaka's feet as he lands upon it, having leapt from the skyscraper a few streets away. Standing like an obelisk in the street, mobs of people run past him to get away from the incoming villain. With each of Gigantomachia's steps, the ground trembles, people become more scared, and by the second, more people abandon their vehicles and flee on foot, desperate to get ahead of the destruction. Hero. Makia's voice shakes the city as he crashes through a building, locking eyes with Bwaka, who doesn't even flinch. As the Makia rushes forward, on all fours he's already standing at 20 meters tall, 65 feet. Bwaka takes careful steps toward him, ignoring all the civilians around them. Makia growls and raises his hand as he arrives in front of Bwaka, ready to slam down and flatten the hero. Virya, Art of 8 Limbs. Boom. A sudden burst of golden light blinds everyone as Makia is sent careening down the street, rolling multiple times before crashing into a 5-story building, collapsing it atop him. The shockwave clears out the street, blasting away all the rubble and even vehicles, causing even more collateral damage. Terrifying the crowds of people that were only standing meters away, but even as the golden light blinded them and the blast cleared the street, they were completely unharmed. As the dust clears, Bwaka is standing with both his arms glowing golden, brimming with energy from his quirk, Virya. A solid energy emitter quirk. He rips off the top of his robe to show his perfectly sculpted muscles, golden rivers of power glowing between them, showing off the definition even more. And around him, all the civilians that would be dead are trapped in glowing blue bubbles of energy. Bwaka doesn't even bother to glance at the people trapped in the Hymn of Protection, the signature move of Thailand's head priestess, his wife. Makia only takes a second to get back on his feet, shaking his head slightly from the punches he took, too fast for him to even realize what really happened. As Maki charges yet again, his quirks now take full effect. And Bwaka matches his rush, meeting him in the middle. As they're rushing, Bwaka notices some strange things about his opponent. He's growing. Bwaka notices Makia grow to 22 meters, 72 feet, in a matter of seconds. His gigantification quirk adapting to the surprising power of his opponent. Makia slams down with his right hand to flatten Bwaka, only for the hero to leap up to his face and land a strong right, to his jaw, the exact same place as before. But this time Makia stands his ground. He's tougher now. His quirk, Fierce Gains, allows his muscles and skin to harden to exceptional levels. In combination with Pain Blocker and Energy Saver, this makes Makia a tank that has to be dealt with sooner rather than later, because the longer you fight the stronger he gets, and in a match of attrition, his primary quirk will ensure his victory. Roar. Taking the hit to his chin, Makia doesn't waste any time bringing up his other hand and swatting Bwaka out of the air. As the bubbles containing the civilians are floating away, Makia slams his hand into the road, breaking through to the sewer below, but Bwaka isn't there when he raises his hand. This doesn't seem like regular gigantification, Hodori says, catching Makia's attention. Looking to the side, he sees both heroes standing there completely unharmed. At the last moment, Hodori used his astonishing speed to get Bwaka to safety, fashionably late as always. The League has those Noma monsters, this is likely the same situation, Bwaka says as they rush forward. Let's tear him apart. Hodori yells out as his shoes tear apart, his feet and hands transform into claws with white fur, his teeth become fangs and his eyes shift into a bright red while the hair on his head becomes wild, the white appearing as if it were glowing slightly. No. Bwaka says as they dodge and weave through Makia's attacks, lead him to the park. Rarg. Hodori doesn't even form words to respond, instead leaping up to Makia's neck and punching at his jugular, claws first. Crack! His hand reaches up to his palm into Makia, but the size of his opponent and the toughness of his skin makes the injury irrelevant. Hodori removes his hand and just barely leaps away in time to avoid being swatted, looking down at his broken claws, covered in Makia's blood, already regrown by the time he lands. Fine. Hodori relents, deciding to play nice. Virya shot, rapid fire. A dozen fist-sized shots of golden energy hit Maki in the face, slightly annoying him and pulling his attention from Hodori toward Bwaka. You're supposed to be hunting us, so come get us, Bwaka says as he does a dozen more punches in the blink of an eye, each launching another shot of energy. He immediately takes off toward the nearest park, trying to find an open space so that they may really fight. Hodori falls into step beside him as they run, all the while a walking natural disaster is giving chase behind them. Can't you just knock him out? Hodori asks. I need space if I'm to do that, and against someone like this we don't know what other quirk he could be hiding, we need to make sure he doesn't have any more tricks to surprise us with. Only a few seconds later at their immense speed, they arrive at Hiroshima's Atomic Memorial Park, seeing that it's already been evacuated. This gives them a few city blocks worth of space which they don't have to worry about. And as they turn around to face the villain. What the hell, they both think at once, now laying eyes on the transformed Gigantomachia. Standing at 25 feet, the mound of muscle on his back now transformed into massive spikes across his back. His hands were now adorned with gargantuan claws and another layer of tougher armor. His jaw detached and reinforced before sliding up above his eyes to protect his face, and his teeth became sharper and tougher, as well as growing two large tusks from the bottom of his mouth. Quirk, Mole. A transformation quirk that gives the user the properties of a mole, allowing better burrowing and digging, higher mobility, enhanced senses, and toughness. Combined with his quirk, Dog, this makes it possible for him to pick up a scent from hundreds of miles away. Effectively, if someone is on the same continent they will eventually be found by him, and if he already has their scent, they can't even hide. Boom. The sound barrier shatters as Maki brings down his clawed hand to crush the two heroes. Hodori immediately dashes away, understanding your limits is important, especially to survive as a top pro. His quirk is good in physical combat but not meant for slugfests like this. At least not at this level. But Bwaka, he's always been this type of monster. A kind and gentleman for 99% of his life, the last person to start or escalate a fight. But this is the 1%, this is Bwaka in the ring. Virya, Art of 16 Limbs. Hodori glances back to see the hand slam down on Bwaka, as a golden light is released from his body. Boom. The entire park shatters, and all the surrounding buildings begin crumbling from the force of this impact. Hodori is careful not to lose his footing, staying on guard for any surprise villains joining the fight. But Bwaka is standing strong, beneath the giant's hand that never touched the ground. Bwaka had his arms up against the palm, caught by his sheer physical power as his body glows. And his 6 arms match Makia's strength. Rarg. Bwaka's scream rips through the air as he tosses Maki toward the other end of the park, sending the giant tumbling and tearing up the area. Hodori takes a step back in surprise, not by the power he just witnessed. Everyone knows Bwaka is a monster in the ring. But from the anger and hate-filled expression on the kind man's face. As Bwaka hunches down and rushes forward, the 4 additional glowing golden arms protruding from his shoulders and back begin to launch energy shots with each punch as he closes the distance. The solid energy arms match his flesh and blood arms perfectly. The sight was something that very few people ever experienced fighting against, and none have ever lasted more than one round against it. Bwaka leaps up and meets Makia's fist with his 3 right fists. The impact knocks both men a few meters back before they charge once again. Shutting off their brains and just fighting. And to Hodori, no matter how relaxed and calm he tried to remain, to contain his instincts, to fight his nature, to rein in his quirk. The gleeful expression on his face told a completely different story. This is so much fun. He screams out as his shirt and pants begin tearing apart. White fur begins growing out from his body as it begins bulking up, black stripes flowing across it as he takes his hybrid form. His eyes focus in on Makia as all his fur stands on end and his tail comes out. Quirk, Tiger, a transformation that allows the user to do anything a tiger can but magnitudes better. Of all the pro heroes, the second most powerful animal transformation quirk. Only beaten by America's number 3 pro hero, the men with, at the moment, the strongest punch in the world. Hodori's roar rips through the park, but both the other combatants are too focused on each other to notice. Until a white blur slams into Gigantomachia, knocking him onto his side and disrupting the stalemate. And as these monsters continue to fight, the news helicopters and drones are recording everything, the fight to officially end an era. End chapter. Chapter 133, Chapter 132, to the new era. Chapter start. 2 minutes 40 seconds remaining. Makia gets back up and charges into the fight once again, only to be hit in the back of his head by Hodori. As his face is sent toward the floor, Bwaka crouches down and focuses even more energy on his arms. Viria blitz. As if the world entirely froze, with Makia's face only inches away from him, Bwaka unleashes 2,000 punches so fast that it once again appears as a golden burst of light. Boom. The shockwave from all the punches is combined into one because they effectively happen simultaneously. Makia is launched into the air and slams onto his back. As he's on the floor, Hodori crunches into a prowler's stance, rocketing forward, destroying the ground at his feet and the sound barrier in his way as he slashes at Makia's jugular once more. This time up to his forearm sinks in, but then he immediately withdraws his arm and leaps away as the giant swats at him. Seeing the incoming hand, he leaps up and kicks it away, but Fierce Gains is working overtime now. The same quirk that had Makia's skin and muscle toughen around Hodori's arm moments ago, trying to crush it to pieces in the wound, also causes the giant's entire body to harden even more. And Hodori's kick connects to barely do any damage, only knocking the arm away. Feeling completely pissed off by the toughness of his opponent, Hodori's muscles bulk up as he goes further into his transformation. His claws now begin glowing red as his eyes leave a red trail of light with every movement. Just die. Hodori screams as he charges forward and punches Maki in the head. A flurry of relentless blows that would make almost anyone into a corpse. The wind and tremors from his attack has rubble and debris blowing toward the edges of the battlefield. Together. Bwaka screams as he comes down, rocketing into Makia's forehead, 6 arms crashing down like thunder. 1 minute 10 seconds remaining. Flying across Japan on his hoverboard, Horizon has left the other heroes behind simply because they couldn't fly as fast, or as far. Looking at the fight being projected into his visor, he's on the phone with Nisa discussing exactly what is going on. Are you sure UA is safe? Horizon asks. Completely, this is Shigaraki trying to take a place on the international stage. By killing 2 #1 pro heroes. Horizon asks. Sounds like a fast way into the grave. In most cases yes. If a #1 hero dies in his own country that's fine, but to have one die in another country would be a massive blow to that country, and demand retaliation. This is why most villains don't attack heroes when they travel abroad. If Bwaka or Hodori die in this battle, then the United Nations Hero Department will have to send heavy hitters to Japan to wipe out the league. Because allowing Shigaraki to exist after something like that would simply make all heroes look weaker, and potentially set the precedent for him to hunt down their top pro heroes one day. I still don't see how this is a win for him, Horizon says. Nobody can deal with Star and Stripe knocking on their door, even with Gigantomachia. They see Bwaka and Hodori still trading blows with the villain, but this time the fight strays out of the park slightly as Maki knocks Bwaka through some building a few blocks away. But Hodori takes center stage to draw all eyes onto him for Bwaka to get back in the fight. True, Nizu says. But that may not be the point. What do you mean? Well, he doesn't have to get everyone after him, he simply has to show that he's willing and capable of at least starting the fight, even if it's only until Star and Stripe enters the battle. So this is all a publicity stunt, a show of force. Possibly, but either way, I fear that Japan is already in shambles. The fact that a villain felt comfortable enough to attack our guests, and our top pros weren't around to help, it's a bad look. So on the international stage, we're on our own, that much is already certain. 15 seconds reaming. With Makia constantly getting up no matter how much they try to rattle his brain, Bwaka and Hodori are more annoyed than exhausted. And for the first time in his life, Bwaka was actually concerned about the bell. This round was about to finish, and the fight wasn't anywhere near over. With a low growl, he leaps away from the battle, leaving Hodori to deal with Makia for a moment. Making a fist with each hand, he covers his chest, the intense golden glow from his arms becomes much brighter, and all eyes fall to Bwaka as he unleashes something he hasn't been forced to use in decades. Viria burst, he releases a blood-chilling battle cry as he flexes his arms, now bulked up with seemingly intricate golden armor covering them. His arms are many times bigger, with golden energy pouring off of them, an intimidating yet inspiring sight. Thailand's pride in full effect. Rargh, he screams out and flies forward, not leaping or running, flying, propelled by his own energy. Before Makia can react, the golden meteor slams into him, causing a shockwave so large that it knocks Hodori and the news helicopters that were high above away. As Maki is thrown through the air, Bwaka accelerates, flying below Makia and punching upward with his left arms. Boom. Another golden explosion sends the giant flying 15m-50 feet into the air, only for Bwaka to continue. Boom. Another uppercut as Bwaka soars above the nearby buildings. Boom. With another uppercut, Makia feels his brain rattling around his skull, seconds in and out of consciousness. And finally, as they're 90m-300 feet above the ground, instead of an uppercut, Bwaka holds onto Maki. Viria toss. Rarf. Both combatants roar as Bwaka spins Makia and tosses his down toward the city, collapsing everything for hundreds of meters. His absolute faith in his wife and the other heroes allows him to fight recklessly. Viria crash. Bwaka screams as he rockets down, like a golden beam of light, sent by the heavens to smite this villain. The ensuing shockwave causes damage which they'll be trying to calculate for months to come. And when the dust and light dissipate, Bwaka is standing on Makia's chest, panting heavily, slouched over, arms bleeding and hanging at his sides. His quirk entirely shut off, all the golden power now gone. Because his quirk can only last for 3 minutes in stage 2, the 6-armed state, the art of 16 limbs dash. After this, he needs time to reset, and the more energy he uses in that time, the longer the reset. But nobody has ever lasted more than 1 round, or even more than 1 minute against that state. Looking at Makia, they see his eyes rolled back in his head as he lies unconscious. Bwaka takes careful breaths, his body aching as he tries to move, to look strong, another clean knockout. But unfortunately, this is Gigantomachia, he's the furthest thing from normal. He was the blueprint for the Nomu, and even now they can't properly replicate this success in another subject. He's just different, and it's largely thanks to his own original quirk. Hodori's primal instincts feel this in effect, and he immediately rushes in. Endurance. RAWWWRGGH. Makia's eyes snap back to focus and glare directly at the powerless Bwaka. Makia immediately slams his hand onto his chest to splatter Bwaka, but Hodori had already begun moving and thankfully gets him out of there. What the hell, a second wind? Bwaka asks as Hodori sets him down at the edge of the battlefield. Both heroes watch Makia get up as if he had another adrenaline surge, the lingering injuries remaining, thankfully he can't heal. But his stamina just seemed endless, because, in some ways, it was. Quirk, endurance, converts morale into energy. In simple terms, his superpower is to never give up, to be relentless, and to fulfill his master's order no matter what. And with a one-track mind like Gigantomachia's, he's a perpetual motion machine while on task. TCH, do we wait for someone with a more suitable quirk? Hodori asks, glancing at Bwaka who was trying to save his energy. Horizon is still at least an hour away, and Endeavor is even further, we need to end this, Bwaka says. Forcing himself to stand on his own. Can you? Bwaka looks at Hodori, then at Makia who was staring at them, clearly hurting but about to start charging anyway. Time. You'll have it, Hodori says as he takes a few steps forward, standing between both men. TCH, I hope this doesn't scare the ladies too much, he grumbles. The sound of his bones cracking and breaking reaches Bwaka as Hodori's body begins expanding and bulking up even further. The white fur covered his entire body as the black tiger stripes spread out. In a matter of seconds, he takes his full regal white tiger form, and his stripes begin glowing slightly, flickering red like his claws as he stands on all fours. Before they become solid red, overflowing with primal power. Standing at 3m-9 feet, at shoulder height. Bwaka's words are cut short as Hodori turns around and swipes at him. Thankfully the men inside the beast control it just enough for the attack to miss. Bwaka stumbles back, keeping his eyes on Hodori, now realizing why the hero would rather die than use this form in most cases. Without someone powerful enough to warrant its full attention, everyone becomes a target. And when you're the most powerful person in your country, that's not a risk you can take. Heroes. Makia screams out, thankfully causing Hodori's attention to snap to him instead. Hodori leaps forward as Makia charges, but only lands a few meters away from Bwaka before taking a low stance. Bwaka can feel the air being pulled into Hodori's massive and powerful lungs, almost pulling him off his feet. Growling rarer. Hodori's roar hits like the blast wave from a nuke, tearing apart the entire park to such an extent that it was dug out for a few meters. People for miles in every direction were forced to cover their ears. And even further beyond that, the frequency of his roar caused living things to become paralyzed with fear. Keeping the roar going, he sees Makia trying to power through it. Even as his eyes rupture and explode out of their sockets. Even as his blood vessels begin to burst and pop. Even as his eardrums instantly shattered, thanks to his enhanced senses. But Gigantomachia could still smell them, laboring against the blast wave he digs in his claws, moving barely a few steps within a minute. And after 5 minutes, Hodori finally reaches his limit. Feeling his lungs burning and tasting his own blood in his mouth, he's forced to stop his constant roar. The tiger shakes its head and sways for a moment, feeling lightheaded before standing strong, only to see Makia speeding up his approach. And Hodori immediately prepares to do that all over again. Until a golden light shines behind him. Viria, the art of 108 limbs. Looking behind him, Hodori is truly humbled by the magnificence of Bwaka's strongest attack. Standing in a prayer stance with his hands together, a manifestation of his prayer beads made of the same energy float around his neck. His solid white eyes are glowing a radiant gold as 100 solid energy arms are spread out behind him, protruding from his back to make a large circular shape. Hodori, now reverted back to his hybrid form, immediately gets out of the way as Bwaka begins moving his hands. Slowly and deliberately shifts his right hand into a fist while the left is flat with the palm facing forward, and all the arms behind him copy his right hand. And as Maki makes his final approach, Virya, enlightenment, Bwaka says in the softest and most compassionate voice, inviting his foe into a new life. Ryan. The sharp ringing caused by all the energy released into the air travels for miles in every direction, and it's immediately followed by a wave of light that outshines the moon in the sky. And all that's left is Gigantomachia laying on his back in a 100 m wide glowing golden crater, and as that glow too fades, the broken giant is finally defeated. Bwaka feels all his energy gone. He'd need at least a week before he can use his quirk again, but this victory was seemingly worth it. Hodori stands beside him at the edge of the crater, sporting a few new injuries which were very slowly healing. He stood a bit too close to the blast zone. The world cheers for these heroes, and the greatest battle that never should have been, but they couldn't even enjoy a moment of victory. Warp Gate. A flood of purple mist swarms the crater, enveloping Gigantomachia and whisking him away before they could capture him. But as the warp gate shrinks, it projects Shigaraki's voice far and wide for the city to hear. NNGH, he gives an annoyed growl, then calms down. You people really call us monsters, when you worship people like that, what a bad joke. But at least now we have a baseline, Machia will be ready next time. A lethal promise to the world. And just like that, All Might's era of peace in Japan is officially over, and the age of chaos begins once more. End chapter. Volume 5 is officially over. Chapter 134, Chapter 133, Japan's Three Powers. Chapter start. At an undisclosed location, Shigaraki was currently sitting comfortably on a couch playing on his phone. Taking his role as the now true leader of the League of Villains seriously, after being forced to grow up since All for One was locked away, he's slowly becoming someone his master wouldn't be ashamed of. Standing behind the couch to his left is Kurogiri, dutifully waiting for the signal for this meeting to begin. At his other side is Spinner, his right-hand man who was currently also playing on his phone, in a racing game with his boss. In front of Shigaraki is a coffee table with an identical couch on the other side, and a moment later Kurogiri receives the signal that the intended guest is ready. Master, Kurogiri says. Dabi has sent the signal. TCH, just when I was about to win, Shigaraki groans, but immediately puts his phone away. We can have a rematch later, Spinner says with a light chuckle, always one to enjoy time with his friend. But as the warp gate opens across from them he immediately puts on his most intimidating face. As intimidating as a lanky lizardman with a great sword, which is just a collection of smaller knives stuck together can be. The first out of the warp gate was Dabi, their resident half-burnt elementalist. Blue flames that are stronger than his father's, but even Endeavor doesn't know his son is alive. Only Dabi knows this truth. His usual black leather trench coat was missing, and his body had some shallow gashes, his entire torso exposed to show all the burnt skin usually hidden away. Ignoring his state he just lazily walks to the side of the room as the next person walks out of the warp gate. Himiko Toga, their resident blonde schoolgirl, her uniform splattered in blood and her hair loose to flow down her back instead of the usual two messy buns. Tentatively licking her lips that were still dripping blood. As their infiltrator she had the least combat of everyone, and made it out nearly flawlessly. Some of those guys were real weirdos, Shiggy. Toga whines as she skips off to the side to stand beside Dabi. The next person to walk out of the warp gate was their resident S-class threat. One of 3 in Japan's history. By definition, an S-class individual is someone that can overthrow a small nation single-handedly. Being powerful helps, but what's most important is having some unquantifiable X-factor. This is why, even with all their power, people like Endeavor, Bwaka, Hodori, and even Gigantomachia aren't S-class. They have the firepower but can't feasibly suppress an entire country. All Might was S-class simply because of his power, endurance, speed, and stamina. His power set is simple but it's so far beyond the scope of normal that he punched his way into this list. Star and Stripe as well as Horizon are S-class by default, it simply comes with the territory of their mystery class status. And the absurd shows of power certainly clear any doubt. But with All Might gone, Japan now only has 3, still more than the rest of the world combined. Horizon, All for One. And Japan's third is who walks out of the portal next. Hayu. Twice saunters out cheerfully, completely unharmed. His quirk, Twice, allows him to copy himself or another person that he's touched and has the measurements of. These copies can make additional copies which become progressively less durable, but they can all use the quirk of whoever they copy. There is no numerical limit to this quirk, a potentially infinite one-man army. Wearing his black skin suit with white stripes he's followed by 2 copies of himself, holding a bloody and battered Kaichisaki, Overhaul, by his forearms, stopping him from using his quirk. As the copies drop Overhaul into the seat opposite Shigaraki, the villain looks at his new associate. Standing at 5 feet 10-179 cm, Overhaul was a thin man, currently wearing a battered white t-shirt and green jacket with black slacks. His brown hair was matted to his head by his own blood and the usual plague doctor mask knocked off his face, exposing his broken nose. Even with his seemingly almighty quirk, he barely lasted a few seconds against Shigaraki's bodyguard, against Gigantomachia. Kai Chisaki, overhaul, how far you've fallen. Shigaraki thinks, recalling how proud the man was during the meeting they had with all Yakuza heads. Wake up, one of the copies yells and smacks Overhaul on the head, startling him awake. Huh. Overhaul's eyes immediately narrow as he sees Shigaraki across from him, but he notices Spinner and Kurogiri as well. He immediately drops down in his seat, leaning forward to slam his palm onto the floor, broken fingers and all. One touch to the floor and he'd be able to break it apart, break the entire room apart and reassemble it however he wants, instantly killing everyone. But the moment his hand was about to touch the ground, he stopped, saving his own life. Directly below his palm had suddenly become a sickly gray and begun falling apart, decay. How about you just settle down so we can sort out the details? Shigaraki suggests, his tone casual and relaxed. Overhaul's eyes follow the decay spot, running along the trail crossing the floor between them and leading up the side of the couch, directly to where Shigaraki's arm was on the armrest. Since when was his control this good? Overhaul wonders, noticing only this one part of the couch affected, control similar to his own. But decay is a destruction that Overhaul cannot undo, touching that spot would have been fatal. Narrowing his eyes at Shigaraki, Overhaul widely sits back on the couch, looking around, not seeing Gigantomachia thankfully. Alright, what do you want? Overhaul asks. Shigaraki relaxes back into his seat, the same deal as before, but a bit steeper this time since you made my friends have to do some work. You really should have agreed like all the other villain organizations. You're the only Yakuza faction that was dumb enough to try and resist after all. Overhaul is angered by hearing the Yakuza openly mocked, but bites his tongue. Your demands? Overhaul asks. You'll be transferring some of your earnings to us, and of course be acting as our eyes and ears for certain things. Compress will give you the details when he gets back. Normally that's the extent of it, but your payments will be larger than most simply because you made us go through the hassle of teaching you where you stand in my new world order, but... Shigaraki opens his hands to Kurogiri, who drops a single red bullet into his palm, tipped with a needle. Carefully holding it between his fingers to avoid the needle, Shigaraki looks past the bullet and toward Overhaul. These deleter rounds, Shigaraki says. Somehow you figured out how to temporarily destroy quirks, how close are you to making the effect permanent? Seeing Overhaul being difficult, Shigaraki leans forward and pokes the coffee table with one finger, and a slow decay trail begins moving from his single fingertip, across the table, down the leg, to Overhaul's foot. A few more weeks, Overhaul cracks and answers, and Shigaraki leans back once more. Shigaraki hands the bullet back to Kurogiri. I'll send some Nomu to protect the room you keep these in, for protection, and to keep an eye on the supply. Don't want you to get any stupid ideas. You can use the radio Nomu we'll be sending to communicate with us if something happens. I'll also be giving you a few more for muscle since these bullets are useful. But keep them in your underground hideout, if anyone knows you have a Nomu then. Horizon comes running to investigate, Overhaul says. I get it. Whatever, those are your instructions, welcome to the new world order, you Yakuza thugs are much better put to use under me, you should be happy. Overhaul furrows his brow, unable to hold his tongue. The Yakuza is a proud organization, we're a staple in Japan's underworld. With All Might gone we could have taken over Japan. Then why didn't you? Shigaraki asks, almost jokingly. Twice and Toga can't help but chuckle a bit, desperately trying not to interrupt the meeting. Because you don't realize that things aren't the same as when All Might was around, even with him gone the entire structure of the country has been shaken up. Overhaul sits back to listen, curious as to what Shigaraki was talking about. Shigaraki raises 3 fingers, Japan currently has 3 powers controlling it. Before it was just All Might at the top, but now there isn't that one symbol above everyone else. The first is the Hero Public Safety Commission. They have all the heroes and the police, their heavy hitter is Endeavor, he's too much for any villain but Makia and some of our more specialized Nomu to deal with, at least in their current states. The second is the League of Villains. We control the Nomu as produce them. We also now control all of the Yakuza and any noteworthy gang or villain in the country. Our heavy hitter is Gigantomachia, he's too much for any one hero to handle and everyone knows it. Plus we've got twice to cause serious problems if needed. See how it works, All Might was so powerful he could bulldoze anyone, so heroes ran rampant during his time. But now Endeavor acts as a counterbalance to keep the other side in check. But Endeavor isn't really that big of a concern when we've got Maki, it's the third faction that I'll be using your technology against. To weaken their support network so we can crush them. Third faction. Overhaul questions. Another villain group. No, Nizu, and his champion, his favorite student, Miracle Boy, Horizon. Overhaul looks completely confused by that, he isn't included with the other heroes. Oh no, our sources say he only answers to Nizu, and they seem to have their own agenda that our sources say raises tension with the commission. I'm making you aware of this because if these bullets go public too soon then both those factions will converge on you, and I'll lose my secret weapons. I see. Overhaul takes a second look at Shigaraki, now realizing there was more to him than just destruction. There was a method to the madness after all. He'd never truly follow him, but for now he could at least see use in the other villains. But why not attack UA when Horizon is in Tokyo doing hero work, if Nizu is the true leader of that faction? How do I put this? Shigaraki scratches his head. The way I have to give the Nomu commands to act, Nizu has to hold onto Horizon's reins. Apparently he's a bit excessive and obsessive. Having him take orders from someone more gentle is in our best interest. And the time he spends at UA opens up a few days that we can get work done within Tokyo without him suddenly detecting us, somehow. But if my bullets delete his quirk, then Gigantomachia can deal with the other heroes, and game over for them, Overhaul says. Those bullets won't work on him, Shigaraki says, catching Overhaul off guard. It's one of the many experiments we ran with the blood samples my master collected during their fight in the forest. But don't you worry about Horizon, we're working on something to deal with him, you just need to go make my bullets, and keep your head down. So Shigaraki has a way to deal with Horizon, and since my bullets can't work I should just let him handle that. Then I can just delete all their quirk and make my clean world. I'll just need to find another way to administer my cure to Gigantomachia, since my quirk doesn't work on him it's the easiest way to deal with him. Alright boss, Overhaul says, playing his part. I'll leave Horizon to you, and I'll contact you when the first batch of permanent bullets is ready. Shigaraki looks annoyed at that but just nods, and a moment later Kurogiri warps Overhaul away. Spinner and Shigaraki immediately take a relaxing breath, not enjoying having to play tough in these formal meetings at all. Are all of you okay? He asks Dabi, Twice, and Toga. Doing great. Twice cheers. Never better. Toga joins him. Dabi just rolls his eyes at them and walks out of the room. Hey Shiggy, since when do we have something to deal with Horizon? Toga asks. I thought you said to stay far away from him. I mean that's why we're all the way in the countryside instead of back in Tokyo, right? We don't have anything yet, at least nothing that I'm sure has a 100% win rate, but we will. Really? Twice asks. Gigantomachia, Shigaraki says. Now that the final notable villain organization is under our control, Vegiko can operate on him to add the new quirks, with those even Horizon can't stop him. Who knows, maybe he'll even be strong enough to challenge Star and Stripe. One thing at a time master, Kurogiri warns him, because nobody was ready for that fight. Beep beep beep. Shigaraki immediately answers his phone. Compress, what's going on? I'm sorry boss, but I couldn't recover the item from my island. There was a villain attack while I was sneaking in and the place became a war zone. Are you okay? Oh, yeah I'm fine, but this mission is a fail. There'll always be another mission. Head back to the Warp Gate location. Kurogiri will meet you there. End chapter. And the new volume begins. Please leave a review if you haven't yet. Smiley face. Chapter 135, Chapter 134, Stretched Thin. Chapter start. After nearly 70 hours of non-stop hero work, Horizon is walking down the sidewalk of Tokyo, feeling mentally and physically exhausted. The lunchtime crowd was looking at him, as if unsure of if this was. Horizon rarely ever walks around on the street because of the crowds that always swarm him, and as people come to their senses, he seemingly randomly walks into the street. Even after days of constant hero work, his hero costume was perfectly clean, aside from the gloves dash, even if the men below desperately desired a shower and nap. Horizon raises a hand and casually signals for the cars on the street to stop. Clear the street for a minute please, hero stuff, he yells out as he stands in the middle of the road. Everyone looks around, not seeing anything out of the usual. Only a few people begin moving, others are unsure of what he's talking about, and a few idiots still take out their phones to ask him for a picture or record whatever they think is about to happen. Bang bang. 2 gunshots ring out, and Horizon just rolls his eyes, yawning below his visor as people finally begin to clear out. This has been the state of Tokyo and the more populated cities for the past 3 days. Ever since Gigantomachia showed the world what happens to any aid they send to Japan, international companies immediately began to withdraw their physical businesses. Investments instantly dropped all across the country. And overnight, a new wave of unemployment struck Japan. And sadly with unemployment, comes new would-be villains, because while 99% of people would simply struggle for a while and then get a new job, some bad apples decided to take these drastic measures immediately. All around Japan heroes have been working overtime to put out fires and keep everyone safe and maintain a presence, but the villains, and the new wave of starting villains, are truly relentless. This is the direct consequence of a nation appearing weak on the international stage. If your number one hero cannot suppress the villain threats within your borders, other countries cannot trust you to protect their citizens, investments, or visiting heroes. And through it all, Horizon is determined to stay on the streets as long as possible. This is the time everyone is looking to anyone to take the lead and hold the country together. All eyes are on two people to accomplish this task, two men that have been working non-stop since that night. Endeavor, the acting #1 hero. And Horizon, who everyone is betting on as their future #1 hero. So of course he's out in the public eye trying to soak in as much good publicity as possible. As the street mostly clears out, some people run into stores and record him on the street, as expected. Well, at least they're off the street, morons, Horizon thinks as he looks around, then looks down the street toward where he hears more gunshots, closer this time. And he senses the chase moving toward him, as predicted. Police are right behind them, so I shouldn't have to wait more than a few minutes to get out of here. Finally, I can get some food and sleep then get back to work. Actually, fuck these people, I don't think I'll be heading out until later tonight, I need to relax for a bit. I'm just barely keeping my eyes open right now. Bang bang. Two more gunshots ring out as a car rounds the corner. In the front seat is a woman, leaning out the passenger window and shooting back at the cop cars chasing them. In the driver's seat is a man entirely focused on driving. And in the back seat is another man firing back at the police. Horizon sees the panicked look on the driver's face, as he notices Horizon standing in the middle of the street. The man looks terrified as he yells to his accomplices, who both look forward to see Horizon and begin yelling at each other. Even from this far away, out of earshot, he could tell they were not infinitely more scared of his appearance on the scene. The woman screams at the driver and points at Horizon as the man in the back seat just continues firing back at the police, missing every shot. She points at Horizon, clearly arguing with the driver, then the man relents and just speeds up. Did this bitch just tell him to ram me? Horizon wonders. Well, I hope she enjoys hospital time. As the car is only a dozen meters away from him, fully intending to ram into him at full speed, he raises a hand. TAKT. The entire car stopped, as if the air around it became solid in an instant. Crash. The woman flies through the windscreen, past Horizon who doesn't even bother to catch her or soften the fall, leaving her to ragdoll across the street. Grating apart enough skin to disfigure her. Breaking enough bones to put her in the hospital for months, and in a wheelchair for the rest of her life. Unless a certain someone performs a miracle for the shattered nerves in her legs and spine, he wouldn't. The driver has his nose broken as his face slams into the steering wheel, and while he's coming back to his senses the man in the back seat gets out of the car, stumbling to his feet. As everyone is trying to wrap their minds around what just happened, the police come to a stop 24 meters away, opening their doors for cover and drawing their guns, but not firing. Horizon was on the scene after all, adding bullets that could potentially hurt civilians into the mix was unnecessary. Eventually, both men stumble out of opposite sides of the car, one holding his head and the other holding his broken nose. The steering wheel itself was warped from the impact. Durability quirk? Horizon wonders. Then both of them look past Horizon to the woman, slowly bleeding out, completely blacked out. Damn it. The driver yells. That's my wife. Horizon shrugs, get a smarter one next time. And both men immediately rush Horizon. The driver raises his fists which seem to glow with orange energy, while the other man transforms his fingernails into meter-long blades. Horizon holds the hilt of his sword, still sheathed at his side, then throws it out at the men with blades. TAKT, dancing sword. Scalpel, Horizon sword, flies through the air and begins fighting the men with bladed fingers seemingly on its own as Horizon casually walks toward the driver. Let's wrap this up, Horizon taunts. Erfa. Exactly, he responds with a chuckle as the driver swings wildly at him, a strong right, sloppy and untrained. The strike of a desperate man with no other options. Booster shot. Horizon meets the men with his own strike, and as their fists collide he feels the man's fingers shatter. Then his wrist buckles. Then the man's forearm shatters and his shoulder is dislocated. AHHHH, the man screams out, only to receive a left hook, knocking him out completely and leaving him on the street. The sound of steel crossing steel echoes out as Horizon looks down at his fist, seeing some blood on his gloves from this opponent and some wear and tear from the past 70 hours. But he also sees the now familiar blue vapor-like energy radiating from his hand, feeling his mind now at its limit. As if he were standing on the edge of a skyscraper and the hurricane was closing in. Ready to push him off. Problems for later. He decides, looking toward his sword and its opponent. Even controlled by his TAKT, the blade was a thing of beauty fighting on its own. I guess Ciro was right, it's not very economical, so I certainly never would have thought of it, but damn does it look cool, and the media will surely agree. Currently, the final opponent was trying to get past Scalpel, Horizon's sword, to close in on the hero, but he couldn't even manage that. Horizon just shakes his head and looks toward the police while walking toward his sword. I'm done here, you can come and arrest these losers. Hey, I'm not done yet, the man says as Horizon now takes his sword back into his hand, standing across from him. Even while he was trembling in fear, he refused to back down, because his friends were on the line. Yes, you are, Incision. As the 10-finger blades clash with Scalpel, unlike all the other clashes, this time Horizon's sword easily cleaves through the man's quirk, only stopping at his throat because of Horizon's perfect control. Feeling the cold metal alloy against his throat, the man raises his hands in surrender as the police approach him. On its own, Scalpel is just an admittedly unwieldy, heavy, and terribly balanced weapon for most people. But in his hand, with Hand of God amplifying its attacks, it can easily cleave through such simple things as blades. 12 minutes later. Standing behind a police car, Horizon is treating one of the officers who was currently sitting on the trunk. And as he takes the bullet out of the man's shoulder, he casually placed a palm on his arm, and the surrounding officers watch in amazement as they can see the injury healing in real time. Did anyone else get hurt? Is that everyone? Horizon asks as he gives the men a final check. That's it, one of the other men says. Thanks for this, the guys really appreciate it, having someone looking out for us. We're all on the same team, Horizon shrugs. It's the least I can do. Well, we appreciate it all the same. Likewise, now if you don't mind, I need to go get some food. Oh, right, you've been fighting for days, right? I can't even imagine that. One of the other men says, causing Horizon to turn and look at him. How do you know that? The man looks genuinely surprised at this. It's on the news, and some people online have been trying to figure out when you sleep. Sorry, I thought you knew. Wait, it's true. That's crazy. Horizon just shakes his head, hating this celebrity hero nonsense more every day. How can I sleep when villains are hurting people? Anyway, I'm gonna get some FO. Horizon's phone immediately goes off, and an emergency alert gets projected into his visor. And everyone hears him respond with a loud groan. Bank robbery in progress. Guess my food will have to wait a while. End chapter. Chapter 136, Chapter 135, Current Events. Chapter start. Scan. The first thing Law does when he wakes up, before even opening his eyes. He was currently laying in bed at his Minato, Tokyo penthouse, feeling the details of everything flooding into his mind. 8 kilometers in every direction all at once. All the people in their apartments getting ready for work, and some are already at work starting their day. He even senses some petty crimes happening, but they aren't his problem yet. BADUM. NGH, he groans, feeling the sharp pain in his head that shuts off his quirk. Really sick of that. Looking to his left, he sees the sun just about to rise beyond the ocean and just sighs. Another day putting out fires. Thankfully, he only really needs an hour of sleep on a regular day. After 74 hours of non-stop hero work, he was so tired that he needed 4 hours. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I miss having All Might running around doing this crap, Law confesses as he gets up, moving toward another day of hero work. Actually, I think I'll stay in until noon. I'm sick of saving all those losers. 9 a.m. Sitting in his living room, Law is on the couch eating a large bowl of rice and grilled beef. After taking a long morning shower, he's finally enjoying a meal after 74 hours of non-stop work. I love that energy saver quirk, but nothing beats some good food after working your ass off. To Law, the meal tastes like it was the greatest thing he ever ate. Turning on the TV, he puts on the HNN Hero News Network dash, and keeps enjoying his food. Shambles. He warps his phone into his hand while he's eating, receiving a new list of potential patients from Central Hospital. Scrolling through the list of dying people, he immediately removes all the adults, not even bothering to look at their files. That leaves only the children. Someone with a transmutation quirk. That's useful, I'll work on him. Girl with a shape-shifting quirk, never worked on one of those before. Studying her stem cells could be useful. Kinetic energy absorption, now that's a quirk I'd like to study, I'll add her to the list too. After sorting through a few more terminally ill people, Law finds a dozen that have quirks that could be useful for his personal situation. Studying quirks similar to this new version of Hand of God is the best he can do to fill in the knowledge he's missing. As he's finishing up his list and sending it to the administration at Central Hospital, however, a certain news story reaches his ears. A new report has been released regarding the attack on I-Island 2 days ago, the reporter announces, and Law's eyes snap up to look at the screen. Seeing the island torn up as if someone ripped the buildings out of the ground by the very foundations. They show the tower in the middle of the island broken in half. The underground railway system was collapsed and nearly half of it was actually torn out of the floor and currently rests above ground. As if every piece of metal tried to get up and walk away. The confirmed casualties number nearly 1,000, with the projected number roughly 1,500 persons. I-Island, even as the center of technology and innovation in the world, will need at least 6 months to rebuild and recover. Not to mention the $232 billion cost of repairing the infrastructure of the island itself. The island is currently evacuated of anyone that isn't helping in search and rescue. Thankfully, another wave of rescue heroes has arrived on the island just this morning, further supplementing the efforts spent over the past 2 days. I wonder if 13 is there right now, Law mutters as he continues eating. The villains must have been looking for something on the island, but that's an international province, so they either have a big backer or a lot of balls to take a swing at that place. If they stole something big, then America might just send Star and Stripe to deal with it. No villain is that dumb or strong. As if hearing his speculations, the report continues, currently none of the projects on the island have been reported missing, including those at the main expo venue where the attack took place. The villain in question, codenamed Wolfram, is presumed to have a quirk which allows him to control metal. The extent of his power is currently unknown, but judging by the destruction shown behind me, he is a formidable opponent. The woman pauses for a moment, touching the receiver in her ear, then a sad look washes across her face. Unfortunately, I've just received some unfortunate news, she says. While we know the villain tried to take David and Melissa Shield captive during the attack, he failed as the entire tower collapsed and the nearby pro-heroes and security forces got involved. Sadly, the epicenter of the explosion, I've just been informed, is where David and Melissa Shield were. Only some shredded remains of the father and daughter duo were recovered as of moments ago. It seems the world has lost two of its brightest minds during this absolutely tragic and horrific event. The woman is barely keeping a straight face as she speaks. So did Wolfram was them to build him something? Law wonders as he tries to make sense of this. This is the HNN, and we'll keep you posted on any updates evolving in the world, including this island attack. Stay safe everyone, in these turbulent times. David Shield. Law sends his list to the hospital and puts down his phone. He was one of Yagi's best friends. What a fucked up summer for him. Huh, didn't even know he had a kid. Guess she was a tech genius too. Yeah, I'll leave all the tech stuff to people like Nizu, not a fan of it. In more local news, another reporter, this time a man, appears on screen with a bar graph behind him. Since the most recent Hiroshima incident where the League of Villains, and more notably Gigantomachia, plunged the country into an unemployment and financial crisis, breeding a new wave of petty crime and villains. Our pro-heroes have been working non-stop to contain the chaos and bring back some semblance of order and normalcy. The man gestures to the chart behind him. Endeavor. Horizon. Mirko. Hawks. Best Genist. Here we see the incidents resolved by each pro-hero and Horizon over the past 80 hours. Clearly, both the pro-heroes and aspiring heroes have been doing their best to make an impact. But unfortunately, the crime rate is still soaring upward, heading to 19%, a number that hasn't been seen since before All Might. Some individuals have also noticed that Horizon has been most active during this time, seemingly never sleeping. I just hope he's alright, because we need him and the other top pro-heroes now more than ever. Law shuts off the TV as he finishes eating, seeing a message he's been waiting on for a while. Giving his estate manager a call. Mr. Matani, the man greets him, sounding cheerful, because who wouldn't be cheerful with $1 billion client calling them? How may I help you? I just saw your update to my properties, you got all of them. Each and every one won. The market in Japan has become quite friendly to those with cash in their accounts such as yourself. We were easily able to buy out the areas you wanted. Starting next week we'll be shutting down the smaller businesses and downsizing. Law considers it for a moment. No, don't downsize, lower, have the business managers cut production if needed to keep costs low, but don't fire anyone. I don't want the rebranding efforts to be undermined by me firing a few thousand people. But that would cost you money that I can make back. This isn't about that. I want people in this country to need me, got it? Ah, yes sir, so, legacy. Sure, be sure to contact me if you need anything. Understood sir, have a wonderful day. Law hangs up. He can't help but smile after that call. With a wave of unemployment and the economy in shambles, the Matani estate would be buying any and everything it can. Keeping everyone employed within his companies would cost him millions if not 100 million, nothing he can't make many times over for one full-priced surgery. Who says you can't buy loyalty and goodwill? Law chuckles as he swaps over to his Horizon number on the same phone. Requesting an update on a building he's been eyeing in Minato, Tokyo. The All Might Hero Agency, which he'd be buying and turning into a museum. Turning it into his own agency would be a slap in the face of the Japanese people, so that's the worst possible move. Again, buying goodwill. Become the most essential cog and the machine will obey. Beep beep beep. Law sighs, an annoyed look on his face as he raises his phone to his ear. Shambles. His visor is warped onto his head, and the call immediately connects to it. QQ. Horizon asks. It's Ryukyu, the grumpy dragon lady says. I just got done with a raid here in my city, can I send you a sample of something to identify? The HPSC has a crime lab for that, remember? They take time and we have missing people to find, Ryukyu says. Sigh, fine, you can send someone with it. I'll have Nijire-chan deliver it. Time frame. I already have Nijire-chan heading to Tokyo with the sample. I sent her earlier this morning. Horizon sighs, I guess you decided for me, I'll meet her at Endeavor's agency. Knew I could count on you, Miracle Boy. Ugh, Horizon groans and hangs up at that nickname. Only a few of the top 10 pro heroes has Horizon's number, and honestly, Ryukyu was among the more professional of them. He's already had to completely block Mirko on both the Hero network and her personal number. Being bombarded by her demanding a rematch got annoying within minutes. End chapter. Chapter 137, Chapter 136, Popularity Contest. Chapter start. Within the Endeavor Hero Agency, there are nearly 30 sidekicks. Acting under Endeavor, they operate under his name as support, either within the agency for investigations or on the field as combat or rescue support. Horizon is currently acting as a sidekick in accordance with the contract he signed when receiving his provisional hero license. It's not illegal to sign a provisional hero to an official agency. It's quite rare for such a case to happen. Before Horizon joined the hero agency, Burnin was the most famous sidekick in Japan. But because of her disposition, not wanting the stress of running an entire agency, she's gotten rather comfortable being in Endeavor's shadow. But Burnin wasn't the only person Horizon usurped in popularity. Many rookie pro heroes were forced into his shadow. While MT Lady or Kamui Woods may occupy the full stage on their own, they're quickly ignored when Horizon steps onto the same stage. Other students also felt this effect, even if the most affected trio couldn't care any less. The Big Three, Japan's top 3 hero course students that gain immense popularity during their training time. Currently the most popular of them was Nijire-chan, Nijire Heido, a third-year hero course student from UA's Class 3B. Already signed with Ryukyu's hero agency. Second would be Tsunatere, Tamaki Yamajiki, another third-year hero course student from UA's Class 3B. Signed by the Fatgum hero agency since his first year. Currently, UA's second most outright powerful student, if not for the limitations that come with heroics. And finally, Lemillion, Mirio Togata, a third-year hero course student from UA's Class 3A. Signed with the Naite hero agency in his first year. The protege of Sir Naite, All Might's former sidekick and the leading hero agency in terms of investigations. Principal Nizu and Sir Naite's first and only choice to receive one for all from All Might. Modern pro heroes truly have their career made or broken based on popularity. With All Might existing, there wasn't enough crime for the 115k heroes to share. And since they mostly get paid by how many incidents are resolved. Merchandise and popularity are what made the heroes that couldn't respond fast enough or simply couldn't compete against the top pro heroes money so they could live. Bonuses are handed out based on public perception as well. For example, the pro hero that boosts the public's confidence in pros the most would receive a bonus. Of course, All Might has received the largest bonus for the past 35 years, but now that would likely fall to Best Genist until Horizon goes pro. Simply put, being strong isn't enough. If you aren't marketable, you won't get anywhere. Super moves certainly help with this, and the more flashy the better. Being able to actually get to the villains quickly is also important. These are two things Endeavor is better at than any other acting pro. Charisma is another important factor, arguably the only thing that stopped Endeavor from ever taking the rank #1 spot from All Might. Even having the world record for incidents resolved and a superhuman work ethic wasn't enough to match All Might's inspirational charisma. The benefits of excelling in these categories are immeasurable, and are currently what Horizon is enjoying. After the news reported that Horizon signed a 3-year contract with the Endeavor Hero Agency, many donations and contributions poured in, more than usual. And some of it went toward building the office he was currently sitting in. Behind his fancy desk, looking at the news on his computer. There was one couch off to the side and 2 seats on the other side of his desk. As well as a door on either side of the room, not including the door leading out to the open floor where most sidekicks have their desk set up. The switchboard desk where all incoming requests are filtered is also on this floor, while Endeavor's office is a few floors above on the top floor. Behind Horizon was a large glass wall with Saitama Tokyo behind him, the moon hidden away by the clouds. Kamui Woods, Horizon mutters as he checks the charts. Seeing this, rookie hero, spike in popularity and working overtime to resolve incidents in these past few days. He was also at the League of Villains raid and captured a dozen Grey Nomu. He can't hope to keep up with me, Endeavor, Hawks, or even Best Genist, but at this rate, he could be in the top 10. Being a part of that raid certainly helps. As Horizon is checking up on what other heroes are up to, he receives a call. Connecting it to his visor, he hears Chitosa's voice, unknowingly talking to the publicity agent for the Meta Liberation Army. "How's my favorite young hero doing?" Chitose asks. "Busy, waiting for a meeting." "What's got you calling me?" "Well, with the entire country in chaos and no heroes having the time or willing to make statements, I was curious if you'd be willing to do a short interview. Maybe help ease public sentiment. You're not one to be fearful of saying the wrong thing and having people rioting against you after all. So, how about it? Have you seen that creepy blog that tracks how many hours a day I'm out working?" "Hey, my blog isn't creepy." "Wait, that was you." "It was done to show people how much the pro heroes care about them. It makes all but the top pro heroes look like lazy, uncaring fucks. Certainly doesn't help that a lot of heroes immediately migrated away from Japan after All Might retired. Or they got poached," Chitose says. But I only report the facts. It's not my fault or intention if it makes most pro-heroes look back. True, but that was her agenda. Yeah, but then I've been working the most hours. If the people see me sitting in some studio on TV, it could cause even more unrest. You'll at least have to wait until after this crisis to get an interview. How about some questions on the record, just over the phone? You've got a few minutes, go. All Might, did you know about his thinner form before that night? She immediately brings out the big questions. But luckily Nizu, Yagi, and Horizon had sorted out exactly what he was allowed to discuss with the media about this. I've been his doctor for a year before joining UA, his health has been in rapid decline for reasons I'm not allowed to discuss before that. All Might literally gave his entire being to protect others and never wanted anyone to know the pain behind his smile. Even as I urged him to retire earlier, he simply couldn't live knowing there were people that needed saving and he had the power to save them, yet didn't do anything. Heroic to his own detriment. I see, and about you buying your way into UA because you're All Might's doctor. No, I showed my capabilities as a potential pro-hero before Principal Nizu knew I was a doctor, or mystery class. Right, and is All for One related to you? No, he just happens to dress well, as do I. The visor and his mask are a coincidence. Yet both your visor and his are listed as lifestyle support items. The similarities have people concerned. We aren't related, Horizon growls out. Right, understood, now. As their interview continues, Vernon stumbles into his office with some cuts across her face and her hero costume caked with rubble. The fire on her head was entirely gone, leaving her bald dash, needing her to eat and rest before it comes back. She's about to speak, but is silenced as Horizon taps the side of his visor, indicating he's on the phone. So instead she just walks over to the fridge in his office to get some snacks and a drink, and lays down flat on his couch. Final questions now, Chito says after a few minutes of talking. Do you think the state of Japan proves what you were saying as correct? That your warning of us depending too much on a single pillar has unfortunately been proven true. Entirely so. I tried to tell people about it, but unfortunately I didn't expect something like Kamino to happen so soon. I thought we would have had more time to spread the pressure of maintaining the status quo across all heroes, but life rarely goes as we want. So you were thinking years ahead of all of us. I always am. Right, and you healed both Bwaka and Hodori after the Gigantomachia even. How was that? They're perfectly fine, no hard feelings at all. They understand villains attack us at our lowest. And about people and corporations as well as other nations withdrawing from Japan because of that event. Would you go somewhere that the government can't keep you safe? Well, no. Then why should they? Horizon asks. We can't blame them because we failed, we just have to do better, and we will. And do you have any idea of a timeline for some semblance of peace to be restored? He actually thinks about it for a moment. This first wave will only last another few days at worst, then things should get a lot quieter for a while. After that, it's just the League and Machia to bring down. Chito giggles, you make it sound so easy. All I need is time, and I'll clean up this country. Right, and finally, are there any pro-heroes you've been impressed by during these hard times? No, they've just been doing their job, nothing particularly commendable about it, even for myself or Endeavor. So harsh, alright, I think I have enough, I'll send you a message when the interview is published, alright? Sure thing, Horizon hangs up. Then he looks over to the couch to see Vernon half asleep after finishing her snack. Is your call done? Vernon asks, her usual hyper mood replaced by exhaustion. Yeah, you're the only other sidekick with an office, right, you can go sleep there. But you've got all the good snacks. You would too, but you're just cheap. No, you're rich, there's a difference. Besides, it's not like you mind. How are you so sure? If you didn't want me here, I'd be laying in a street somewhere with one shambles. Horizon just sighs, then gets up from his seat and walks over to her. What the hell happened to you? He asks while reaching down and placing a hand on her shoulder. Booster shot. The cuts and bruises across her face begin healing at a visible pace. Penguin villain. Penguin villain. Really? She opens her eyes to give him an annoyed look. He could shoot ice from his beak, okay, and he had a lot of friends. Excuses, Horizon mutters as he gets back to his seat. A moment later he senses someone step into the lobby on the ground floor, takes out a card and throws it forward. Shambles. Nijire-chan appears in his office, in full hero costume. A light green body glove with a turquoise swirl across it. Her blue hair in large curls reaching past her knees with her bangs swirled into two horns. And as Horizon warps his card back into his hand, the girl finally snaps to her senses, realizing what just happened. That's so weird. How does that work? Can you see through walls and stuff? Does that make you tired? Is the mask your face? And a dozen more questions are shot at him before he can raise a hand to silence her. Can you please just give me whatever you're here to deliver? Oh, right, I'm Nijire Hado by the way, Ryukyu sent me to give you this, it's super important so I had to secure it. She reaches into her utility belt and takes out a small green vial. Horizon takes the vial from her and holds it closer to his visor, noticing it just looks like green water. Oh, are you gonna drink it? No, where'd she find this? Oh, it was on a smuggler she caught, but he took some desperate measures to avoid being captured alive, you know, she says in a sad tone. Makes sense, Horizon says, holding it carefully in his hands. This kind of thing is gonna be worth a lot of money. The cost of talking would have been a lot more than his life, probably his entire bloodline, assuming he even knew. You know what it is? Nijire asks. Already scanned it, Horizon tosses it over to her, and the girl nearly has a heart attack as she catches it. You should be more careful. It doesn't work unless it's injected into your bloodstream. If you drink it then you'll just get a stomach ache and need to go to a hospital. What is it? A new strand of trigger, mixed with something a lot more organic, human in fact. A quirk. Yeah, the user is likely mid-20s. You can tell. Hormones and other markers make it easy to tell, but this variation is still unstable. If you took it then you'd probably be forced to use your quirk until it killed you or drained you. Nijire holds the vial a lot more carefully after hearing that. It was probably headed to a chemist or something. Have Ryukyu check where she found this guy or where he was going to and find some leads. Nijire immediately takes out her phone to update Ryukyu. What would have taken at least a week to solve for a crime lab, and they wouldn't have been able to find as much info, took Horizon all of 3 minutes. Meanwhile, Horizon gets an alert directly into his visor. Alright, thanks, I'll get out of here now. It's a long trip back to the agency, Nijire says. Not yet, Horizon says as he gets up, walking around to her. Standing in front of the rather short girl. You're coming with Endeavor and me to deal with something first, just outside of Tokyo. Huh. Normally we'd have her but, he gestures to Burnin who was asleep on the couch, without her massive fiery hair. She's tired and her quirk is spent. You're subbing in since most of this agency can't match your firepower. Nijire giggles at the horrible and unintentional pun. Alright, so what's the situation? We're hunting the League of Villains. End chapter. Chapter 138, Chapter 137, Recruitment Camp Raid. Chapter start. 7 p.m., LOV Recruitment Village number 17. Can you turn it down a bit? I'm trying to make a call here, Mr. Compress asks. Currently he, Dabi, Toga, and Spinner were all sitting in the living room of a penthouse, in a small development just outside of Tokyo. Spinner looks away from his video game on the TV, then just complies and turns down the volume. Around and within this building, there were would-be villains arriving over the past week, waiting to be verified before Kurogiri would warp them to a more secure location. Another large recruitment drive by the League of Villains. And while the new recruits were waiting to be sorted out by their system, the commanders were relaxing. Spinner, the right hand of Shigaraki, was playing his games on the TV, his greatsword, a cobbled mess of smaller blades, was resting beside him. Dabi was sitting on the couch scrolling through his phone, waiting for his special assignment from Shigaraki. Toga was on the other side of the couch, painting her nails bright pink to match her scarf mask. Decked out with a dozen knives, her blood extraction equipment was still equipped. And off to the side, Mr. Compress was on the phone. His mask was currently off to reveal the black layer below, only showing his eyes and mouth. Shigaraki, you wanted to speak to me? Mr. Compress asks as the call finally connects. It's about the island job I sent you on. We've hit a snag. What kind of a snag? I didn't even get to the vault before that mercenary group struck, but the schematics say it should have survived the tower collapsing. It did, but the device all for one caught wind of was missing when the scientists took inventory. Apparently it's some kind of weird helmet. Parts of it were found, but the leader of the mercenaries, Wolfram, he got most of it intact. A helmet of all things. When I read the data, Vujiko made it sound like I was sent after a superweapon. It is, Shigaraki says. A mechanical quirk amplification device, and since we only got info on the broken pieces that were found, Vujiko thinks he might be able to reverse engineer some of it. Mr. Compress falls deep into thought. That kind of device, with the destructive nature of your quirk, or certain others, he looks over to Dabi. That could give us a major advantage in the coming battles. We won't know until you steal the recovered parts and deliver them to the doctor. Why not steal the schematics? Mr. Compress asks. Those died with David's shield, and the men cared so much about humanity that he never took notes on these kinds of projects. I see, alright, when Kurogiri is done with assisting twice, Dabi, and Magna, he and I can steal the parts. No Kurogiri, not this time. We don't know if the mouse developed any technology to sense warp gate. The mouse? Mr. Compress asks. Wait, Nizu, realization finally dawns on him. Unfortunately they're sending the parts to UA, and you're sending me in since Horizon has never scanned me to know my face or body below the costume. In this hemisphere, Tartarus and UA are the most secure places to send that, and apparently David Shield only trusts All Might with this unfinished project, Shigaraki says. So they went to him in the will. Breaking into UA, what a spectacular way to upstage anyone trying to take my spotlight, Mr. Compress chuckles. I'll need some time to prepare, and a distraction in Tokyo to keep Mr. Invincible away for a while. Makia's surgeries won't be done for a while longer, but I think some of the more specialized Nomu can cause enough noise. Good, and if we're lucky this will make Nizu so nervous that he'll have to keep him in UA for a few more days in the week. I for one quite miss living within Tokyo. You can live wherever you want, when we break this country into nothing and rule over the perfect one, rebuilt by our own hands. Yes sir. Good, Kurogiri, Dabi, Twice, and Magna should be back in a few. Grrrrrrrr. The entire building shakes, causing Compress to stumble and hold onto the wall. Dabi, who was just about to fall asleep, snaps awake, looking around to see his glass of liquor shaking, catching it just before it falls off the table. Earthquake. Spinner yells out and dives atop Toga, intending to protect her from any falling debris. Ugh, you're squishing me, she cries out. The sound of concrete breaking thunders out as shelves and dishes fall over, sliding as the entire building tilts. But a few seconds later, the shaking stops. Is everyone all right? Spinner asks. Get off of me. Toga shoves him to the side, finally able to breathe without him crushing her. You should go on a diet, too heavy, she whines. Hey. I'm in decent shape. Looking at the floor, Compress sees his phone, dropped and shattered in all of the confusion. Darn it, I'll have to pick up a new one from Jaku. I need to go make sure all the recruits are all right, and that the Nomu maturation tanks didn't crack, Spinner says as he gets up, looking around to make sure his friends were all right. But as he's about to leave, Dabi stops him. Hold on a second, he takes a sip of his drink and then puts it on the coffee table. Looking at the liquid inside that was almost tilted 20 degrees, then at his allies, mostly leaning against something because they couldn't stand up straight. What's the big deal? Spinner asks, still worried about their potential allies. Something just doesn't feel right. Dabi raises a hand to keep everyone quiet. No earthquake sirens, and the mountains are gone. He looks out to the balcony to see the mountains that should be a few miles away gone. Boom. The entire building shakes as a deafening explosion rings out. Not an earthquake. Dabi screams as he rushes out to the balcony, followed by his allies. They all stop at the edge, looking down to see the very foundation of the building they were in. Torn out of the earth and floating a few stories above the road, tilted away from the mountains. Spinner immediately uses his communicator to relay orders. Heroes are attacking, villains and Nomu, kill all heroes. Madness immediately breaks out as villains pour out of the nearby building, now getting the all-clear to act on the madness they'd witnessed. And like clockwork, the roads erupt and heroes begin pouring out of the sewer system. The streets of the small town become a war zone in a matter of seconds. The commanders look out to see a flying Nomu, possessing a raven quirk, fly out of their building and into the mix, only for a swirling energy blast to slam into it. Output 25%, Nijire Flood. Nijire-chan blasts helical-shaped yellow energy from her feet to keep her airborne and massive blasts of the same energy from her palms to crush the Nomu into their building, forcing the commanders to hold on. As she's battling that Nomu, another jumps out of the building, using some kind of a super-strength quirk to launch its bulky frame at her. Flashfire Fist. A pillar of orange flames incinerates the Nomu in midair before it gets to her, causing it to fall to the battlefield below. Endeavor. Spinner yells out, clearly worried but trying and failing to keep a strong facade in the face of the #1 hero. We need backup, Mr. Compress says. Look at how cute the blue girl is. Toga screams out, pointing at Nijire, I want to drink her. I want to be her. Endeavor gives her a strange look as he flies up to their height, the top floor of the floating building. Nomu, villains, and heroes are fighting around and below him on the street. Then his eyes fall onto the other commanders, disgust and scorn in them. The look he gave infuriated Dabi for just a moment, until he returned to being apathetic to his father's disapproval. Well, it's about time, Pops. Dabi thinks as both his palms ignite in blue flames. Raising both his hands, Dabi prepares to release a massive blast of blue flames at his father, the heat already making the balcony uncomfortable for his allies, his body releasing black smoke as he burns himself up in the process. But he was used to this pain. Enji Todoroki. Dabi screams out, and in the same instant Endeavor looks at him with disinterest, and before he could fire, his father disregards him and flies away. And this pain, he thought he was used to. But it hurt just like all those years ago. What? Why are you ignoring me? Dabi screams, hands on the railing, turning it red, nearly making molten steel of it. This gives us a chance, Spinner says, seeing Endeavor ignoring them. He touches his ear to activate the communicator. Shigaraki, we need reinforcements, heroes are attacking. A moment later and a purple warp gate begins forming in the air in front of Spinner, intending to spread out and deploy a dozen more medium and Nomu. Sufficient reinforcements to kill most of these heroes, and with the commanders here, maybe they'd be able to hurt Endeavor. Shambles. The warp gate suddenly collapses in on itself, folding neatly into a slash at the center of it. Ah, shit, Spinner mutters, realizing the same as his fellow commanders. Only one person can close a warp gate like that, and now they suddenly knew who was holding up the building they currently stood in. I guess that means I did detect all your forces stationed here, right? Horizon's mechanical and relaxed voice rings out from behind them, in the penthouse. Slowly turning around, they see him sitting on the couch where Dobby was moments ago, sword already out, leaning back, and relaxing with his feet up on the coffee table. So, this is the Vanguard Action Squad, huh? Honestly, not impressed. End chapter. Chapter 139, Chapter 138, Arsenal 2. Chapter start. So. Horizon casually addresses the villain standing on the balcony. This is the part where you surrender and tell me where Shigaraki is, right? Go to hell. Dobby yells out, rushing in front of his allies with both hands producing blue flames. Flashfire fist, jet burn. Two streams of searing flames are thrown forward, fusing and merging into one pillar, slamming into the couch that Horizon was on. Arf. They hear a short, pained, anguish-filled cry. Toga draws her knives, Spinner holds his sword forward, and Dobby drops his hands to his side, small flames in his palm as they wait for the fire to clear. And as it does, a twitching body is left on the floor, coat blackened, face down on the floor, and realization slowly dawned on them. Damn, that looks painful, Horizon mutters, and all their eyes flicker from Mr. Compress who was laying on the floor, to Horizon who was standing behind them where he was moments ago. You jerk. Toga doesn't hesitate to throw two knives directly at his visor. TAKT. They both stop just inches away from his face. Rude. Go away. Spinner charges forward while Dobby recovers from his last attack, slashing down with his greatsword. Shambles. Horizon swaps places with Mr. Compress. Shit. Spinner barely angles his sword away from the body on the floor, smashing the railing of the balcony instead. You should be more careful, Horizon says. And by the time they turn back toward the living room, he's already warped Mr. Compress back under his boot, standing with a foot resting on the man's back. Don't hurt my friends. Toga yells out, giving in to her anger for just a moment. She draws two more knives and charges ahead, taking a low predatory posture. Before Spinner can lift his heavy sword and charge beside her, she's already at Horizon, where the now incinerated couch rests on the floor against the wall. TCH, you're more cute than smart. Horizon easily parries both her strikes with his sword, even in such a close range his skills were far greater than she could ever hope to match. With his free hand he punches her in the side. Crack. The sound of her ribs breaking echoes out. Tact. Spinner is rushing forward when suddenly his blade feels twice as heavy, pulled to the floor causing his advance to be halted. As Toga winces in pain, Horizon lands a strong left to her jaw, sending some of her teeth clattering against the wall as she's instantly knocked out. But before her body hits to the searing floor, he catches her by the hair, lifting her and holding her above the floor as a shield between him and her allies. A smaller blast of blue flames hit her, and while Dobby doesn't react, Spinner damn near cries as her entire back is now sporting first-degree burns. Yeah, definitely more cute than smart, and honestly, not that cute. Horizon slams her against the wall and casually impales her with his katana, pinning her unconscious body to the wall through her collarbone. With one foot still resting on Mr. Compress, he looks over at Dobby and Spinner. Dobby had no flames active, seeming to be extra conservative with his firepower for a reason Horizon couldn't discern. And Spinner was desperately trying to draw his blade, which was doing its best Mjolnir impersonation at the moment. That sword won't work for you, I won't allow you to wield it, Horizon says jokingly. Spinner's eyes dart between Toga, bleeding out, pinned to the wall by his katana, scalpel dash, to Mr. Compress, a nearly charred body resting below his boot, then to Horizon, casually standing there, completely untouched. Let me draw it and I'll show you what happens to people that attack my friends. Spinner demands. Why bother? If you were worth of crossing blades with me I'd consider it, but honestly, you're the biggest disappointment here, and that includes this useless bitch. He gestures at Toga. Toga is our friend. She isn't useless. Spinner yells, even as he's still struggling to even move the greatsword. As what, Team Fleshlight? Spinner grits his teeth, losing all sense of reason as anger overtakes him, hearing his dear friend spoken of in such a degrading and disgusting manner. Abandoning his blade he rushed forward with clenched fists. You take that back. He aims a sloppy and pathetic punch at Horizon's visor, all emotional, no form, no true intent. Shambles. Horizon warps away, and Spinner turns around as he hears stone grinding. Then he sees it. Horizon had swapped with some debris where Spinner's weapon was. And in one swift motion raised it, slashing off Dobby's arms from just below the elbows. Good thing I'm not the real one, Dobby says as he melts into a brown sludge. The clone was completely destroyed in one hit. That was a double, kinda gross, Horizon mutters, only to look at Spinner who was mortified by what he just saw. You were going to cut off his arms. Oh that, just his hands, that's where he usually makes flames after all. But you're supposed to be a hero. Spinner yells, disbelief racking his mind. Stain said you're the one true hero, what's wrong with you? Hearing that, Horizon takes a second look at the Stain fanboy in front of him, in full Stain cosplay and all. Right, maybe don't take life advice from a child-murdering psycho, or do, because then you'll come across me. And at that point, it's just natural selection with extra steps. Horizon chuckles as he points Spinner's own weapon at him. You're a monster. This isn't how heroes are supposed to fight, you're supposed to use as little force as possible, not this. He glances fearfully at Toga who was still hanging from the wall. I'm effective, now, where is Tamura Shigaraki? TCH, I don't care what you do to me, I'll never betray my friends. Looking at Spinner, that determination in his eyes, Horizon could only form one conclusion. I believe you, he says, catching Spinner off guard. WHA. Spinner cries out as he feels his shin bones snap. In one instant Horizon had warped behind him, leaving behind the villain's weapon, and kicked him in the shin. He drops to one knee, feeling a large hand palming the back of his head. Crack. Horizon slams his face into the searing hot floor, pressing him down like meat on a grill. His green reptilian skin begins deforming into a sickly brown almost immediately as he screams out in pain. Horizon lifts his head up and slams it down one more time, shattering Spinner's nose and some of his teeth, leaving one of his eyes swollen shut. And a few moments later it's burnt shut from how hot Dobby made the floor. You hero types are always so easy to break, Horizon says. Not directly, but that selfless desire to protect other people instead of yourself, it's always what gets you killed, or in this case, gets me what I want. Holding Spinner by the head he throws him to the side so he's sitting on the floor with his back against the couch. Gecko, allows the user to stick to walls, you're a disappointment on every level, but I'm sure you've been told that your entire life, right? Horizon asks. Spinner's barely away, looking at this monster through his one good eye. You're a monster. And you're a loser. See, I read your file. Before the league you were literally nobody. Barely any public record, dropped out of high school because you were bullied. Definitely too much of a pussy to stand up for yourself since you never even got into a fight. Tried to do courses to make up for it but flunked out of those. Couldn't make friends, and never had a girlfriend. Became a shut-in that felt like it was the entire world's duty to cater to you. But then you apparently saw another loser named Stain on TV, and decided you should go punish all the people who didn't save you from, well, being a pussy. And actually made friends with, what is this? He gestures to Toga, some cannibal bitch. He raises his foot and then steps down harder on Mr. Compress's back. Some failed street magician. And a bunch of other losers, worthless. Don't talk about my friends like that. Or what? Those words, all words, mean nothing if you can't enforce them, and you're weaker than most of my classmates. But my words carry true authority, watch. What are you doing? I'm about to reform her, Horizon says as he gestures to Toga. From villain to cripple. What? As Horizon takes one step toward Toga, Mr. Compress musters all his strength to protect his friends, reaching out as Horizon walks away to grab the man's leg, hoping to compress him into a marble. Desperate to do anything to help. Shambles. NNNNNGGGGGHHHHHH. Compress groans in pain as Horizon's sword pierces down into his forearm, splitting the bone, then into the floor. Sorry, the power of friendship doesn't work in this story. He turns around and kicks Mr. Compress in the face, breaking his mask and knocking him out. But as the man is sent across the room the sword splits his forearm in two, right down the middle. So, where were we? Horizon asks as Toga's body is warped between him and Spinner. Get away from H. TAKT, dancing sword. Horizon's sword seemingly flies out of the floor and impales Spinner to the couch, through his leg, all on its own. Too bad you didn't get any lizard healing, huh? Horizon jokes as the man screams in pain. Anyway, tell me where Shigaraki is, and I won't cripple it. He steps on Toga's head, pressing her face into the hot floor. What? No, you can't. The man chuckles, I'm Horizon, I can do whatever I want. And the public won't care about this bitch after all the crap you guys caused. I could pull you limb from limb and get away with it, he shrugs. But I'd rather keep the perfect image I currently have. After all, I am the next symbol of peace. Please. Spinner mutters, pitifully. Horizon crouches down, seeing Toga's exposed and burnt back, trailing a finger along the torched skin to the base of her spine. Life in a wheelchair maybe. Wait, no. Horizon runs his finger up her spine, all the way to her neck, or maybe I just shut off everything below the neck, not like her main use will be affected. He sees a flicker of rage in Spinner's eyes at that, but the man just grits his teeth, intending to call the hero on his bluff. Our file says you're Shigaraki's right-hand man. If anyone knows, it's you. That's why you're the only one left in a state to talk. So, one last chance. Horizon places his hand flat on the back of her neck. No. I won't betray my friends. Well, our time is up anyway. Endeavor is cornering the last few Nomu. Horizon shrugs. But while you're in prison, just remember, she'll spend the rest of her life as a cripple, all because of you. MES. Horizon raises his hand, and with his comes a perfectly clean spinal section, leaving a gaping hole in her neck. The bone was coated in strange spatial gel, the same which the hole was seemingly filled with. Spinner squeezes his eyes shut, not wanting to see what happens next. Until he feels Horizon's hand holding his chin, pulling his cheeks and forcing his eyes open. I respect your commitment to the role, to the duty of the right-hand man, but I need you to see exactly what you made me do to your friend. Horizon raises the bone in Spinner's view, and slowly, he squeezes. Crack. Please. Spinner struggles to say as Horizon is holding his face. Dear God. Oh no, I'm the only God you need right now. I'm the only one who can save you. Crack. The entire bone is cracked down the middle, a hairline fracture that would have been able to heal if it weren't such a vital and nerve-filled bone. Spinner can't look away from it, even as tears are flowing down his face. Sigh, can't believe you made me do that to your dear friend. Oh well, Horizon shrugs as he steps back, placing the bone back in her neck as if it weren't removed at all. I'll tell people, Spinner mutters, panicked. Right, because people would believe you, over me, the person trying to keep the peace in this country. A lowly pathetic villains, versus their future symbol of peace, good luck with that. Yoarg. Horizon reaches forward and yanks his sword out of Spinner's leg. Well, you're useless now, and Endeavor is coming to check on me. We're done here. Before Spinner can even make sense of what happened, Horizon palmed his head into the wall, cracking the concrete and his skull. End chapter. What do you think of the story thus far? Chapter 140, Chapter 139, Lead by Example. Chapter start. Standing atop a 3-story building, Horizon was overseeing the villains being arrested, led into armored trucks for transport to the various prisons. Mostly D-list losers not even worth his time. But the sheer numbers, it begged the question of how many camps just like these were out there. A focal point for all the recruits to be cleared before being assigned a role within the League of Villains. Focus Law, get your shit together. He berates himself, shaking his head, trying to push the pain away. After the battle, he helped with finding the few villains that hid from Endeavor's team. Then he finally got to drop the building he'd been holding afloat. The show of power was astonishing to everyone, and that includes the pictures and video he uploaded from the beginning of this raid. But the cost, he'd need to rest for a few hours for this headache to go away. If anyone that actually needs me to put my back into a fight was here, that could have gone bad for me. Splitting my focus like that, painful, and much more limiting than ever before. Luckily these people are all trash. But this is part of being a hero, putting on a facade of strength and bravery, smile even when you're scared, so the people you're saving won't be afraid when you arrive, or whatever All Might would say in hero class. Looking directly below, he sees Mr. Compress, his slightly cooked self being loaded into the back of an extra secure armored truck, laid vertically in a metal bed with all his limbs restrained. Already in the truck are Spinner and Toga, in the same type of contraption. Form. Horizon doesn't even look away from the villains as a wave of mild heat accompanies the sound of flames landing beside him on the roof. Are we done here? Horizon asks. Just about. Burnin is clearing out some rubble for the Safety Commission to send in their people. Endeavor looks around at the battlefield. A few collapsed buildings and some torn up streets. Hero insurance should cover it, since most of this is owned by villains anyway, the banks can just seize it, Horizon says. MHM, Endeavor grunts, then walks forward to stand beside Horizon, looking out at the villains being loaded up with his hands crossed over his chest. While Horizon was idly scrolling through his phone. After around a minute of deafening silence, Horizon speaks up, just say what you have to say already. What happened when you went inside the penthouse? I captured the villains. MHM, I know the plan, I deal with the masses and you deal with the commanders. But you're powerful enough that you could have easily subdued them. I did. By causing permanent damage to some of them, all of them. The girl will be a vegetable for the rest of her life, Spinner will have permanent nerve damage in his legs. And Compress had his left arm split in two, right down the middle, Endeavor's flame rise for a moment before settling. You know how those kinds of fights can get, corner dogs are dangerous, or something like that. Villains are exactly the same. Endeavor glances at him through the corner of his eye before returning his gaze to the villains. It's called minimum required force, that's what pro heroes are supposed to use. Be as gentle as possible. What if that's what I did? TCH, your Horizon, you can do much better than that. You could have solved this fight without anyone getting hurt like that. It would have been easy for you. You think so? I know so, Endeavor says as he turns to face Horizon. But even as someone who always thinks logically in the most intense situations, you lack compassion. Or from what I've seen tonight, you relish the chance to partake in violence. That's not what heroes do. Tell that to Mirko. TCH, that's beside the point. Nobody ever expects her to become the #1 hero. But you're Horizon, it's expected of you to become the next symbol of peace. Be better. I still got the job done, Horizon says. Maybe people feel so comfortable being villains because heroes aren't hard enough on them. Maybe if All Might didn't pull his punches the crime rate would have hit 0. That's tyranny, and it's not what we fight for. Our duty is primarily protecting people, not handing out our own form of justice. This isn't a world of might makes right anymore, society has rules. Unless you're mighty enough to ignore that, Horizon says. Because this is a world of might makes right, the government has the most people, the most guns, the most hired muscle, he gestures to himself and Endeavor. That means they're always right. Endeavor just sighs, taking a deep breath and looking back to the villains. You're still young, and already the most powerful person in Japan. In a world of might makes right, you'd always be right. That's how many people become villains, and while I know you're on the path to being a hero, part of that is holding yourself to a higher standard than anyone else. But you and I, we need to be even more strict as the #1 heroes, now and in the future. You need to be an example. Because people will follow our lead, and if we say that heroes should exercise such violence on villains, eventually people will take that too far. Lead by example, because not everyone is Horizon. Not everyone can be trusted with that kind of power over others. If most people had a fraction of your power, they'd use it for personal gain. The fact that you're still trying to do the selfless thing and be a hero shows your true character. But even the average pro-hero would succumb quite easily. That's the person we must set an example for, understand? Horizon just sighs, yeah I get it, but that also means I have the power to set a new standard for them, right? Right, Endeavor wasn't sure if he should be concerned or not with the way Horizon said that. Anyway, I know the likely wasn't a common occurrence, just seeing the people who killed your friends at the summer camp must have gotten to you. Take the rest of today off to clear your head. Right, thanks, Horizon says. But in truth, everything was intentional. To try to wring as much information as possible out of Spinner, he had to operate like he would have when working with his mother. Terrify them and show how willing you are to hurt the people they love, but even then he didn't get any information he could use to track Shigaraki, or at least Kurogiri. Fush. The sound of Ryukyu's massive wings flapping interrupt them as her large dragon form sets down on the roof. Then before their eyes she reverts into her slender human form, wearing her usual red chipao, fixing her hair as she walks up to them. Standing nearly a foot 30 cm shorter than them in this form, she looks up at both of them, before walking between them to look down at the last few trucks being loaded up. So, how did my Nijire-chan work with you, boy? Ryukyu asks. Too chatty, Horizon says. Endeavor agrees. And Ryukyu just rolls her eyes. Well, what's important is the raid went well. Sorry I couldn't be here for the action. Would have been cool to see you fighting as a dragon, in person for a change, Horizon admits. I think this fight caused enough collateral damage. This is partly why my agency is at the coast. Gives me more room to spread my wings out there. Why are you here? Endeavor asks her. Did you really fly all the way here just to check up on your sidekick? Oh no, that'd be a waste. The Safety Commission asked me to escort these villains to Tartarus, Ryukyu says. We can't afford to have either of you away from Tokyo and all the way to the other side of Japan at the moment. The crime rate isn't expected to start dropping for at least 2 more days after all. And without a full pro-hero license I actually can't be on that mission, Horizon says. Neither can Nijire, so Endeavor, can she spend tonight at your agency? I assume that skyscraper of yours has an extra room or 2. Both Endeavor and Horizon groan. It's fine, Endeavor says. But who is your support for this escort mission? Hawks, Horizon answers for her. How'd you know that? I can sense him, a few miles east of here. Huh, how does that work? Ryukyu asks. Like, do you just sense living things? No, I sense everything. Everything. She gives him an uneasy look. If I want to, yes, I can do that. Well, luckily for all the ladies you're a hero. A pervert with that quirk would have been a nightmare. I have better things to do than skirt chasing. You don't have to worry about me becoming another Hodori. Thank the heavens, Ryukyu gives a relieved look. The world doesn't need another one of those. After a few more minutes of chatting, Hawks finally arrives. And the friendly casual conversation immediately becomes tense. Hawks, Horizon growls out, losing his relaxed facade for just a moment. Horizon, how've you been? It's been a while, Hawks greets him in a friendly manner, as if they were an old friend. As Hawks hovers before the others, he gives Horizon a friendly wave. Perfect as always. Mon, if I knew you were such a monster I would have made a better first impression, no hard feelings, right? Hawks offers his hand for Horizon to shake, giving him a friendly smile. TCH, I'll keep things professional, but we aren't friends. Aw, Hawks slumps forward. But we could be. Or you could go fuck yourself. Horizon. Ryukyu taps his shoulder. Show some respect. When it's earned, I'm going back to Tokyo. Horizon disappears from the roof, swapped with a piece of brick. So, bad blood? Endeavor asks, and Hawks just shrugs. Looks like the villains are all packed up, ready to get these guys to Tartarus. Hawks asks Ryukyu. Gladly, until next time Endeavor, thanks for looking out for my Nijire-chan. You trained her well. See ya NG. Hawks says as he begins hovering away, and Endeavor just gives an annoyed grunt. End chapter. Chapter 141, Chapter 140, Another Imposter. Chapter start. Under the moonlight on a quiet countryside road, a fully armored convoy was currently in chaos. The main prisoner transport truck was currently flipped onto its side, with the last remaining member of the security division sitting behind it, back against the cold steel as he cradles his rifle. Come on damn it, work, the man mutters, desperately tapping his radio, still not getting any signal. Grar, he hears one of his friends take his final breath just a few meters behind him. Clang. He hears someone drop onto the main truck he was hiding behind, and carefully he cranes his neck upward, locking eyes with the cold emotionless killer. Wait please. The man tries to jump to his feet, hoping to maybe get one shot off. But Hawk's feathers are just too fast. Two pierce his heart and exit through his back before the man can even get off the ground. His body crumples over, bleeding out as he takes his final pained breaths. Damn it, this had better be worth it, Hawk grumbles. He truly hates taking innocent lives, but orders were orders. And for the greater good, their sacrifices are necessary. Looking back he sees more bodies scattered about the road, some shot after the fact. Using their own guns to mix things up, rather than have everyone killed with the blades. Hovering down from the truck using his feather wings, all the loose feathers return to his back while one long feather hovers into each of his hands. Playing the part of a feather sword. He walks to the back of the truck, then glances over to Ryukyu. The woman was currently face down on the street in a pool of her own blood, with a dozen stab wounds in her back. Taken by surprise, his first victim of the night. Barely left alive, much too close to death for his comfort. Reaching into his jacket pocket, Hawks takes out a communicator and hits one button. And moments later a warp gate opens a few meters away. Not bad, Dabi says as he walks out, hands in his pocket, as casual as ever. Looking around at the carnage he gives a nod of approval. I'll save you. Twice screams as he rushes out of the warp gate, followed by a hulking Nomu that then easily rips the doors off the truck. I had the key, Hawk says, as Twice begins to multiply himself to haul his allies back through the warp gate. He gets excited easily, Dabi shrugs, standing between Hawks and the warp gate, keeping the hero in his sights at all times while Twice takes their allies to safety. They have an intense staring contest for a while, until Twice and the other commanders are gone. Leaving Hawks, Dabi, the Nomu, and the unconscious Ryukyu as the only living people here. Dabi takes his hands out of his pockets, ready for action. So, what's your endgame here? A world where people that can fly are free to do so. I'm sick of being a bird in a cage. Of course, you talk in bird crap, Dabi says. Well, you helped us get these guys back, that's a start. But obviously, we still don't trust you, so I'll be in touch. Of course, Hawk says, relieved that at least this part went smoothly. NGH, Ryukyu makes just enough noise for them to hear, and Hawks immediately curses his luck. Oh, missed one, Dabi gives a sinister smile as he aims his flames at Ryukyu, only for Hawks to step to the side, blocking his shot. Dropping the crappy villain act already, huh? I'm a freedom fighter, not a villain, Hawks says. And if I'm the only survivor it looks too suspicious, I need her. You want me to pass up on a chance to kill a top 10 pro? Well, I could just make it 2, how about it? And kill the only intel source you have that can tell you what the other top 10 pro heroes are planning, right? Dabi clenches his jaw at that, and drops his hands. She could become a problem for us later, kill her. Hawks just sighs and shakes his head at that horrible idea. Horizon already doesn't like me, I bet he'll think this is suspicious. If I'm the only survivor he'll be in my face in no time. And neither of us wants him knocking on our door, right? Dabi just rolls his eyes and blasts fire away from them, down the street and torching all the other vehicles and corpses. There, alibi secure. But I see your point, we aren't ready for that fight just yet. For the record, I still think you're full of shit, and a bad actor, but the boss thinks you're useful. Try to stay useful, Hawks. Dabi turns around and casually walks into the warp gate followed by the Nomu, leaving Hawks and Ryukyu alone on the secluded street. Hawks immediately shuts off the signal jammer, but the backup was dispatched when their signal disappeared. It was mostly so nobody could relay exactly who was attacking them. Twice was here, could have killed him already. But that's not the mission. Twice, Kurogiri, and whoever is producing all these damn Nomo for the League. When I get enough info on those three, then we can take them all down, but for now. As he's thinking, Hawks arrives at one of the unburnt corpses, seeing a grenade on his belt. This is gonna hurt, sometimes I hate this job. He mutters while reaching for the grenade. The final piece, hurting himself enough to make it more believable, Minato Tokyo. While Hawks was making himself a believable victim, Horizon got caught up in another situation. Because of course with his luck, he'd be flying back to his building in Minato Tokyo, and soar directly above a convenience store hostage situation. Sitting on his hoverboard he descends to street level, just behind the police barricade where the officers had the store surrounded. What happened? Some idiot tried to rob the store when one of my guys was just on the sidewalk over here, the officer says. He freaked out and hold the owner hostage, we've been here ever since. Horizon takes an annoyed breath, I'm too tired for this nonsense, what's his quirk? Tough skin, like tough as leather. Looking at the store, Horizon sees the windows all spray painted from the inside, but that doesn't matter to him. Scan. He sees the man pacing back and forth, a gun in one hand and a phone in the other, negotiating with the detective in charge. I try not to use this much since it's not very heroic, but you're keeping me from my bed, so you deserve it, he mutters in annoyance, causing the nearby police officer to give him a curious look. Horizon raises his sword and aims it directly at the man's thigh, injection shot. Arg. The man's pain scream rings out as he feels as if a bullet tore through the flesh and bone of his leg, yet didn't break the skin. All the obstacles between the blade and the target were completely pulverized as well. Injection shot. Another pained scream rings out, but before the man can even fall over. Shambles. Horizon swaps the man with his katana, grabbing him by the face and slamming him into the pavement, leaving the gun in the store. The officers nearby take a cautious step back, realizing the hero was exceptionally annoyed at the moment. It only took minutes to get the paperwork done for this on the scene, and make a public statement. And as Horizon finished talking to the officers and the press, ready to warp to his nearby building. Horizon, one of the officers yells out. Fire on 28th Street. Phew wakakak. I hate this hero bullshit. Horizon's inner voice screams, but on the outside, he was as calm and eager to help as always. I'll take care of it, stay safe everyone, he tells the crowd before warping away. 40 minutes later. Stepping out of the shower, Law dries off before warping some shorts on and warping himself into the kitchen. Getting some takeout that he'd ordered before getting back here out of the fridge, he puts it in the microwave while checking his phone. He sees a thank you message from Nijire for snacks. Then a moment later he opens his message from Burnin, seeing that both ladies were in his office at Endeavor's agency and enjoying his snacks. Great, now they're multiplying, Law groans as his food is ready. Taking it out he warps onto the couch and turns on the TV, hoping to watch some of the Formula 1 races he missed today. But only 2 minutes in, and after nearly 80 hours of being awake and constantly fighting villains or saving people. His eyes were already closing. Finally drifting off into a very well-deserved rest. Beep 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 beep. He jolts awake, the familiar emergency alert snapping him out of his restful state. He checks his phone to see an emergency call for the Endeavor Hero Agency, with he and Endeavor listed by name. He immediately calls Endeavor, intending to tell him he can't make it. What's going on, he asks. The convoy was attacked, Ryukyu and Hawks are critical, and just like that, all hopes of skipping this task was washed away. Fuck, alright, I'll prepare to work on Ryukyu, send her to my operating suite in your building. What about Hawks? Endeavor asks. What about him? End chapter. Chapter 142, Chapter 141, Dragon and God. Chapter start. With a relaxed and comfortable moan, Ryukyu rolls over in bed as she stirs awake. Feeling well rested and completely refreshed, as if she just spent a week at a spa. But the moment she opens her eyes, her mind is flooded with confusion. Training kicking in as she's ready to fight anyone in the room. Sitting up in the bed and looking around, she sees she's in a hospital bed, to her right is a wall of cabinets with a variety of different tools. But this wasn't Central Hospital. One look to her left, at the view of Saitama Tokyo made that very clear. She stops talking, feeling her throat dry. Looking around she sees a bottle of water on the bedside table. Before doing anything else she throws off the covers to see her state. Wearing only a hospital gown. No cuffs or restraints, this has to be a friendly place. The police and other pros must have found us before the villains could finish. Deciding she's mostly safe, the woman drinks some of the water. Feeling much more relaxed afterward. That's enough sleeping, Ryukyu, she mutters to herself as she sits at the edge of the bed, feet hanging just an inch above the floor. Cold, she mutters as her bare feet touch the tile floor. Dealing with the discomfort she walks over and turns on the lights, no longer solely depending on the moonlight and bedside lamp for light. She has to block her eyes as the blue and white of the room assault her vision. Well, at least now I know where I am. She realizes immediately. The logo on some of the cabinets made it rather obvious. Her shoulder slumps down as she takes her time to walk over to the mirror. Using the full-length mirror to look at herself properly. Not seeing any scars or bruises on her face. I must have been out for a few days. She looks at the clock, seeing it's only midnight. Nijire must be so worried. Some mentor I am, making my sidekicks worry about me. You need to do better, Ryukyu. Looking lower, down to her feet, she also sees perfectly clear and unblemished skin. She freezes for a moment, then hastily takes off the hospital gown, standing naked in front of the mirror. Her entire body was flawless, in every sense. All the scars and proofs of her career as a pro hero were gone, leaving her appearing as a woman who has never known such violent work. After staring in amazement, she finally spots the change of clothes laid out for her beside the bed, and a pair of fuzzy slippers that she wishes she saw earlier. Does he seriously need to make everything match? She mutters curiously while moving to get dressed. After getting dressed, in a set of gray sweatpants with the simple blue fluffy slippers and a gray sweater. The pants and sweater each sporting Horizon's blue logo. One on the thigh and the other on the back. Running a hand through her hair to lazily set her bangs across the right side of her face, she looks at both doors connected to this room. One on the opposite end of the room away from the glass wall. And another beside the glass wall toward the outer wall of the building. Nijire is probably in the waiting room, Ryukyu says as she grabs her bottle of water and walks to the door closest to the bed, beside the glass wall. And the moment she opens it, oh, not a waiting room. She enters Horizon's office, closing the door behind her as she looks around in genuine wonder. His office is bigger than mine, at least twice as big, she thinks while walking around. She sees all the books on the shelves, most of which are QUIRK catalogs. Containing every publicly recorded QUIRK and its uses. So old-fashioned, all of this stuff is already online. Her gaze drifts over to a medical degree on the wall. So is Horizon his actual name? It has to be if they put it on his degree, right? As she's curiously looking around the office, however, her eyes finally land on the most interesting thing, something she's almost smacking herself in the face for missing. So distracted by the fact that he even has an office, to see him slumped forward on his desk completely asleep. Ryukyu froze. For the first time Horizon actually seemed human. Or at least somewhat human. Even with his visor on and in full costume, his sword and hoverboard nowhere in sight. It was so surreal seeing him do something that everyone does, sleep. But somehow he still managed to inspire awe. By the strange blue energy vapor wafting off of his body as he peacefully sleeps. Just small wisps from his arms and hands, enough to give her an unsettling feeling. But her curiosity was even stronger, and before she knew it, the woman was taking careful, silent steps forward. Until she stood in front of his desk, with the two seats opposite him to either side of her. And in the next moment she reaches out, to swat some of the energy away. Arg. Horizon's hand instinctively shoots up and grabs her neck, slowly choking the life out of her as she desperately claws at his fingers. His grip was like a vice, and it took all her willpower not to instinctively transform. To break his hold, and the moment he finally looks up. Those inhuman blue eyes on his visor seemed to bore a hole into her very being. They shone brightly as he looked at her, then the next moment became dull as the vapor on his body disappeared and he released her. Gah, she greedily sucks in air, leaning on the desk to support herself as Horizon sits back in his chair. Oh, don't be so dramatic. Horizon's somewhat mechanical voice sounds more disgusted than anything else. What were you even doing? Finally catching her breath, Ryukyu stares at him with concern. Who reacts like that to someone being close to them? What's wrong with you? Nothing, I'm perfect, he says. Can you just sit down already? Ryukyu frowns, still massaging her neck which was sporting a fresh new handprint, but she sits opposite him. Good. Horizon sees her picking up her water bottle off the floor. Now, what were you doing? You were leaking. Excuse me. Blue mist from your arm. I was just making sure you're okay. Maybe coolant. Do robots have that? Horizon pauses for a moment, realizing how serious she was being. I'm not a robot. Sorry. I meant cyborg. I didn't mean to offend you, I promise. Horizon just gives an annoyed groan. Not a cyborg either, but thanks for the info. He truly had no idea his body was doing that while he slept. Yet another thing to divide his focus. Oh, but Nijire said you told her that. This is my face, because it never comes off. Lifestyle support item, Horizon says. But really I'm just a bag of meat, like everyone else. Right, well, sorry, she gives an awkward smile. It's fine, now since you're here, anything you want to know, he asks while logging into his computer and checking up on some cases. What happened? Ryukyu asks. What do you remember? Everything up until I was in one of the trucks, then there was a cold pain in my back, then everything goes black. That makes sense, your vehicle was the first to get hit. Then they killed most of the security and hit Hawks with a grenade before leaving. From the looks of it, Endeavor and Burnin got there fast enough that they couldn't finish you too. But nobody else lived. Hawks. Ryukyu's voice almost cracked with how worried she was, or maybe how disappointed in herself she was. In Central Hospital, still in surgery, will be for a few more hours. Wait, he isn't here. Why would he be here? For you to operate on him. Hawks isn't my problem, he can deal with his own healthcare. Horizon looks at her, then turned back to his computer. Is the bad blood between you two truly that serious? He stops typing, then speaks in a dangerously calm tone. Yes, now is there anything else you want to know? How long has it been? Well, the attack was only a few hours ago, your surgery was done 2 hours ago. What? You fixed me that quickly. He glances back to her, then returns to his work. What part of a miracle did you not understand? And my scars. I assumed you didn't want to keep them, you look better like this anyway, he shrugs. She raises a brow at that. Doctors aren't supposed to comment on their patients like that. Then go find another miracle doctor. She opens her mouth to respond, but decides to just take the compliment. Thank you for healing me. Happy to help. Now can you tell me how you feel? Like I spent 2 weeks on vacation and got a massage. Tired. Not at all, I feel fully refreshed. That's new, Horizon thinks. Usually, for such invasive operations, his patients need at least a day of rest before they can function normally. Refined energy has its uses. Is that another room for your patients? Ryukyu gestures to the other door, opposite where she entered from. That's my bedroom. Office in the middle, bedroom to my left, patient room and medical equipment to my right. Maybe my agency should get a live-in doctor. After a few more minutes of talking, Horizon's computer and phone start beeping. The familiar sound of the Hero Network alert immediately has Ryukyu on alert. What's going on? I put out some bait on the black market to find where that super concentrated trigger supplier is, just got a hit. The sample I sent you not even a day ago, seriously. How'd you even get a black market contact? That's near impossible for heroes. Miracles are my specialty, it shouldn't take us long to get there. She looks a bit confused by that, us. Yes, us. Because after I spent 80 hours doing hero work and was finally about to get some sleep, I had to rush over here to work on you. And now the public also thinks you can't do your job that well, so you need the reputation boost of teaming up with me. Good point, but how are you even awake? Horizon shrugs. You expect me to sleep when I can be helping people? I can't become who I'm aiming to be like that. She's both surprised and inspired by that answer, but also can't help but worry for his own health. And who are you aiming to be? Well, at first it was the next symbol of peace, but I think being a guardian deity has a better ring to it. Ryukyu thinks it over for a second, then nods in agreement, then gives him a soft smile honestly. If anyone else said it, that'd be arrogance, but on you, it just makes sense. Oh, look who's being inappropriate now, flirting with your doctor, he teases. She folds her arms and glares at him. I was not, besides you're 10 years younger than me. I won't make it weird if you don't. Her glare softens, genuinely confused as to if he was serious or not. Anyway, let's get going. It's a private hangar at the edge of Tokyo. His plane leaves soon. Horizon warps from his seat to standing beside her, startling the woman. I thought you needed to always swap with something. It's complicated. He turns to looks down at her, enjoying the way she was sitting down and staring up at him. Now as much as I like the way I look on you, let's make use of the things Nijire brought for you. Shambles. Her Horizon-themed clothes immediately swap for her spare hero costume that Nijire brought her, perfectly equipped. Ryukyu freezes, then her face quickly begins transitioning to bright red. She grabs her chest and squeezes her legs shut tight. Don't do that. End chapter. Chapter 143, Chapter 142, Dragon and God PT2. Chapter start. Is this why you brought me along? Ryukyu asks, currently in her dragon form soaring through the cold night sky. Above Tokyo Prefecture, they were currently heading toward the countryside, where a few private runways and hangars were located. But as the woman was flying, she had Horizon sitting on her back. Sword and hoverboard at his side as he uses the hologram projected by the watchman gave him, finding more information on their target. What are you talking about? Horizon asks, his voice only reaching her through their advanced communication devices, otherwise, the wind would overpower them. Do you know how many people ask me to give them a ride each week? Don't see how that's my problem, or why they'd care. Everyone wants to ride a dragon. Ryukyu was clearly annoyed just thinking about it. My hoverboard is faster than you for the record, I'm just doing this so I can focus on getting more research. Also, you aren't a dragon. Excuse me, I'm literally a dragon right now. Nope, can't breathe fire. Not a dragon, just a lizard with wings. I am a dragon, you're being ridiculous. When you can breathe fire, then you can call yourself a dragon. Ryukyu grumbles. I'm not taking criticism on how accurate the name of my quirk is, from a guy that names his hand of God, at least mine isn't offensive. Rather arrogant to assume it refers to your God, don't you think? Rather arrogant to call yourself a god, don't you think? Yeah, but unlike you, mine is accurate, plus I'm only 16. I've barely begun tapping into what my quirk can do, but you're 26 and can't even breathe fire, dragon, sure. Ugh, that's not how dragons work. I literally look and fight like a dragon. Just a gecko with wings QQ. How are you so annoying? Practice. Ugh. Ryukyu groans. Did you at least find anything on there? Yeah, got an ID for our actual target. The distributor was coming in for a meeting with the head of an underground chemicals lab. Drug lab. Nope, think C4 plus nerve agents. What? How has this guy gone unnoticed until now? Because he pays the right people and has discreet, professional clients, including Arsenal for the past decade. But we're on him now, he's done. If he's so insulated, then how'd you find him? Because I know people who know people too, Horizon says. He'd made a few calls around the underworld and unsurprisingly, a lot of people weren't a fan of this newly weaponized version of Trigger being used on their men without their permission. He simply chose the wrong test subjects. Pissed off the wrong people, and they offered him up to Horizon. Well then, let's hope your connections are as reliable as you are. I got a name for his jet, Horizon says as they see the runway in the distance. It's the one that just took off. Seriously, damn it, Ryukyu looks into the distance to see it already in the air about to pass over a bridge connecting where the runway is, to a small island off the shore of Tokyo. Chase it. I can't fly that fast, and neither can your board. Yeah, but he isn't up to full speed yet, and is still in my range. Yeah, just warp him out of the plane, Ryukyu says as she begins flying after the plane, intent to keep Horizon in whatever range he had. Where's the fun in that? Horizon chuckles as he reaches out, as if gripping the air with his hand. Hand of God, remember. TAKT. And the closer they got, the wider Ryukyu's eyes opened. Seeing videos and pictures of Horizon ripping buildings or objects out of the ground was one thing, but witnessing firsthand him bringing a jet from mid-flight to being frozen in the air, from almost 10 miles away at that. It was awe-inspiring, beautiful, wondrous, beyond humbling, and truly terrifying. As if God reached down and held the jet with his own hand, power beyond comprehension, especially considering all the things she's heard and seen Horizon do. When they got closer, he tilts the jet so the nose was pointing directly down at the ocean, as he brings it close to the bridge for he and Ryukyu to land. You okay back there? I'm just perfect, Horizon growls trying to sound strong, but the searing pain in his skull was too much. He was currently leaning forward, pressing down on Ryukyu with both hands as he focused on the jet. Stopping fast-moving objects was always difficult, the heavier they were the more difficult. And keeping them in one piece, well, that was usually a whole new problem. But with the difficulty of his new additions, also came benefits. Not stronger in the usual sense. The upper limits of his power are completely unchanged. The road to get there has only been made shorter. While he would have entered his prime at above 30 years old, now he can reach it that much sooner, in only a few years. The slowly growing battery that is Horizon has now become an exponentially expanding nuclear reactor, brimming with power much sooner than even he expected. But that still didn't help the growing pains. You don't sound all right, Ryukyu says. Just land on the bridge, let's talk to the target. I guess he's not as perfect as I thought, but as he said, he's still only 16, so for now, even God bleeds. Also, target, how come he isn't saying villain? How strange for a hero. Landing on the bridge, Ryukyu stays in her large dragon form while Horizon hops off. Thankfully the bridge was deserted this late at night, and Horizon just raised his hand and casually rotated the jet so the pilots were now facing the bridge. Both men were holding onto their seatbelts for dear life, completely horrified at the situation they were in. Naturally, they weren't overjoyed to be floating above the ocean like this, staring down into the dark water 200 feet below the bridge. But Horizon wasn't interested in them, not in the least. Giving them a casual wave, he makes a spinning gesture with his hand as the plane begins to rotate so they couldn't see the bridge. After all eyes from the place were averted, he takes out one of his cards and throws it onto the sidewalk of the bridge. Shambles. I surrender, was the first thing the short and thin man screamed, hands raised high as he looks at Ryukyu. Then his eyes fall to Horizon and he looks about ready to cry. Clearly more afraid of the god than the dragon. Something that doesn't go unnoticed by her, as it is quite rare for her not to be the main point of fear during interrogations. The only time that wasn't the case is when she worked with Endeavor. Who were you making the super concentrated trigger for? The man wisely keeps his mouth shut. Fine, the hard way is it. Horizon reaches out to grab the man only for Ryukyu to speak up. Stop. Further interrogations should be left to the police. They'll be here in a few minutes. Oh please, you don't survive the underworld as long as him without being able to take some lukewarm police questioning. Horizon immediately reaches out and grabs the man by the shirt. Tell me about the trigger, or I'll drop you. Drop me? The man asks. Horizon immediately lifts him up with one hand and holds him out above the ocean. Horizon. Ryukyu calls out, about to intervene. That's enough. Just stay back and watch. Horizon's tone actually makes her quiet down immediately. This is how you get results. No, you can't do this. The man screams while nearly trying to wrap his entire body around Horizon's outstretched arm. You're a hero, you aren't allowed to do this. Idiot, you're a villain. Nobody really cares about you, plus. I'm not just a hero, I'm Horizon. That means I can do whatever I want. Now, talk. I'll lose my business if I talk. The man screams out, still holding on for dear life. True. And I see that you're a man of your word. I can respect that, but so am I. WHA. The man's confusion becomes terror as Horizon drops him over the side. Ryukyu raises her wings, ready to fly down and save him, only for Horizon to turn around before she can do anything. You stay put, he commands, pointing directly at her. And she wisely obeys. He's scared enough you can warp him back up now. Ryukyu insists. Don't be silly, Horizon says, then a moment later he warps the initial card back into his hand. Then throws his onto the sidewalk. Shambles. The broken villain warps onto the floor. Both legs were broken and one arm was twisted, covered in freezing cold seawater, some of which he was coughing up. Reaching down, to the villain and Ryukyu's horror. Horizon grabs him by a broken leg and holds him over the railing. Another dip. I'll talk. I'll talk, the man immediately cracks. It was some kind of contest. Contest. Lots of labs around the world were supposedly in on it. Strongest trigger formula gets the money, but I lost. What else do you know about it? A lab from Europe may have won, but it was all anonymous. I swear that's all I know. Please believe me. I believe you. Horizon tosses the man onto the sidewalk. And with this little experience, it all clicked in Ryukyu's mind. She knew this was what the media would never see, what she'd never tell them for fear of angering Horizon or his followers. But this was the truth. Guardian deity, it sounds so majestic and benevolent. It was the facade he plays for the cameras. But now she knows better, Horizon isn't that kind of god. He's all Old Testament. Fire, blood, rage. Results by any means necessary. And when a man has potentially enough power to fight the world, it's very hard to sleep at night knowing he's out there, knowing that should he ever switch sides, you'd be on the short list of people sent to bring him down. Sent to die against him. End chapter. Chapter 144, Chapter 143, Stony Hearts. Chapter start. 6 p.m., August 31st. Shambles. Horizon suddenly warps into Principal Nizu's office. Instead of his usual hero costume, he wore a pair of white sweatpants with his logo on the right leg, and a matching jacket. Leaving the muscle groove of his body glove exposed for all to see as the jacket was open. Walking toward Nizu's chair he sits down, leaning back to get comfortable before spinning around. Looking out at Musurafu. Scan. Everything for 5 miles-8 km in every direction floods his mind. He shakes his head, feeling some discomfort but quickly casting it aside. Looks like a boring night, and everyone is done training for the evening. He looks to his right, at the wall, but was focusing on all his classmates and the students of 1B in the 1A common room. Okay, time to see if you've been slacking. He spins around to face Nizu's computer. The most intelligent person in the world, a computer that was completely unhackable. On its own insulated network with billions of dollars of cybersecurity protecting it. Yet with a few taps, Horizon logs in. Who the hell needs a 50-digit password? Horizon mutters as he begins looking for security camera data. The only thing Nizu couldn't plan for was someone else simply knowing his password. And when your quirk allows you to effectively get a 3D map of every object, person, and movement. Seeing the keys and the order they are hit in are easy enough. Even knowing where to touch on a phone screen to log in. And with Horizon's perfect memory, there wasn't a passcode in UA that Horizon hasn't accidentally memorized simply because of how often his room is active. There we go, and he's getting used to the upgrades. Horizon leans back in Nizu's chair and observes Ciro's training over the past 2 weeks. After a few minutes Horizon takes out his phone to open the hero network. Seeing another barrage of team-up requests. Genist, no. MT Lady, useless clout chaser. Mirko, another trap to get a rematch. Mr. Knight, why would I ever work with such a D-lister? Bamboo Man, who the fuck? I've never even heard of this guy, ugh. This country has too many of you damn paper heroes. Declining every request, he sets his phone down and focuses on Zero. Watching the improvement made with his guidance. The new efficiency, creativity, and power. In every movement, every action, every super move. Damn, I almost feel proud. But we won't know if you're still a pussy until people start shooting at you. 20 minutes of review Zero's progress later, and Nizu finally walks in. What are you doing? Nizu asks, closing the door behind him. He sees Horizon leaning back in his chair looking at the screen. Security footage, Zero's training, just checking in on him. And how did you log into my computer? Nizu asks as he sits opposite Horizon, leaving him in the principal's chair. I guessed your password. That's impossible. I'm just that good. Is your meeting done? Finally, yes. It actually has much to do with why you're here. Someone who needs a miracle doctor will be coming to UA tomorrow, along with a new transfer student. Glad to see you're wasting no time filling those seats. Also, I'm not a free clinic. Is this person useful? It's regarding a case you'll be asked to lead, the kind of case that will jumpstart a career. I've had a lot of those lately, Horizon sighs. But fine, I'll see what I can do, only as long as it's useful. You mean because it's the right thing to do? Sure, tell the press that, those useless fucks love that hero garbage. It's not garbage, some people mean it, All Might does. Did, and a lot of good that did for him. No thanks. Well, either way, you've done good work these past few weeks. The crime rate is on a steady decline exactly as predicted. If not for you deterring crime in central Tokyo, that much things would have been far worse for way longer. Finished just in time for you to call me to fix another broken thing you found. Well, I did find you after all. Horizon's head snaps over to look at Nizu. I'll let that go, just because you're the only thing keeping my parents alive. Nizu nods awkwardly. Turning back to the screen, Horizon reaches behind his neck and his mask folds away into the plate at the back of his neck. Becoming compact to the size of a cell phone. So, are these losers ready for the license exam tomorrow? Law asks, but notices Nizu just staring at him. What? Your eyes, why are they glowing? This was his first time seeing the new blue glow. New tricks, Law shrugs. Keeping his room open so the glow persists. Right. Well, yes, I believe they're ready. But I got word that because of a certain someone constantly running his mouth about how soft society is on the requirements for being a pro hero. Law gives a vicious smile at that. Oh, so what? How strict are we talking? We'll find out tomorrow after the exam. The sound from Zero's training stops and Horizon shuts off the recording. Well, how was he? Better than expected, still a lot of work to do, but it's a start. And why only train him? Nizu raises a hand to his chin, still unable to figure out the thought process behind this. There are others in the class that would give better results from your training, why not them? A few reasons. Law raises his fingers to start counting them. Firstly, most of them are intolerable. Then there's the issue of them not being open enough to give me credit. But mostly, they just don't want it enough. Midoriya and Bakugo want to be pro heroes more than most people that have ever attended UA. Yes, but they aren't selfish enough. Law sees Nizu looking a bit confused. What I mean is, for Zero. It's just him and his dad against the world. They're dirt poor and him going pro is their Hail Mary attempt at getting a better life. He doesn't have any backup plan, he can't quit. So he will die before he fails, something I can relate to. And why is wanting to be a pro hero to save the civilians any less than that? I'd argue that Midoriya's heroic spirit is among the strongest I've ever seen. Yes, but if that so-called heroic spirit ever breaks, strangers die. He may feel bad for a while, but he'll get over it. We're human, it's what we do. But when you're fighting for people you really love, then you'll never allow yourself to break. You'll break the world before it breaks you. Backs against the wall, I see. Law shakes his head, biggest brain on the planet, but all that logic and math in your head makes it difficult to really understand people. No wonder I always beat you at chess. Getting in your opponent's head isn't enough. You also have to read his heart, and to do that, you have to understand your own. Are you in any position to lecture me about emotions? TCH, Law scoffed. I have a heart, and I know it well. It's not made of stone, I feel things. I know. I see it all the time. Nizu gives a warm smile. You can't help but show it on your face, every time you talk about them. Because regardless of what they did or what they are, you at least think they were good to you, and your love of them is what makes you who you are. Because they're perfect. Maybe, but now imagine if you looked at every person with such care, and that strong desire to protect them. That's impossible, nobody has that much love to give. All Might does. Law thinks about it for a moment, and can't argue against it. For better or for worse, Yagi did care about everyone, willing to do things that Law would only do for his family, but for random strangers. True, Law says. But he's 1 in 10 billion, just like me. Maybe, but you're more similar than you believe. That's impossible. Yet you both punish yourself beyond any reasonable bounds when one of the people you love and want to protect gets hurt. For him, he'd work himself to death. Knowing that a million more saved lives could never make up for any one life he failed. And me, how exactly am I punishing myself? The loneliness. I'm not lonely, Law grits out. I've got you to annoy me every day. That's not the same and you know it. Nizu hops onto the desk and walks up beside Law, looking out at the city behind them, and Law spins in the chair to join him. You've always had them with you. Always lived in your family home. But now, walking around these big, empty houses. Refusing to even make friends because you feel like you don't deserve them until you fix everything, it's not what they'd want. Don't tell me what they'd want. Law snaps at him, but Nizu doesn't react. They want you to live a full life. And from what I understand they wouldn't care which side you fought for, just that you were happy and living the life you want, with people you care about. If this is some cheap sales pitch for me to start making friends, you're failing. Nizu sighs, no, but I imagine if they knew that their son was here working himself to death, going 4 days at a time with no sleep. All while having no real friends, for 3 whole years. Just to save them, that would break their hearts. Law stops to think about it for a while, sensing all his classmates finally gathered in the common area. And how would you be so sure? Because all my students and staff are the closest I'll ever have to family, and it would break my heart to think they led such lonely lives. And now you expect me to make friends with everyone I meet. No, but maybe don't be as bad, do something nice for them. Public image is a main concern of yours after all and they're the first people the press will call when you're a full pro hero. I guess playing nice may be the right call here. Solve more problems that way, but what do teens even like, normal ones I mean? Nizu shrugs, pizza. End chapter. Chapter 145, Chapter 144, Pizza Time. Chapter start. Walking into the 1A dorms, Horizon is immediately hit with a cacophony of noisy chatter. All the remaining students of 1A and 1B are now gathered. He sees some sitting at the tables. Others at the couch, and most of the girls are on beanbags in the middle of the room chatting. Looking over toward the kitchen, Shoji and Bakugo were cooking, with some help from Azui. Horizon. Mina yells out, causing everyone to turn toward him. You here to wish us luck on the exam tomorrow? Don't involve me in the outcome of your exams, Pinky, win or lose on your own. He says before walking over to the kitchen. Mina gives an exaggerated frown, you know it wouldn't kill you to be nice. It might. Arriving at the kitchen, he sees Bakugo, Azui, and Shoji staring at a pot of some brown sludge. What is that supposed to be? The sauce for the tofu, Bakugo growls out. Shoji rubs the back of his neck, I may have read the recipe wrong. It'll be okay, we can probably fix it, Azui gives him a pat on the arm. Can't follow simple steps, good thing it's not like people will be counting on you to save them or anything. Horizon walks over to the counter and places a card on the table. You don't have to rub it in, he made an honest mistake, Azui points out. Whatever, Horizon raises a hand and snaps his fingers, swapping the metal card for a stack of 24 pizzas, a tower of boxes ripped out of some of their dreams. And Horizon saves the day yet again, enjoy. It takes a moment for everyone to process what is happening, that he actually did something nice for them. Then they yell a chorus of thanks to Horizon, which he ignores. Walking toward Ciro while everyone else moved toward the kitchen. And a moment later only he and Ciro are in the couch area with the TV, and Ciro is giving him a bored stare. What? Horizon asks as he sits on the left side of the couch, opposite Ciro's single seat. You put me on a diet then buy everyone pizza, that's diabolical. Horizon just leans back, laughing, didn't even think about that. How's that been going by the way? Honesty, I don't know if it's good or bad that I don't even want the pizza at this point. My life is all upside down. It's called progress, see, told you I'd make you into a good hero. Disciplined, efficient, and effective, that's all you need. Yeah, then comes the money, Ciro smiles. And the women. Yeah, Ciro cuts himself off as Yui takes the single seat beside him, eating a slice of pizza. Well, one is just enough, for me at least. Sure, but while I'm here I figured I'd check out your progress. I was in Nizu's office watching footage of your training. Oh, Ciro stiffens up. And, how was it? Not bad, we'll do more intricate training when you get your provisional license tomorrow. It'll be easier when you see what having to patrol and deal with real villains is like. As they continue talking everyone breaks back into their groups, meaning Momo, Kendo, Tokoyami, and Juzo join them all at the couches. With Momo sitting beside Horizon and Kendo to her left. So what have you been up to while we were all training? Kendo asks. Every time you show up on the news it's after taking down some villain or gang, you're actually pretty cool. Aw, are you one of my fangirls now? PSH, unlike them I know you're a jerk, Kendo rolls her eyes. But everyone knows that villains and criminals have been acting really wild lately since, you know. Since All Might got retired, you don't have to be scared to say it. Yeah, but it feels wrong. Everyone nods in agreement with her, aside from Horizon. Like the whole world stopped making sense, Juzo says. Heroes die every day, same shit. But yeah, crime and the villains went crazy. The record high crime rate happened really fast, and since a large portion of the crime in Japan happens in Tokyo. You were in the hornet's nest, Momo says. But don't you think you were pushing yourself too much? You supposedly only left the scenes for 4 hours over an 80-hour period. That can't be healthy. Well, I lived, so it can't be that bad. Besides, there was work to do. I act as the main deterrent in Minato, Tokyo. If I leave the scene, then the more eye-catching villains come out. People with gigantification and such quirks stay in hiding when I'm on duty. Like a mini All Might, Tokoyami says. With the way he suppressed crime nationally, I mean. Basically, but the crime rate has been on a steep decline the past few days. The first wave was handled pretty well. Between just myself and the top 10 pros, a lot of villains got arrested. Enough beatdowns and they keep to themselves. Some of those fights, the aftermath looked like a war zone, Momo says. Especially after the raid on the League of Villains. MHM, too bad they got away, but next time I'll just escort them to prison myself, Horizon says. Even if technically it's illegal for me to be on the mission. It's not illegal for me to just fly within a few miles of the convoy. Wait, why is that illegal? Zero asks. I mean, they trusted you to help arrest them, right? Yeah, but the risk of someone on the convoy being a security risk is much worse considering where we'd be taking them to. Not even all pro heroes are cleared for those missions. You need special permission from Commission President Pontu for that. And she'll never let me near one of those facilities. Huh, why not? Because you can't trust someone you can't control, at least not in her position. Especially not when that person can wave his hand and warp almost everyone out of the prisons. Tokoyami shudders at that thought. Luckily you're a hero. Trying to stop you would be impossible. Dark Shadow pops out and says. Your quirk is really weird and creepy. Says the shadow that lives in his belly, Horizon says. Dark Shadow, enough, Tokoyami retracts him. Sorry about him. After a bit more chatter about the situation in Tokyo, Kendo asks something that some students have been curious about for a while. Hey, what's the deal with you, Nijire-chan, and Ryukyu? This immediately earns a side-eye from Momo. What do you mean? Well, you've been working with them for the past few days, on a few big trigger raids and stuff. You guys seemed really close in those pictures, and well. You know how the internet is, they think I'm dating every girl I appear in a picture with, as usual, Horizon groans. Yeah, but you do look good with her. I look good with any pretty girl, Horizon says. But Nijire is far too damn annoying, girl never shuts up. All her stupid questions about my quirk and my suit and the visor and, you get the point. Momo perks up at that, until Zero asks, what about Ryukyu, she seems like your type. She is, too bad she's a pro hero, that seems like such a headache to deal with. Momo frowns at that but quickly schools her expression. And Zero bites his tongue instead of voicing his opinion, which more closely resembles Horizon's stance on that matter as the days pass. The idea of Yui getting hurt doesn't sit well with him at all. But he kept that to himself, especially with his hero course girlfriend beside him. Well, that's good, Momo says. I mean, the fact that crime is declining again. And you did well in contributing to that. Naturally. But that begs the question, why are you back at UA? It seems unlike you to come all the way back here to wish us luck when you could be working, not that we don't appreciate it. I honestly didn't know the exam was tomorrow until I spoke to Nizu on the phone. Oh, you didn't see the class chat group? I don't check that, your opinions and personal lives aren't that valuable to me. Kendo shakes her head, well, you don't have to be an ass about it. Get over it, Fister. That's not my hero name. Might as well be, Horizon sees Zero suppress a laugh. Nizu called me back to work on a different issue. So while you're all in the exams I'll be dealing with that. You and Principal Nizu are pretty close, huh? Zero says. How did that happen anyway? Horizon shrugs, well, over a year ago he needed a doctor for All Might. Chance brought us together, then he realized I was strong and capable, and All Might was running on fumes. So he decided to get a replacement symbol of peace ready before All Might retired. So All for One ruined the timeline he had plotted out. Momo asks. Exactly. So he really did just bet on you. Kendo was in genuine awe at what she just heard. That's insane. Should you really be telling us this? It's not like the principal tries to hide it, Tokoyami says. From day one he made it clear that he has a favorite student. On the second day he even told us directly that he doesn't expect anyone to ever match Horizon, at least one-on-one, within UA. Yeah, hearing that sucked, plus you were a total jerk from the first day of school, just the worst, Ciro says, and his classmates nod in agreement. And that was right after we saw what Shoto could do. Meanwhile, I've just got tape. Nizu isn't the most emotionally wise person. But his logical mind more than compensates, Horizon says. No wonder you two get along so well, Kendo says. But at least when he's a jerk it's accidental. Horizon looks down to his left, directly at Momo. Well, if it ever stops working maybe I'll consider changing it, but for now, I'll enjoy the life it gives me. End chapter. Chapter 146, Chapter 145, The Shields. Chapter start. Shambles. Law warps into Nizu's office, wearing the body glove but no visor. Sitting on the couch he has his visor compacted down in his hand and looks over to Nizu. Good morning, Nizu says. He was sitting behind his desk typing away on the computer. You ready to tell me what's going on now? Rude. I don't understand the full scope of the situation. When they arrive we'll get the full story. Honestly, you people act like sending a text is the most difficult thing in the world. Well, he doesn't have access to my network to ensure a secure line. Right. Do you have other plans for today? Your classmates should be back at around 2 p.m. Hopefully I can get started on this case immediately. If not, I'll probably go back to my house for a change and relax. Do some light training later. You know, since I had that mansion built and never get to use it. If you weren't integral for the security of UA I would have allowed you to neglect the dorm requirements. Besides, when you're here you spend 7 hours each night in your training grounds. Can't do that at your fancy house. Yeah, I guess, but I can have women over, not need to wear the visor every minute, the little things you know. Is it really that much of a problem? You spend all your time working anyway, so it's not like the visor ever comes off. I know, and I'm used to it already. But having the option is nice. Well, that I can understand. But, Nizu stops as he sees Law perk up, looking up at the ceiling. What's wrong? Helicopter coming toward UA, in the airspace at the back of the school. That's them. How many details can you get? Man in a wheelchair, a girl beside him. Nice tits. Focus, and don't be a pervert. It's not like I looked past her clothes. Geez, Law rolls his eyes. Yagi is with them. Their phones are weird, must be custom. I can't recognize the model. She has a backpack, filled with some tools. Books, granola bars maybe. Anything about them particularly? He has a cavity and is missing a tooth. I like his watch. Anything about her, look a bit deeper. Law glances at Nizu, not sure what he was getting at. What? You want to know what kind of underwear she has on? Absolutely not. I have no interest in such things, especially not regarding my students. Student. Starting today, but I was more curious about the fact that she's quirkless. I can't detect that from range. My scan is like a full 3D map of everything and everyone. I can go deeper, look inside a sealed candy wrapper and things like that if I want. But I can't really do that on a living thing without touching them. Every time I learn something new about that quirk of yours, the more impossible it seems. Even you can't comprehend divinity, that's all there is to it. Warp them into here when you're ready, Nizu says. Time to get to work. Law raises the compacted plate behind his neck, activating it for it to expand around his head into his visor. He warps 3 of his cards into his hand, tossing 2 on the couch opposite him and another in the open space of the office. Shambles, Yagi, David Shield, and Melissa Shield are warped into the room. With Yagi and Melissa on the couch opposite him and David in his wheelchair. HNG, Melissa, the stacked blonde 16-year-old girl in jeans and a pink top dash, nearly falls off the couch in surprise. What happened? Yagi was calm as ever, used to Horizon's antics. So that's how your warping works, David, the brown-haired man in the wheelchair with a scar on his left cheek dash, says. Instant and undetectable by the human body, if only I could replicate it. That wasn't very nice, Melissa says, then catches herself. Sorry, I'm Melissa Shield, it's a pleasure to meet you. She gets up and reaches out to shake his hand, not at all intimidated by his stature or presence. She's spent quite a bit of time around her uncle, after all Might. Well, you know who I am, so can we get down to business? Horizon doesn't even reach out to shake her hand, leaving her to awkwardly sit back down. Well, if you insist, David says. I'll skip introductions and get to the threat. What do you know about the I-Island attack? You had the annual Tech Expo, villains attack, they brought down the tower. You and she were presumed dead, clearly one of those was a lie. Unnecessary falsehood which I suggested, Nizu admits. David has reason to believe they would continue hunting him down. For what? He owes them money. That's what we'd all like to know, Yagi says, looking at his friend. All right, David sighs. The truth is, I detected that Yagi's power was decreasing a lot these past few years. You knew? Yagi asks. Not about all for one. But I figured maybe it was just quirk fatigue. Lots of strength enhancer types experience that as they get older. But the idea of a world without All Might, that was too much to bear. So I tried building a device. I had to call a lot of people I've made a point to avoid. I needed the info they had on quirks. Centuries of data poured into my idea. I had hundreds of anonymous people contribute in exchange for money or consultation on tech they were working on. Until it was complete. A weapon? Yagi asks. No. I'd never make a weapon, David says. This was a mechanical quirk amplification device. Something you could wear that will boost your power, like you were in your prime. In this world, that's a weapon, Horizon says. Father. Melissa looked heartbroken that he'd even make something with such destructive potential. Essentially a perfected form of trigger. I thought I could just give it to All Might and the situation would be solved. All I wanted to do was help. David looked like he was about to cry, seeing the disappointed faces of his daughter and friend. Save the tears for when I'm gone, Horizon cuts them off. You can be a little bitch later. Right now stay focused. Why did villains attacks, and what happened to the device? Right, David holds back the tears. I assumed there was a leak somewhere in my operation, and when the project was completed the villains were sent to retrieve it. Well, the League of Villains was there, Horizon says. And it's fairly obvious that between All for One and whoever is still making the Nomo for the League, they're probably one of the investors who gave you the library of quirk data. They could have hacked you, Nizu says. No, this particular design was kept strictly in my mind. I knew the risk of even writing it on paper. One less thing to worry about, Horizon says. And the device? They stole it, David says. The villain, Wolfram. He has two quirks. A muscle enhancer, and his metal manipulation. He can control any metal he touches. Two quirks, Horizon and Yagi look at each other. Guess All for One sent him for it. Use the device, amplify super regeneration, and health issues relieved at least. Another agent of that monster is loose in the world, Yagi grumbles out. A lot more than him, but this still leaves one question. Horizon looks at David. If they have it, then why would they need you? Because I broke it. I slammed it into the floor when I was cornered. The parts are far too intricate for anyone else to assemble or replicate. The only exception being in this room with us, he looks at Nizu. They need me to fix it, and when they were about to capture me I brought down the tower to kill us both. But you both lived, another failure to the list. Horizon. Nizu tries his best to keep him in line. He fucked up, and now we're dealing with his mess. And my part in all of this is capturing the villain and recovering the device, while he's likely going to try and get one of the shields in his control. In a nutshell, yes, David at least looks apologetic. And you'll be doing what? Playing teaching in the support department until this is resolved. Precisely, David says. And Melissa will enroll in that department as well. While it isn't the same as the Technology Institute she attended previously, at least at UA's support department she can still work on her own inventions. Horizon just sighs, great. Just great, as if I didn't have enough crap on my plate already. Being a deterrent in Tokyo and for the country's villains. Protecting UA from Kurogiri, trying to get my own career started, and now this shit. I really am so. Save it, he cuts him off. I'll cast a net in case that guy comes to Japan. Hopefully, the entire league doesn't come knocking on our door because of this. If there's anything I can do to help, please let me know, David says. Oh, believe me, when this is over you're gonna endorse me as a pro hero. Because having one of All Might's best friends and partners in my corner is very important, but until then, neither of you leave campus without me, got it? Of course, David nods. Right, Melissa agrees. Thank you for taking care of us. Horizon immediately gets up, clearly annoyed, walks over to David, and rests a hand on his shoulder. All right, time to fix this cripple. David can't even finish his word before they're both warped into Horizon's medical suite at UA. Now only Melissa, Yagi, and Nizu were in the office. Well, that went better than expected, Nizu says. That was him being nice? Melissa asks. But, on TV he was always so inspiring. I mean, I know he was a bit mean with the way he speaks about pro heroes in general, but aren't heroes supposed to have sympathy? They do, Yagi says. But Horizon has had to deal with great loss. The idea of people losing their loved ones because someone unworthy became a pro hero must infuriate him to no end. He treats everyone extremely critically based on how well they perform their tasks. And how much they annoy him, and interrupt his life, Nizu says. Thankfully all the favors I've asked of him also provide him much benefit. Helping his hero career and whatnot, but that doesn't mean he's happy about doing them. Oh, well when you put it like that I can kind of understand, but he doesn't have to be such a jerk about it. End chapter. Chapter 147, Chapter 146, New Partnerships. Chapter Start. Undisclosed location, 2 a.m. Walking onto a private runway was a tall and bulky man, muscles well hidden beneath his black shirt and white trench coat. In his right hand was a black duffel bag, red, matching his wild hair. He wore combat pants with matching boots, and had an uneasy look on his face. Looking up at the moon, he checks his surroundings, only seeing desert plains around him for miles and miles, along with the jeep he just spent the last 3 days driving to this spot. And in front of him is a completely pitch-black private jet with no markings on it, not even windows. Approaching the jet, he raises a brow. I'm here. And I hope you don't think just because I can control metal that I can fly this thing. The door opens, dropping down to become a set of stairs as the engines start up. The now familiar hum of a modern all-electric jet reaches his ears. Walking into the jet, he isn't greeted by anyone. The door simply closes behind him as it begins aligning itself on the runway to take off. Wolfram immediately puts a hand on a metal part of the inner wall, and a single blue spark shows his metal manipulation quirk in full effect. You better start talking before taking me anywhere. This vehicle is unmanned, one of my more luxurious drones, a sickly voice says through the speakers. I am Tech, your new employer. Please, have a seat. Okay, I just spent days in the hot-ass desert driving to this place, so make it worth my time, Wolfram says as he drops his bag on the seat, and immediately begins looking for something to drink. Yes, help yourself to anything you want, it shall be a long flight to Japan. Japan? Wolfram asks as he walks back to the seats with a bottle of champagne. Oh, right. You weren't in range of any information services these past few days. Please, watch this. As Wolfram is pouring himself a glass, a hologram appears on the table in front of him. What is this? He asks as Principal Nizu appears to give a press conference. Your destination. TCH, UA. Well, we're gonna have to renegotiate my price if this is the kind of risk you want me to take. Japan may be a bit messy at the moment, but their main guard dog spends half his time in that school. Precisely, only half his time. Some simply studying, and cleverly engineered disasters will allow you to know exactly where he'll be. Okay, but that doesn't explain why. Wolfram stops talking as the recording starts, and David Shield walks onto the stage. Oh. The recording skips ahead a bit to where Nizu, David, Yagi, and Horizon are standing on stage. And that's where it pauses. 2 days ago, David Shield was announced to have taken a teaching position at UA. The official story is that after you attacked I-Island and nearly killed him and his daughter, his desire to directly help the next generation of pro heroes was reignited. That led to him taking this teaching position to help the next great hero while he can. It's just a big flashy stunt to say he's at UA to help out Horizon and the other students after he almost died. And the truth? Wolfram asks, downing his glass and refilling it. They know will come from Melissa Shield, and force her father to repair his device. So they put them in the best thing short of Tartarus with people they trust. So we may assume All Might, Nizu, and at least Horizon know about the device. To think my life would get so complicated because of this thing. Wolfram reaches into his bag and takes out the shattered bits of the QUIRK amplification device. A broken metal helmet-like contraption. Yes, first All for One hires you to steal it, then he gets arrested, so now I'm stepping in as the new employer. Didn't think there were 2 shady guys like you that would hire me so quickly, but hey, the money is too good to pass up. I know how to motivate people. You will leave those components in the jet when you land, I'll fly them back to my main base and try to figure it out myself. Can you? Unlikely, at least not in this form. The fact that he was able to fit multiple supercomputers worth of processing power into a helmet is miraculous. The man truly is the greatest engineer this world has ever seen. You sound like a fan. Only a distant admirer. Now, may I know your plan and timeline to bring me Melissa Shield? Wolfram looks at the hologram, all the men standing on stage. I'll have to wait a few weeks for them to get comfortable at UA. When people are used to a routine, they're more likely to make mistakes. That's when I can strike. As for my plan, my old team died at I-Island. I'll have to make new allies here. The League of Villains. No. I want to keep a low profile, and if they could have, they would have already attacked that school. They're more scared of Horizon than anyone else, because he's actually gunning for them. I don't want him actively looking for me alongside them. Projected timeline for this mission. Capture the girl, force her dad to finish the project by using her as leverage, keep Horizon distracted while this is all happening. Within 3 months you'll have it on the doorstep of your mansion. Sky Palace, Tech corrects him. But that will do quite well. When this is completed and your payment is received, I'll have more contracts to be completed over the following 6 months. Wolfram laughs, with how well you pay, just consider me on retainer after this job. Hell, if I can pull one over on Horizon there isn't anything I can't do, so of course my price will be higher, but you can more than afford it. Naturally, my goals are beyond money, spare no expense in the pursuit of your dreams after all. My dream is money, because power can be bought, and I've already got power enough. Wolfram flexes his arm, his skin glows slightly red as his muscle augmentation quirk activates before going back to normal. Power is the path to silence. Well, I'm sure silence must mean a lot to you if that's what this is for. Wolfram downs another glass of champagne and gets up. What kind of food does this thing have anyway? 1A dorms, 7 a.m. Shambles. Horizon warps into the common area, in full hero costume, ready to get the day started. But before that, he immediately turns toward one of the tables, where Shoto, Kirishima, and Bakugo were having breakfast before going off to do some quirk training. Hey idiot, they all look up, not sure who he was referring to. But Horizon just takes out his phone and hands it to Shoto. Speak. Who? Your dad probably wants to know why you are one of the few people here to fail the license exam. I don't want to talk to him. Shoto tries to hand the phone back. He's been bothering me all morning, and unlike you, I actually work with him. Just talk to him before I warp you into his office. Shoto narrows his eyes at Horizon but just gets up and takes the call outside, for some privacy. I swear the Todorokis are the fucking worst. Horizon mutters. You know, the exam really was a lot harder this year, Kirishima says. You don't have to be so hard on them. I mean it is tougher because of what you were saying on TV. Good, this era needs better heroes, and as silver medal learned, he gestures to Bakugo. Being strong isn't everything. And all the other idiots who failed learned that they aren't strong enough and need to work on that, but they've got the other things down properly. Only having 50 people pass per venue is good for the country. Yeah, but you don't have to be mean about it, not manly at all bro. Yeah, I'm not taking advice from a brick, Horizon says. Brick. Kirishima actually thinks about it for a moment. Oh. Because of my quirk, that's pretty clever. No, because of your brain. As Kirishima just sits down and tries to enjoy the rest of his breakfast, Shoto walks back in and hands his phone back. Then without a word he just sits down and continues eating. I'm ready. Zero calls out as he walks into the room, a suitcase in one hand and the metal case with his hero costume in the other, dressed casually. Huh, where are you guys going? Mina hops off the couch and rushes over. Can I come? We've been locked in the dorms for weeks now. They won't even let me go shopping. Because you failed the exam, Pinky, Horizon says. Besides, this is a training trip. We've got a week before school starts up and Zero will be spending it in Tokyo with me. Yeah, Zero says. Now that I've got my license he convinced Principal Nizu to let me go work with him for a week. Taking my training to the streets, we'll be a pair of crime-fighting heroes for a while. A temporary partnership until you don't need me anymore, Horizon says. That's so manly. Helping people for real. Kirishima actually sheds a tear for the moment, causing a few people to give him strange looks. Right. Zero, let's go before he starts wanting to hug people. Horizon rests a hand on Zero's shoulder and they both warp away, to an armored car waiting outside of UA to drive them to Tokyo. To train one of the passing students of the provisional license examination. Because as they said, due to Horizon's influence the exams were much harder. Moving from only 1,500 people being accepted to only 50. And because of this, the crowd thinned that much more around Horizon. Kaminari deceased. Sato deceased. Koda deceased. Mina failed her exam. Jiro failed her exam. Bakugo failed his exam. Shoto failed his exam. Shoji failed his exam. Ojiro failed his exam. Step by step, Horizon is forcing Japan's pro heroes to become better and better, but this earned the resentment of an untold number of people, on both sides. End chapter. Chapter 148, Chapter 147, Team Horizon. Chapter start. 6 a.m., Horizon's penthouse, Minato, Tokyo. Pacing around his bedroom, Zero was buzzing with excitement. A massive smile splits his face as he dries his hair, walking over to his dresser where the metal case for his hero costume was resting. Finally, time for the big reveal. He giggles madly while opening the case. Wow, he takes a small step back, laying eyes on his brand new costume for the first time. So this is what he and May came up with, nice. After getting dressed, his modified hero costume keeps the same design as the original. With his visor resembling a tape dispenser, something Horizon tried and failed to talk him out of. The yellow, black, and white colors are exactly as before. But the most notable changes are the much more reinforced boots and a functional utility belt with small compartments for first aid and other accessories. But standing up, now fully dressed, he turns around to look at his back in the mirror. He sees thin carbon fiber rectangles running down his spine, across the back of his arms and legs, connecting to the soles of his boots. Okay, guess I need the manual. Zero takes the instructions out of the case and sits on the bed with them. Looking at the diagram and then raises his arm, he sees an opening where his quirk dispenses tape on his elbow. Okay, so I feed tape into this thing from my elbows, then I just use these. He looks at his gloves, seeing small buttons on them. Wait, crap, I should have opened this thing last night and loaded it. That way I could have started with a full set of tape for the day and had the gear loaded up. He holds his head in frustration, seeing the gear itself can independently hold a few hundred feet of tape. I should be fine, I doubt I'll ever use that much, hopefully. Plus this thing lets me shoot the tape farther, so it should be more efficient. Taking a look at the last few pages of the instructions, he raises a brow at the diagram. So they built in super moves for me, that's useful. He says before getting up and stretching a few times, feeling comfortable, as if the costume wasn't even there. Looking down at his chest, he sees a side view of his visor in the middle of his chest, made to look like a yellow tape dispenser. Time to go help some people, for real this time, no more kid games. Packing away his things in this massive bedroom, as big as the apartment he and his dad live in, Ciro appreciates how much his life has changed for the better since UA, and even more so since meeting Horizon. Until the scent of eggs and bacon reaches his nose, but first, breakfast. Heroes have to eat too. He begins walking toward the door, but stops at the mirror to take one last look at himself. Taking out his phone and sending a picture to his dad. Yeah, hero. Entering the hallway, Ciro looks left to see Minato Tokyo just about to start waking up, taking in exactly how high up they are. At the top floor of this skyscraper. Walking toward the kitchen, he takes off his visor, holding it under his arm. Sadly, he didn't have the same equipment as Horizon to get a visor that folds down, at least not yet. That smells great. Ciro says from around the corner, but I thought you said we'd just buy Brea, and he immediately freezes, coming face to face with a curvy blonde standing at the stove, wearing only a robe and a pair of Horizon slippers. They both just lock eyes, and an awkward silence ensues. Ciro immediately recognizes her, and stiffly turns around, returning to his room. 5 minutes later, Ciro walks into the kitchen, seeing Horizon in his full hero costume sitting at the table enjoying a plate of scrambled eggs and toast. Beside him is the same woman, now wearing a t-shirt and some shorts, enjoying a cup of coffee with her breakfast. And Ciro just awkwardly slides into the third seat with a plate already set out for him. Ciro looks between both of them. What's Pixie Bob doing here? Ryuko, she says. Just call me Ryuko, Pixie Bob is retired. Horizon just sits back and keeps enjoying breakfast. Wow. Since when? Are all the wild pussycats retiring? No, just me, she gives a forced smile. I just decided to go a different way with my life. Oh, yeah. Well, you chose the right time at least. Every pro hero is under a lot of stress right now. Even the students. All the second and third year students at UA are out in the field right now. Yeah, I've been following the news. If I could balance everything I would, but I just had to pick, and I guess being pro hero wasn't as important to me as I thought. Some things are just a bit more important, you know. He knows, Horizon says. I chose Ciro for my team because he knows. He won't stupidly sacrifice himself so easily, because he has a selfish desire to take care of his family. To actually be alive to spend time with them. Ciro just gives an awkward smile, still not a fan of how Horizon calls heroic spirit stupid. Well, if Horizon is working with you, then I'm sure you'll do great. What's your hero name? I don't think I worked with you at the training camp. Oh, Cellophane. Like, the rap. Exactly, he looks at Horizon. See, it's not stupid. It is, Horizon says. A little bit, Ryuko says. But at least people will hear it and immediately know what you're capable of, that's the goal after all. Like All Might. Says the woman who chose Pixie Bob. But has no cat powers, Horizon says. It's a theme, you'll get it when you have a full team. Like Endeavor and his fire team. Teams are just how weak people compensate, a dozen ants still can't fight a dragon. Ryuko just growls and sticks her tongue out at him, then they go back to eating. Wait, Ciro just realizes something. You never said why you're here, you weren't here last night when we got here, right? Ah, well. You see. Being a pro hero doesn't really leave you much in the way of monetizable skills when you retire, and since we weren't exactly super popular or anything. She needs to find a job, Horizon says. She and her team lost all their sponsors and partnerships after the summer camp. Nisa dealt with the legal fees, but it's still a pretty shit situation. Oh, Ciro nods along. But why is she here? Oh, I got a job interview in Tokyo. Ryuko almost hops out of her seat in excitement. But since I don't live here, I just called Horizon to crash here for the next few days. Oh, Ciro looks between them as he finishes his breakfast. Not sure if his theory was right. So, are you two, like, Oh, we're just friends, Ryuko says. But we do have sex sometimes. Horizon causes both Ciro and Ryuko to choke on their food. She gives him an annoyed glance. What? If I didn't trust him to shut his mouth, then you two never would have met here, besides. He's my sidekick because he's not a moron, he already figured it out. But still, Ryuko pouts. I'm not your sidekick, Shiro says. At least don't say that in public, the whole point of this is so I never have to be a sidekick, remember? I know, now finish your food and meet me on the roof. Horizon immediately warps away, leaving Ryuko and Shiro at the table. As Shiro is finishing, Ryuko processes what Horizon just said. Wait, why are you meeting him on the roof? That's weird. It's Horizon, he's rarely normal. Shiro shrugs and finishes his breakfast. So, you'll be staying with us all week. Or until I get the job. It comes with a small apartment, Ryuko says, looking around at the penthouse she'd never be able to afford. But if I'm being honest, I could get used to this. 3 minutes later. Stepping out of the elevator and walking onto the helipad, Shiro sees Horizon sitting on his hoverboard with his feet hanging off the side, floating above the ground. Ready for your first day of hero work? I've been waiting all my life for this. Good, Horizon gestures to the edge of the roof, just jump and we can get started. Ah, jump. Mobility, it's what separates people like Endeavor and All Might from people like Genist. That's why I've got this, he taps the hoverboard. Without it, I'm less consistent. Well, I was. I could get away without it now once I don't have to leave Tokyo. But Tokyo is almost 100 kilometers wide, it was half that 300 years ago in 2014, and I'll probably just keep expanding. Okay, so more mobility lets you get to the scene before others and that makes you more effective, right? Exactly, and what's your mobility? Swinging from stuff. Good, but this isn't UA where the tallest thing you'll have to get over is the 0-pointers, this is the real world. And this is the tallest building in Minato, Tokyo. If you can swing from this, you can swing from anything. Right, Shiro puts on his visor and walks to the edge, looking down. 160 floors separate him and the street below. 8:20 m till splat. Do you need a push? No. Shiro looks at Horizon, thankfully seeing him unmoving. I just need a second. No, you need to stop being a pussy, tact. Shiro immediately feels himself being lifted off the floor, as if there was a hand on his back raising him toward the sky. Wait. I thought you couldn't move living things. Shiro yells as Horizon lifts him over the edge. Did you not read the instructions? I skimmed them. Shiro yells, unable to move his arms or legs. Then you know your new suit is fully reinforced to take more pressure. That means you've got some very durable parts that I can grab onto, it's why armor doesn't really work against me. Wait. Good luck, Cellophane, Horizon says before he drops him off the side of the building. Ah! Shiro's scream echoes through the cold morning air as his first day of hero work begins. End chapter. Chapter 149, Chapter 148, Warming Up. Chapter start. What are you doing? Horizon asks as he floats down to the street, still sitting on his board. He sees Cellophane leaning against the wall trying to catch his breath. What the hell, man? What, not like you died, I mean. Horizon looks up, seeing the long strip of tape attached to his building. Maybe next time use the feature that lets you retract most of the tape so you don't make a mess, and don't catch yourself so close to the ground. Maybe don't throw people off buildings. Horizon sighs and looks around, seeing the early morning traffic about to start picking up. He floats over and holds Cellophane's shoulder. Shambles. They both appear back on the roof, at the very edge, swapped with nothing as he's already spent weeks in Minato, Tokyo getting attuned to it. Whoa, Cellophane jumps back, away from the edge, and takes off his visor. Why'd you bring us back here? Shiro asks. Because now you know you can do it, so I shouldn't have to push you. Well, I guess. Not a guess, a fact, Horizon says. Listen, if we were in UA you wouldn't have had any issues doing this. But you're hesitant because we aren't in UA where you feel safe doing risky things to train. Shiro thinks about it for a second. Well, yeah. It's a natural human adaptation. Take risks in places with a safety net, and avoid risks in new places like this. But you're going to be a pro hero. Your job is literally to run toward danger so others don't have to. Right, Shiro nods, slowly walking toward the edge of the building. So I should just get over my fears, right? No, actually, the fear of falling is the only one humans cannot adapt to overcome. It's evolutionary in our very being, but we just learn to cope with it better over time. Not the pep talk I wanted, Shiro puts on his visor. But, as a man, and as a pro hero, you cannot show that fear. Your duty is to be the rock for others to lean on, to be the one stable and dependable part of their life. Accept your fears but get the job done anyway, without the safety net. And if I fall? Cellophane asks. You wouldn't be paid so well if there wasn't risk, besides, you want my life, right? Huh, what do you mean? Come on, I bought a skyscraper to live in and eventually set up my office, spent the night with basically a sexy runway model. I've got influence and power and anything people could want. If you want all of this, then train hard enough that you can leap without needing a net. Right, Cellophane nods. Just one step forward, he says while looking at the street below. Just gotta man up and do it, now stop being a pussy or I'll push you off again. Taking a deep breath, Cellophane closes his eyes, and just leans forward. He's instantly falling headfirst, hundreds of meters to the streets below. But most importantly, all of his own volition. Feeling his body become weightless, as the fear crescendos within him, surpassing a point where he could even track it. Causing his mind and body to go numb to it. His eyes snap open, seeing the street only 200 m below him. His right arm whips to the side and he fires out a strip of tape, still not used to aiming with his wrists rather than his elbows, but he hits his mark. With this line stuck to the side of Horizon's building he swings in a wide arc, then with another flick of his wrist the end of the tape rips, a meter from where it's attached to the building, and is reeled back into his suit. Cellophane's ecstatic laugh rings through the streets as he swings between buildings. Finally feeling his dreams becoming a reality. He spends so much of his time training in UA, but nothing has ever felt as good as this. Using his quirk and wearing his hero costume in public, with all the people on the streets below watching. This is the man he always wanted to be. The man he always wanted his dad to see him become. Are you done with the victory lap? Horizon interrupts his thoughts, speaking through their comms into his visor. HNG, Cellophane loses focus for just a second, pulling a bit too tight on his tape and nearly slamming through the window of a building. Luckily he rolls in midair and lands on all fours against the glass, and accidentally triggers his new boots to run tape to his soles. Sticking his feet to the glass. Feeling himself about to fall back he shoots a line forward as if he were crawling on the wall, much to the shock of the man who was sweeping the floors of what seems to be an office. I'm stuck to the wall, I think it's my boots, Cellophane says while giving the man a polite wave. Did you not read the manual? I thought they were regular boots, man. It's May, nothing is normal after she works on it, just hang in there I'll get the book. Not funny. Just try to stick it out. Cellophane gives an annoyed groan, not exactly the start to his hero career than he was expecting. Minutes later they're up on another rooftop, Horizon still sitting on his hoverboard while Cellophane is rereading the manual. You know you could have just warped me off the wall. Yeah, but then you wouldn't have learned anything. That's fair I guess. Cellophane closes the manual and hands it over to Horizon. He holds it, warps away, then warps back without it, leaving it back in Ciro's room. All good now. Yeah, I just missed one small section about the boots. What about it? Apparently she did that so I could run up walls, Cellophane shrugs. Well you did say you like that guy from those old comics. Yeah but he's got super strength, I don't, so I can't exactly stand parallel to the floor with just my feet stuck to a wall. Yeah well Endeavor and Bakugo don't have super strength but they can get hit through concrete and Endeavor can catch falling cars, so. What, you think I can get super strength? Cellophane was confused by this idea, though, like with most people, never occurred to him. Most humans have the genetic potential for some level of enhanced physicality, it's the basis of what makes us so malleable that quirks didn't instantly cause the first people that got it to explode. Without it the quirk singularity theory would be real, we're just really hard to kill. Oh, I never really thought about it like that before, how do you know this anyway? Horizon just slowly turns to look at Cellophane, did you forget that I'm a top quirk specialist and doctor? Honestly man, sometimes you're such a dick that I forget you actually have so many jobs to help people, Cellophane shrugs. Whatever, let's just get you some practice. 4 p.m., Minato, Tokyo. You should see them now, Horizon's voice says to Cellophane as he swings through the city. And as he rounds the corner, he sees his target. A blue pickup truck with 2 men inside, wanted for double homicide, and currently being chased by police cars. Guns. No, Horizon says. And they've got useless quirks, this should be easy, just stop the car. Okay, Cellophane time. That's an awful catchphrase. I'm working on it, he yells while swinging in, taking a hard angle down a narrow alleyway to cut off the car's route. With a loud clang, his boots land on the roof of the car and he sticks to it, pull over. One of the men leans out the window, looking back at Cellophane. Who the hell are you? The man asks while taking out a knife to stab him, swinging and barely missing his leg. I'll take that as a no. Cellophane shoots a line of tape and wraps it around the man's torso before shooting the other end at a streetlight they pass under. The force rips him out of the car, leaving him hanging from the light. All right man, your buddy is hanging out so how about you just pull over and end this, Cellophane says, and the man responds by speeding up even more, aiming for a street that's quickly being deserting as this chaos comes their way. Fine then, be like that, strap down. Cellophane fires 6 lines of tape, 3 from each arm, while doing a perfect backflip off the car. As he's in midair the lines connect to the back of the truck, specifically the axis. With a command to his suit, sent via a simple gesture, the lines lock into place allowing him to shoot one to a nearby building, pulling himself toward it. I hope I gave it enough slack. he thinks as he aligns himself parallel to the floor, feet on the wall of a nearby building. This way it's as if he's on the edge of a cliff trying to stop the truck from falling off the side. And as the truck pulls, the lines snap tight. And what would usually end in either the tape breaking, or his body buckling and then being squashed flat by the force of the truck, ends with the rear axis being completely torn off, allowing the police to catch up. After training with Horizon and his new diet, the strength of his tape is many magnitudes stronger than ever before. And with his new suit built to take a massive amount of weight pressing down on it, all the joints and reinforced pieces locked together the moment the force was applied to pull him down, making it into one solid piece of metal effectively. The concrete beneath his feet cracked and shook instead of his body feeling anything, while the truck was completely ruined. Finally, he felt like he had a good opportunity to make his grand debut as Cellophane. All day they've been working and only a few pictures of him have been taken, but now, this was his chance. But as he got off the wall and reeled in his lines, the moment he takes a step toward the police. Shambles. He appears on a rooftop beside Horizon. End chapter. Chapter 150, Chapter 149, A Bad Influence. Chapter start. Shambles. Cellophane is suddenly standing atop a building, blocks away from where he was moments ago. He looks around for a moment, seeing Horizon hovering above him, sitting on his hoverboard. Why'd you warp me away? Because you were about to talk to the cops and take credit for stopping those guys. Yeah, Cellophane isn't sure what the problem is, everyone at least gives a statement after stopping a crime. What's the big deal? The big deal is that you're a nobody. Horizon descends down to his level, still sitting on the board. What do you mean? Obviously I'm a nobody, but isn't that what we're trying to fix? Okay, what happens when you resolve an incident? I get paid. Cellophane says. After what? After villain insurance is subtracted from the payment, to cover any collateral damage I personally caused to the surrounding areas or people, right? Right, but I meant directly after you resolve it. The police show up and I talk to them, then the news shows up and I get to be on TV. Horizon sighs, exactly the problem. You need to think big picture. Look, MT Lady and Kamui Woods have been doing this for over 6 years each. They're already 24 and 28 respectively, so why are they still referred to as rookie heroes while people like Hawks are considered great heroes at only 23? Because he's done more. That's partly true, but it's mostly because of marketing. When you search for anything related to MT Lady or Kamui Woods, you get something about them breaking up a minor robbery or in MT Lady's case stopping a police chase, like you just did. Yeah, that's what I just did, Cellophane says. Wait, are you saying I shouldn't have stopped them? No, I'm saying you can't take credit for it yet. You need to stack up all these minor incidents, and upload your video footage from your visor to prove that you actually did it, send it UA and they'll take care of it. That will get you paid. Then you upload it to your Cellophane profile online, which you can't monetize until you get a full license dash, but obviously, nobody will watch it because nobody knows who you are. But when you get one big headline-making story then you can go give the media your name when you talk to them after the incident. Oh, it finally clicks in his brain. So when people see that and look me up, they'll find my smaller incidents online, but the first thing they'll see is the big event. He snaps his fingers. Exactly, you have to enter the scene with a bang, otherwise you'll get overshadowed and spend 10 years as a rookie pro hero, like a loser. Wait, but how long will this take? That's not really up to us, but crime is still higher than average right now so it shouldn't take that long. I got lucky with USJ, that put my name out to the world so then I just had to keep up with the expectations. But you'll have to start from zero. Right, but this is better than my previous plan. I was just hoping to be a good sidekick and get noticed that way, Cellophane chuckles sadly. Guess I didn't think ahead much. Nope, just get your name out there then we'll show the world that we're working together, that'll get a lot of my audience following you. And suddenly you've got a lot of eyes on you to be a contender for the top 10 pro heroes eventually. You sound so sure of that. The world knows I don't associate with losers, so it's a guaranteed thing. All you have to do is not fuck it up. Cellophane takes a deep breath, right, no pressure at all. Horizon shrugs, yeah, it's only your entire future depending on this, no big deal. That's for reminding me. But what kind of big incident do I even need to look out for? I mean, Minato Tokyo is pretty small time, especially considering it's the middle of the city. You're welcome for that, Horizon says. That's mostly because I'm here, the crime rate spikes a bit when I'm at UA. But most of the louder criminals have already moved. You won't get people with flashy quirks fighting on the streets as much in this area. You'll likely have to venture into the nearby areas to find something. I guess I'll have to do some research on that tonight. Hey, how can I get a Hero Network account? You can't, Horizon says. You'll have to keep sending your paperwork through UA since your provisional license uses UA as the hero agency you applied through. Damn. On the bright side you're the only person that actually uses UA, everyone else usually has an agency that scouted them. How is that a positive? Means it'll get processed faster than at any big hero agency. But it will make getting team-up requests pretty difficult since they'll have to go through UA instead of just calling you. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. When they see us working together, people will be itching to scout you. Don't need to worry about that. Really? Yeah, to get to me, not because of your skills, at least not most of them. Oh, Cellophane feels a bit saddened at that, but quickly cheers up. But the reason doesn't matter as long as I get a foot in the door, right? Exactly, but I do recommend at least being associated with a top hero agency. Even if you don't take direct mentorship, it looks better on paper. But I'm sure a top pro can teach something that I can't. Wow, did the almighty Horizon actually admit he isn't the best at everything? Cellophane teases. I never said I'm the best at everything, just many things. Honestly, I should go spend a few days with Endeavor. Somehow that fucker keeps pulling ahead with the number of resolved incidents. How? You barely sleep and you can warp. Exactly, but he's been doing this for almost 30 years. His efficiency is otherworldly. There has to be something about his operating style that I can steal to improve mine. Geez, no wonder he's the only person you were willing to work with. Yeah, he's the gold standard. Too bad he doesn't want a roll of tape. Cellophane fake laughs, very original. Yeah, well, Horizon stops for a moment, confusing Cellophane. You what? I found them. He takes out one of his cards while stepping down to the rooftop. Throwing his card forward, he draws his sword. Be ready, I'm bringing them here. Gotcha. Cellophane takes a fighting stance, ready to fire strips of tape. Shambles, a regular blue car appears on the roof, parked. The driver was a burly Japanese man, currently biting into a burger. The man immediately drops his burger in his lap and reaches for his gun, sure. As the man's arm crossed his body to grab the gun, Horizon's sword flies through the windscreen and stakes him to his seat, through the arm and shoulder. Dude. Cellophane is horrified by the instant violence, before the man could even become a threat. He looks at the man who was screaming in pain, then at Horizon. You okay? He sees Horizon shaking his head, trying to ward off the headache of warping an object from 13 miles away, as well as scanning for it. Beneath his visor, the blood was already flowing from his eyes, nose, and ears. I'm fine, he lied. Get the gun. Right. Cellophane immediately rushed beside the man and sees the gun on the other seat. He shoots a strip of tape at it, then flicks it out the passenger side window. All while the man is still reeling in pain. All right, time to answer some questions, Horizon says as he walks up to the man, reaching inside the car and grabbing the hilt of his sword, slowly beginning to turn it. Where were you going? Where is the factory? I don't know what you're talking about. He twists the sword a bit more, and the sound of bones cracking grates against Cellophane's ears. Hey, ease up. Cellophane grabs Horizon's shoulder and pulls him away. We can't just do things like that, he's defenseless. This is how we get answers. What's your problem? You can't just brutalize people. What did this guy even do? Go look in the trunk, Horizon says calmly, stepping away from the car and the man who was bleeding out. What? The trunk, go look. Cellophane looks between Horizon and the men, not sure if he should leave them alone, but he slowly backs away to the trunk. TAKT. The trunk pops open as Horizon manipulates the lock. And Cellophane sees a gray duffel bag zipped up. His heart rate immediately spikes, dreading the possibilities of what can be inside. Slowly reaching forward, he unzips the bag, and immediately looks away, taking off his visor and losing his lunch all over the floor. In the bag was the body of a young girl, only 5 years old at most. Across her body were green scales, small scales. But there were large patches of missing flesh where larger scales were torn from. Her body looked malnourished and brutalized. A sad and gut-wrenching sight. Cellophane takes a moment to catch his breath, closing the trunk without taking a second glance, and stumbles back to Horizon. The man is silent in the car, desperately trying to catch his breath and stop the bleeding as best he can, looking up at Horizon in absolute terror. Some illegal drugs need components that QUIRKs provide, Horizon says. And this girl is the latest in their victims, and there could be a whole warehouse of kids just like that, so go ahead. For crimes like this, nobody cares if you're a bit rough with the villains, they don't get mercy from anyone. But please, take your time and ask your questions. Not like every second matters, right? Horizon steps away from the car, turning his back to the whole situation. And suddenly Cellophane is left with a harsh look at the reality, hidden by the colorful suits and the capes. The crimes that never make it to the news because the public wouldn't be able to handle them. Because watching All Might fight some brawler is easier to digest than the true evils of this world. Where are the others? Cellophane asks, unsure if this was even the right question, now far too aware of all the seconds passing by. I can't, the man says fearfully. Cellophane just gives a low growl, then reaches forward and grabs the sword, deciding that he did not have any seconds to spare. End chapter. Chapter 151, Chapter 150, CPS. Chapter Start. Shambles. Horizon suddenly finds himself in a large cage with empty cuffs on various bars. Chains attached to the wall on the far side, and a mess of human blood and excrement on the floor. Just outside the cage is an operating table, and a variety of both legal and inhumane medical instruments. "Oh, I'm definitely going to enjoy this," he mutters while walking to the lock. Drawing his blade, he easily slashes the lock, opens the door, and steps outside. "Horizon," Gang Orca's voice comes through his visor. "All the kids are accounted for, we're about to start moving in, and you're free to engage." "Copy," Horizon says, now sensing all the kids he just warped to freedom being treated by the forces he brought nearby. Walking over to the medical equipment, he glances at the setup, permanently searing this horrific sight into his brain. The downsides of having a perfect memory. Then he just walks over to the computer and connects the computer in the left arm of his hero costume to it. Nisa's program immediately begins ripping every bit of information out of the villain's system and into Horizon's dedicated mainframe. As it's downloading, he can hear loud footsteps coming down the hallway, sensing two men rushing his way. Bang. The door to the room fling open, luckily the solid steel door blocks Horizon from their view. They immediately turn their backs to him, facing the cage. "Quick, destroy the EV," both men stop, one holding a pink flame in his hand, ready to incinerate the kids to silence them. "What the hell? Where are they?" "Safe," Horizon says, both men turn around and freeze at the sight of him. "Which is more than I can say for either of you." The man holding the pink flames immediately raises both hands, launching two thin streams of fire. Shambles. Horizon swaps with the men beside him. The second man reacts quickly. Before the flames can touch him, he opens his mouth and spits a stream of boiling water into it. Incision. Horizon swings down at the men with the pink flames, slashing off his fingers, which the flames instantly cauterize. As the man is screaming in absurd agony, Horizon grabs him by the face and lifts him to block the boiling water sent at them. "Sorry," the second man yells as he stops the stream of water, seeing the back of his friend covered in boils and scalded red. Shambles. Horizon swaps their places, not having the water user in his grasp. Booster shot. He slams the men into the floor, cracking the tiles and concrete beneath it. Tossing the men atop his groaning and burnt friend, Horizon keeps his sword out and walks to the reinforced steel door of the room. He senses a man rushing toward this very room. 3, 2, 1, he kicks the door, hard enough to rip it off the hinges and slam it into the opposite wall of the hallway. Stepping out of the room, he looks down at the door, then casually tosses it off the man who was squashed behind it. Pressing his boot onto the man's face, he scans him, making sure he'd survive before turning and walking down the hallway. Making a sharp turn, Horizon begins climbing up the stairs. His room was currently only 200 meters wide, allowing him to comfortably keep track of the kids he rescued, his allies, and all the enemies around. Including the men at the top of the stairs with the comically large steel hammer. So the moment Horizon steps out of the staircase, his hand immediately moves up, casually catching the weapon. Booster shot. Small wisps of blue energy vapor are released from his hand as he looks up at the men, thoroughly unimpressed. "Sword beats hammer," Horizon says as he stabs his blade through the man's leg, severing the ligament attaching his calf to the bone. "Ah!" the man screams, only to get kneed in the face as he's falling to the floor. Entering the ground floor, Horizon is by a man firing what appear to be steel slugs from his abs. "Well, that's new," Horizon mutters as the man aims at him, but he also senses the other villain with a bone spear extending from his palm trying to sneak up behind him. The man fires one slug at him. "TAKT. Arg. You fucking shot me." The bone spear villain screams. One slug hits him in the thigh. "Sorry," the man yells and fires again. "TAKT. Og, what the fuck is wrong with you?" The other thigh is shot, causing him to drop to the floor. "It's not me, I swear. I can move things with my mind, dumbass," Horizon says. The man stops shooting and pulls out a small knife, clearly more brave than smart as he rushes forward. Amputate, Horizon divides the men directly down the middle. Then one more time in the waist, 4/4 left on the floor. Both men begin screaming hysterically, "Put me back, put 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 me back," the man demands, but Horizon just steps over him. "This is nothing compared to what you did to all those kids you kidnapped, maybe I'll even put you back together, maybe," Horizon says as he walks into the next room. Seeing the Orca gang, Gang Orca's sidekicks dash, having everything here under control, he strolls up to the second floor. And there he's greeted by a man with 3 arms brawling, or at least trying to brawl with Gang Orca. "Just stay down, you can't win." The man yells as he rushes in, throwing another flurry of punches. He lands a few lucky hits, but they barely even moved Gang Orca. And the pro hero just connects one strong left to send the man stumbling back into the wall. Seeing the men about to rush back in, Horizon leans against the wall and folds his arms, leaving scalpel floating at his side, some drops of blood still on the blade. Is this gonna take long? I've got a date tonight, I'd rather not be late. Both men glance over at him, and the villain that was so adamant about fighting Gang Orca, a top 10 pro hero, suddenly puts his hands up in surrender. Okay, I'll come quietly. Gang Orca just looks between them and sighs, taking out a pair of handcuffs. Oh, he has 3 hands. I'll just warp us to the cops outside. Right, Gang Orca says, then looks back to the villain. You could have just surrendered that easily when I got here, what a pain. Why would I do that? You aren't him, he gestures to Horizon, who just starts laughing. Moments later, everyone is outside as the police load the villains into armored trucks for transport. As Horizon is treating one of the officers, he's also talking to Ryukyu through his visor. So how did your raid go? Great, the simultaneous strikes went off smoothly. Crust said his team only got a warehouse of supplies, but thankfully nobody got hurt. That's good, we got the kids at this location like I suspected, Horizon says. Sigh, what monsters. If they were treated anything like the adults we rescued, then I'm glad I was so rough on them. Trust me, they deserve it. Keep your eyes open for anything like this again. These were all the locations I could dig up these past few days, but there could be more. And if not, there could be other groups like this out there. Sadly, I don't doubt there are, but you're good at hostage rescue, such a handy quirk. I get that a lot, Horizon says as he signals for the men to get up, receiving a nod of thanks as he walks over to Gang Orca. Anyway, you can read the report later, I've got to talk to Gang Orca before I head back to Tokyo. Alright, I'll call you if anything comes up. No problem, Lizard Lady. Dragon Lady, she corrects. Not until you can breathe fire, he hangs up before she can respond. Gang, are we done here? Yes, Gang Orca looks over to Horizon. Then back to the building they were in, and the nearby docks. To think they did this atrocity right under our noses. Villains are sneaky, that's how they survive. But if they mess up once, we lock them up. How did you even find out about this anyway? None of the locations were in Tokyo. I asked the right questions, in the right tone, Horizon says, and after seeing him operate today, Gang Orca doesn't pry any further. Plus I have people I can ask about movement in the underworld. They gave me a heads up about a courier moving a body between locations, passing through Tokyo. I just had to get my hands on him. Commendable work. I certainly never doubted that you'd be a great pro hero. But now I see why everyone has such grand expectations for you. I expected some crap about how I need to be more gentle or something, Horizon shrugs. Gang Orca shakes his head. In any other situation maybe, but these people were experimenting on children. I have no mercy for them. That we agree on. Now I've got to go. You know how to contact me if you need anything. Of course, always a pleasure working with you. And as they shake hands, one of the nearby press parasites snaps a picture that would launch his career and keep Gang Orca in the top number 10 pro heroes. End chapter. Chapter 152, Chapter 151, A Relaxing Night. Chapter start. Standing atop his building in Minato, Tokyo, a white and blue skyscraper overlooking the city around it, with his logo brightly lit up on the side of it, Law was currently on the phone. While the rain was pouring, it seemed to collect a few feet above him, leaving the cold water forming a wide floating pool above him, almost glowing under the moonlight. Mr. Matani, are you sure you'd like to donate that much? Well, I'm the host, so yes, Law says. His voice was free as his visor was off. And I don't see why you had to call me about this non-issue. Well, I simply assumed it must have been a mistake. Such a large donation from the Matani estate will surely draw many eyes to you, the man says. I assumed you wanted to remain under the radar, as you say it. Yeah, well, I mostly will be, but still. It's my money, I built the Matani estate, and I hired you to do the paperwork so I don't have to. And to advise you, as is part of my duty as your family estate manager. Yeah, but this isn't one of those moments. I promise if you make a good point I'll concede my plan to you, but for now, I'm spending a lot of money to buy my way into the hearts of the people. I need you to be on board with that. Yes, but the cash flow from the acquisitions you made won't be enough to. I have the money to cushion my losses, Law says, knowing 1 or 2 surgeries at full price would easily have his accounts overflowing. Not that all his money was ever in the Matani estate, he didn't want Japan to have full knowledge of his assets after all. Can you just make the donations before tomorrow night? I want a lot of eyes on me at the event. The man sighs, as you wish, sir. Good, now have a good night. Law hangs up and puts his phone away. Looking down at Tokyo, he shakes his head. All the money in the world, and now if I give away too much away, people have a problem with that. Just great. Raising his hand to the back of his neck, he warps the compressed visor into his palm, placing it for it to warp around his head. Right, no more work tonight. Shambles. Horizon warps away, and the layer of rainwater floating above the building falls onto the roof. Appearing in the kitchen, he sees Ryuko slicing up some pork, with her back turned toward him. She was wearing a set of Pixie Bob-themed pajamas, with her hair down, and some matching blue fluffy slippers. Wah! Ah! She immediately spins around, pointing the knife at him. Luckily he wasn't standing directly behind her, leaving the island counter between them. Seeing him, she takes a deep breath and just frowns. Maybe you should wear a bell. It wouldn't move when I warp, he shrugs. What are you making? Katsudon, that's your favorite, right? She turns back to the food, continuing the preparations. Yeah, but I can't eat that. Huh, why not? It's a family tradition, doesn't feel proper without the right people. Her knife stops cutting, not sure how to respond to that, then she just continues cutting. Then I'll make us some pork bowls. Sounds good. Ciro won't be back for a few more hours, so we've got this place all to ourselves for now. Oh, so whatever shall we do? She spins around to give him a sultry smile. After you clean up, still got some blood on you, she points to his shoulder. Not mine. Obviously I know that, but I thought you always made it a point to stay clean. There was a subway station collapse, I had to operate on site. He sees Ryuko grimace at that image. Right, not the best dinner conversation. I'll go get cleaned up. 25 minutes later. Standing in his living room, Horizon stares through the wall of glass separating him from the rain. A thin barrier dividing worlds. He's only wearing his body glove and visor, leaving all the blue grooves bare, his muscular figure free for anyone to see. And while his visor was still on, he looks at his reflection in the glass, and only sees Lamitani staring back at him. Angry, but silent. The building, simmering rage just below the surface. The rage that could spill out and break this nation apart. The rage kept in line by a few drops of ink on a piece of paper. Then he feels a slender hand gripping his forearm, only to look down at Ryuko, who stands beside him, resting her head against his arm. You know, if I didn't know any better, I'd think you were a robot. Luckily you know exactly how flesh and blood I am. The woman just shakes her head, moving her hand down to lock their fingers together. Well, you don't have to say it like that. MHM, they fall into a peaceful silence, watching the rain fall outside. What were you thinking about, before I snuck up on you? Ryuko asks. Nothing too particular, just. I never thought I'd be here. Spending the evening with a bombshell blonde like me. No, that part was obvious. She pats him on the arm, pouting cutely. But standing in a building I bought to act as an unofficial hero office, it's a far cry from what I imagined for myself. I've actually been meaning to ask about that. Why this building? You mean why'd I buy it? MHM, it must have cost a fortune, but you wasted no time buying it and putting your logo on the side. Because of the location. What do you mean? Horizon Tower is in the exact center of Minato, Tokyo, the central city of Tokyo. 50 kilometers to the north, west, or south, and you'd still be in Tokyo. And the docks are to the east. MHM, and tell me, what are the traits of God? God, what does that have to do with anything? Humor me. Ryuko thinks about it for a moment. Well, he's all-knowing, he can exist everywhere at once, and he can do anything he wants, right? MHM, Horizon raises a hand, and places it on the glass. And for a dozen meters ahead of them, the rain stops in midair. And a few seconds later it continues falling. I'm powerful, and very smart, but I can't be everywhere at once. Warping has a limited range, as most people have figured out, he says. But standing here, in the middle of the city, I can be equally close to everyone, at once. A faux omnipresence. You aren't satisfied with just being a great hero? No, I never was, he admits. This was just a chore, but honestly, the power is growing on me. 400 million lives, depending on me, and listening to my every word. That's intoxicating, don't you think? Yes, but God is kind, and forgiving. He's a loving being. Ryuko says, not liking the exact direction of this conversation. Like you will be, right? Of course, Horizon chuckles, I'm a hero after all, the greatest pro-hero this world will ever know. But I do find it funny that when I say God everyone assumes I mean the biblical kind. He lets go of her and begins walking to the couches, where 2 pork bowls were waiting on them. Ryuko looks a bit confused, so what kind of God do you mean then? Less Bible, more Zeus. And those words sent a chill down her spine. But they also excited something inside her, something she didn't think she had. An attraction she never imagined she could feel. As a hero, villains with God complexes and delusions of grandeur are commonplace. But the way Horizon spoke. The confidence, the conviction. The fact that he could very well become a being of such power, if he wasn't already. It made part of her want to run away, as far away as possible. But the other side of her, the part that wasn't a pro-her, just wanted to sit beside him, and that's the side she listened to. 45 minutes later. The TV was on, playing the news far too quietly for anyone to hear. While Horizon was laying on the couch with Ryuko on his chest, listening to his heartbeat. They were both still fully dressed, just relaxing. "Is me being here bothering you?" she asks. Why would that bother me?" In response, she just reaches up and taps his visor, "Because you can't take off the fishbowl with me here." "It's not a fishbowl." "You know what I mean. I'm probably the only person who knows it can come off without you dying, so I'd imagine you don't like having it on when you're at home." "I'm used to it, sadly." "Oh. And for the record, Nisa knows too, and what I look like." "Oh, right, your uncle." Horizon pauses for a moment, trying and failing to make sense of that. "What?" "The way you two talk, it's kind of cute watching you not be a jerk to someone that you aren't sleeping with." "Well, he earned it." "By bringing you into UA?" Ryuko asks. "No, this had to be before that, right, when he hired you to save All Might." "Before that," Horizon says. "My parents were in real danger, and he saved their lives from certain death. That's how we met." "So he's your hero?" "Ugh," Horizon groans. "You just had to ruin it." "I didn't ruin it," she whines. "Whatever, at least you didn't ask me to take off the visor, at least not with the light on." "Well, I am curious. But I know what we agreed to, just a summer fling, right?" "Right," he doesn't even hesitate to agree, which definitely annoyed her. "For more days then I'll have to start over, no more of this." She feels Horizon wrap another arm around her waist, and she instinctively tries to press herself against him even more. "Then I guess we should make good use of this time together." Shambles. End chapter. Chapter 153, Chapter 152, Yaoyorisis and Matanis. Chapter start. "Fix that scowl, it's unladylike," Mrs. Yaoyorosa says. The woman was a striking beauty, only 33 years old. A less curvy version of her daughter, with short brown hair, who was currently sitting opposite her in the limo. They both wore similar red gowns, the family color, and clearly one was more enthused to be here than the other. Momo schools her features and continues looking out the window, but doesn't even spare her mother a glance. Soon they arrive at the hotel, and before she knows it, Momo is being escorted into an open ballroom on the upper floors. Filled with people in their best formal wear. Suits and pearls, the most expensive watches money could buy. A room of parasites and fake people, Momo thinks, looking at everyone in disgust as they walk down the stairs. "HNGH, she groans as her mother pinches her. "Fix your face, dear." "Yes, mother," she growls out. Being pulled back and forth by her mother to meet all of their family friends was as boring as every other, but a certain someone caught her eye throughout the night. A young man appeared only slightly older than her, tall with wide shoulders. A black suit with a strange yellow heart on each shoulder. He seems young, maybe he finds this as torturous as I do. She was hopeful at least. And eventually, the crowd around this man thins, and her mother drags us over there, and his bright blue eyes seem to bore right through her. "Momo, this is our host, Mr. Lamatani," her mother says, giving the men a polite smile. Mrs. Yayorozu, even more beautiful than all the rumors I've heard, he kisses her mother's hand before turning to her. "I suppose that goes for both of you." And the look he gave almost had Momo rolling her eyes, because he was clearly undressing her with his. "It's a pleasure to meet you," she nods politely. "I hadn't expected our host to be so young." "These charity events are usually hosted by old bored people." "True," he agrees. "But with the state of Japan as it is, I figured we should do what we can to help the less fortunate, don't you agree?" "Oh, my daughter certainly agrees," her mother cuts in. "But sadly she prefers to help people one at a time than by the thousands like us." Law looks a bit confused by that. "What do you mean?" "What mother means, is that I'm currently a provisional hero, at UA, he gives him a proud look. "Wow, that's incredible, so your quirk must be amazing to get into UA, Law says, clearly excited. Momo cracks a genuine smile at that. "Yes, sadly it's not the most impressive in our class, not by a mile. But I'm sure it can help many people." "Momo can create any non-living thing she knows the molecular structure of," her mother says. "She's as brilliant as she is beautiful." "What a useful quirk," Law says. "I don't follow heroes much sadly. Not enough time in the day. But I do know your family started the very first hero agency in Japan, quite an incredible legacy, but mine has never really had heroic quirks." "Oh, how so?" Momo asks. "Well, my quirk helps me looks a bit younger, not very good against villains, right?" Momo nods. "I see. But I'd certainly gladly swap with you," her mother giggles. "As would most of the world." "Well, the women at least," Law shrugs. "But that's why I'm helping people in the ways I can." "Oh, and how might that be exactly?" Momo seemed genuinely intrigued by this. "He's helping to solve the employment crisis," her mother says. "The Matani estate has been quietly buying any business that would be shutting down and keeping them open, at his own personal expense. It's better than having tens of thousands of people in the streets or becoming villains. And more effective than running around in a scandalous outfit hitting people with a stick. Law looks a bit confused at her statement, then Momo looks at the woman. I changed the costume, Munther, and being a pro-hero is helping people. You could help many more by doing what this young man is, she gestures to Law, who just awkwardly looks between both women. By profiting from the crisis. Momo looks disgusted by her mother's statement. Hey, I'm helping people, Law says. Momo snaps her gaze toward him, and when the real heroes stabilize Japan, all those businesses you bought for pennies will start making you a fortune every month, right? You're just another selfish person consumed by greed, she hisses out. Momo's entire body jolts up as her mother pinches her side, almost hard enough to make her bleed, and pulls her close. You will not insult our host, young lady, she hisses out. Momo glares at the woman. I know what you're trying to do, but I'm not an object to be traded, especially to someone like that. Excuse me. Law was now genuinely confused for the first time tonight. What's that supposed to mean? Momo shrugs off her mother's grip and looks at him. It means if you want to leave your bloody past behind, wear gloves, she says before storming off to the balcony. Law looks down at his hands, seeing his knuckle and hand tattoos. Intentionally similar to gang tattoos. These were supposed to put distance between Horizon and Law, worked perfectly. And I got to avoid that family bullshit. I'm terribly sorry about my daughter, please forgive her, her mother gives a slight bow. It's fine, but keep her away from me. I have no interest in women like that. Law takes his drink and just walks away. No more Yayorozu drama, phew, Law thinks as he walks over to Guild on the other side of the room. The man was about to leave with his date, and someone who was not his date, and had a wedding ring on her finger. Law shakes his head, just imagining the stories that will come of tonight. Meanwhile. What the hell is wrong with you? Momo's mother yells as she closes the balcony door, separating them from the party. Me. You're the one trying to show me off like a piece of meat. Do you have any idea of how objectifying that felt? I'm doing this because you forced my hand. I just want what's best for you. No, you only care about the family name and expanding it, no matter what you have to make me do to achieve that, right? Momo glares at her, crossing her arms and turning her back to the railing. That's not true. It is. And you can't imagine a person like me, who wants more. I want to actually help people, not just sign checks and act like it'll solve anyone's problems. I want to go out there and actually contribute to the world with my own hands. I don't want to be some wealthy man's miserable baby breeder like you. Momo immediately slaps a hand over her mouth, seeing the hurt look on her mother's face. Mom, It's fine, her cold voice rang out, hollow of all emotion. Then just go. And as we agreed, you get nothing from us so long as you continue this nonsense, but I hope you come to your senses before it's too late. Because all I wanted was my daughter, but you're determined to give me another dead Yayorozu in the history books. Before those words could even settle in, before broken hearts could properly form. Bang. A single gunshot rings out from inside, and through the glass doors, they can see people looking toward the middle of the room, terrified. Momo immediately rushes forward, toward the danger, but the moment she tries to get past her mother, the woman tackles her to the floor. No. Don't go in there, they could kill you, the woman screams, hysterically. No. I need to make sure everyone is alright. Just wait for the pros. I'm sorry. Momo pushes her mom to the side and rushes through the doors, and as the woman gets up to follow her, she feels a sharp pain on her wrist, then looks down to see a handcuff on her, attached to a large metal ball on the floor. Looking down, she easily unclips the cuffs from the ball, realizing it was only a distraction to keep her out of danger. But she wastes no time taking out her phone to call the police. Rushing inside, Momo forces her way through the crowd, seeing and hearing a helicopter now arriving on the rooftop. And in the middle of the room, 4 men with rifles and masks, in full tactical gear. Mr. Matani. One of the men yells. That's all we want, the big shot behind this whole show. Where is he? The man fires a few shots into the ceiling, causing another chorus of screaming. Momo's brain is immediately working overtime. They're too spread out for me to subdue them all quickly and safely. I don't know what quirks they have, so I can't prepare properly. If I use gas, it will hurt the civilians. What should I do? Maybe tasers. No, I still don't know their quirks. I'm right here. Law says, stepping out of the crowd not far away from Momo. Well, that makes this easy, the man chuckles as Law walks toward him. Wait. Momo's body seems to move on its own, stepping out of the crowd and taking a fighting stance. You can't take him. Okay, the man says, and before Momo could form a plan. Bang. He shoots Law in the shoulder. He closes his eyes to hide the glow, and his hand immediately goes up to the wound to block the blue energy vapor from showing, as Hand of God automatically heals the wound. And he's unable to stop it. Oh. Law screams in agony as he drops to his knees. And the man just looks back at Momo. So you want to get back in the crowd, or should I just kill him, since you don't want us to just take him after all? Seeing no other option, Momo just raises her hands and steps back, returning to the crowd. And she has no choice but to watch them kidnap Law Matani from his own charity event. Taken to the roof, the first person that she, as a provisional pro-hero, couldn't save. End chapter. Chapter 154, Chapter 153, Cellophane. Chapter start. Come on, faster. Cellophane berates himself as he swings through downtown Tokyo. Hundreds of meters above the street, swinging between the brightly lit skyscrapers of Japan's nighttime skyline. Call Horizon. Cellophane commands, and his visor obeys. His visor is connected to his phone just as Horizon's is connected to his own, but the call doesn't connect. Damn it, the guy with the hoverboard doesn't pick up. Just great, Cellophane grumbles. He was half sure Horizon was occupied with his blonde friend back at Horizon Tower. Rushing between the buildings, his eyes are laser-focused on the holographic map displayed in his visor, showing the current moving location of a helicopter moving through the city. A hostage situation that all the nearby heroes were immediately alerted of. Great, just as I was on the way back to get some sleep, and then some right jerk get kidnapped from his own party. I just hope I get there before he gets hurt or disappears. Cellophane swings around a building and sticks to the side of it. He uses his feet in one hand to hold on while he looks around, then looks up at where the helicopter is, still dozens of meters above his current altitude. Looking down at the streets below, he shakes his head. Okay, maybe ask May for a parachute, just in case. He mutters before swinging toward the Matani National Hotel. As he notices the helicopter hovering within the city to prevent police choppers from being sent to follow it, as flying between buildings is highly illegal, Cellophane grits his teeth. Time to see what these upgrades can really do. He takes a deep breath and presses down fully on the button on his right palm. The line of tape that was shot from his right hand suddenly retracts, hard enough to almost give him whiplash as it yanks him forward. Even with all his training for this exact feeling, the real thing was somehow a bit different. As the line retracts fully back into his costume, he steps on the building and sticks to it with all four limbs. Looking up at the helicopter currently taking off. Rushing up the building in a full standing sprint, he uses lines of tape to constantly pull himself forward so he doesn't fall back. And to the people below, they see this madman running up the side of the building as if his life depended on it. With every other step he shoots a line forward and pulls himself toward where it connects, effectively rappelling up the side of a building. Oh come on, Cellophane groans as the chopper begins pulling away from the building and heading downtown again. With no hesitation he pushes off the building, leaving a small crack in the reinforced glass pane he pressed against, and launches toward the adjacent building. And as the crowd below gasps in horror, he fires a line of tape and continues swinging through the city, chasing after the helicopter. As he's swinging he analyzes the chopper. Modern, but open doors on both sides. A buff dude sitting on one side with his foot hanging off the edge. They left the doors open to shoot at any police choppers or pro-heroes that would chase. Good, I can use that to get in and grab the hostage, then just jump out the other side. But how do I approach? Approach from below, avoid the blades obviously, but I should be careful that something doesn't go wrong. As he was making a plan and analyzing the situation, Cellophane was trying his best and slowly catching up. Getting closer every time the chopper would have to corner around a building. With his superior maneuverability he'd get closer as he's unable to match its speed on a straight line. Until finally, he manages to attach a line to the underside of the chopper. Quiet now, not that they could hear anything. He thinks as he retracts the line, pulling himself up toward the chopper. He carefully places his palm on the underside as well as his boots, sticking to it, trying not to think about the street far below him. Okay, be quick about it, he mutters, then looks to his right, seeing the man's foot hanging out the side of the cabin. Then he waits, until they finally get close enough to a nearby building. Binding shot, he fires some tape at the man's leg and wraps around it, then fires the other end to the building they were passing by. The man screams in horror as he's ripped out of the chopper and left hanging off the side of the building. Weighted shot. Cellophane fires a shorter line of tape with weights at either end, attached by his suit, that hit the building and runs across the man. A little more insurance to make sure he doesn't fall to his death. The moment he does that, he crawls into the opposite door of the chopper. And as expected, he sees two men looking out the door their friend just got torn out of, confused by what happened. He sees a pilot checking the radar in case there was anyone flying around. And he sees the hostage, Law Matani, a seemingly young man tied down with a chain to the seat in the cabin. Law's eyes flicker over to Cellophane, but thankfully the man remains quiet, just watching with an oddly calm expression. He appeared more annoyed than afraid. Cellophane nods at Law, realizing he can't just grab him and run because of the chains. Then he quickly prepares a piece of tape and steps forward in the cabin. Delivering a Spartan kick to one man, pushing his back, and launching him out of the moving helicopter. While he's flying forward, Cellophane shoots a line of tape that wraps around the man, then sticks the other end to the floor of the cabin. He then moves to do the same with the second standing man, but before the kick could connect, the man spins around and catches it, pulling him in for a headbutt and tossing him out of the cabin. Cellophane's world goes black for a moment before he snaps awake. Shit, he cries as he fires a line and catches himself, immediately swinging after the chopper. He still sees the man dangling off the line at the underside of it. Oh, I'm gonna get payback for that, Cellophane grumbles as he quickly catches up. But as he's closing in to enter the chopper again. Bang. The man in the chopper opens fire at him with his rifle. NGH, he screams and loses his momentum as a bullet hit his side, barely grazing him but still drawing blood. Okay, new plan. He realizes the same approach won't work as the man was looking at him from the door of the cabin. Another volley of shots is fired. Ag. Cellophane gets shot in the shoulder and releases his tape for just a moment, falling a dozen meters before he shoots another. And the helicopter just pulls that much further away from him. No time for first aid, he reminds himself. Recalling the image of the person he had to save, the hostage that was trying to keep a brave face even in this situation. Seeing the helicopter cornering around an office building, he spots his opportunity. Instead of giving chase, he checks his map, seeing the chopper was going around the building to the other side, so he decides to take the direct approach. Swinging to the building, he fires 2 lines of tape, tightens his grip, then retracts them at full power. Rocketing toward the glass side of the building at full speed. He tumbles during this, aiming his feet at the glass and straightening his body. The new upgrades to his suit are meant to take this kind of force when aligned in such a way, allowing him to reel himself and to deliver finishing blows to powerful villains. Or traverse situations like these. Crash. He slams through the glass and winds up in a maze of empty cubicles, and luckily he can see the chopper as all around him the building was glass on the far walls, allowing him to track his target through the tinted windows. Breaking into a full spring while holding his shoulder, Cellophane slams through the cheap and depressing cubicles, breaking apart splintered wood and cardboard, never taking his eyes off the prize. As he makes it to the other side, he's just barely ahead of the helicopter, so when he runs up to the window he fires 1 line at the floor and another at the ceiling. Reeling himself toward the glass at full power, he straightens his body and rockets through it, this time flying past the nose of the helicopter and winding up on the opposite side of it. He tumbles in midair and launches 2 lines at the helicopter, and before the last man can make sense of what madness he was seeing, Cellophane kicks him in the chest, hard enough that he's sent out of the helicopter and into the building he just jumped out of. Seeing the man launched into the building, he places a hand over his bullet wound and walks up to the pilot, squeezing the man's shoulder to get his attention. The man turns around, scowling at the hero, glaring bitterly at him. Land this thing. Now. Cellophane yells so the man can head him over the engine. The man pauses for a moment, seemingly considering his options. He opens his mouth. Vomits a small stream of molten lava directly at Cellophane. The hero barely dodges as the man is desperately trying to spit the excess drops onto the floor so he doesn't burn himself. Cellophane is stunned but this, then looks to where the lava hit. Seeing a hole in the roof, exactly where the blades were previously connected. He, the hostage, and the kidnapper look at each other. And the man at least has the decency to realize how badly he just messed up. Cellophane quickly spins and delivers a strong right to the man's jaw, cracking it and knocking him out as they begin to fall. Shit, he screams out, glancing at the hostage for a moment. The man just had his eyes closed, seemingly praying for someone to save him. No time to search for a key, and one of the others could have had it, and if I let this thing fall it could hurt someone on the street below. The other pros should be down there clearing people out, but I can't take any chances. I need to stop this thing. He sticks his feet to the floor of the cabin, and as they're falling launches 2 lines at the building only 20 meters away from them, attaching it to the floor of the cabin. The lines immediately snap under the strain, but he does it again, and again, and again. Dozens of times as they fall 200 meters. And eventually, the constant lines of tape forces the helicopter to swing into the nearby building, slamming into it just barely and slowing the fall. The impact knocks Cellophane off his feet but he grabs on with his adhesive glove to the roof and steadies himself. Rapid fire shots, he screams, pushing his equipment and his quirk to the limit as he makes multiple lines by the second, attaching them to the building they were grating against and to the roof of the falling helicopter cabin they were currently in. But eventually, the constant friction and grating slows their descent. And as Cellophane's body becomes weaker, as his lips crack and his skin dries out, the side effect of him overusing his quirk, as the lines already rolled into his equipment run out, they come to a crawl, and both men hold their breaths. They were in a helicopter cabin, 2 stories away from the street. A trail of destruction down the side of a building. And only 30 lines of tape were holding up what was left of the cabin. They dare not move, or breathe. You okay? Cellophane asks Law, still not moving more than his head to look at the man, who just stiffly nods in response. Good, Cellophane says. But maybe we don't move until some backup gets here, yeah. Law once again just nods, ready for this to all be over. 10 minutes later. As Law-Matani is rushed away by his people, Cellophane is left in front of a news team. With the helicopter currently being removed from the building behind him by the fire department and a few pro-heroes. But after all the questions, only one would really be remembered. Only one would be written down in the history books of this nation. The reporter leans the mic toward his and asks, finally, so, what's the name of the men who saved the day here? He puffs up his chest a bit, finally getting his moment, and proudly says. Provisional hero, Cellophane, the taping hero. And the nearby crowd gives him the first of hundreds of choruses of applause and praise he'd receive. And with this, Cellophane, Japan's future number 4 pro hero, makes his debut to the world. End chapter. Chapter 155, Chapter 154, It's Just Money. Chapter start. 7:33 a.m. Walking around the living room in his penthouse, Horizon is constantly looking at the hologram being projected up from his coffee table. It was a 3D map of this very building. The top 2 floors where the penthouse was had been colored green. The remainder was the standard blue with small patches of red in certain areas. He had returned from the party at almost 4 a.m., got an hour of sleep, then got right back to work. After doing some research and putting out some of his contacts underground to look into the would-be kidnappers, he set that matter aside and came out here to focus. Leaving Ryuko in his bed, and luckily Siro was already asleep in his own room by the time he got back. After giving the plans another look, he takes out his phone and calls the contractor, not connecting it to his visor, wanting the men to hear his slightly mechanical voice. "Good morning, sir," the man answers excitedly. "Is everything all right?" "Perfectly fine," Horizon says. "I just got done looking at the revised plans you sent. This is exactly what I wanted, start immediately." "That's perfect, I already have the machinery and men on standby. I'll send people over to get the job site ready later today." "Right, and about the 2-month project completion time?" "Well, we'll be gutting most of the floors, breaking down walls and building new ones. It's much faster than making a whole new building, but it'll still take time. Not to mention the time also includes setting up the equipment you requested and furnishing. You won't get this done faster with anyone else. We've got more licensed QUIRK users working for us than any other construction firm in Tokyo." "I remember," Horizon says. "And you're already faster than the second best option. But I'm raising the completion time bonus. As I'm sure you can imagine, the faster I have a building with everything I need in it, the faster I can improve my efficiency. And improved efficiency means more lives saved." "Yes sir," the man says. "Well, depending on the bonus, I can leverage some men or equipment from some of our smaller jobs. I'm tripling the bonus, and I'll have food trucks at the site for lunch every day, on me." "Well, the man stutters for a moment. "I trust you to get this done as quickly and efficiently as possible, while doing quality work." "I can do that, right?" "Of course. We won't let you down." "Good, now I need to get to work. Have a good day." "You too, sir." Horizon hangs up, taking one last look at the building plans. And a few minutes later he was sitting on the couch, in the middle with his arms spread across the backrest on either side of him. He was honestly amazed by the scope of what he was doing. He was already sitting in Horizon Tower, a monument reaching the sky with his logo on the front of it. The slightly creepy smiling face looked down at the city below. And now here he was, improving it to further suit his needs. A not-so-small fortune was thrown at various companies to make the most efficient all-in-one hero agency in the world. "Do you ever stop working?" Ryuko walks in, seeing him sitting on the couch now. Says the sexy blonde, "That's with me because of how hard I work," he says jokingly as she drops onto the couch beside him, leaning into him and resting her head against his side. Looking down at her, he finally gets a proper view of what she slept in. One of his t-shirts hung off her, white with his logo on the front. A pair of blue pajama pants, and some fuzzy slippers. Her hair was currently a mess, but he's seen her in much more disheveled states. She points at the hologram. "Is this where we are?" "MHM, Horizon Tower." "Well, you never claimed to be humble." "For the record, I didn't pick the name. The news reporters that learned about me buying it started calling it that, then the name stuck. But I know you, and you would have named it that either way, right?" Maybe. It is the largest hero agency in the world, at least when it's completed." "MHM, Ryuko nods. "Ours was just a small house in the mountains. Even Genist and Hawks only have 5-story buildings. I guess you, All Might, and Endeavor are the only people with big buildings, huh? But this is like twice the size of Endeavor's, and All Might's was half that size. Size matters, but you also have to know how to use it." "Ugh, no dick jokes please, you're better than that." "Whatever, but technically this isn't a hero agency until I have my full pro hero license. I can't even sell merch while I have a provisional license." Ryuko thinks about it for a moment, then looks down at her shirt. "But you do sell merch?" "Yeah, but Horizon isn't a hero identity, it's just who I am." Oh, so you aren't selling it as a hero, it's just some guy selling merch of himself and people are buying it. plus all the profits go to charities, he shrugs. Buying my way into heaven. Ryuko shakes her head, not even bothering to correct his heathenistic statements anymore. So what's this agency got? And why is the top of the building green? Horizon begins gesturing to certain parts of the hologram. Renovations start tomorrow, but don't worry, you don't have to move out or anything. Just use the same back exit you already use so nobody knows that you live with me. Yeah, can't have them kidnapping me like some damsel in distress, but I'm sure my knight would come rushing in to save me, right? What? No. She leans away from him, frowning at that response, and why not? Because you're a former pro hero, if you get kidnapped then they can keep you, because you deserve it. Jerk, she pouts cutely, and he just pulls her back to his side. Anyway, the top is green because that's the penthouse, that won't be affected by the work because I had it altered when I first bought this place. Yeah, but most of it is red. I mean, do you really need to change, what, like 120 floors? 135, the other 15 are fine as they are. But this building was a mess of cubicles and a few law firms before. I need to break down a lot of walls to make bigger rooms. 4. Hero stuff. Training rooms, equipment storage, indoor QUIRK training. A pool, she gives him a hopeful look. Horizon size, yes, a pool. And a wind tunnel to train the flyers. Smart, and what about these? She gestures to 10 purple floors in the middle of the building. That's the design and testing lab. Purple requires extra reinforcement. Those places tend to have explosions from what I know. An in-house design studio and manufacturing floor, phew, spare no expense. MHA, the only agency in the country that can afford it, and I've got the perfect person in mind to run it. The girl who made your new gear. MHA, May is a genius, a good person to keep close. MHA, she gives him a look out of the corner of her eye. What? Just, are you and her, like friends, in the same way you and I are? Oh, Ryuko didn't like that she wasn't as okay with that as she agreed to be. As she should be since summer is just about to end. Well, that's good, that you have other people somewhat close to you. Oh, we aren't really close, just two workaholics that need a simple way to relax, Horizon shrugs. She's convenient, but you're special. And suddenly all was well in Ryuko's mind once more. That reminds me, I need to get her opinion on some upgrade ideas for my costume, but I don't think my control is good enough to support it yet. Maybe went up my game a bit more. Oh, anything fun? Very fun, but I'll save that surprise for later. After a few more minutes of talking about his future hero agency, Ryuko finally arrives at an unavoidable question. Can I ask you something? Ask me anything, but I don't have to answer. Right, she bites her lips. How much is this whole building gonna cost? I try not to think about prices. A luxury most don't have, she says. Well, I'm lucky enough to have it. So the building is around 2.8 billion, I had to buy out every lease and the property rights etc. from the deed holder. Then I had to buy the land itself. Then I had to pay for the legal fees and renovations of this place. He gestures around the penthouse they were in. Wow, I'm definitely never going to live in a place like this again after this. Then the real hero agency renovations and upgrades, plus the cost of expediting the legal fees and permits for some of the equipment, so all in all, around $3 billion. I did get some discounts in certain areas because companies want to be able to say they contributed to Horizon Tower, but it's still a lot of money. Ryuko just sits back, barely able to process all the big numbers he so casually mentioned. Do you think it's worth it? She mindlessly asks. I mean, is anything really worth $3 billion? Horizon thinks about it for a moment, until he thinks about his parents. Then the answer was obvious. All of this, and after graduation he's only expecting to use it for 2 years at most before the commission hands them over to him and he goes to America, to live a quiet life. Leaving all this pro-hero business behind him. Yeah, he says in a gentle, almost sad voice. It's just money, and all the money in the world can't buy a person back once they're gone. So I'd gladly give up everything I have to protect them. And with those few words he sends Ryuko's thoughts spiraling and her heart fluttering. Taking in her surroundings, and the men beside her who spent so much on more efficiently protecting others. Realizing he really was 1 in 10 billion, exactly how lucky she was, and that she only had one more day before he returned to UA to start the semester. The realization that she never wanted this summer fling to end finally settles in. So what do you want for breakfast? My eggs are great, I'm sure you'd like them, she asks, trying not to think about the heavy conversation they just had. And pancakes. Ryuko hops off the couch and gives him a dazzling smile. Anything you want, I'm on it. End chapter. Chapter 156, Chapter 155, First Impressions. Chapter start. I'm famous. Zero screams as he's running down the hallways. heading to the living room from his bedroom in Horizon's penthouse. So excited that he's running barefoot in only the pair of shorts and t-shirt he slept in, phone in hand. "Guys, I'm famous now," he yells as he rounds the corner, only to be greeted by the sight of Horizon sitting on the couch with his feet up on the coffee table, scrolling the Hero network on his phone. Most likely checking his ever-growing list of team-up requests. And beside him is Ryuko writing something in the notebook she brought with her. "I'm famous," Shiro says, calming down a bit as he walks over to them. Pacing back and forth on the other side of the coffee table, buzzing with excitement. "You became a hero to get famous?" Ryuko puts down her phone to ask, giving him a skeptical look. No, Shiro says. "I became a hero for the money," an equally worse response. Ryuko just glances over at Horizon, seeing the man put his phone down. "Why exactly are you training him again?" Horizon chuckles and pats her head, messing up her hair a bit more. "Shiro isn't good at talking to pretty girls." "Hey. You're not," Horizon says. "Because if you were, you would have just said being famous helps you get more team-ups, with more people, which will result in you saving more lives. Didn't think you'd need me to spoon-feed you interview lines as well." "Oh, right," Shiro nervously rubs the back of his neck, looking at Ryuko. "Yeah, but she's your friend," Horizon fills in, earning another side-eye from her but ignoring it. "Yeah, I figured she already knew why," Shiro shrugs. "She has nothing to do with our deal, so why would I ever tell her?" "Oh, good point," Shiro says. "But yeah, I'm basically just a hero for the money," he shrugs. Ryuko looks at Horizon. "I thought you criticize people who become heroes just for money and fame." "No, I criticize people who aren't useful or effective, yet manage to somehow get a license and reap the rewards of being a pro-hero, parasites and paper heroes. So the difference with him is..." She gestures to Shiro. "He is useful and effective. People who put their lives on the line should be rewarded, as Shiro will be." Ryuko looks at Shiro. "So, just the money?" Horizon cuts in, "And the women?" "I have a girlfriend," Shiro says. "One more thing I'll have to teach you about," Horizon chuckles, earning an eye roll from Ryuko. "And yeah, just the money," Shiro shrugs. "It's just been my dad and I since, well, it's just us. And since we're pretty much poor and I don't have any skills and aren't that smart, why not throw myself at villains to get paid? Well, I see why this one took a liking to you," she gestures to Horizon. "Now, what's this about you being famous?" "Oh, right, check this out." Shiro connects his phone to the TV and shows Cellophane's Yay page. Nearly 1 million views already. "When did you upload this?" Horizon asks. "Just a few minutes after I saved the guy, so around midnight." "Not bad," Horizon says. "But what exactly happened?" "Okay, so. According to the report I just saw when I woke up, some guys decided to kidnap this new rich guy at this big party. They shot him, then got him in the helicopter. The cops called every nearby pro and I happened to be nearby, so I rushed over. To chase a helicopter?" Ryuko asks. "I know, right?" Shiro says. "It was so crazy, I had to cut through a building just to keep up." "The video is from your visor, right?" Horizon asks, cutting him off before he gets too excited. "Yeah. Edited. I just cut the action and uploaded out of the entire day of footage, just like you said." "Good, too much editing and people get suspicious. Show us the video, then you can explain what happened after." After watching the video, Ryuko is shocked by how well Shiro performed, not at all expecting such rapid improvement from him after seeing him at the summer camp. Training with Horizon had certainly been paying off. But Horizon didn't say anything, causing her to notice the nervous look Shiro was giving him, waiting for approval. She not so gently elbows Horizon in the side. "You did great, but what happened after?" "Oh, I got interviewed and finally gave them my name, and people found my profile and all the other things on it within minutes. It was insane. Yeah, the public goes crazy for new pros. And what about the guy you saved, Mr. Lamatani, right?" Shiro shrugs. "Dunno. He didn't even use an ambulance, his people just showed up and took him away. Jerk didn't even say thanks," he grumbles. "Expecting rich people not to treat civil servants like shit, huh?" Horizon says. "They're all assholes, get used to it." "Momo is nice," Shiro argues. "She also isn't that kind of rich." Horizon holds up his phone. "Did a little search on him in the Hero network just now, just another young rich asshole that got so used to All Might that he takes pro-heroes for granted," he shrugs. "Well, at least you saved him," Ryuko says. "And you looked super cooling doing it." "Just don't expect to get paid much," Horizon says. "You used a helicopter like a grater down the side of a skyscraper, plus whatever the debris fell on. Hero insurance will only cover so much, you'll probably have something deducted from this month's pay for this stunt. You need to improve efficiency in your swings and how quickly you subdue people. Plus the way you hesitate to engage against guns, then the issue of your tape needing to be stronger with heavy weight attached to it." "Right," Shiro nods. I'll work on it. What about the rest of your profile, anything good? Ryuko quickly tries to move the conversation along. Oh yeah. Zero taps his phone a few times and arrives at his profile picture. An image of him sitting atop Horizon Tower with his feet off the edge, and in the background is Horizon sitting on his hoverboard. The likes and comments on this are insane. People put it together pretty fast that we're working together since we've got a few pictures together on my profile and from on the street. Good, Horizon says. That means at least a few high-ranking pro heroes will try to sign you, thinking we come as some kind of package deal. They're mostly wrong, but if it gets you into their agency, then take it. Zero nods, giving Horizon a cheerful smile. This is the first real feeling of progress, man. Can't believe I'm gonna be working with a big agency soon. MHM, great work, hero. Ryuko cheers him on. But you'll need to stay strong, so why don't you get some breakfast? It's already in the kitchen. A fast breakfast, Horizon says. We need to be on the streets in an hour. We've only got today to do hero work in Tokyo. Summer ends tomorrow and school starts the next day. You need to make this last day of hero work count. Are we going back by car? Zero asks. I don't do public transport, Zero, but you'll be going back ahead of me so you can if you want. I have some business to take care of tomorrow, so I'll be getting back to UA fairly late. Guess I'll take the train. Alright, I'm gonna get breakfast now, Zero says before walking toward the kitchen. Enjoy. Ryuko says, waiting for him to get completely out of earshot. Then she elbows Horizon hard in the side. What the hell? He asks with a groan. I should be asking you that, she glares at him. Your friend just made his big debut and you can't even muster up a good job for him. He was clearly waiting for it. But it wasn't a good job. Ryuko groans and throws her hands up. Not everyone is perfect like you. Zero did incredibly well for this being his first big incident. You could at least tell him that. What? But that's what was expected of him. Horizon seemed genuinely confused by what she said, which somewhat scared her. Ah, what do you mean? Why would I congratulate someone for what is expected of them? If I'm training you, then saving someone from a helicopter is expected, nothing worth being praised over, he says as if it's obvious. How is that possible, Sane? Because that's what training does, Ryuko, Horizon says. Look, when I was 7 I performed my first successful spinal reconstruction solo. I didn't get a stupid medal, a special treat, or a pat on the back. I just walked into the next room and fixed the next patient. Because it's what was expected of me, as a doctor and their son. If you train for something, why would you be specially rewarded for doing what's expected? And in this case, he made a mess of the side of a building, nothing exemplar about it. Instead of immediately responding, Ryuko just gives him a sad and sympathetic look. Now worried about the clearly broken man sitting beside her, and what her dream life could become if he were involved as much as she'd like. Eventually, she just sighs and leans against his arm. People aren't robots like you. We need to be told when we do something well, even if it's what's expected of us. It helps us feel good. Rewarding the bare minimum is encouraging the bare minimum. That's disgusting. And do you plan to be like this with your own kids? Of course, my parents were like this, and I turned out perfect. Ryuko just slumps her shoulders and exhales deeply. What the hell have I gotten involved with? End chapter. Chapter 157, Chapter 156, of Hearts and Mind. Chapter start. Sitting in the back of an armored SUV was Koku Hanabata, the leader of Japan's Hearts and Mind political party and the leader of Redestro's Metal Liberation Army's political influence division. He was a plain-looking Japanese man with a thin mustache, modern glasses, and slicked back hair reaching down to his neck. He wore an exquisite black suit with a long matching scarf draped around his shoulders, atop his long black coat. His villain name, Trumpet, was chosen based on his quirk, or as his people call it, meta ability Insight. This ability allows him to enhance the physical and mental abilities of anyone he commands so long as they are devoted to him. The louder his voice, the more powerful the specific effect. As his driver was taking him around Tokyo, the seats opposite him were empty aside from a small briefcase resting across it. Looking out the window, he sees midday Tokyo passing by, somewhat disgusted by all the people walking on the street. So content with being sheep in a crowd. Ignoring and limiting what makes them truly unique just because the government tells them that's what they should do. Shaking his head, he takes out his phone to check it, seeing dozens of notifications. The average day for a man of his station. As the leader of one of Japan's 12 political parties, people always try to get his attention. But currently, they were among the less popular groups, something which he hoped to solve with this meeting. As he's checking his schedule for today, his assistant gives him a call, which he gladly answers. Yes. Sir, I managed to get you onto the Aftermath special tonight to discuss the future ramifications of the Kamino Ward incident. Good, make some time for me in the schedule tonight and I'll be there. That will be a great time to open the eyes of the public as to why QUIRK regulations shouldn't be so strict. Yes, sir, and should I move ahead with the expanded marketing budgets for the district elections next month? Not just yet, he tells her. I'm currently heading to the meeting I mentioned. He accepted at the last minute, so I had to rush over. Oh, yeah. If he joins our cause, or at least supports our political party, then we'll be able to afford the new marketing easily. But even more important than that, we'll more easily be able to win over the public. Yes sir, but, if he doesn't, she asks. He will, Koku says. But even if he doesn't, Redestro will simply use Detnerat to fund us as he always has. But aren't we doing this to avoid looking owned by one major company, she asks. Yes, but nobody will be surprised if a company that makes QUIRK support equipment for pro-heroes and civilians supports the political party that encourages regular people to use their QUIRKs. That's just good business on their part, after all, a mutually beneficial arrangement on both sides. Right, good point sir. Oh, one more thing, Koku says. UA will be starting the second semester tomorrow, which means Horizon won't be in Tokyo. Contact Geaton. I want to stage a villain attack and have some of our people playing the part of civilians successfully chase off the villains. That should raise interest in our cause. Right, but why wait until UA opens tomorrow? Koku shakes his head, because, for the first day of school Horizon will obviously be present. And that means he won't be in Tokyo to arrest our people posing as villains. Oh, good point. I'll get in contact with him right away sir. Good, Koku sees them arrive at the front of Feel Good Incorporated's building in Minato, Tokyo. I need to go, I'll call you when the meeting is over. And as they part in front of the building currently housing one of Japan's top pharmaceutical companies, the door opens and Tomoyasu Chikazoku, one of its board members, enters the vehicle. He takes the seat opposite Koku and shuts the door behind him. Tomoyasu Chikazoku was a lanky man of average height, wearing an all-black suit with hair to match. His hair was long, reaching his waist, with long bangs covering his eyes. This had better be good trumpet, Tomoyasu says. Trust me Skeptic, this is worth leaving that board meeting early, Koku says. Skeptic is Tomoyasu's codename within the Meta Liberation Army. The leader of their intelligence division and also the manager of their technological infrastructure. While his quirk, Anthropomorph, allows him to transform human-sized objects into realistic doll copies of himself or other people and remotely control them, he rarely ever uses it. His true worth comes from his ability to hack into almost any system he's encountered. He's also a genius at logistical management, making him the perfect accountant and resource manager for the entire army. So what are we doing? Skeptic asks. I got the meeting, it was last minute but he said he has a free lunch opening today and only today, Koku says. Ah, Skeptic looks at the briefcase on the seat beside him and opens it, taking out the new laptop and phone inside and getting to work. I'll have this phone ready to make a clone of his in a few minutes, but we'll have to be at the same table for at least 30 minutes for it to clone his phone. That won't be a problem, Skeptic says. We'll be eating at that new restaurant, Golden Hearts. Golden Hearts? Skeptic asks. I've heard about there, they ask you to leave all phones outside of the dining area, this won't work. It will, Koku says. You let me worry about that, but now the things I asked you about, how did it go? Skeptic grumbles while typing away. Just a bunch of rumors and nonsense. Can't tell what's real and what's fake. Even you can't tell. But this phone should solve that, he gestures to the phone. But all the research I've done tells me this dude is pretty well connected. All the rumors say he's Yakuza royalty. But Yakuza don't have money like this, Koku says. And besides they're barely a street gang anymore. Yeah well, aside from a few parties here and there, he keeps to himself, just buys up anything he can. It's like he's playing Monopoly, but instead of making money he's slowly losing money. Losing money. His profitable companies make a good amount but he's still losing maybe 2 million each month in payroll alone. And the chances of him supporting us? Can't tell, Skeptic says. He hasn't been in the public eye enough to say anything for or against our cause. But that's the point, right? You're offering him some political power in Japan. Exactly, Koku says. But we need him more than he needs us, as far as I can tell he doesn't care about politics. But having his name attached to us would mean quite a lot. So if he says no, we use this, Skeptic waves the phone in the air. I've been unable to track his money or break into his company's systems remotely, being this close to him should make that much easier. Then I'm sure we'll find some dirt we can use, but how do you plan to keep this phone close enough to his? As Skeptic asks that, as if one cue the vehicle comes to a stop, and a tall muscular man enters, sitting beside Kuko. Oh, Skeptic says. That makes things a lot easier, he goes back to work. The man who entered was Tatsuyuki Tokoname, aka the pro hero known as Slide and Go. At the moment however he was wearing a simple suit instead of his skin-tight hero costume. His quirk, Slip and Slide allows him to remove the friction between his body and anything he touches, increasing his mobility and allowing him to chase down villains at high speeds. Most unusual, Slide and Go says. How come we're all meeting like this in public? This is against MLA regulation for commanders and captains to meet in public like this. We have a good cover, Koku says, honesty. You're one of the spokespersons for the Hearts and Mind Party and we're on our way to meet a new potential sponsor. And Skeptic is a backer of the party, it's all legit. Right, and the MLA business. You'll just have to hold on to this, Skeptic hands him the phone. The restaurant we're going to doesn't allow guests to keep their phones on them, but since you're a pro hero they have to allow you to keep yours. I see, Slide and Go nods and puts it in his jacket pocket. Using the unfairness of this flawed society to bring it down. Alright, Skeptic shuts the laptop. The phone is ready. When it's within a few feet of his phone it'll recognize his number and begin closing everything from his phone, including his account info, into itself. Good, because we're here, Koku says as they pull up to the front of the hotel. The Golden Hearts Hotel. A 60-story hotel with the now extremely popular restaurant on the roof. New and already incredibly popular, as well as recognizable with its dark colors and golden accents. As well as the intricate Golden Heart logo, also known now as the Matani Estate logo on the front of the building. The same design that La Matani has on his shoulders, not that the world is aware of that. The men step out of the building and look up at it, knowing their host was on the roof already. Well, time to make a new friend, Koku says as he enters the building, marching toward La Matani. But not at all ready for the monster he was about to experience. End chapter. Chapter 158, Chapter 157 of Hearts and Mind Point 2. Chapter start. Sitting at his favorite table in his main restaurant. On the roof of his hotel, looking out at downtown Tokyo, La Matani was enjoying a drink. He wore a black suit with a gold undershirt, the top two buttons were undone to show off the tattoo on his chest. And the shoulders had the familiar intricate heart sigils on them, just like his shoulder had them tattooed beneath his clothes. He sat at a table beside the railing, separating him from the 60-story drop to the pavement below. His back was to the railing, giving his guests a better view while he made it difficult for anyone to get behind him. And the roof was currently filled with men and women enjoying lunch, some working, some seemingly getting together with friends. But all enjoying their meals. Really? Law asks. He was currently on the phone with Ciro. Yeah, apparently Ed Shot called UA to offer me a work studies position, pretty cool right? Yeah, but I was hoping for someone that would operate more in the spotlight. But I guess the camera in your visor can make up for that. Oh yeah, didn't even think of that. But yeah, I never thought I'd be working with a top pro. This is all thanks to you, thanks man. Don't mention it, just do your best and don't embarrass me. Right, Ciro says nervously. Law sees the three men he was waiting for enter the outdoor dining area a moment later. I gotta go, I'll talk to you later. He hangs up as the men notice him. Gentlemen, it's a pleasure to meet you all, Law says as he gets up and gives each of them a handshake. And for the first time in a while, he mentally curses all for one. Usually, when meeting someone he would simply scan them, but now activating a rune causes his eyes to continuously glow, so he couldn't even do subtle things like that. The pleasure is ours I assure you, Koku says as they all take their seats. It's nearly impossible to get a table at this restaurant, even for me. Well, quality attracts quantity, Law says. Now, I know you said you'd be bringing two important people Mr. Hanabata. Please, call me Koku. Right, Koku, but I don't recognize these men, Law says, a necessary lie. He of course recognized Slide and Go from his research on the Hearts and Mind Party. Well, allow me to rectify that. This is Tomoyasu Chikazoku, he sits on the board of directors for the Feel-Good Inc. pharmaceutical company. It's a pleasure to meet you, Skeptic says. Likewise, Law nods politely. And this, Koku gestures to Slide and Go, is Tatsuyuki Tokonami, but the public knows him as the pro hero, Slide and Go. A pro hero, sitting at my table, well I'm flattered. Slide and Go chuckles and rubs the back of his head shyly. Honestly I feel a bit out of place at a meeting like this. Oh you don't have to worry, I'm not that uptight, Law says as he signals a server to come to them. In fact, me not being so uptight is why I haven't been able to get a foot in the door of any political party in Japan. Let's just say the old money families that run things don't want someone that's only half Japanese involved in shaping the country. And you've made it clear you cannot be controlled, Koku says. But that's exactly why I reached out to you, I believe we can do great work together. As the server comes over. Law orders just a simple steak meal with some mashed potatoes, Koku orders a sashimi platter, Slide and Go orders the same steak meal as Law, and Skeptic orders a bowl of miso soup. As the server leaves them, Law puts his phone face down on the table. Alright, so let's get down to business. I've got somewhere to be this afternoon, as much as I'd love to spend all evening partying with you men. I believe I should go first, Tomoyasu, Skeptic says. Feel-Good Inc. is currently in search of some space leading up to the launch of a new medication we just to the patent for. Alright, Law nods along. Well, I noticed that you've been doing all you can. Such as the 200 million you donated to the Police Pension and Relief Fund. Or the 200 million you donated to the Firefighters Pension and Relief Fund. And I can't help but wonder, are these because you perhaps want people to forget certain things? Skeptic glances down at Law's hands, at his tattoos. Law raises his hands to show off the hand and knuckle tattoos. Honestly no, I did that because I don't like speeding tickets. And I own a lot of property, so I don't want the people I depend on to respond to emergencies to not like me after all. Oh, You're fine, and for the record, our fortune didn't come from anything illegal. We made good investments in the healthcare industry that paid off very well, he says. And I'm fully aware of how most of the world, and especially Japan, views tattoos like mine. But I'm not Yakuza. This is more of a family tradition, Law says. From the other side of my family. Ah, you mentioned being half Japanese, so what's the other half? Slide and Go asks. Italian. The table got immediately tense, as all three men come to the conclusion that they may be sitting across from a mafia billionaire. Until Law burst that bubble. I'm not mafia, but I do get that a lot, he chuckles. But hey, the ladies love it, so I won't complain. Right, but back to what I was saying, Skeptic refocuses the conversation. You've been more successful than most political parties in buying goodwill in Japan. Despite the rumors circulating around you, the public supports you. Even after your unfortunate kidnapping, people doubted the rumors that it was over some sort of criminal involvement. And when it turned out to just be thugs looking to hold a wealthy man for a ransom, they only loved you more. Legacy building, Law says. That's the goal. Precisely why I'm here to offer you a subsidization contract with the new drug. The news headline would get certain leaked documents about you subsidizing the cost of the drug so the consumer and government won't have to pay as much in this time of great need, and you look like a champion of the people. The Matani family shines even brighter. I'll have to look over the details of the drug, Law says. What's my estimated cost? 125 million. You'd be eating most of the cost of this contract between yourself, Detnerat, and a few other companies. Right, but you'd also be getting my goodwill built up with the public, Law says. And I assume this information would be leaked in a tasteful way. Of course, Skeptic says. Boasting about how much you help people doesn't look good after all. All right, send my lawyers the details later. I'll give you an answer by tomorrow night. And of course, I'll keep you informed on any future moves in the pharmaceutical industry here. Perfect, Koku, Trumpet Dash, says. Now with that out of the way, shall we get to what I contacted you about? Right, you're the only one of the 12 parties willing to let me into politics in Japan. Why is that? Well, aside from the fact that we're currently ranked 6th and could greatly use the publicity boost from having you support us, as well as funding for the upcoming regional elections across Japan, I believe our beliefs align enough to work together, Koku says. And what policies might that be? Law asks as their food arrives. Well, for one, you're being oppressed for something you cannot control. For being half Japanese instead of fully Japanese, you're being excluded from part of our society. That isn't right at all. That's one thing we're already solving by simply being here. True, go on. The next I believe would be your policy of expression. Expression? Law asks. Self-expression, Koku says. You're a man who isn't afraid to show the world what he stands for and all that he is, correct? MHM, Law nods. And in regards to quirks? Most of the population aside from the pro-heroes aren't even allowed to express that part of themselves, a part which they are born with. I'm sure you can relate, yes? No, Law says. My quirk just makes me look younger, not much expression in that. But I'm sure if I could fly it would be a different story, so I see your point. Thank you, Coco says. Most people truly can't even be bothered to try to understand if it doesn't affect them directly. I'm glad you're smarter than those people. But the Hearts and Mind Party focuses on the aching hearts of all the oppressed people, under one collection thought process. We want freedom, that is the thought. That's why hearts is plural but mind is singular. You already have the love of the working class, the most oppressed of them all. If you join us, we could change the future of Japan for the better. Law mulls it over for a second, then looks at Slide and Go. Pro-heroes are frowned upon if they promote any politics, especially something like this which promotes a direct conflict with the existing system. Is this really what you believe in? With all my heart, I want my fellows to be free to live as they wish, Slide and Go says. Right, and what's your quirk? I can remove the friction between myself and any surface I touch, allowing me to slide freely. Right, I should have guessed that. Law leans back into his chair, looking between the three men. I need a minute to think this over. Looking around while the three men are silently eating, waiting for a response, Law sees Horizon Tower in the distance. This policy is chaos. I barely trust regular people with cars, now we're gonna let them use quirks as they please. This is the same shit I explained to, and suddenly it all snaps together. Rikiya runs Detnerat, he funds this political party and was spouting nonsense about quirks needing to be free to use. Then these idiots in the political party are spouting the same bullshit. Plus Chitose mentioned this in her interview with me, and she's Rikiya's girlfriend in secret. Is this some bigger conspiracy? And just like that, he put all the pieces together, that these leaders of the Meta Liberation Army were in fact working together, but he didn't have the pieces that filled in the army part of their movement just yet. This is chaos, Law says, pulling their attention toward him. Chaos is good for pro-heroes since they get to make lots of money, he looks at Slide and Go. It's good for people who sell medicine since lots of people get hurt, he looks at Skeptic. It's good for people who sell QUIRK support items because they have a lot of customers. And it's good for the leader because he has people desperate for instruction, he looks at Koku for that final statement. But it's not good for the people doing the fighting, and it's definitely not good for me. I've invested in businesses that do well during peaceful times, not this kind of business. I don't even trust people with the freedom they have now, and I'm supposed to trust them with a QUIRK that could kill me, no way. Are you saying you won't support us? Sorry, but I won't, Law says. You're all in positions to profit from this movement, but it'll only hurt me. Law's phone beeps a few times, and he lifts it up to glance at it. He looks to his left, to the table of people sitting behind Slide and Go, then puts his phone down. Sorry about that, but yes, as I was saying. Chaos doesn't really benefit me, but I'm hoping you three can point me toward some good investments to prepare for this chaotic future we'll have. And just like that, all three men give him hopeful smiles. Completely oblivious that their fate just took a turn for the worse. End chapter. Chapter 159, Chapter 158, of Hearts and Mind Point, 3. Chapter start. Well, I think that's just about everything I wanted to know, Law says as their lunch comes to an end. Well, this was certainly a pleasant meeting if that's the case, Koku, Trumpet Dash, says. Well, I just have one more question, the most important of them all, Law says, causing all three men to look at each other somewhat nervously. And what might that be? Slide and Go asks. Well, it can wait, but before that. Have you ever wondered what you should order to eat for a meeting like this? The men give each other strange looks, then Koku takes the lead. What do you mean? Law looks at his phone, seeing a confirmation message, then leans back and begins explaining. Well, for a business meeting your order has a subconscious effect on the people at the table. Like myself and Slide and Go, we're big, so steak makes sense, especially with muscles like that, he gestures to the pro hero. Then we've got your sashimi platter, Law nods toward Koku, not bad, but it could leave the wrong impression with ladies. And then we come to you, he shakes his head at Tomoyasu, Skeptic Dash. What's wrong with my order? Skeptic gestures to the half-eaten bowl of miso soup. Well, it's the number one thing you should never order from a restaurant, Law says. There are mainly three reasons. The first is that it's where the head chef will put all the ingredients that are about to go bad and aren't presentable anymore, especially if it's a fish soup of any kind. Ugh, Skeptic groans, looking at the bowl with distrust. The second is that you don't want anything that can splash about or be loud for a business meeting like this. Plus, it's just not a good look. Okay, they all give him weird looks before Skeptic asks, and what's the third reason? Well, I'll explain after my next question, if it's needed. And what question might that be? Trumpet asks. Bang. All three men have their faces splattered with bits of Slide and Go's brains as a bullet hollows out his skull from the back to the front. Law doesn't react, but both men jump back in their seats, almost falling over. But the people at the table behind them immediately get up and keep them in their chairs. As the dead pro hero slumps onto the table, they see the women on the table behind him all holding guns and looking at them. Take anything you want. Trumpet says with his hands raised, just like Skeptic, expecting to be robbed. But the woman only chuckles slightly, keeping her pistol aimed at them as one of her friends walks over to the dead pro hero and gets his phone out of his pocket. You aren't being robbed, dumbass, Law says, pulling their attention over to him. To see him completely relaxed in his seat with blood on the side of his face. These aren't customers, they're my friends. They see everyone on the rooftop immediately take out their weapons, or in some cases just turn to look at them, presumably having quirks that make guns obsolete. Friend. Trumpet yells, your friend just killed someone. Obviously, Law says. Why wouldn't she? I mean, I take care of her, and her family, send her kids to whatever school she wants. Keep the college funds topped off, so of course my friends would look out for me in even the most drastic cases. They're your security. Skeptic says. No, friends, Law corrects him. Noting how neither man looks awfully bothered by the corpse slumped forward on the table. Security would make me responsible for this mess, but I can't be held accountable for the independent actions of my friends, now can I? What do you want? Trumpet asks. Well, usually I'd wonder why a politician and a tech nerd aren't bothered by the corpse of a person right here, but I think we're already past that, Law says. So, why were you wannabe anarchists trying to clone my phone? What are you talking about? Skeptic asks, a surprisingly convincing lie judging by his confused expression. Law had the woman hand him the clone phone. It couldn't even get past my login screen. Guess my IT guy is better than yours. He sees Skeptic's eyes narrow slightly at that, just for an instant. Oh, I'm guessing you did personally make this program. Good, now tell me what you were aiming for. I don't know what you're talking about, Skeptic insists. Law sighs and rolls his eyes, and as if in cue them men behind them hold their arms down flat onto the table, making sure his guests couldn't move. Do you know what the third reason you don't order soup is? Law asks. Well, if you're at a table with me, then, a cold dark river, the open ocean, a lake maybe, bathtub, or a bowl of fucking soup. You can drown in them all the same. Before Skeptic can even comprehend what he meant, his face was being held down in 2 inches of soup, drowning him in his lunch. As Skeptic is drowning, Trumpet begins speaking. You can't do this. You killed an pro-hero, the police will arrest you. Law has to visibly stop himself from laughing in his face. Do you have any idea of who I am? I'm Law Matani. There isn't a judge in the country willing to sign an arrest warrant for me, there isn't a cop willing to pull me over. And obviously, I don't give a shit about these idiots. He gestures to Slide and Go's corpse. But nothing. Because even if All Might himself came to arrest me, even if the judges wanted it and they pulled it off, nothing would happen, Law says. In the past few months I've both so many companies in Japan, mostly Tokyo. And you can't imagine how many people would lose jobs the moment I'm locked up. What? Oh, you didn't consider that, did you? Law says. The first thing that happens when you have over a few million employees is they give you a call to make sure you won't suddenly dump 1 million unemployed people into the system, because the government hates having to take care of unemployed poor people even more than you think. As he's explaining, he notices Skeptic no long twitching in the bowl of soup, and gestures for the men to wake him up. They pull him out of the bowl and give him a hard punch to the gut, causing him to cough and vomit up everything he ate today back into the bowl. As I was saying, they won't do a damn thing, because the economy can't afford it in this current state. I'm a very important piece of the wall holding back an unemployment crisis in Japan, well, a bigger one. That's why you've been operating like this, it finally clicks in Trumpet's head. You weren't just going for legacy, you bought a way to stay out of jail, because Japan needs you right now. Law gives a devious and victorious smile. Crisis is opportunity. A moment later Skeptic is done trying to cough his lungs out and snaps back to his senses, tears and snot running down his face. Enjoying the soup? Law asks. NGNNNN, Skeptic groans, swaying from side to side like he was drunk. Well, he's useless. Let's hook these guys up and ask some questions. While Trumpet was confused, a woman walked between them, with the men still behind them holding them down. Her fingernails extend half an inch like scales, then she stabs them each in the shoulder, leaving her hands in them. Ah. Both men cry out. Ready, the woman says. I'll give them a shock if I sense any lies, she nods at Law. I'm so glad I hired all of you after that whole hostage nightmare, could have saved me a lot of trouble that night, Law says. But anyway, Koku, my least favorite politician, why were you trying to break into my phone? We didn't argh, he screams as a small current flows through his body from the woman. Oh, you lied, that'll cost a finger. What? Trumpet panics as a man from a nearby table get up and walk over, reaching for one of his hands being held to the table and grabbing his little finger. Wait, don't break it please. Hearing this, Law chuckles, break it, don't be ridiculous. Arbrga. Trumpet screams at the top of his lungs as the man rips off the finger completely, leaving it on the table. And a moment later he releases another scream as the man makes a small candle flame in his palm and burns the wound shut. 3 questions and 3 fingers later, neither man has spoken. So Law leans away, leaving the interrogation to his friends while another man walks up beside him. Sir, the man says. What's wrong? We questioned their driver, he didn't know anything but we dealt with him anyway, just in case. Law looks over to the man, one of his power types, and sees both his sleeves bloodied. Right, good job. Turning back to his guests, Law sees both men covered in sweat and slumped forward. Only 4 fingers each and they were already beginning to pass out, he couldn't help but be disgusted by their weakness. Alright, this is getting tedious, will either of you ever tell me what I want? Never. Trumpet says. Never. Skeptic says, but he immediately gets shocked, caught in a lie. Oh, well that makes things easier, he then turns to Trumpet. Well, you politicians never say anything useful either way, and you always lie to the public, so why don't you just stop talking altogether, yeah? Trumpet and Skeptic look confused at that, then their expression turned to horror and panic as one of the nearby men grab a knife from Slide and Go's plate, and reaches into the politician's mouth for his tongue. Skeptic is forced to watch his friend has his tongue cut out and the wound burnt shut, then he passes out on the table. The man releases Skeptic's mouth, but the covert villain doesn't say anything. He just laments the choices that lead to this, his fate for bringing him here. And his hate for the men sitting across from him just grew and grew. You're a monster. Skeptic says, giving Law a hateful glare. Monster? Law asks playfully. The monsters are locked in Tartarus, but I'm infinitely worse, because I'm right here. And I really don't like that look you're giving me, with that left eye. Wait, please. Skeptic screams as he feels a large hand covers the side of his face from behind him, and a finger digging into his eye socket. I promise I'll release what's left of you when I get what I want, Law says, words barely heard through Skeptic's screaming. But let's see how many pieces I have to take until we get there. End chapter. Chapter 160, Chapter 159, Would-Be Challengers. Chapter start. 7 p.m., UA campus, Principal Nizu's office. Sitting on Nizu's couch, Horizon had his feet up on the coffee table while he was talking on the phone. He was currently wearing some of his own merch, a pair of sweatpants, and a jacket with his logo on the back of it. Are you sure? Gang Orca asks through the phone. Yeah, they should be moving lab equipment through your part of Japan by freight trains tomorrow, Horizon says. And I can't go running to the far side of Japan every time I get a lead, so I'm passing it on to you. That's your area after all. Right, Gang Orca says. I'll send some of my sidekicks to the train yard. They'll alert me if they see any suspicious activity. And this equipment is what they use to make trigger. MHM, the rest of the world is still trying to catch up to the quality of QUIRK-enhancing drugs in America, but we should crush these people before they get any closer to a pure formula. Yes, that would be problematic, Gang Orca says. I'll be sure to review the file you sent me tonight, and I won't forget to mention you when we make the arrest tomorrow. Thanks, I appreciate it. Anyway, that's all, so. Wait, Orca interrupts before Horizon rudely hangs up as he usually does. Have you reconsidered my offer? Don't need to, Horizon says. You can't pay as much as NG, you aren't as popular. Plus, even if I wanted to, the government won't allow me to just pack up and work in a city like yours. They need all the big guns in Tokyo to keep the crime rate down. Your area is more about catching illegal contraband. I see, that makes sense. You have much more effect in a densely populated area like central Tokyo. Very well then. If you change your mind, the option is always available. I won't, Horizon rudely hangs up on the hero. Setting down his phone, Horizon leans back and relaxes on the couch. That's the last of my cases to delegate to other pro-heroes. Such a pain in the ass when villains try to move their businesses out of Tokyo, but I guess that's the natural response when you've got me in your city. A few minutes later, Horizon hears the door open, and in walks Nizu. Enjoying your quiet time? Nizu asks. Just keeping the other pros informed of my leads, in case they find anything. MHM, Nizu casually walks up to him and sits on the couch beside him. Have you noticed you're already talking like a fully licensed pro-hero? They're already treating me like one, and I'm already working like one. What's talking like one compared to that? He shrugs. The burden of incomprehensible power, people simply expect you to do the heavy lifting. MHM, it's all part of the deal. Yes, but onto the more pressing matter. Someone tried to hack into your phone today. Yeah, but I dealt with it, Horizon says. Well, explain that to me while we walk to the dorms. I need to go speak to All Might, and taking a stroll through campus is always fun. At least when my adorable little legs aren't doing the walking. Horizon grumbles as he gets up, then puts Nizu onto his right shoulder. As I said, I dealt with the hacker. He says as they exit the office and begin walking through the empty halls. Well, you couldn't have dealt with it as Horizon, so, do I want to know what you did? For plausible deniability, you don't want all the details. I see. And why did they try to interfere with you? For leverage, Horizon says as they enter the elevator. They wanted to know about my finances and businesses, but even if they go in, there isn't anything illegal in my books. Aside from the overpriced healthcare you offer. Miracles aren't cheap, Horizon says. What's the cost of a life anyway? It's not like I judge, it's open bidding. They just want it more than other people, and have more money for it. I suppose that's true, Nizu says. But why did they want leverage? Apparently to borrow my goodwill with the citizens to promote their politics. They aren't anything dangerous. Just a group of politicians wanting to rally their supporters. Boring garbage. So a conspiracy, and what are the names? Nizu asks. None of your business, Horizon says. I'll deal with it myself. I already have a plan in motion. And what might that be? I did some lasting damage, the kind that only a certain miracle doctor can fix. And one of the people who I suspect is in that group, happens to be an associate of mine. If he contacts me to come to help them out, then I'll know he's part of it. Right, still relying on excessive cruelty. When will you drop this habit? Horizon didn't do it, not this time, he says. I suppose, but you get what I mean, Nizu says. And your plan after figuring out who is in their group? Nothing, Horizon says as they approach the front exit of UA. I just want to know exactly who I may have pissed off, what markets they control, and how they can make my life difficult, but I doubt they'd have the balls to do that. Not after the little chat I had with them. I hope Horizon treats villains better than he does, Nizu says. Horizon is a hero, there are limits to what he can do, unfortunately. I can't even use injection shot as much as I want because the damage is excessive and inhumane, a bunch of pussies. What else would you call pulverizing bone and tissue to dust with invisible bullets that bypass defenses? Effective. Those shots are almost beyond recovery without a healing quirk and surgery being used before the bone begins to try growing back. We were lucky that we have recovery, girl, otherwise, after the first day of practical training with you, Todoroki would have been spending the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Yeah, but they're villains. Just because someone is on the other side, doesn't mean you have to cripple them for life, as I recall you did with Himiko Toga before she broke out. Would you believe that was an accident? Horizon asks. No, but your contempt for the people in your way is astounding, as is your lack of sympathy for those beside you. Thanks. Not a compliment. That's your opinion. Horizon stops as they exit the main building and approach the dorms, seeing Yagi, Deku, and Bakugo on the front lawn. Both the boys were sparring with the former hero watching them. And what's this? Nizu explains as he continues walking. They got into a fight after the license exams, and apparently Midoriya explained one for all to him, but he and All Might trust him. More than David Shield apparently, Horizon mutters. But who won the fight? Bakugo. As expected, Horizon says as they arrive beside Yagi, watching the duo spar on the grass. How are you feeling? Huh. Yagi is startled to see them beside him. Oh, you surprised me, and I'm feeling fine. That's good to hear, Nizu says. And how is their training coming along? They've been sparring all week. Young Bakugo has been improving steadily, and young Midoriya is becoming familiar with his new fighting style more and more. I'd say they can compete with some of the combat-inclined pro heroes by now. So the D-listers and C-listers, Horizon says. Hey, that's rude, you can't call them that, Yagi says. They are what they are, and what new combat style? My shoot style. Deku says as they finish a round of sparring, both he and Bakugo were covered in sweat. Shoot. So you can weaponize air pressure already? No, Deku bashfully rubs the back of his neck. It's more like full cowling, but with my legs too, so I can kick. Horizon glances to his right shoulder where Nizu was seated, then back at Deku. I told you he's retarded. He's not retarded, Nizu says. But it did turn out exactly as you said. You could have gotten him to this level before summer even began if you were willing to help H. He's gotten enough handouts. Horizon glances at Yagi. Excuse me, Deku looks at Principal Nizu. Sir, what did he predict exactly? Oh, you must have forgotten, Nizu says. When he first taught you full cowling, during the quirk explanation class he gave. Yeah, I remember that. Well, he said that you idolizing All Might would hold you back. What he meant by that is you constantly try to fight like a boxer and a brawler, when you're not 7 foot tall like All Might, but should be more focused on speed. Oh, Deku facepalms. I guess I really was trying to be like All Might so much that it became a hindrance. And if you're that much of a fanboy, you've got to be a retard on some level, Horizon says. Well, that's not very nice, Yagi says. But knowing you, there must be a lot more you've already figured out, right? In terms of improving his use of One for All and accelerating his training, especially considering how much Ciro's quirk usage and power improved in just a few weeks of training with you. Naturally, I've considered the optimal way for all my classmates to train and use their quirks, Horizon says. Understanding the opponent is fundamental to crushing them thoroughly after all. How much power can you use right now anyway? 5% with my arms, but 8% with my legs. Deku says, and Bakugo grumbles under his breath. Still a lot weaker than me, but you're thinking about it all wrong again, Horizon says. Ideally, he'd think of it like gears in increments of 5% each. If he can handle continuous use of his arms in first gear, then shift into second before impact, then shift back down into first afterward. One split second of 10% won't hurt him that badly and will accelerate how fast his body improves so he can raise his base power, but Yagi will probably explain that to him eventually. I doubt All Might was walking around at 100% all the time. The collateral damage from that wouldn't have been heroic after all. This is the same system Horizon uses with room. Having set increments of room size so he doesn't have to think as much. Some for more range, some for a more in-depth awareness of the battlefield. The smaller the room, the more precise he can be. What do you mean? Deku asks. You'll probably have Yagi teach you that eventually, Horizon says, then sighs. I don't even have the damn quirk, but I'm better at it than you. No wonder I was the first choice for it. Bakugo freezes at that. He hadn't known that little fact. And Deku just feels smaller and smaller each time he's reminded. The official reason, and to Yagi's knowledge, is that Horizon simply doesn't need it, which is true. But Nizu was also terrified at the idea of such a tool falling into the hands of a person he hardly knew at the time. And now that he does know him, he's sure he made the correct choice. Anyway, have fun sparring. Horizon hands Nizu to Yagi as they had some things to discuss about tomorrow. Wait. Bakugo yells out as Horizon is about to leave. What's your problem, silver medal? Horizon asks. Don't think I'm this idiot's rival. Bakugo screams out, pointing at Deku. He's just a stepping stone, and when I crush him, then you're next. That's some dream you have there, but very ill-advised, because if useless can compete with you, he nods toward Deku. Imagine what perfect will do to you. End chapter. Chapter 161, Chapter 160, Career Planning. Chapter start. What do you mean he paid for it? Horizon asks. Currently, he, Zero, and Tokoyami were sitting at the couches in his massive dorm room. Tokoyami was on the floor leaning on the coffee table, filling out some villain insurance paperwork. Zero had some of his paperwork in hand, as both boys came to Horizon for advice on handling the logistics of hero work and some career planning. Check it, Zero hands Horizon a page which he quickly reads. Okay, Horizon shrugs and hands it back. So the seemingly ungrateful billionaire asshole wasn't that ungrateful. Doesn't matter to me, Zero says with a chuckle. All I need to know is he paid my villain insurance for that helicopter rescue, makes sense since I saved him in that. And now you can get paid, correct? Tokoyami asks. Because otherwise the cost of the collateral damage would have been deducted from your payment. Pretty much, Zero says. But that begs the question, when can we hold the pro-hero responsible for the damage, and when do we blame the villain? Zero looks at Tokoyami, but can't come up with an answer, so he looks to Horizon who was sitting opposite him scrolling through his phone. Care to give us your idea of how that system works? They rate it based on your history alongside some considerations based on the recordings or witness accounts, as well as the quirks involved, Horizon says. Wanna dumb that down for me? Zero asks. Okay, think about it like this, Horizon says as he puts down his phone. MT Lady has to stop a villain with a tape quirk. When the cops show up, the entire street is torn up with massive craters. What do you think caused them? Her stomping, Tokoyami says. That's one of her super moves. MHM, but the government has to pay to repair that, which is where villain insurance comes in. But since, in this case, it wasn't necessary, it gets detracted from her pay. If the villain was someone like Kirishima and she had to stomp him to crack his shell, then it would have been fine. And if the villain did the damage, it would have been fine, right? Tokoyami asks. Plus if it keeps happening they'll just stop investigating it and just continue charging her. Exactly, this is another reason Zero and I have cameras on our hero costumes. Most heroes don't bother with body cameras outside of America, that's one of their ancient regulations with law enforcement forces that just transferred over to the pros after all. Plus most of them would just break it, Zero says. Fragile things and fighting villains don't go together. Exactly, plus more content means more popular in the pro-hero world. Yeah, but I don't get why they had to cut my pay to zero after that helicopter rescue. I think I did pretty good with that, Zero says. You literally paid nothing compared to the full cost of fixing the damage you caused to that building. You're lucky they didn't put you in debt, Horizon says. Zero chuckles nervously at that. Yeah, when you put it like that I did get off easy. Still sucks thought. MHM, Tokoyami stops writing and looks up to Horizon. So for the section about my maximum damage output. The higher the output the more eager they will be to charge you for villain insurance since the chances of the collateral being caused by you in higher. I see, so I should put my lower power output in order to preserve my payment, yes. No, Horizon says. I mean yeah that's an option, but you won't get many team-up requests or assignments from the Hero Public Safety Commission if they think you're weak. Just put the truth then do your best, get stronger, get popular, then you'll get more chances to help people. Or in my case, Zero says. More sponsors and popularity. I see, Tokoyami leans back against the foot of the couch and looks down at the papers. I didn't realize such deceptively trivial paperwork had such dark meanings behind them. Zero gives Horizon a confused glance to which he just shrugs in return. But I suppose paperwork shall be part of my life now. I have much of this to endure during my work studies with Hawks this semester. Well, that's a dramatic way of putting it. Horizon can't help but rolls his eyes beneath the visor at Tokoyami's usual persona. Just don't break things and you'll be fine, and be sure to look good for the cameras. MHM, Tokoyami just nods as he continues chewing through the paperwork. And save people, Zero adds. Right, that too, Horizon shakes his head, then the conversation continues. A few moments later, another career-focused reveal surprises Tokoyami. You really don't plan to sign on with Edshot as a sidekick? He asks Zero. But he's the number 4 pro hero. Yeah but he mostly does stealth stuff and detective work, Zero says. Honestly Genist is a better fit for my quirk but his style is way too reactive for my liking. Well you'll be working with Kamui Woods again, Horizon says. Just like your internship since you spent it with him. MHM, since he, Edshot, and MT Lady formed a team they've been spending a lot of time together, so I basically get 3 pro heroes to teach me stuff at once, Zero chuckles deviously. No way I could pass up on this offer. But they really should have come up with something better than lurkers for a team name. I see, but that begs the question, who do you intend to work for? Tokoyami asks. At least after we become fully licensed pro heroes. Well, I'm planning to go solo once that happens, skip the psychic stage altogether. That's risky, but you're already quite popular with Horizon's help. If you follow his lead it shouldn't be impossible. I don't envy the amount of work that will take. Yeah, it's a real pain in the butt, Zero admits. But it gets me ahead of the competition. So you intend to be like Mirko? Running about Japan without an established agency anywhere? Kinda, Zero says. Then he glances at Horizon who wasn't paying them much attention, still on his phone, then back down to Tokoyami. But it's more likely I'll be working with someone, but not like a sidekick. Ah, a hero team. Tokoyami pauses for a moment as he considers it. A wise choice. Operating alone has become more dangerous lately. Both Zero and Tokoyami discuss the positive and negative aspects of being solo versus being in a hero agency or team. But Zero leaves Tokoyami mostly oblivious to the fact that he'd just sign on to work out of Horizon Tower when they receive full licenses, skipping the cost of setting up his own agency and forcing himself to operate in an environment where he cannot slack off. But Tokoyami isn't an idiot by any means, and everyone knows they've both been operating out of Horizon Tower this past week. It was a simple issue to reason that they would continue operating as they are. As a moment of comfortable silence passes, Zero begins laughing quietly. I can't believe this is a real conversation I'm having. Back when I was little I'd dream about even meeting a pro hero. Now I'm so close to becoming one, and I talk to them every day. I understand what you mean, Tokoyami says. I've never been a fanboy like some of our classmates. But I've always admired the control and precision pro heroes have, and here I am, actively learning from them and being mentored directly. Sometimes I still find it hard to believe. MHM, never thought I'd be here either, Horizon says, surprising them. At least before he clarifies, not because I believed my skills aren't enough, obviously. I just never saw myself playing hero, but here we are. A few minutes later, and while they were enjoying the silence, Horizon warps one of his metal calling cards into his hand, then tosses it forward. It hovers in the air between both couches for a moment. Shambles, Kyokajiro suddenly appears in his room, standing frozen with a hand reaching up. Warped inside just before she could knock on his door. It takes her a moment to realize what just happened, then she just puts her hand down and huffs, giving Horizon an annoyed look. I thought Principal Nisa told you to stop doing that. He did, but you literally can't stop it, he shrugs. Now, why were you about to knock on my door? Jiro just rolls her eyes. Why didn't any of you respond to the messages we sent in the class chat? Ah, my phone is in my room, the battery died, Zero says. Same here, Tokoyami says. Then Jiro looks to Horizon who still had his phone in his hand. Why would I ever have the class chat notification settings turned on? I don't care what you people usually have to say. Whatever, they're planning to watch a movie downstairs, she looks at Zero. Your girlfriend and Juzo are here for it and helping set up. If you guys want to vote for a movie then get down there before they start it, I've already cast my vote. Ah, who's winning? Zero asks, with clear concern. Mina and Toru started an alliance. Oh crap, he hops off the couch, and Tokoyami immediately stands up with him. Before they rush off he looks back at Horizon who still hasn't moved. Ah, you coming? Jiro and I will be down in a second, I'll watch whatever you all vote for, Horizon says, surprising them that he'll actually be attending. Ah, right, Zero glances between them but doesn't ask any questions, quickly leaving the room with Tokoyami. Leaving the awkward Jiro standing before Horizon, who was looking her up and down in her shorts and an oversized t-shirt. Do you want to sit down to say whatever it is you've prepared? Horizon asks. What? Jiro tried to play dumb, failing miserably. Stupid doesn't look good on you, Horizon says. And I saw you practicing some speech in front of my door for 5 minutes, well, spit it out already, we've got a movie to watch. And just like that Jiro felt her heart hammering in her chest, as if it would soon try to break her ribcage. End chapter. Chapter 162, Chapter 161, Movie Night. Chapter start. Sitting across from Jiro, Horizon could see her twitching anxiously. Tapping her foot, playing with her earphone jacks, biting her lips. Beneath his visor, he rolls his eyes, then picks up his phone once more. Scrolling through it he casually asks her, you ever plan to talk? As Jiro is holding her breath, trying to calm her racing heart. She looks up at Horizon to see him sitting comfortably on the couch, scrolling through his phone and paying her little mind. And the longer she stares the more overwhelming he seemed, and his presence just continues to fill the room, suffocating her. So her eyes dropped back down to stare at her lap. Meanwhile, Horizon was checking his messages and the Hero Network, not so patiently waiting for his leads to come in. Hoping to finally clear out some of the cases he's working on simultaneously. Great, now all I can do is sit on my hands and wait, Horizon sighs and puts down his phone. I just wanted you to know, Jiro finally speaks up, causing him to look across toward her. To know what? That I don't have a crush on you anymore, Jiro says, a quiver of uneasiness in her voice. I just want you to know that. So we don't have any attraction between us now. Right, Horizon raises a brow beneath his visor, not sure what the fuck was going on anymore. Is that what you came here to tell me? Why yes. Jiro nods a few times. That's what. Well, alright, Horizon awkwardly nods. Well, if you're done convincing yourself, movie time. Excuse me. Jiro couldn't tell if she was more embarrassed, insulted, or annoyed. What do you mean? Well, it's pretty obvious, right? Horizon asks. If you really didn't care, you'd just move on, like a normal person. But you're here, going out of your way to say it to me, to hopefully burn whatever bridge you think you have, to remove the option. Because you know, for some idiotic reason that I can't understand, you still have an interest in me. And no. Jiro's voice cracks, but she continues as if nothing happened. I just figured I should make things clear so there isn't anything weird between us. Especially after Momo told me what you said to her, the night before the summer camp got attacked. MHM, and that's all still true. I've got too much bullshit on my plate to deal with relationship stuff on top of that. Good, Jiro agrees. Me too, between training for the provisional license exams next year, studying, and anything else UA will throw at us, I can't, and she rambles out a long list of nonsense Horizon couldn't care any less about. But while that was going on, that he was looking her up and down, she's cute, very cute. And talking to her isn't boring, could be fun. Oh, what the hell, fuck it, what's the worst that can happen? Seeing her caught up in her own ramblings, Horizon interrupts, this is a good look for you, you do know that, right? Jiro freezes, staring wide-eyed before blinking a few times. What? You zoned out, started rambling. Talking as if nobody was watching you, I think that fits you, that's when you're at your best, too bad most people will never see it, but I'm glad I did. Jiro feels her face heating up, heart racing once again, but before her lips can part to give a response her mind couldn't properly consider. And for the record, never said I wasn't attracted to you, in some way at least, Horizon shrugs. Her eyes open wide as a strong pink blush breaks out on her cheeks, her breath hitches and her face contorts with a mix of emotions. Anyway, he once again stops her response. Enough of this, let's get downstairs, they're almost done setting up. Jiro's mouth was moving but no words could be formed, and before she knew it Horizon got up and gestured toward the door. And now she's walking down the hallway beside the boy she couldn't make any sense of. By every metric she thought governed her life he was, repulsive, to say the very least. But then seeing him in action completely flips that on its head, the way he operates in the field was admirable to her eyes. At least to what she's seen thus far. When she and Momo had this discussion after the summer camp they both agreed that these were the reasons they were interested in him. But she'll admit her best friend is much more enraptured by him than Jiro herself is. For better or worse, her friend is a Horizon fangirl. So what kind of movies do you watch? Jiro asks, and mentally berates herself for only being able to say that. I don't really watch movies, Horizon says. My life is so exciting that they're rather boring now. What about you? I prefer music. The rocker girl with earphone jacks for ears and musician parents is all about music, very on brand of you. Yeah, what about it? Jiro grits out, getting defensive as they approach the elevator. Horizon hits the button, no need for the attitude, I never said it was bad. Sorry, I've just heard a lot of jokes about it in middle school. Part of being a pro hero is to not just be part of the family business or whatever. So a rebellious phase, Horizon chuckles as they step into the elevator. But sometimes being like your parents isn't bad, like me, I'm a perfect combination of mine after all. Doctor and soldier, right? Jiro asks as they begin descending to the ground floor. Yes, my father was a doctor, but my mother was a polymath, and fighting was just one thing she studied. Polymath. Means you know a lot, about a lot of different things, he says as they exit the elevator, stepping onto the ground floor. As they step into the main common area the entire room goes silent as they stare at Horizon. He looks around, seeing the furniture pushed aside. Blankets and cushions on the floor with students spread out on them. Most of students of classes 1A and 1B were gathered here, with a projector displaying the movie onto a large wall. And some speakers set up for the audio, courtesy of Momo. I guess more than just Yui and Juzo came over. Horizon thinks as he sees the crowd staring at him. What? They all immediately go back to their chatter and gathering their snacks. I need to go check on Mina, Jiro says. She was supposed to make some snacks for me too. Have fun, Horizon says as she rushes off. Watching her walk away Horizon takes in the view, so this is what I do when I'm bored, maybe I need another hobby. A hobby? Momo asks from beside him, causing him to turn toward her. I was just thinking aloud, nothing to worry about. Oh, alright, I saved you a spot with us if you want. Momo gestures to a blanket where her, Jiro, Tokoyami, and Juzo would be sitting. Sure, Horizon follows her over to his seat, but does a quick scan. Finding Siro and Yui up in Siro's room. Just talking, for now, hopefully. As they're waiting for the last group of people to finish making their snacks, Horizon looks to his side at Momo. She was to his right with Juzo to his left. Since they were much shorter, Jiro was sitting in front of him, with Tokoyami beside her. So was this your idea? Horizon asks Momo. No actually, she says, then gestures to Mina and Toru, who they'd gotten used to seeing visible by now. They actually thought of this. I had planned to spend the night studying. How'd they come up with this? It's the last day of summer, Juzo says. Well, more like the last day of our vacation. The next semester starts tomorrow after all. Too late for us to go out and do normal teenager things, so they wanted to bring some normal into UA. Momo collects a massive bowl of popcorn from Uraraka. This is a good way to help everyone relax, at least for one night. After all the experiences of this past summer, all the training and studying. I admit my brain needed this relief. Everyone did, Jiro says from her stop in front of Horizon. I'm more surprised this workaholic took a night off, Juzo says, gesturing to Horizon. Everyone knew Horizon spent most if not all of his time working, so he earned some nods of agreement. It's not that rare for me to have fun and relax. Yes, it is, Jiro says. Dude, you talk about how uptight other people are, but you almost never stop working. Well, honestly I'm only here because I'm waiting for some info from my sources. Exactly our point, Momo says. That can't be healthy. As much as I admire your desire to help as many people as possible, you also have to take care of yourself. I'm fine, Momo. Besides, if life gets too stressful I'll figure out a way to relax. It's not like I don't know how to have fun. But these next 4 years are all about me being the best I can be. I've already considered them dead years in terms of my life. Jiro spins around in her seat to face him. So you just plan to only work for the next 3 years, nothing else? I might have space for 1 or 2 things, but I have a schedule to keep. Any suggestions? He sees her blush slightly, and senses Momo looking at him from the corner of her eyes, a gentle smile on her lips. I barely have the next month planned, Tokoyami says bitterly. Quite commendable that you have your life planned that far ahead. A goal without a plan is a dream, and dreams are for losers. You have to plan ahead and do the work to get the life you want. Momo nods in agreement, but Jiro rolls her eyes, and there it is, we almost went through one conversation without you calling someone a loser, almost. Most people are losers, Jiro. There is a reason most people can't be a top pro hero, right? Just because it's true doesn't mean you can't be nice about it, Jiro says. You're already perfect at most things. If you learn to be a bit sweeter with people it would make it complete. The movie is starting, Momo interrupts them, prompting Jiro to turn back around as Toru dims the light slightly. And Momo scoots just a bit closer than necessary to Horizon. End chapter. Chapter 163, Chapter 162, Self-Diagnosis. Chapter start. 5:40 a.m., 1A dorms. The basement of each UA dorm building hosts a gym for its residents. And as expected of a gym for superhumans, the devices and equipment are much more extreme than most of the nation would have access to. Most people have no interest in training quirks because they aren't legally allowed to use them, so why bother training a muscle you can never use? But at the moment Horizon was laying on a bench, aiming to check his personal bench press record. The machine was a padded solid metal rectangle rising out of the floor. On either side were large square metal columns, perfectly attached to a plate that connects the columns and hangs above the bench, like a massive hydraulic press. But instead of crushing whatever was on the bench, its role is to resist the pushing force acting upward upon it. Wearing his body glove and visor, Horizon almost appeared to be in some sort of armor. The image of a muscular and tall person, covered head to toe in a skin-tight white outfit, with blue accents and grooves between the very thin reactive gel pads atop his muscles, allowing anyone who sees this to easily imagine the physique beneath it. Aside from that, his new watch, that May designed for him, which usually sits under his Rolex, is on his wrist. Now laying on the bench he takes a deep breath before placing his hands flat on the metal plate above him. Come on, he mutters as he starts pushing upward. He feels the device move freely at first, then a few inches more it becomes difficult to move. He growls as he pushes harder and harder, feeling his arms burning as his muscles are at their limits. He finally relents, bringing his arms down and away from the device. Both his arms hang at his sides as he takes a deep breath, feeling like fire was coursing through them. The device stays in place above him for a moment before it slowly descends to the starting position he had set. While it does that he gets up and paces back and forth, focusing on his breathing as he activates his quirk. Now making a room only a few meters wide, just enough to cover the device. Booster shot. The healing energy begins flowing through his body, focused on his arms which immediately begin to feel much better. Walking over to the machine's control console, he sees his new record, 1.5 tons minus 3,000 pounds per 1,360 kilograms. Okay, so I can lift a car and my top sprinting speed is almost 50 miles per hour 80 kmph. He cracks his neck. Now to test the quirk, again. Resetting the machine, he gets back into position, both hands raised to press against the device. Now fully healed and recovered, he takes a deep breath, leaving his room active as he begins pushing. Booster shot. He immediately breaks past 1 ton. Booster shot. He hits 2 tons with surprising ease. Booster shot. Now he sees blue energy vapor being released from his arms, thin like a light morning fog. Just keep pushing. Booster shot. He hits 3 tons, doubling his standard record. Booster shot. As he hits 3.2 tons, 6400 lbs/2450 kgs BADUM. His vision goes black for a moment as excruciating pain racks his mind. He feels as if someone was trying to split his skull in two and rip out his brain with their bare hands. Then his quirk shuts off without his consent. His hands leave the device as he clutches his head. Moments like these are why most of UA's machines replaced free weights. So nobody would accidentally drop the weight of an SUV on themselves while training. Fuck. Horizon yells out, and the pain subsides moments later as he gets up, leaning on the metal column for support as he feels blood flowing out of his nose, ears, and eyes. Taking a minute to compose himself, he stands normally and raises his left arm to look at his forearm. With a flick of his arm, the watchmate created for him projected a hologram onto his inner forearm, displaying his biometrics for the past few hours. He immediately begins looking for the moment his quirk went wild. But doesn't see anything too unusual in his scans from that moment. Heart good, organs fine, blood sugar is fine, then he fiddles with it a bit to look at the particular brain scans. Abnormal brain activity. He sits back on the bench while reading the data. Left and right hemispheres had different levels of brain waves. Horizon tilts his head slightly, having genuinely never seen anything like that before in himself. This was different from his previous tests. As he gains more power by constantly improving his quirk, the effect becomes more and more apparent. That doesn't make any sense, the integration was done perfectly, they should all just be hand of God already. He delves even deeper into the scans, then displays a holographic 3D map of his brain from the device. The display had pieces of the left half in red and sections of the right half in blue. And it knocked the wind out of Horizon. What the fuck? He mutters quietly, drawing a blank as he tries to come up with any sane solution. While it took Dr. Ejiko, Garaki a century to solve this problem, it now hovered before Horizon, who's only had it for not even 5 weeks. And while he would naturally flip through his incredible amount of potential solutions, combining his quirk, medical expertise, and experience, there wasn't anything that seemed viable. The solution Dr. Garaki came up with was to remove the consciousness from the subject, and upon waking them up fully, all the quirks would harmonize for a mutually beneficial objective. But he was a mad scientist of the highest order, even sacrificing his own grandchildren to create Nomu for his master. And since Horizon's subject is himself, he naturally would never think of that solution, and even if he did, he would never commit to it. At least that's what Dr. Ejiko thinks. He expects the young man to be blinded by his own genius and pushed to insanity by this issue. But Horizon was far too cold and logical for that. So I can't do a partial lobotomy, he says. If I do that, then it could really fuck up my quirk, and technically there isn't anything wrong with my brain, so I can't just use hand of God to manipulate my body and fix it. This isn't a physical medical problem, it's something more than that. He ponders for a few minutes before his shoulders slump down. Fuck. He sits back in disbelief as he can't think of a solution. For the first time in his life, there is no clear path to progress forward. He just sits there looking at the diagram, hoping for some random idea to pop into his mind. But he gets nothing. Horizon doesn't have the answer. There are many people, including Dr. Ejiko, who'd be willing to pay a lot of money or do bad things just to get a glimpse of this moment. Especially after constantly hearing everyone, even his dear friend and master All for One, put this one man on a pedestal. But aside from All for One, he's the only person who knows exactly why that's being done. With a loud annoyed groan, Horizon mutters, "I hate this hero-villain bullshit," to himself as he gets up. Walking back to the control console, he's looking down at the device on this arm, taps a few options, and opens the connection to his phone. None of my sources have anything yet. Well, isn't that just freaking great, he says in an annoyed tone. Truthfully, that's exactly why he's down here. He hardly ever does a proper workout anymore, and even so he'd save it until after school when he's training. But this morning, instead of following up on information his sources gathered, putting together cases and organizing his work between the hero work and the miracle ward, this particular morning he just couldn't focus because of how annoyed he was. Having nothing to do but sit on his hands and wait, something he's always hated. Feeling powerless to guide his own life. He hated it, so he came down here to blow off some steam. only to get even more annoyed. Shutting down the hologram, he taps the console, resetting the device before he walks over to the special heavy bags to practice his striking. Because while his form is perfect, it was therapeutic, and the only form of therapy he needed. According to himself, that is. But before that, he sees an option to add his score to the leaderboard for this machine, which means it must have made it into the top 3. Tapping the console, he sees the current rankings. Deku, 7 tons-14, 000 lbs/6350 kgs-. Shoji, 0.85 tons-1700 lbs/771 kgs-. Red Riot, 0.7 tons-1400 lbs/635 kilograms. Horizon isn't surprised by these records, or the names used to record them, not in the least. If Sato had lived to see the dorms, he's sure that Sato would be a close third place behind himself and Deku. Well, it's no surprise you're too strong and fast, physically fast at least, for me to ever hope to match. You'll be stronger than All Might eventually, so it's expected. He considers entering his own record, if only to show Deku and the others that while he doesn't focus on his physical capabilities often, even in that regard, he's well above average. To show that there isn't anything that he can't compete at least at the moment, even against those whose entire power is their physicality. But he moves his finger across to the rest button and clears his record. I don't need Kirishima asking me to join them in the gym, and I think I'll leave my physical power as a pleasant surprise for now, Horizon says as he walks off to the punching bag area of the gym. End chapter. Chapter 164, Chapter 163, To-Do List. Chapter start. Bam. Horizon's fist smashes into the super heavy bag in the dorm gym. Another in a legion of blows as he tries and fails to clear his head. Now that he has no choice but to return to UA as he waits for his sources to report back, he's forced to sit on his hands and do nothing. A torturous task for any man with real ambition. Bam. The knuckles of his body glove connect once more, the blue padded areas protecting his hands like any fighting glove would, at least from the impact. Bam. He thinks about all the villains he's captured these past few weeks. All the accolades and adoration he's earned. He was making good progress. No, excellent progress. It seemed as if everything was conspiring to work in his favor. First, the USJ attack placed him in the spotlight, allowing his name to be widely known. Acting as his first appearance of sorts in the spotlight, a perfect start to a promising career. Then he dominates the sports festival, using it to draw even more interest and attention by revealing his quirk as mystery class. A realization that the public would have soon discovered, but getting ahead of such things is always useful. And the more they know about his quirk, the scarier it gets. Bam. One extra hard hit causes the punching bag to swing a bit too far. Horizon reaches out and holds it, keeping it steady in place to reset his practice. Bam. He continues running through where he currently stands in the world. Refocused after losing his cool for a second, for the moment he thought about meeting All for One. His identity is still well protected, but having a villain know about his situation isn't good, especially with someone like All for One. But All for One needs him, so they both have reason to maintain their agreement. And as for the other two who know. Nizu, the men who saved his parents, not for free by any stretch of the imagination. Bam. He's still intent on making me into some golden-hearted hero, never gonna happen. But at least he understands his limits, not like that woman. Bam. Horizon delivers an extra hard hit as he thinks about Pontu. That damn woman is determined to convince me to stay in Japan as a hero. Trying to learn about my interests and what I like at that party, I wonder what the next bribe will be. Maybe she'll offer me a political position, but being a top-ranking pro already gives me that. Bam. Once she doesn't break the contract, because if she uses them as leverage, I'll stop being so fucking nice. Bam. The thick reinforced chain holding the bag buckles as it swings and nearly hits the ceiling. Horizon reaches out and catches it on the downswing, grunting slightly as the 2,000 pounds slams into his hands. He pauses for a moment, taking a breath to calm himself down, then continues practicing. Just keep walking forward, right, Dad? He easily slips back into practicing. Just keep working, don't think about all the bullshit. Bam. I just need to pick some people to heal in the miracle ward this weekend, the news always likes hearing about that charity crap. Bam. Hopefully tomorrow I'll have a lead on Wolfram. Because of course all his files get deleted globally a few days after I-Island, just my luck the shields are being hunted by a man who doesn't exist. Bam. And the main issue, Shigaraki, and his losers. I don't have any damn leads because they didn't tell the people we captured anything. Just a bunch of sheep that were blindly following, pathetic. Bam. They've been too quiet lately, sources say he's preoccupied with gaining control of the underworld instead of waging war on society, that gives me a breather, until I have to fight whatever new army he's recruiting. Bam. Twice, that's my main target. I crush him and they lose their S-rank threat. But to do that I also need to take down Kurogiri, preferably before anyone else gets a chance, even if I doubt they could. Bam. Kurogiri doesn't allow people to escape if I'm there to cancel his warp gate, but he's a nightmare for anyone else, and if Shigaraki is really collecting allies. Bam. They could make a deal with Wolfram, and if I'm not at UA, Kurogiri can just warp Makia into this place to hand over the shields. Bam. Then Shigaraki gets a quirk amplification device, and with his freaking decay of all things, a nightmare scenario if I'm not there. Bam. Horizon recounts everything once more, making his list of objectives, then reassuring himself of the end goal. Roughly 3 years. In just under 3 years my provisional license becomes a full pro hero license. Then a few months after that in November, I get announced as the #1 hero on the Billboard ranking at the annual event. Bam. Then with that much done, the contract more than complete. And Ponta makes me some desperate offer to keep me around even after my parents are back, but since they'll probably be banished from Japan to cover her ass, I won't be staying either. Bam. To think the easiest part of this whole plan is to train a team. Showing the world that I'm a trusted and respected leader of heroes. Getting me a few steps ahead of even some high-ranking pro heroes. Bam. Fuck knows nobody trusts people like MT Lady or Sir Knight to lead a team, fucking morons. But training Zero is a pleasant hobby and distraction, he's better than I thought. Should be passable within a year at this rate. Bam. Do I want to add another person to the team? But Zero is easy to mold, he's determined to make this pro hero shit work out. And he's not too opposed to violence when he thinks it's deserved, that's useful. Bam. Most of my classmates are too soft, bunch of pussies. Even Bakugo, for all his bravado and hot air, he's a little bitch deep down. It's like a Deku wrapped in barbed wire, and he's far too loud, I don't need that constant walking migraine around me. Bam. Whatever, I can always see how people develop and decide if training another person is necessary next year. I've got enough to do right now. And speaking of things to do, I need to be careful with Ryuko. Bam. I think she's getting too attached, should have known she couldn't be trusted to treat it as a summer fling. But she's fun, no harm in keeping her around for just a bit longer, at least for now. Bam. And on top of all that, I need to solve whatever the hell is wrong with my quirk, discreetly. All for One hasn't spilled that secret. And he won't if he wants me to play along, he's smart enough to know that. Word gets out of something like that and suddenly everything falls apart for me, and I'll have to kill him for that. Bam. Horizon's fist slams into the bag, hitting it hard enough that it slams into the ceiling, cracking the concrete as the chain snaps. The bag falls to the floor, cracking it and rolling a few times till it stops against the wall. Thankfully, unlike his bags at home, these weren't sand but a tough special foam, made to be heavy and durable. Perfect for power types to use while training at UA. Looking at the bag in its new resting spot, Horizon glances up at the broken chain and shakes his head. Still need to get used to this, he flexes his hand, feeling his fingers not even the slightest bit numb. His new unconscious healing was still a bit strange. Mostly because he doesn't get hurt. In fact, only All for One has ever managed to really hurt him when he's putting his back into a fight, that is, and now he's even stronger than before. Therefore he doesn't have any real-world testing for it. Taking a few deep breaths he calms down, cracking his neck and rolling his shoulders. Too bad every time I try to draw on any significant amount of power, my head feels like someone is pounding nails into it. Thinking about that he growls aloud, recalling the pain. It's probably an acclimation problem, brain isn't used to processing that much energy and information, it'll sort itself out eventually, he reminds himself, hence why he hasn't been spending all his time in his operation room trying to solve this. He's already tried everything, run every simulation, now his last option was to simply wait. Well, guess that's it for this morning, he says quietly. No more things to add to my to-do list. Is everything okay? He turns around to see Momo approaching him, with a thin sheen of sweat on her body. Wearing a baggy t-shirt and pair of running shorts. Well, alright, maybe on more thing. End chapter. Chapter 165, Chapter 164, Insufficient Clearance. Chapter start. I'm fine, Horizon says, looking Momo up and down, seeing her glance between him and the heavy bag across the floor. Are you sure? You don't have to be perfect all the time, you know, Momo says. I'm fine, just got a bit distracted, Horizon says, walking over to the bag. He takes a look at the chain at the top of it and sighs. Did you break it? Not permanently, Power Loader will just attach a new chain, it'll be fine before this evening, he shrugs. You've been hitting it since I got here, I've never seen you down here before, Momo says as he walks back over to her. Her eyes trailed over his body for a bit longer than intended, which he noticed but did not react to. I must have been more distracted than I thought, didn't even notice anyone else was here. Is something that important on your mind? Momo had genuine concern in her voice, but was also a bit worried for everyone. It's an open secret in Japan and especially 1A, that Horizon is privy to the top villain information in the country. He's on call as support if a top villain shows up. So if he has reason to be worried, it's possible everyone should be very, very worried. I don't like waiting, Horizon says. You don't have to be worried, I just have some people collecting information for me, and I'm here, waiting. Oh, I see, you'd rather be out there helping people. But instead, you're stuck here just waiting for other people. Pretty much, and this, he gestures to the heavy bag, and some of the others hanging from the ceiling in this area. Helps me clear my head. Usually I'd work out at home or in Tokyo, then train my quirk at UA, but something about striking practice clears the mind. Momo gives him a curious look, and he could almost hear the gears turning in her head. How does it work since you're always wearing TH? She cuts herself off. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, that's quite rude of me. It's fine, he says. I don't sweat, get tired, or get worn down. It takes a lot at least. Working out for a few hours like this won't really do much. Oh, I see. Wait, a few hours, she looks at the clock on the wall. But it's only 6 a.m., and the movie finished at almost midnight. Don't worry about it, Horizon says. But what about you, do you always work out in the mornings? Oh, no, but this morning I just felt like I needed it. Oh, adding in a bit more to the workout. Smart move. Actually, I came down here this morning because I've been feeling anxious about. Really not in the mood for any of this emotional crap. The second semester starting today, Momo says, completely oblivious to how little Horizon cared. I doubt you'd understand, but over the summer, I failed to save someone. Was it someone important to you? No, not particularly. Then no, can't relate at all. Well, it was at a party, and they tried to take him as a hostage. I tried to help but then he got shot, and they had guns, and there were too many people there, and I just had to let them take him. Momo already had small tears streaming down her face, and beneath his visor Horizon had a look of genuine disgust and disinterest on his face. These people are the fucking worst, Horizon thinks as he rolls his eyes. Well, all you can do is train harder, so next time, you'll be ready, Horizon says. I held back once when I shouldn't have, and it cost me, that's the mistake I'll never repeat. So I guess this is yours. Momo sniffles for a moment, then makes a tissue to wipe her tears. I suppose you're right, I just have to get stronger, then I can protect everyone. MHM, Horizon nods along. Look, comparing yourself to people isn't healthy, just focus on yourself. And definitely never compare yourself to me, I've trained all my life for this kind of work, and you've just started out. Right, Momo nods and gives him soft smile. So, care to help me see how far the distance between us is? She gestures to the ring in this underground gym. Oh, right, you lean toward close combat, right. MHM, I've been training a lot with Uraraka and Ojiro. Right, but you can make guns, I mean swords, since you've got those laws about what you can and can't make. Yes, but those are a bit too, swords are cool. Yours is cool. You're cool. Ugh. But it's just, blood. They're villains, but fine if you rather the gentle approach. Just don't get too comfortable with close-range fighting, you can make anything you want, use that. Play your game, don't play theirs. Because if you're fighting someone like me. He places his hand atop her head, ignoring the light blush, then raises it 7 inches to the top of his. You're still about half my weight, you'll probably need more than a staff if some psycho who doesn't care about his own health rushes you. So use something ranged or just stab him. I still don't feel comfortable with those kinds of weapons, but I suppose that's what training is for. I'll mention it to Mr. Aizawa when we get to class. Or you can get permission for guns, Horizon shrugs. I'm sure he can figure something out. Well, perhaps, maybe I can use rubber B. Momo. Mina screams out as she enters the gym, wearing some yoga shorts and a sports bra matching her pink skin. She does a small jog up to them as Toru separates from her to start warming up. Oh, good morning Mina, Momo says. How come you're here this morning? Mina asks as she approaches them, then her eyes land on Horizon, and a mischievous grin forms on her lips. Momo's breath hitches, already having endured some teasing alongside Jiro for simply sitting beside Horizon last night, but now Horizon was here to hear it himself. Sorry for interrupting the workout date cuties, Mina says. I was actually just leaving, Horizon says, catching both girls off guard as he doesn't bother correcting them. I sense Bakugo, Kirishima, Tetsu, and Deku on the way down, can't imagine I'd get a quiet gym with them here. I'm sure you'll have a lot of mornings with your darlin'. Shambles. Horizon warps away before Mina can even finish, and a moment before Momo roughly slaps a hand over her mouth. Crap. Eraser yells as his car swivels on the mostly empty road, leaving UA. But heading out of Musarafu, toward the south. A moment later he steadies the vehicle and pulls over. What are you doing? He turns around, facing Horizon, who was now sitting in the back seat. Horizon was still only wearing the body glove and visor. How did you warp here? Yagi asks from the front seat. There wasn't anything in the back seat. I'm familiar with most of Musutafu, don't need to swap with anything, Horizon says. And why are you here? Good question, but my question is, if I've been charged with guarding this cripple, he gestures to Yagi. Then why the fuck is he leaving UA without telling me? That matter is confidential, Eraser says. And we'll be back this afternoon, hopefully before classes are out. Horizon turns to look at Yagi. All for one finally agreed to speak with me, Yagi says. We're on the way to Tartarus, you haven't been cleared to come with us by the commission. Ugh, Eraser facepalms and faces forward, leaning back in the driver's seat. What part of this being classified didn't you understand? What? It's not like Nizu wasn't gonna tell him. He'd know by the end of the day, I'm sure, Yagi says. True, if something happens with Potato Face and he breaks out, I'm the guy they'll send to put him in the ground. Honestly, I don't know why he hasn't been executed yet, Eraser says. I'll add it to the list of things to ask him, Yagi says. It's classified, Horizon says. But they've been studying him, trying to figure out any weaknesses all the Nomu share, or maybe to solve a method of reversing them. But aren't the Nomu just corpses? Eraser asks. Mostly, but during the last raid Endeavor encountered one that was talking, well, trying to. All it had was a turtle quirk, and it wasn't anything special, but it's an early test run for something, most likely. It had a semblance of consciousness, Yagi says. Yeah, so the person wasn't entirely dead in there. Central Hospital is tasked with the Nomu Reversal Project, alongside Dr. Shodai Garaki of Joka General and their research board. And you? I don't have clearance, but I've seen some of the documents, that's how I know this much, Horizon says. It's not impossible to reverse the Nomu, if it has a consciousness. But at best it'll have a half-life, if so much, depending on its intelligence of course. And that's not a life worth living, or saving. I don't believe their families would disagree, Yagi says. Not my problem, I've got enough crap to deal with, picking up the slack for all the paper heroes in this country, call me if anything goes wrong, and don't let this one die, he gestures to Yagi. And with that Horizon warps into his dorm room, to get prepared for the day. Eraser just shakes his head as he gets ready to drive off. I know I'm not supposed to say this, especially about students. But for the future symbol of peace, he's a jerk, Yagi says. But he's got all the time he needs at UA to soften up. Nizu did say he's here to learn to play with others, not for the actual education or training. That's a lot more polite than what I was going to say, and is he usually this mean to you? In the wake of my failures, the pieces have been left for him to clean up, Yagi says. With how much pressure I've added to his life, I'm surprised he doesn't outright hate me, he chuckles sadly. And less stress on Midoriya, right? I don't know what you're talking about, Yagi says. You're a bad liar, and more people than you realize think you're trying to make the kid into the next you in some way. And you've got Bakugo right there next to him. Oh, well I hope you don't have a problem with that, since they are your students. Eraser continues driving forward. Honestly, think you can take Ashido and Toru too. That'll be all the usual troublemakers off my hands. I'd ask you to take Horizon too, but Nizu has that under control, hopefully. Sorry, I won't really be that good at training those quirks, maybe give them to Midnight. End chapter. Chapter 166, Chapter 165, New Team Applications. Chapter start. Wait, so they're dating now? Horizon asks. He was currently in UA uniform, his customized uniform with his logo at the back dash, sitting at his desk in the 1A classroom with his feet up on the table. To his right, Siro is sitting on Tokoyami's desk as his friend plays with Countershock, passing energy from one palm to the next as they speak. They were thankfully alone at the moment. Yeah, Siro says. Apparently it's been since Kamino or something, I didn't really get many details from him. Okay, but why'd he even tell you? Well, when I was talking to him on the phone I recognized her voice in the background asking him to come to bed, Siro chuckles nervously. Horizon can't help but laugh, so that's how you cracked the case of MT Lady and Kamui Woods, congrats. But did you get the details of their team for the work study? Yeah, Edshot was on a case last night so he called me instead, helps that I did my internship with him. What team details? Horizon asks. And I assume Kamui doesn't want anyone to know he's dating MT Airhead. Pretty much, he says it's better if heroes appear single, easier for young heroes to build a fanbase like that. True, that's what I'm doing. Yeah, and as for the team stuff. He was mostly giving me instructions for where I'll be meeting them this weekend. Apparently they're working a case up north. So you won't be in Tokyo at the Edshot agency? Not yet, Siro says. He's tracking some weapon smugglers right now and it took him out of Tokyo. MT Lady and Kamui Woods will join us when it's time to kick some butt. Playing with the electricity jumping from one palm to the next, Horizon closes his hands and the current cuts off. What's wrong? Zero asks. Just got a notification from the Hero network. He taps his visor. Some morons are in a high-speed chasing. The cops are pushing them toward Muzurafu. Toward you. Guessing that's why they gave me a heads up. They probably put together that I'm back at UA since it is the first day of school after summer. And it's the first time that you would have not been on the news for an entire day, Zero says. You're a very well-known workaholic, and then you wonder why people think you're a cyborg. Ugh, so sick of those rumors. Hey, if I didn't know better, I'd think something similar. Maybe if your visor didn't cause your voice to come off a bit mechanical. It's part of the charm, Horizon says as he puts his hands back together. He pulls them apart, forming a tether of blue electricity between them which he plays with, as one would play with a rubber band. Yeah, clean and efficient, Zero mutters. Anyway, are you gonna head back to Endeavor's agency and actually spend some time learning from him this semester? I might, but I don't see any reason to. I don't think I can really learn to be as efficient from watching him. I just need experience in knowing what to expect in my area, Horizon says. Or you need an entire office of people feeding you information. Not a hero agency, can't do that, Horizon says. Also the commission probably won't appreciate me suddenly leaving Minato Tokyo. Endeavor already has Saitama Tokyo under control, so me going there won't do much in comparison. Oh right, you're the main hero for Minato. Guess they can't just have you overlap with other big heroes for the sake of efficiency. National stability and all that bullshit. I really hate all this red tape and nonsense. Well, it's unavoidable when your existence causes people to stay in line, Zero shrugs. Besides, heroes are just fancy cops, that's what you always say, right? Something like that. Well, this is part of it, taking orders, which I know you just love. Horizon groans, just until I'm the #1 pro hero, then I can do whatever I want. You know, maybe you shouldn't say that. I mean, it's one of those things that only work when people who can't literally do whatever they want with nobody able to stop them say it, Zero says. If someone didn't know you, they could get a bit worried by you saying that. Most people don't need to be worried. Zero chuckles nervously, and before he could say another word the door at the front of the room opens. Yo Shinso, what's up? Zero waves to their classmate. Shinso no longer had the bags under his eyes, and clearly had a bit of muscle on his previously frail frame. You weren't at the movie night last night, Mina was asking about you. You weren't there either from what the gossip says, Shinso says as he approaches them. Yeah well, I was a bit tired so. Everyone knows you were with Yui, Shinso says. Well, I mean, yo, Zero's eyes go dull as his body relaxes, falling under Shino's brainwashing. Take your seat and wait for class to begin, Shinso commands as he walks up to Horizon's desk, and Zero mindlessly obeys. How long does it last now? Almost 10 minutes, Shino says as he leans against Tokoyami's desk, facing Horizon. And I assume you want to talk about something, Shinso nods. I'm done training you, you're Eraser's problem now. That's the problem. Huh, Horizon looks toward Shinso. I figured Eraserhead is a great teacher for you. He is, for the practical aspects, but I realized that saving people isn't enough for me. What? Shinso sighs. I thought that becoming a pro hero, proving all those people who said I have a villainous quirk wrong, I thought that'd be enough. But it's not. Shinso nods, it's not. Oh my fucking god, Horizon groans. Are you gonna give me a whole life story? I want to be a top pro hero, Shinso keeps it short, not in the mood to be warped to the other side of the campus and have to walk 14 kilometers to class. I need the entire world to know that there are no such things as villainous quirks, and to do that, I need a lot of eyes on me. More eyes than being an underground hero would allow. MHM. Horizon sighs, takes his feet off the desk, and turns to Shinso, so you're going for gold instead of a participation trophy. I never thought I'd really be here, Shino gestures to the classroom. But since I'm here, why not prove to more than myself there are no villainous quirks, but prove it to the world? And you want me to help by doing what you did for this one, Shinso gestures to Zero. He went from a nobody to cellophane after some training in a week in Tokyo with you. Now he's got hundreds of agencies sending him offers and news outlets begging him for interviews. He has eyes on him, and I need that if I'm to get my message out. Okay, so now I know what you want, and what's in it for me? Horizon asks. A perfect example of why you're right, Shinso says. That's what matters to you, right? Proving that you're right. About. You made a grand speech during your interview, about how there are no villainous quirks, about how society making those labels only breeds more villains. Having me by your side proves that you truly believe that, and would get a lot more people supporting you. Horizon leans back for a moment. Well, you aren't annoying like most of our classmates, useful quirk, I've already spent some time training with you at the summer camp. But we'll have to do some real combat training now. You got your provisional license right. Yeah, Shinso says. What's the name? Mine Jack. Horizon groans in response, we'll have to change that. Try Simon, that'll work. Simon. Simon says. He sees Shinso's eyes widen in realization. And if you're going to be a public hero, we need to spread misinformation about your quirk. We can start a rumor about it being a telepathy quirk that just needs you to make eye contact to work, that'll make villains cocky. That, actually makes a lot of sense. You also won't be competing in the next sports festival, Horizon says. Because of the loudmouth announcers. MHM, problem. Nope, working anywhere near you will get me enough attention, so I won't need it. Alright, and do you have any requests for a work-study agency, or do you need to wait and apply this week with the others? No, I don't have any direct requests, and I probably won't get a good agency since I'm not well known, thanks to you. Just bad luck you got matched against me, Horizon shrugs. Have you talked this over with Eraser? He recommended I speak to you about it, Shinso says. He's still training me in his own combat techniques, but you're the person to talk to about popularity and branding. Well, I can't attach my reputation to a loser, so let's see how you do in a practical setting. What do you mean? Shinso asks. In response, Horizon just snaps his fingers. Shambles. Shiso is suddenly wearing his hero costume. A most black costume with purple accents, sticking to Eraserhead's ninja theme but clearly armored along the chest, back, and the back of his hands. And on his face was a mask covering the bottom of his head, jet black and made of dozens of moving parts with 2 dials at the sides to adjust them. Artificial vocal cords, hero support equipment which allows him to use the dials for adjusting the pitch and depth of his voice to mimic almost any voice perfectly. Made completely analog since his quirk doesn't work through electronic speakers. Did you just change my clothes? Shinso asks, mostly amazed and creeped out. Can you please never do that again? You'll get over it, besides, we don't have time to waste. Horizon raises his hand once more, and reaches out, barely touching Shinso. Why? Shambles. End chapter. Chapter 167, Chapter 166, Team Tryouts. Chapter start. Shambles. On a suspiciously empty highway leading into Muzurafu, Horizon appears, still sitting on his chair. Mine Jack stands beside him, looking around clearly confused. What are we doing here? He asks Horizon, seeing his classmate leaning back in his chair. Shambles. Horizon warps a few feet to the side, placing himself in his seat toward the side of the road, leaving Mine Jack standing in the middle lane of this 3-lane highway. You plan to explain anything? High-speed chase incoming, Horizon says as he points up the road. They'll be here in less than a minute, try not to fuck it up. What is this, a tryout? Pretty much, can't keep any dead weight around. Great, Mine Jack sighs. Put a guy with a vocal brainwashing quirk to stop a high-speed chase. Horizon takes out his phone, getting a message from Ciro who just woke up. Your quirk wore off, after almost 9 minutes, not bad, Horizon says. Told you, I've improved a lot. Now show me some more in-field practical applications. They hear and see the cars approaching, one car being chased by 2 police cars. How close are the cop cars to the villains? Mine Jack asks. 100 meters, 330 feet, dot. Then they should stop before this bothers them. Mine Jack reaches for the pouch behind his back, resting over the sheath for the tanto behind his waist. Exactly like Eraserhead's. He takes out a handful of razor-sharp caltrops and prepares to throw them. Caltrops. Classic, very classic, but effective. Why fix what's worked for thousands of years? Mine Jack shrugs. Seconds later the car comes racing down the highway, directly at Mine Jack. He raises a palm toward the car while holding caltrops in the other. Stop the car and get out, he yells, hoping one of them responds. Instead of responding, the one person in the car only speeds up, intending to run over the hero. The man was so distracted that only at the last moment did he look to the side, seeing Horizon sitting on his classroom chair, casually watching this unfold. The man's head turns to watch Horizon do nothing as he sped into where Mine Jack stood. But by the time he got there, Mine Jack already dove out of the way, dropping caltrops where he stood moments earlier. Pop. The front tires are blown out, causing the man's face to snap back to the front of the car. Ahhhhhh, he screams as the car begins to swerve, slamming on the brakes and pulling the emergency brake. The car skids for a while, then comes to a stop, and the cops stop their cars just ahead of Horizon, stepping out and opening the doors, using them for cover as they draw their guns. The villain hops out of his car with nothing but a pistol and his idiotic hopes of escaping this, using his vehicle for cover. Leave me alone, the man screams, staying hidden on the other side of his car. Sir. One of the cops sees Horizon doing nothing and approaches him. Are you here to help? I'm supervising for now, Horizon gestures to Mine Jack, who was sprinting up to the scene. He runs past the cops. Hold fire, he says over and over. Nobody is going to get hurt, just let me deal with this. The police officers glance at each other, having never seen this hero before, but since Horizon was with him they didn't bother to ask questions. Shambles. Horizon warps in front of the police, appearing in his chair beside Mind Jack, who was also standing in front of the barricade of cars. Okay, this is your specialty, try not to get anyone killed. That's the plan, Mind Jack says. Taking a deep breath he steadies his mind, then speaks loudly for the villain to hear him, nearly 100 feet 30 m away. If you surrender peacefully nobody has to get hurt. Mind Jack says. They don't hear anything for a few seconds, then the sound of metal being crushed. Oh great. Horizon says in a bored tone. He's trying to fight. NGHHHHHH, the villain's car suddenly flips through the air as he sends it tumbling toward the police barricade. Tact. Without moving Horizon catches it in midair, seemingly exerting no effort. The police officers that dove for cover peeked out, feeling slightly idiotic for reacting like that, when they knew Horizon was sitting in front of them. Just give up. Mind Jack yells as he stands his ground. The villain, who was not 10 feet 3.04 m, rushes toward them. You give up, the villain responds, and his body immediately freezes up. Brainwashing complete, Mind Jack says. Took you long enough, Horizon says as he drops the car to the side of the road. Wrap this up, class is about to start. Deactivate your quirk, Mind Jack commands, and the man obeys, shrinking to his usual short self. Lay on the floor, hands behind your back. The man does exactly that. Officers, he's all yours, he won't be able to control his body so long and nobody hurts him, you've got a few minutes, Mind Jack says. One of the men looks toward Horizon, and receiving an approving nod he turns back to the other, get the Iron Maiden, let's lock this guy up. Within a minute the villain has a reinforced special metal alloy brace wrapped around his torso. Like a metal straitjacket preventing him from expanding or using his arms as they wait for the armored transport unit to come to deal with him. Sorry, but we can't stay here and wait for the armored unit, Horizon says as they're all standing around. They should be here in a few minutes anyway. He walks up to the villain and places a hand on his shoulder. Counter shock. NGH. The villain's body convulses as he collapses to the floor, completely blacked out. There, he won't be going anywhere. Now, Simon, let's go. It's Mind Jack. Well, Mind Jack is a stupid name, and it isn't catchy. You need something catchy and thematic, but also a bit tough and marketable. I'll think about it, Mind Jack says as he sees Horizon sit back in his chair. He walks up to Horizon, who casually puts a hand on his arm. Have a good day, gentlemen, and stay safe, he says to the cops. Shambles. Arriving back in the now full classroom, all eyes fall on Horizon and Mind Jack. Shambles. Shinso's hero costume is swapped with his uniform once again, and he gives Horizon an annoyed glance. Well, how'd I do? It's a start, Horizon says. We've got some work to do, but yeah, I can make it work. Shinso actually gives a small smile at that, nods, then walks to his seat on the other side of the room. What was that about? Tokoyami looks to his left at Horizon. There was a car chase, and he went to stop it, that's all. But you went with him. Momo speaks up from behind him. Was it that bad? I was just checking in on his progress, I did help him train during the summer camp after all. Well, I guess that makes sense, Jiro, who was standing behind him at Momo's desk, says. Anyway, we were discussing what Mr. Aizawa probably has in store for us today, since it's the first day and all. I'd think it's something extreme, Momo says. Consider our first day at UA included the quirk apprehension test, maybe another such test to mark our progress. There was an excited spark in the classroom at that suggestion. Most of the class wants to see how far they'd come since those 5 long months have passed. As they all begin muttering, Siro spins around in his seat. What was that about earlier? I'll explain during lunch, but we might have a new guest in the tower, Horizon says quietly. Siro's eyes widen for a moment, then return to normal. Happened a lot sooner than I expected. Yeah, me too. After a few more seconds, Horizon sees Kirishima about to get up and start yelling in excitement and decides to cut this short. Shut up, he silences the room. Eraser and All Might aren't even here right now, so we probably won't have anything like that until they're back. Sit down and get ready for homeroom. Aw, Mina puts her head down in disappointment. I was hoping to start this semester with fun, not boring classwork. You need the book time more than anyone else, Pinky. Well, I'm still hyped up. Kirishima stands up and yells. Today we learn more about the work studies and the pros we'll be working for. It's gonna be awesome. The entire room begins clamoring, making theories, and sharing the heroes they hope they can work with. A few minutes later the door slides open, and Midnight walks in with her hands behind her head, showing off her body for the students to see. Good morning, my lovely darling students, she gives them a dazzling smile, and Horizon. TCH, morning Saggy. And the entire room falls silent, as if they could see the petty and vicious lightning sparking between midnight and horizon. End chapter. Chapter 168, Chapter 167, Semester Planning. Chapter start. Look, I think it makes sense, Ciro says. But honestly, how do you even make a logo for that name? As the lunch rush began in UA's cafeteria, Ciro was sitting beside Horizon, warped here before most students even got out of class. He was eating his large lunch, happily now. His muscles were more apparent now since he began training with Horizon, which he certainly appreciates, and certain others do as well. Horizon wasn't eating anything this time, just scrolling through his phone and listening to the conversation. And across from Ciro, I know it's a good name, but I'm already used to mine, Jack, Shinso says. Yeah, but you don't have a public image yet, so it'll be easy to change it now, Ciro explains. Plus, Simon says, is a pretty cool line. More like a gimmick, Horizon says. But those sell very well. Yeah, plus you don't really cause property damage, so the people who pay us will like that. And I'm not working with anyone named Mine Jack, Horizon says. It sounds stupid. Shinso just sighs and takes another bite of his lunch. Simon it is then. Awesome, welcome to the team. Ciro puts his hand out for a fist bump, but Shinso just looks at it, and ignores him. Aw, gonna leave me hanging like that. Shinso just continues eating. Ciro just drops his fist and continues eating. Great, now I've got two of them, he says as their usual lunch table is filled up. Momo, Tokoyami, Jiro, and Shoji join them at their table, leaving one empty seat where Sato used to sit. After a few more minutes of chatter, Ciro notices Momo reading their new textbook at the table and winces. It's not a complicated book, right? He asks. I've already got enough trouble keeping up as it is right now, he whines. Most of the table looks over at her, and Momo suddenly feels a bit shy with all this attention. She looks up to see Horizon still playing with his phone and breathes a sigh of relief. Then she perks up a bit, hoping to dazzle him with her initiative. Well, she shuts the book. When Ms. Midnight announced this textbook would be moved from our second year to our first year, I knew it would be a bit advanced. But this is even more advanced than expected. So I do recommend everyone starts reading ahead now before our first class on the subject next week. That way you won't be overwhelmed by any surprises during the class. Another demon to torment my soul before my dark nightly slumber, Tokoyami says, closing his eyes dramatically before biting into his apple. Yeah, Ciro groans. I already have to read crime reports, and the usual book, and my QUIRK research, and now this too. What book is that? Horizon asks. Oh, right, Momo frowns. You spent this morning in Principal Nizu's office after that little issue with Ms. Midnight. Everyone winces at that. Look, she's a horrendous bitch that doesn't know her place, and I'm always right, that's all, now get on with it. Momo shakes her head in disapproval, you know she warned me about getting close to you. And yet you can't seem to keep away, strange how that works. He lifts his head to look at her, then turns slightly to see Jiro also staring at him. I seem to have that effect on people. Let's focus on the book please, Momo says as he returns his attention to his phone. The book is The Lines and Ethics of Quirks and Humanity. It was meant to be studied during our second year, but they decided to move it forward since some of us are already in the field. What's it about anyway? Jiro asks. The lines between what is and what is not a person have been blurred since quirks manifested. This book delves deeper into that issue. It's a good book, Shoji says. I've read it a few times cover to cover. Really? Momo lets a bit of her excitement show. How she cuts herself off as her eyes land on him. Oh, right. Yeah, Shoji raises his 6 arms. I'm one of the people that blur the line between person and monster, so I had personal reasons to look into it. I see, has anyone else read it? Yeah, Horizon says. It's pretty much required reading globally for anyone in the medical field, but also I read all the textbooks we'd need for all the years at UA. Seriously, Jiro cringes at the thought of that. What, did you have an entire summer to waste? I was on a flight from Dubai to Italy actually, just read them all, Horizon shrugs. Why else do you think I never take notes, or the fact that I don't even have a backpack? Only just the one book in my desk for classwork and exams. Most of the table just share a look between each other, which Horizon notices. What? Well, Jiro plays with her earlobes, we all kind of assumed you had well, you know, in your head. What, a brain? Horizon asks. I know not everyone in our class has one, but yes I do have a brain. A hard drive, Dick, Jiro grits out, clearly annoyed by that last statement. Ciro immediately bursts out laughing, and the few people who weren't constantly glancing at their table to get a glimpse of Horizon join the others in looking at them. I hate that fucking rumor, Horizon mutters. Well that makes one of us, besides it not like it wouldn't make sense, Ciro says as his laughter slowly stops. I underestimated how stupid people can be, Horizon says. Anyway, Yamamo, Tokoyami speaks up. Will you be hosting weekly study sessions this semester as well? Well, Momo thinks about it for a moment. I don't know what my schedule will be like. Hopefully I get a pro that hires me for the work studies program. If that's the case, then I'll likely be spending 2 weekdays at their agency as well as weekends. But we'll be doing the same thing, Tokoyami says. So we can all study together to keep up with the others. Oh man, this is gonna suck, Siro groans. Have you not been reading ahead already? Shinso asks. I've been too busy swinging around Tokyo, then when I'm back at the tower it's just to sleep. Oh yeah. Jiro gives Horizon a sly look, almost as if, say, you were trying to keep up with a robot. I fucking hate it here, Horizon mutters as everyone has a laugh at his expense. The study group sounds like a great idea, if you can peel his tape off of Yui. I think I'll manage. Oh. Momo claps her hands together. I should speak to Kendo about having her and some of her own classmates study with us. Study group with Kirishima and Tetsutetsu, good luck with that, Horizon puts down his phone. I'll figure something out, but if you'd be so kind as to. I'm not that kind of teacher, Horizon says. Ask Juzo, he's good at teaching people that kind of thing. He's probably the most tolerable of the 1B people. Mudman the teacher, strangely, it makes sense, Shoji says. He'll be working with Shinso for the work studies actually. Shinso looks across at Horizon, clearly confused. What are you talking about? Horizon raises his phone and shakes it a bit, just got confirmation from Gang Orca, he'll send you a request for you. Gang Orca. Shinso's eyes widen. You were just casually texting the number 10 pro hero. We've worked a few times since our first meeting. Since you beat him and Mirko up is what you mean, Jiro says. He was actually who I'd hoped to work with, but I didn't get my provisional license so that'll have to wait. Makes sense, he's the top pro with sonic attacks, Tokoyami says. That's a difficult quirk to find a master for. But I suppose Present Mic is an alternative if needed. Ugh, Jiro rolls her eyes. Don't put the cursed idea in my mind, he's so lame. Sound quirk, likes music, birds of a feather the two of you, Tokoyami says. I'll pretend you didn't just assault my ears with that disgusting thought. As everyone is finishing up their lunch, Shinso zones out and just retreats into his own mind. Thinking about what he just heard, that he'd be working with Gang Orca, the number 10 pro hero. I've come a long way from my days in general studies, but I've still got a lifetime of work ahead of me. He looks across at Horizon who was talking with Jiro about a concert nearby. Team Horizon certainly has its uses. Shinso gives a soft smile. And as if sensing some happiness in Shinso, Horizon swoops in to replace it with some pain. Simon, Horizon snaps him out of his daydream. Let's go over your goals, and how much I need to increase your training. We start this evening. End chapter. Chapter 169, Chapter 168, Last Request. Chapter start. Do you know what you're going to say to him? Eraser asks Yagi. Currently, they were sitting in his car in front of Tartarus's bridge. At the moment there was no bridge, only pairs of pillars spaced out evenly. Made entirely of metal with massive turrets attached to them. Spanning the 10 kilometers between the mainland and the large metal island in the open water. The guards standing beside this area were heavily armed, always ready for a sudden escape attempt from the villains. And even knowing these respected pro heroes were cleared for entry, the turrets never once aimed away from their heads. I just have some questions, about my master, and about her grandson, Yagi says. And as he does, the bridge segments begin rising out of the water, sliding upwards as they're connected to the columns. The villain, Tamura Shigaraki, is what you mean, right? Eraser gives him a side eye. Yagi sighs as they begin driving across the bridge. I know, but part of me feels like I should at least try to speak to him before completely giving up on him. Good, just don't get tunnel visioned on redeeming him, he's way past that. That, I agree with, Yagi says. Besides, he's hunting him down already, it's only a matter of time before Shigaraki is locked in here too. But for now, let's just focus on today, Aizawa, and thanks for coming with me. Right, Aizawa says as they drive the 10 kilometers to the main gate of Tartarus. For the first time, Aizawa gets this close to the prison, seeing the 2-kilometer square structure, a small metal city in the open water. All around the perimeter, the ocean was far too rough for most boats to survive them. Artificially made difficult to navigate by devices built into the side of the prison. All 500 meters below sea level there were devices installed. At the very top, they focus on making it almost impossible to approach the prison via boat. And below that, they use sonics to give a painful sensation to any ocean life or quirk users trying to approach underwater. Or crack open any submerged vehicles. I never appreciated how ridiculous this thing is, Aizawa says as they arrive at the main gate, and the metal wall extends almost 100 meters above them. And below them is a 100-meter drop into the raging sea. It may not be as tough as New Alcatraz, but in this day and age it's a necessity, Yagi says as the guards approach to scan them and the vehicle. Rumor says it's strong enough to contain you, that true? The guard nods as heavily armored vehicles with turrets and gunners fall into place around them, boxing them in as they take them inside the prison. That's the thing about quirks like mine, Yagi says. No matter how physically powerful you are, eventually technology will catch up, or at least be able to lock you down. Or you'll meet a bad matchup. If someone like yourself were a villain, there isn't anything I could have done, Yagi admits. So they did test it against you. They've taken my measurements and power limits many times over my career, as they do with all the top pro heroes or those with especially dangerous quirks. And here I thought that was just a rumor. Pro heroes are the only people allowed to push the limits of their quirks. It makes sense to build your prisons and infrastructure against them, that way you're always built to withstand the best. Aizawa thinks it over for a moment as they get escorted deeper within. So, you're saying you couldn't break out? They come to a stop and both get out, and the guards fall into place to lead them to a pair of massive hydraulic doors. Well, there is a reason the cells are all underground, even I need to breathe, Yagi says. And let's just say the ventilation system here can pump more than just air. Some of the guards glacé over at Yagi as he says that, but they pay it no real thought, expecting All Might of all people to have some knowledge about Tartarus. A perfect death trap for any person. There aren't any people here, the leader of the escort says. He looks back at Aizawa as the doors open. Prison is where you put people, Tartarus is for the monsters. As the men begins leading them within, they step into a large room with rows upon rows of turrets tracking their every move. Eventually, they get to a massive elevator, 10m square with a massive 1 painted on the doors. This is the first one, the leading guard says. Each elevator goes down 100 meters, then you need to get out and go to the other side of the floor to enter the next. You're in for a good walk to get to all for one. So one prisoner can't just get in and reach the surface, Yagi says. The man uses his biometrics to activate the elevator when everyone is inside. I'm the warden here, and obviously neither of you will speak about what you see in here. Of course not, Yagi says. Good, we've never had civilians come in just to visit a prisoner before, but President Ponto has made a special allowance. He looks directly at Yagi. Nobody else would have gotten in here, but luckily, you're you. Special allowance? Aizawa asks. The warden grunts. Normally we ignore last requests before execution, but any info we can get out of all for one can prove valuable. Execution. Yagi was genuinely surprised by that. I wasn't aware of that. Nobody outside of this facility in the commission was, until right now, the warden says. We don't need the League of Villains having any more reason to send Gigantomachia our way. The longer this is kept quiet the better. Yagi takes a deep breath, finally feeling as if this chapter of his life was about to be closed. Well, I was wondering why they kept him around for so long. So of course this was unavoidable. The doors open and they see massive metal doors on both sides of the hallway. Blindingly bright and completely white walls aside from the chrome doors and black turrets. And they couldn't even see the end of the hallway. As they are walking, the warden looks back at Aizawa, studying him for a moment. Can I help you? Aizawa asks. Why are you here? What do you mean, I'm backup? He gestures to Yagi. No, why did All for One ask for you? Aizawa looks worried and confused by that, not sure why All for One would want to speak to him. He was also annoyed and angry at Nizu, because he was the one who assigned Aizawa to protect Yagi, so he must have known. As they get down to the 5th floor, Yagi is already feeling a bit winded. But thankfully the air quality was exactly as on the surface, even here, 500 meters below sea level. They eventually reach the final door of this level, one which seemed even more well-made than the others. Much thicker and more secure. But before they could enter, their eyes fell onto 2 more elevator doors that were just as reinforced. Level 6. Yagi asks, reading the number painted atop it. The warden grunts, new floor, a work in progress, anything more is classified. He says as he opens the door for them. Before they enter he turns to them, no touching the glass, no using quirks, no telling him about what's happening outside. We keep these things separated from the outside world for a reason. Understood, Aizawa says. And remember, the warden looks directly at Yagi. I don't care if you were the symbol of peace, break the rules, and these turrets will hollow out your skulls before you can realize how badly you fucked up. I'd have it no other way, Yagi nods. And with that, the man steps aside for them to enter the room. They see 2 metal chairs bolted to the floor, positioned in front of a thick metal wall. The walls are entirely white with cameras and 2 turrets at the back of the room. The moment they step in he locks the door behind them, and they approach the seats. They see a large control panel with all manner of reading constantly being updated. Studying every bit of All for One's body and mind as he's locked up. Take your seats, and keep your hands in view, a guard's voice over the speaker system says, and they do exactly that. Opening the visibility barrier, the voice says as the metal barriers begin to raise up into the ceiling. And sandwiched between them is a meter of bulletproof glass with no holes in it. On the other side, they see All for One completely locked up in a sarcophagus-like structure with only his head exposed, a mask on his mouth with tubes running into the side of his head. The metal sarcophagus itself has dozens of tubes running from it into the floor and the control panel, designed to keep him nourished and take his readings. Finally, some good conversation can be had in this cell. All for One's grating voice reaches them, causing both men to scowl. That damn doctor they bring in to poke and prod me isn't allowed to speak. It's quite a miserable experience on my part. You reap what you sow, All for One, Yagi says. Oh, is the ever-benevolent symbol of peace saying that being put down like a rabid dog is justice? I uphold the laws of society, Yagi says. My duty is to protect people, not to hand out judgments. Spoken like the proud sheep you are, at least the next so-called symbol of peace is more of an independent thinker. Aizawa just leans back and observes the conversation, but stays ready to use his quirk. You called us here, now just tell us what you want. I don't have anything to say to you. Come now, my final conversation, and you want to cut it short, really? And you're lying to me at a time like this, really, because we both know you have hundreds of questions for me. Yagi grits his teeth. Tamura Shigaraki, my master's grandson, where is he? Oh, you're still hung up on that old news, aren't you over that already? Did you really think just because he has Nana Shimura's blood that he'd be incorruptible? We both know that neither of you were born special, you were made, built to be great heroes, so why can't someone be groomed and built to be a great villain, All Might? The world doesn't have a UA for villains, so I had to take the homeschool approach for Tamura. And you chose him to spite me, to spite us, right? Oh definitely, All for One chuckles. But is it so wrong for a villain to have a sidekick? So he's your sidekick? Oh no, he was always meant to be my successor, All for One says. We are both men on borrowed time, mine will run out in a few days when I'm executed, so tell me, how much longer will you live? Aizawa turns his head toward Yagi, not sure what he's talking about. Horizon must have given you a deadline, right? And I imagine with him it's quite accurate. Yagi sighs and leans back in his chair. From today, less than 3 years. Aizawa's eyes go wide, blindsided again today. Ah, so we're in the same boat either way, how befitting, rivals descending into hell together. Hell? Aizawa asks, causing All for One to look at him. Oh, why don't you ask him then? He looks toward Yagi. Where do you deserve to go, All Might, after how badly you failed your predecessors? I'm not dead yet, Yagi says. I've still got time. Oh, but you wish you were, yes. That would have been better than standing on the sidelines while others clean up your failures, right? I can't even fathom how much you hate it. The rise in crime and all the people who got hurt because you so arrogantly concealed your fading strength. I bet people are still doubting Endeavor, right? All because you failed to tell him what was coming, you didn't give him time to prepare, to hold up the weight of society like you once did, not that I think he could ever do it. I so arrogantly looked down on even other pro-heroes, All for One cuts him off. You and the other inheritors always do that, always think you're the only one who can act because nobody can keep up with you. But I imagine that delusion was destroyed recently for you. Inheritors? Aizawa asks, but is mostly ignored. When I attacked the summer camp, I did it to meet Horizon, did he tell you that? All for One asks. You thought it was him, he told us, Yagi says. Oh I did, he was the only logical choice, but I've had time to reconsider it after my fight with him. He's not the type of person to accept help in that way, and he doesn't need any more than he already has. He's perfect, if I had gotten to him before Nizu, this world would already be in the palm of my hand. Oh, I can't imagine how upsetting it must be, especially for Izuka Midoriya. Aizawa and Yagi both stared wide-eyed at All for One. That's your successor, isn't it, the boy chosen by you to become the next All Might of this world, yes? What? Aizawa asks Yagi. How must it feel, All Might? All for One once again ignored Aizawa. You put the weight of living up to your feats and accomplishments on the shoulder of a young man, enough to break the mind, body, and spirits of anyone in itself. And then you force him to sit in a classroom, and behind him is a person who seemingly fell from heaven to be the greatest hero this world shall ever know. I can't imagine what that will do to his mental health. Yagi grits his teeth. Future pros are none of your concerns, you won't be around to torment them. Oh, but I'll be around to see it myself. To see the greatest war between the society you protect, and the monsters that seek to tear it down. Heroes and villains playing in an all-out war game, until something snaps, and a young man finally decides to flip the table. Tamura Shigaraki will be locked up before it ever gets to that point, Aizawa says. And you won't be around to see it. Tamura Shigaraki. Oh, of course, because surely that's who I meant, but tell me, why exactly wouldn't I be around, when the key to postponing my execution is sitting right in front of me? And why would I ask them to do that? Yagi asks. Not you, All Might, you're barely a man, certainly no longer a hero or symbol, and definitely of no use to me. Sit quietly on the sidelines and watch everyone else be useful, that's all you can do now. He then turns toward Aizawa. But you will ask Nisa to petition the commission to postpone my execution, that way they can further study me, and eventually find a way to reverse the Nomo process. And why the hell would I ever do that? Aizawa asks. Oh, because you wouldn't give up on your friend a second time, right, Eraserhead? Both visitors look confused at that. Oh, how I wanted that quirk, Erasure, such a perfect quirk to complement my forces. And with it even All Might would have been no threat. But sadly there was one person more of a hero than you. He got you to safety at the cost of his own life, and our trap fell on him instead. No. Aizawa mutters. You didn't even love your friend enough to keep searching for a body, you gave up on him so easily, and he fell into my hands, becoming our first successful high-end Nomo. My knight, still capable of higher thought process. Wait, Yagi looks between them, seeing Aizawa gripping the sides of his chair so hard his fingers were bleeding. You can't mean. Oboro Shirakumo, with these words Aizawa's face almost goes red in anger, it took every bit of self-control for him to not activate his quirk. You're lying. Aizawa yells. Oh, you wish I was, and sadly you need me alive to check. My body will detonate into nothing when I die, and so will any hopes of digging up your friend, from deep within his new Nomo self. You can't prove anything, Yagi says. Oh, I can't. All for One gives a devious smile. So tell me then, Eraserhead, didn't something look rather familiar when you saw that quirk again? When you saw his clouds flowing again, I'm sure you can remember it, right? You know who it is. Kurogiri, Aizawa mutters, much to Yagi's horror. He immediately gets up, opening his eyes wide at All for One. What did you do to him? He growls out. Don't approach the glass, the guard says through the speakers. Oh, it took a lot of work, merging quirks to make Warp Gate, but as you've noticed, he was easily worth the trouble. End chapter. Chapter 170, Chapter 169, New Methods. Chapter start. I don't think that's okay, not at all, Shinso says. He and all of 1A were on a bus heading to the USJ, now fully repaired. They were all in their gym uniforms, and he was currently speaking to Horizon about some advice he received. Trust me, it's imperative for you to get better, Horizon says. Before Shinso can respond, Snipe stops the bus and everyone steps out, quickly finding themselves standing in front of Snipe. Today your training will be simple, students. Snipe gets their attention. We scattered a number of rescue dummies in the USJ, you need to find and recover them. The safe zone is the entrance. This is training for the rising collateral damage as villains become bolder across the nation. During your work studies, you'll be working alongside pros, but they'll likely relegate you to controlling crowds of civilians and such. This is a warm-up for that. Horizon, you'll stay at the entrance with me. Your quirk has some sort of radar feature, so we don't need you making this too easy for them. Sideline for being too good, Horizon shrugs, story of my life. Alright, settle down, partner. Everyone else, let's get this started. Snipe turns and begins leading them toward USJ. Horizon, Shinso, and Zero fall to the back of the group as the other students begin to get excited for the upcoming exercise. Look, Horizon says. All I'm saying is you need to be more liberal with your quirk. You're sitting in a classroom with a bunch of idiots who say nonsense all the time, just make them shut up whenever they get too annoying, it's good practice. Seems a bit rude, Zero says. I mean, it's kind of like how you always warp about without warning. But that's not the same since his quirk is literally mind-controlling people. Well, not mind-controlling, that's a bit beyond him, Horizon says. Either way, I don't think I should do that, Shinso argues. A few days of that and nobody would talk to me, because nobody wants to say hi to a guy that'll brainwash you for no reason. Well, allow me to speak from experience, Zero says. Not a fan of that experience. Yeah, well, the problem with your quirk is that you need a test subject to train it. You can do vocal exercises all you want, but at the end of the day, the only way to improve your ability to get past mental defenses is with practice. It's better, I can feel that tingle becoming a little stronger, but it's still easily ignorable. And by the nature of my quirk, it will never control me. Well, you're 1 in 10 billion, right? Shinso asks. Literally anyone else would be under my control. Yes, but you have to prepare for the worst-case scenario. And I'd imagine people like Mandalay have higher than average mental resistance because of her quirk, and we all know how you'd fare against All for One. That's a good point, Zero says. A villain with telepathy might be able to resist it, then you'd be basically quirkless. I'd still rather not just brainwash everyone I talk to. Then just keep practicing on me, Horizon says. Every second of every conversation, then once you're at the point where someone can be brainwashed but they can still talk, you can just do it to everyone. But don't give them a command until necessary. So I just need to work extra hard to get to that point, then training it will be easier since nobody would be able to notice it. That's a start, Horizon says as Snipe signals for everyone to begin. As everyone scatters across USJ, Horizon is left standing atop the massive staircase with Snipe and Momo. Before speaking to Momo, Snipe turns to him. Since you aren't allowed to help them, your job is to move around the dummies and make it hard for your friends to rescue them. But we made them fragile, so you'll also have to be careful. Oh, and you can't leave this area. So using tact for a game of keep away, sounds fun at least, Horizon says as he takes a seat on the staircase and focuses on the dozens of dummies around USJ. Room. He creates a room spanning 300 m around him, allowing him to encompass all of the USJ. Scan. He feels a searing migraine as a flood of information comes crashing into his mind. He has to stop himself from instinctively reaching up to hold his head while doubling over. Instead, he remains completely unreactive and stoic, ignoring everything else as he focuses on the dozens of rescue dummies. Focusing on the dozens of rescue dummies, he takes a deep breath and closes his eyes. TAKT. They are all captured by his mental grip, rising off the floor for a few seconds before. BADUM. Pain like a red-hot nail being hammered into his skull. His room collapses as he feels blood leaking out of his nose, eyes, and ears. Rolling his shoulders, he takes a deep breath before starting the entire process again, determined to push past his boundaries and master his improved power. Because while he is more powerful in terms of how much energy he can use. Before meeting All for One, the largest room he could create was 14 kilometers wide, now it was almost 25 kilometers after a mere 5 weeks. His abilities are each stronger by a large margin, but moments of fine control cause the mental strain he just isn't ready for. And reaching out to grasp too closely to his new upper limits causes his quirk to collapse. He is certainly stronger than he was weeks ago, but to approach his new limits is to invite ruin, until he solves the issues between mind, body, and instincts. As Horizon settles into his spot atop the stairs, Momo stood off to the side with Snipe, consulting the resident firearms expert on her latest recommendation. So rubber bullets? Snipe asks. Precisely, Momo nods excitedly. I know hero support equipment is only allowed if it complements a quirk in some manner, but since my quirk allows me to create my own equipment. You want special permission to make ballistic weapons, even without a quirk that would consider ballistics as a necessity like mine. With the compromise of rubber bullets, of course, Momo says sheepishly. Honestly, I rather not use real bullets. I don't even like the thought of using swords against living people, much less guns. Snipe sighs. Well, I can't say a lot of the teachers haven't considered this. It came up during our review of the showing at the sports festival. Knowing you can make a lot of things but always fall back to staff and shield is a bit underwhelming. Snipe looks up to see Momo's lip quivering as her eye looks sad. Wait. I mean, no offense, of course, it's just that, well, you've got so much potential that we have ideas of how you can use it. That's our job as teachers after all. Momo focuses on the task at hand. So is it possible to get me permission for ballistic weapons? Snipe rubs the back of his head. I'll have to run it by Power Loader and Principal Nizu. They'll have to review whatever designs you come up with before sending it to the commission. But once it's entirely impossible for a regular person to pick up the weapon and use it in the event that you drop it, then it won't be impossible. That's wonderful. Momo gives a dazzling smile. But you'll also have to spend a few months at the least in firearms training with me. I expected as much, Momo bows. It will be an honor to learn from you, Japan's resident top marksman. Right, thank you. Snipe still isn't sure how to handle praise. Now, why don't you go join the others and I'll talk to the other teachers after. Right, thank you again, sir. Momo bows again before rushing off. As she leaves, Snipe recalls what she said. Even now he isn't used to being referred to as the top marksman in Japan. When counting only the free citizens, he certainly is, by a large margin at that. But as someone who tries to stay knowledgeable of his competition, it didn't sit right with him. Because to his knowledge, there are 2 women locked away that far outclass him in a gunfight at any range. Putting that thought aside, he looks to his left, at Horizon, who was sitting atop the stairs, completely still. Unknowingly looking at the son of Japan's second-best marksman. From the outside, it was impossible to know the pain and agony his quirk was causing him in this moment. 3 dozen target dummies and he isn't even breaking a sweat, Snipe thinks as he looks down at his phone, seeing a map of USJ with all the trackers and the dummies moving about erratically. Nizu really struck gold with this one. 5 minutes later. There. Hound Dog yells out as he bursts through the door of USJ. Behind him, there are 2 dozen of Ectoplasm's clones. What's going on? Snipe asks, turning around to see the resident guidance counselor, Hound Dog, running on all 4s at them. That's an intruder. Hound Dog yells as he rushes toward Horizon. What? Snipe immediately draws his massive revolver and aims it at Horizon, who was still sitting but now looking back at the newcomers. What the fuck is he on about? Horizon asks as they all begin a standoff atop the stairs. Hound Dog, you sure? Snipe asks, finger already on the trigger, not a fan of getting infiltrated again. His scent, it's different, Hound Dog growls out. The true scent of a person doesn't change. Fuck, Horizon realizes what's wrong. DNA determines the base scent of a person, and with a quirk that can sniff out people from miles away, Hound Dog can effectively smell the change in his DNA. I'm the same person, it's just my quirk. Horizon slowly rises to his feet to face them, and at this point, the commotion is drawing the attention of the entire class. How? That doesn't make any sense. Hound Dog's words become deep growls. He was clearly stopping himself from barking and rushing in. My body, my business, and either way I think it's above your pay grade. Rugrara. Hound Dog barks, fingers sinking into the concrete floor as he gets ready to lunge forward. TCH, I'm the real and only me, and I promise if you snap your leash and try to touch me, a trip to the seafloor will remind you of that. Snipe and Ectoplasm glance toward each other, slowly lowering his gun, and Ectoplasm relaxes, not wanting to start an avoidable fight. But Hound Dog was already flooded with adrenaline, emotions, and anger building up from a new scent at UA that he couldn't recognize. His sense of duty to protect his students pushes him forward to act. And as he leaps forward to tackle the potential villain. Shambles. Horizon's bored voice says, and the burning sensation of seawater flooding his lungs is the last thing Hound Dog feels, before his world goes black. End chapter. Chapter 171, Chapter 170, Playing Favorites. Chapter start. So you really can't make it more precise? Horizon asks. He and Snipe were sitting in Nizu's office on opposite couches. His feet were resting on the coffee table as he hovers his katana above his lap. Snipe was twirling his revolver, leaning back comfortably as they speak. That's the downside, sadly, Snipe says. My quirk makes it so any projectile I launch hits the target, assuming nothing actively gets in the way. And once a route is set it can't really be altered much further, so dodging behind cover works too. So it's just aim assist, like a video game. Pretty much. That's a bit disappointing, honestly. Oh, what did you expect? Snipe asks, still twirling his gun. Bullets curving and tracking people like homing missiles. Honestly, that'd be pretty neat, Horizon admits. But your quirk just puts you at the highest level a human can be at when speaking of accuracy. Well, with guns yes, but I can use other things too, you know. What, like a slingshot? Well. Snipe takes out a coin, which catches Horizon's attention. Flicking it between his fingers he bounces it off two walls, the ceiling, and the table, before it soars directly toward Horizon's visor. TAKT. The coin freezes in the air, hovering between them. So the slower the projectile the more fancy you can make the shot. And the more direct my contact it, Snipe says. When I fire a bullet my quirk actually uses the recoil to try throwing the gun out of my hand and at my target. The gloves are magnetic to help me keep it in my hand. Horizon casually leans forward, raising his hand for the coin to descend, now hovering an inch above his hand as scalpel floats off to the side. I can sense it, Horizon says. Tactile telekinesis. Guess the jig is up, but please do tell, how does one sense telekinesis? Well, it's still moving toward me, or at least trying, Horizon says. I didn't stop it, just slowed it down a lot, it's still moving toward me, 1/10th of a millimeter per minute at a time. And. Horizon sighs. My quirk allows me to make a 3D map of anything within my range, and I can feel the pressure trying to warp this thing, twisting the metal on a scale too small for the human eye to notice. With that Horizon flicks his wrist and sends the coin back to Snipe, who catches it without even looking. Well, I see why they say your quirk is basically magic, Snipe admits. And considering how far you sent Hound Dog today, your range is easily many magnitudes beyond mine. He twirls his gun one last time and rests it on the couch beside him. Oh, and what's your range? 1,200 meters, Snipe taps his own visor. Built-in scope to help with that, can't shoot what I can't see after all. Huh, short compared to Lady Nagant. Yeah, Snipe sighs. Always wanted to meet her, but she had her whole mental breakdown and went psycho before that could happen. Yeah, Horizon plays along, knowing the truth after reading the files. All for one left for him. What about you? Snipe asks. Why the sword? I mean, I imagine you'd be good with just about anything since your quirk can do anything you want. Swords are just bigger scalpels, Horizon shrugs and gestures to how floating weapon. And this one is actually named Scalpel. Seems a bit on the nose, but fits the whole medical theme. That's the idea, clean and precise, hence the white. And blue, like medical scrubs. Snipe looks at the door, sits up a bit more properly, then turns to Horizon. So, the official story is Nizu found you as a doctor to save All Might, but at least the teachers aren't dumb enough to just believe that, even if it's true. You must have been in a ton of scraps before that, considering how well you carry yourself against even the most monstrous villain. You have a point, or just talking in circles? Ever had to use that sword? Snipe asks. Or did you just learn to keep in shape? It's been used once or twice, self-defense of course, Horizon chuckles. Right, ever lost any? Well, I wouldn't be here if I did. You ever lost a shootout? Snipe takes a deep breath, then sighs. Once, was working security about, almost 12 years ago. Ever heard of Arsenal? Arguably the world's best contract killer, and famous for doing the more messy jobs, got arrested a little over a year ago, Horizon says. Yeah, well, her putting 5 bullets through my chest is how we realized she was a native of Japan. All the evidence just lined up. So you fought her, how was it? Not much of a fight. I had a rifle. She turned her hand into a pistol and picked up some ammo from one of the security guards she killed. Her quick draw was faster than me, shot me in the chest twice, closed the distance, tried to cut off my arms with with a sword she transformed her arm into. Ed's shot showed up and she just decided to call it quits, then turned her gun into some kind of a triple-barreled pistol, and shot the pro she was after through my chest. So, you lost. At the moment I did, Snipe says. But now I'm sitting here with you and she's rotting in Tartarus. I call that a win, don't you? I certainly would, Horizon admits, and a moment later the door opens. They both turn to see Principal Nizu enter the room. Snipe puts his gun in the holster quickly and sits up properly. Principal Nizu, I brought him here like I said, Snipe says. Thank you, Snipe. Nizu walks past the couch and sits behind his desk. As he does this, Snipe notices how casual Horizon still is even as the principal walks in, and that Nizu doesn't seem to care. I guess Namiri was right, he is the golden boy. Well, let's see how the principal deals with him nearly killing a teacher. So, Nizu gets comfortable and looks at them. Snipe, tell me what happened. Why is Hound Dog currently unconscious in the infirmary, soaking wet and still spitting out seawater? Well, sir, Snipe turns a bit toward Nizu. We were doing the civilian rescue exercise Eraser had planned for his class, over at the USJ. Hound Dog and Ectoplasm interrupted. It seemed that Hound Dog found that Horizon's scent has changed. Right, and protocol in that situation is to apprehend the intruder, Nizu says. Exactly, sir. We came to a bit of a standoff, Ectoplasm, Hound Dog, myself, versus Horizon. But the kid says it's his quirk. I plan to call you to get another opinion since you know him best, but, after the last few attacks on our students, Hound Dog got a bit impatient. Nizu turns to Horizon. You mentioned Hand of God allows you to perfectly control your body at every level. Is this because of that? Something like that, but yeah, Horizon says. You can do that. Snipe was a bit surprised at that. Wild. Right, Nizu claps his hands to get them both focused on him. So, what happened next? Well, before Hound Dog tried to apprehend him, Horizon said he tried to touch him, then he'd warp him to the bottom of the sea. Which apparently he did, Nizu sighs. Hey, I warned him, Horizon shrugs. To be fair, Snipe says. When someone says something so ridiculous, especially considering the ocean is at least 10 kilometers from UA, we're inclined not to believe him. Unless it's me, Horizon says. And now we've all learned that valuable lesson. Nizu pinches his brow and sighs, resting his elbows on the table. Great, well, you still injured a teacher. He won't be out of bed for at least a few days, even after Recovery Girl is done. So I'll formulate a punishment for you. Well, I'm already on house arrest, Horizon says. Basically have me chained to UA so Kurogiri doesn't show up. What else can you really do? Nizu frowns, then sighs. Just heal Hound Dog, and please don't hurt anyone else at UA. Is it that bad? Snipe asks. Nizu winces. 120 meters of water pressure is too much for his body. A few more seconds and he could have been dead. Snipe slowly turns, from Nizu, back to Horizon, then back to Nizu. Right, and his punishment is? Don't do it again, of course. He gets up and straightens his clothes. Well, I need to get back to the class before it ends. Certainly, and thank you for covering for Aizawa. Nizu gives him a polite smile. Right. Snipe just wordlessly walks out of the room. Yup, golden boy, can do no wrong. The moment the door closes, Nizu groans loudly. This is the second teacher you've had some altercation with. Can't you just play nice? Hey, I warned the fucker, but he decided to rush in, so I gave him a little bath. At the bottom of the Musudafu docks. It's the closest part of the ocean to us. Horizon throws up his arms in annoyance. Honestly, no pleasing you people. You could just try to get along with the staff. I get along very well with them, considering almost all of them are pro heroes, and I'm, well, me. You do remember that you spent your morning recess in this very room, because you got into a verbal fight with Namiri this morning. Well, Sagi should learn to keep her mouth shut. That's exactly what I'm talking about, and why. At that very moment the door opens, and in walks Namiri Kayama, Ms. Midnight. Princip Midnight freezes as she sees Horizon sitting in the room. She gets a bad feeling about this. What is this? I'm guessing an intervention, Horizon says, clearly annoyed. He's gonna ask you to stop being such a petty boy. Horizon. Nizu interrupts him. Midnight gives him the stink eye as she closes the door behind her. Nizu gestures for her to sit on the couch opposite Horizon, which she silently does, folding her arms under her chest and giving him a blank stare. Well, is there anything you two would like to say to each other? Nizu asks. An excruciating long few minutes pass as they seem to be locked in a staring contest, not a word between them. Namuri. Nizu says, causing her to sigh. Fine, I guess I'll apologize first. Well, you are the teacher, Horizon says, then mutters. Even if you dress like a cheap whore. See what I mean? Namuri jumps up from her seat and points at Horizon, all while looking at Nizu. Horizon. Ugh, fine, I'll just let her talk. Thank you. Namuri scowls at him for a moment before sitting back down, then schools her expression. I apologize for overstepping your boundaries and speaking of matters I clearly know nothing about. I'm sorry, and I was wrong. I know, Horizon says. Then another long, awkward, echoing silence fills the room. Horizon, Nizu prompts him. What? Horizon looks between them. He was genuinely confused. This is the part where you apologize, Nizu says. Huh, for what? For being a Namuri. Nizu cuts her off. Beneath his visor Horizon rolls his eyes. Look, I never said anything wrong or false, you build this street whore persona, you deal with the consequences, get over it. Namuri rolls her eyes, more annoyed than hurt, then gets up. Whatever, I'm done with this, but just so you know. Compassion is vital to be a true hero, and you aren't anywhere near strong enough to show that side of yourself. Horizon shakes his head. Haven't you heard, the commission only ranks us based on results, because you can't really measure a heart. Midnight shakes her head, disappointed, but not at Horizon, at Nizu. Of all the people that have passed through this academy, you decided to bet on this, to be the greatest hero this world shall ever know. I hope he isn't the only one who can perform miracles, because, for a transformation like that, a miracle is what it'll take. Nobody says a word as Midnight casually walks out of the room completely doubting the choices of her mentor. End chapter. Chapter 172, Chapter 171, Another Straw. Chapter start. I don't know about this, Momo's quiet, doubtful, unsure voice whispers out. Looking across from her she sees Horizon, his blue, slightly glowing eye markings of his visor seem to pierce into her very core. She bites her lip nervously, but her eyes couldn't seem to leave him. Momo, come on, Horizon's inviting voice reaches her eyes. You want this, I want this, and it'll be fun for both of us. Tell me you haven't thought about it. Well, I have, but maybe this is just how it was meant to be. We should just play the cards life gives us, right? Or, we can help each other get ahead. Together, don't you think we'd make a great team? I do. Then let's do it, together, right now. Momo mindlessly plays into his hand, giving up the treasure he coveted so badly, that she'd been trying to keep to herself all night. But she couldn't resist him. Yamamoto, what the hell? Jiro shoves her, snapping her out of her daydream. What? Momo blinks a few times, coming back into the moment. Back into the 1A dorm's common room. Looking down she sees the Monopoly board in front of them. Jiro was sitting beside her, with Horizon and Siro opposite them. Yui was beside Siro happily watching the game, acting as the banker. You just traded the cards he needed to control an entire corner. Jiro groans, ignoring the heat on her face and her own rosy cheeks, as Momo finally takes in the state of the board. Momo holds her head in frustration. What have I done? You made the most common mistake, Horizon says in a cool voice as he reorganizes his cards. Siro was laughing happily beside him. You played the game, instead of the player. The girls' team is losing now. Shinso asks as he approaches the table, a sandwich in one hand and a can of iced coffee in the other. Most of their other classmates were scattered about, either doing homework or just hanging out together. Well, they're against me, so of course they'd lose. Horizon chuckles as Momo and Jiro try to form a new plan. Yeah, Jiro rolls her eyes. Or Momo just can't think with her head when you're around. Jiro. Momo gives her an embarrassed look, then notices nobody even reacts. Everyone knows, Shinso says, then takes a sip of his drink. You're a terrible liar, and you light up like a Christmas tree every time he talks to you, at least Jiro tries to hide it. Jiro slouches down in her chair, trying to make herself smaller. Momo facepalms, this is such a mortifying conversation. Don't be so dramatic, Horizon says. I'm irresistible, of course you'd notice. Irresistible. Siro gives him a confused look. Doesn't MT Lady sort of dislike you, and Mirko wants to kick you in the face, and then there's that other pro, whatever her name was, Iwabumi. That lady Momo interned with. She has a problem with me. Yeah dude, she went on a whole rant about how everything you said felt like a personal attack on her. Well, then she should change her lifestyle, Horizon says. Anyway, Bank, he looks at Yui. I'll need 2 hotels for my new property, now that I've got the full set. She nods and reaches into the game box to get his tokens. We're about to go bankrupt, Jiro groans as she sees the transaction happening. I'm sorry, Momo mutters softly. Sigh, it's fine, I can't stay mad at you. As they continue playing for a few minutes, Shinso joins the table to watch the game unfold, until Aizawa walks into the dorm. All eyes turn to him, first noticing the bandage wrapped around his head, covering an injury from the guards knocking him out when he got agitated. Knocking him out before he could activate his quirk in Tartarus, sparing his life. His eyes were red, slightly swollen, and entirely bloodshot. The cost of his painful tears, shed for the memories of his dear friend. And his face had some purple bruises from the impact of them pinning him to the metal floor of the prison. Wow, you look like shit, Horizon says, breaking the silence. Aizawa doesn't even acknowledge it, just says, important meeting, warp us to Nizu's office, now. Horizon gives an annoyed sigh as he gets up, dropping his cards, Shinso, tag in, and Shinso wordlessly takes his seat. He walks over to Aizawa and reaches for his bandaged head, hold still. Booster shot. The healing energy flows from his hand and moves like a soothing wave across Aizawa. His bruises fade away and his eyes return to normal. He takes a deep breath and relaxes as the throbbing pain below the bandages dissipates. Shambles. They both appear in Nizu's office, seeing Yagi already sitting on one couch with Nizu. Now that everyone is here, we can start, Nizu says as Aizawa and Horizon sit opposite them. He takes out his phone and puts it on speaker. Alright, I'm in a secure location, now, what's this about? Pontu's voice reaches through the phone. Oh great, Horizon rolls his eyes beneath the visor. So this is going to be one of those fucking things. I'd like to know that as well, Nizu says. It's about our visit to Tartarus, Yagi takes the lead. Since you don't know, I assume you haven't had the time to listen to the recordings. I've been busy, Pontu says. Well, we waited to say this in person, it's a bit deal. Alright, what did he tell you? The Nomu can be saved, Aizawa cuts in. All for one said that we can study him to find a way of reversing the Nomu creation process, at least for the intelligent ones. We can bring them back. He could have been lying, Yagi says. The machines in Tartarus said he wasn't, Aizawa says. Those can be tricked, Horizon says. The man has a dozen quirks at least, I'm sure he can give false readings. And it could be a play to stall his execution, Nizu says. Well, it definitely is, but if this is true then from a certain perspective, we bluffed and it worked. Bluffed? Horizon asks, as everyone looks at Nizu confused. We can't execute him, Pontu admits. He did something to his body after Kamino, whenever his vitals drop the readings climb. Climb to what? Best estimates, Nizu thinks for a moment. Small nuclear reactor, assuming it's a conventional quirk, which it likely isn't, considering who we're talking about. When did you find out about this? Yagi asks. 2 weeks ago, Pontu says. But he called for the final request of a conversation with you afterward, we figured if we let him know we found his final trap, he wouldn't talk to you. And we wouldn't get any information, Yagi mutters. Good call. Okay, so he can't be executed yet, what about the guy you have studying him? Horizon asks. He found the anomaly, Pontu says. A second opinion confirmed it, and as always with his research, I used my quirk to ensure the truth was spoken. Okay, Horizon sits up. So what? You want me to find a method of executing him? You still aren't cleared for Tartarus, and never will be, since you only listen to Nizu. Pontu says, which causes Aizawa to shoot Horizon a curious glance. Okay, so why am I here? I'm hoping you can save my friend, Aizawa says. Oboro Shirakumo, he's Kurogiri. What? Nizu nearly falls off the couch in surprise. They wanted me, but they got Shirakumo instead, and he became Kurogiri. All for one said they ran experiments, made him into the first successful high-end Nomu. Did things to create the warp gate quirk, is that possible? Everyone looks to Horizon. Well, yeah, quirk integration is a natural process, that's how people like Bakugo and Todoroki exist. It won't be easy but I imagine with enough time and a solid lack of human rights and other crap like that, it could be artificially done. They give him a concerned glance, worried by how casually he said that last part. And can it be undone? Aizawa's voice almost gave away the desperation of his words. Splitting one being into its former selves will be a lot harder than fusing them, but, as difficult as it would be, not impossible, at least not for me. So you can save him. Aizawa gave a hopeful smile. In theory, but, that's not a good idea. Agreed, Pontu says, finding herself agreeing with Horizon of all people. All for one will naturally die within the next 5 years even if we can't figure out a way to put him down, but in that time we will be researching ways to expedite that process. But Horizon cuts off Aizawa, every day All for One is alive, is a day Shigaraki and the League of Losers are spending to get stronger, and they'll eventually try to break into Tartarus to get him. Best to put him down quickly. And we'd be raising the chance of him breaking out, going solely on his words, and the very impossibly small chance that your friend is really buried deep down in Kurogiri, Pontu says. We can't just give up on him. Aizawa pleads. Think of all the Noma they have, and the people they kidnapped and used to make those things. Men, women, children, pros, all turned into those things. And this is probably the only person that can undo it, he points at Horizon. Just give him a chance. Absolutely not, Pontu says. If Horizon wants to research this on his own, then that's his business, but this information will remain confidential. The last thing I need is the families of those victims causing problems to stall the execution. All our efforts will remain focused on putting him down. You can't do that. Aizawa jumps up to his feet, glaring at the phone. Aizawa, please, Nizu pleads. I too would like to have Oboro and all the other victims return to their previous states, especially since some of them were my dear former students. But the risk of All for One escaping cannot be ignored. Isn't that why you have him? He points at Horizon. He's supposed to be your answer for the next All for One, right, and he's already gotten stronger since the summer camp, just have him on guard. Absolutely not. Pontu says. Horizon won't be given that level of security clearance until he can be trusted. Trusted? Aizawa was genuinely confused by that. He's the most powerful person on this side of the planet and isn't hurting anyone with that power. What more do you want before he can be trusted by you? Eraserhead. Pontu growls out. I suggest you remember exactly who you're speaking to, especially concerning matters you know nothing about. Aizawa swallows dryly and grinds his teeth. My apologies, Lady Pontu. Nizu sees Aizawa sit down and he breathes a sigh of relief. All right, now that we're all. But Japan is a democracy, Aizawa interrupts him, with a dangerous tinge to his words. And I don't think all the people of this country would agree with your choice, abandoning your citizens to be monsters, sending pros to put them down. When we all know that with a bit of time, you could at least save some of them. After all, Horizon can do anything. The room is silent for a tense moment, before Pontu speaks. Are you threatening me, Eraserhead? No, Nizu says, please forgive him, he's just a bit emotional at the moment. Exactly, Yagi says. Aizawa is a good man, he'd never threaten you. I didn't threaten you. I just suggest that I'd tell all the people whose loved ones became Nomo about this situation. I can't imagine they'd be happy. Careful now, Eraserhead, Pontu says, casually as if nothing was wrong. You spread the word about this and suddenly everything I've done in my career goes into the hands of someone else. Along with the general chaos and unrest your little gossip campaign will cause, I won't be there to honor some contracts I made. Nizu sees Horizon's hand twitch, and he's instantly nervous. And people won't like that. Because they've sworn to protect the safety and stability of this great nation, and you're becoming a threat to that, so think very carefully if this is what you want, hero. All the while she is speaking, Nizu is just staring at Horizon, now seeing his hand open, as he does just before warping scalpel into his grasp. In the next moment, his office could be painted red with Eraser's blood, and there wasn't anything he or anyone can do to stop it. And with each second that passes, Horizon hates it more and more, having to be Pontu's lapdog. And part of him, for the first time, wanted this contract to fail. Because now being forced to protect her like this, to do her bidding even loosely, it made the thought of killing her so much sweeter. Aizawa scrunches his face, growls painfully, then sighs and drops back into his seat. You said it's okay if Horizon does his own research to fix them, right? I did, Pontu says. But that's between you and him, keep it quiet, whatever you decide to do, because my people are much closer than you'd ever imagine. Pontu hangs up, and Horizon is grinding his teeth beneath the visor, fingers curled into a fist so tightly it hurts. They all take a few minutes in silence to calm down and compose themselves, then Aizawa turns to Horizon. Save it, Horizon doesn't even let him speak. I'll add it to the fucking list of miracles you damn heroes want from me, but I'm not taking it easy on any Nomo I meet until then, and I'm not making any promises. The fame and accolades from undoing the Nomo process would be a great boon for him, but he still wasn't happy about it. The shambles. Horizon warps away before Aizawa can even express his gratitude, in the worst mood he's experienced for quite a while. End chapter. Chapter 173, Chapter 172, Team Fight Training. Chapter start. Are you sure this is alright? Shinso asks, I just got into the hero course, I don't want to get in any trouble, especially with how Eraserhead is. He, Zero, and Horizon were walking away from the main campus to a massive new building, where the other 1A students trained their super moves for the provisional license exam. Lunch still hasn't ended, and the evening class as always is hero training, but these three were in their UA gym uniforms, with Horizon leaving his jacket open to show the chest of his slightly armored body glove. And his jacket still sports his logo across the back of it. Eraser said they're just doing more theory stuff today, Horizon says as they enter the gym. He gave me the go-ahead for us to have some training here. They enter to a viewing room, with a thick glass plane separating the viewing area from the massive concrete gym below. Wow, when did they add this? Shiro asks as he walks up and taps the glass. Since Bakugo and Deku started training together, Shinso says. All Might did mention something about teaching them indoor combat and how to minimize collateral damage. Tokoyami also does some training here at night, his control of Dark Shadow is a little better already. That explains the glass, Shiro says as they walk to the side door, to enter the combat area. Those three hit hard. Well, we're using it because it has a good camera system, to review your work, Horizon points to the corners of the room. And since Eraser is just having the big three talk to everyone about what they'll be expected to do and how to conduct themselves during the internship, this is our for today. Hey Doha, Shiro gets a thoughtful look. She's pretty cute, think you can introduce me? I thought you and Kodai were. Focus on training for now, always time for pussy later, Horizon interrupts them. We're here so I can teach you two how to fight, well, mostly Shinso since I've been training with Shiro for a few weeks. So close combat training huh, Will Eraserhead and I have been training for 3 months, so don't think you need to hold back against me. Shiro chuckles at that and Horizon just shakes his head, I never hold back, and since I'll be healing everything I do to you, I can really do whatever I want. But for now, I just want to get an idea of what type of training you need. Well, at least my teeth aren't getting kicked in from the start. Shiro mutters as he takes a few steps to the side, leaving Horizon and Shinso in the middle of the massive concrete gym. So, rules? Shinso asks, standing opposite Horizon, once again facing off against his imposing physique. Because while Shinso has packed on some muscle since the sports festival, so had Horizon. And with him standing 20 centimeters -8 in above Shinso, it certainly leaves an intimidating sight to behold. As Mina and some others have said, it's like a mini All Might. Welcome to the real world, Simon, Horizon puts his hands up, casually holding one out with an open palm, and keeping the other behind his back. There are no rules in a street fight, which is what every fight with a villain is. But to keep things simple, for now, I won't use my quirk. Shinso takes a lower fighting stance, ready to charge in, so none of that sensing every movement the opponent makes, think you can fight without it. Come find out. Shinso carefully studies his opponent, as always, just as Eraserhead thought him. But looking at Horizon, only 10 feet -3 m away, studying his form, none of it made sense. His stance is too relaxed, to the point of being sloppy. But he's supposed to be trained by some kind of a combat monster according to Eraser. Probably a combat-oriented pro hero or soldier. Even without his quirk active he's leaving too many openings. But Sensei said human conventions don't apply to Horizon, so I should just assume he's got the advantage in every situation, because even if I don't know what it is, he does have it. Don't overthink it. Shiro yells from the sidelines. Just punch him in the face. Shinso grumbles, then rushes forward. He immediately rockets forward, launching 3 lightning-fast jabs. Good form, smooth motions, and no hesitation, Horizon thinks as he bats them away with one hand. Nearly dying at the summer camp must have helped with that. Next Shinso spins to deliver a solid kick to Horizon's side, but as he does that Horizon steps forward. He gets too close for the kick to connect, and Shinso's thigh harmlessly bumps into his side. Shinso doesn't even hesitate, twisting his torso to deliver a straight jab to Horizon's face, all while his one leg is still off the floor. Before his fist can connect, Horizon drops his arm, making a fist but leaving one knuckle poking out as he hits Shinso in the thigh. HNG. Shinso flinches from the pain, causing his punch to stall for just a moment. Horizon raises the same hand, opening it and backhanding Shinso in the stomach. The force knocks the wind out of him and knocks him to the floor. Low pain tolerance, Horizon notes. I'll need to put him through the ringer, he flinches too easily. And with a quirk like his that requires constant concentration, that's an oversight we can't afford. Seeing Shinso struggling to get up, desperately trying to catch his breath, Horizon walks up and plants the sole of his shoe into his face. Arg. Shinso feels his nose break as he rolls across the floor, blood flowing down his face and across his lips. What the hell? You took too long to get up, Horizon says, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. So I suggest you get to your feet before I walk over there. Shinso gets to his hand and knees, seeing blood falling to the concrete below him, looking up through blurry vision to see Horizon slowly walking over to him. If I were a villain you'd already be dead, so clearly we've got a lot of work to do. Horizon walks up to Shinso and sweeps his arms out from under him, causing him to go face first into the concrete. Searing pain flows through Shinso's face again, then his torso as Horizon connects a kick that sends him rolling across the floor. You can't have such low pain tolerance with a quirk like yours, Horizon says as he begins walking toward Shinso again. H. Shinso releases a pained cry as he pushes himself off the floor, desperate to get to his feet before Horizon gets to him. Better, Horizon says, and actually stop so Shinso can take a breath. Your pain tolerance is essential to quirks like yours. It's based on telepathy like erasers, so his pain tolerance being insanely high is the goal for you. But you'll also need to learn parallel processing similar to me, but nowhere near my level. Parallel processing. Shinso wipes some of the blood with his sleeve. Having multiple coherent thoughts in your head at the same time. Eventually holding your quirk on targets will become second nature. So that's how you can focus on hundreds of things within your range at once. Sounds exhausting. You'll get used to it. Now, let's get back to your assessment. 30 minutes later. Is he always like this? Shinso asks. He was covered in cuts and bruises, his UA gym uniform battered and bloodied, leaning on Siro who was in the same state. Welcome to my world, Siro says as they both stand properly and raise their hands. Across from them, Horizon was still mostly spotless, aside from his knuckles sporting just a bit of their blood. Don't be so dramatic, I haven't even activated my quirk once to fight, just to heal you between rounds. They both burst into a full sprint toward Horizon, working together as they have been for the past 20 minutes. Siro goes low, trying to sweep his legs, but Horizon just moves his foot forward to lower the force received from Siro's kick. Preparing for the hit, his leg doesn't even move. Sweep the leg, what does he think this is, a cartoon? He quickly uses the same leg to kick Siro in the side, all while Shinso leaps up to punch down toward his face. I already told him once about not letting both his feet leave the ground, but if he insists, then so be it. Ah. Shinso screams as the air leaves his lungs. Horizon's fist had just enough force to cancel his momentum and keep him in the air. At the same time, Siro gets up to punch Horizon in the gut, only for him to raise his leg to take the hit. He hits Shinso once more, juggling him in the air before turning to Siro and connecting a straight jab to Siro's left arm, completely numbing it. Before Shinso can continue to fall again, Horizon hits him once more, a severe uppercut that leaves him doubled over on Horizon's fist, and he holds him in the air with no issue. Horizon pulls his arm away for Shinso to crumple to the floor, then reaches out and grabs Siro's neck, slowly choking him, watching him desperately try to recall his training and break his hold. You've got company, Eraser's voice sounds through the speakers from the observation room. Horizon drops Siro, and he falls on his ass to the floor. I thought you said today's class was all theory, so we could just train here this afternoon. Horizon turns to the glass separating them from the observation room above, and sees the entire class plus the big three in their UAPE uniforms. Mirio decided that a practical demonstration is better, Eraser says. Care to join them? End chapter. Chapter 174, Chapter 173, The Big Three. Chapter start. So, what's all of this about? Horizon asks as he walks into the observation area with the now healed Siro and Shinso. All of 1A was now gathered, along with Mirio Togata, Nijire Hado, and Tamaki Amajiki. Tamaki was standing off to the side trying to make himself as invisible as possible. Mirio and Kirishima were having a small chat, and Horizon. Nijire rushes up to him and gives him a hug as he approaches them. It's been so long. You didn't respond to my texts. And my calls didn't connect. Is your phone broken? Ryukyu says she talks to you, so maybe it's mine. Have you gotten any stronger since the raid? Ooh, are you gonna fight Mirio too? You're both pretty strong, so you might actually have to try. Oh, I bet you'll get along great with him. Wah. Hado. Eraser interrupts her volley of questions. Right, sorry sir, Nijire bows and stands beside Mirio. Glancing at the students, Mirio immediately stands out. Taller than most, bright smile even as Kirishima talks his ear off, seems genuinely interested in the conversation. And bright blonde hair. Off in the corner, he sees Amajiki, with dark hair and what he assumed is a gloomy expression, since he couldn't see his face. Amajiki was currently facing a blank wall. Potentially the second most powerful quirk in UA, and he's got fucking stage fright. Horizon just shakes his head and walks up to Eraser. You said we'd have this place all afternoon, what's this all about? Mirio decided the best way to give them a glimpse of what a work-study student is like, is to fight. Okay, but why here? You know we're training here. Training, Eraser glances over to Siro and Shinso, now healed but still covered in bits of blood. They were off talking to some of the other students right now. Right, well I figured since you're always interested in seeing new quirks, getting hands-on experience with the big three would be appealing to you. This gets everyone's attention, and Mirio joins the little discussion. I think that's a great idea, he says. I'd love to see what UA prize student can do. Everyone in your class is super talented, but you're something else. Oh, I'm Mirio Togata by the way, it's a pleasure to meet you. I know, Horizon turns back to Eraser. I don't have any interest in fighting people weaker than me, it's a waste of time, but watching should be amusing at least. Don't mind him guys. Nijire jumps in while Mirio and Amajiki were trying to interpret the cold greeting. He's always all grumpy when you first meet him, but he's really nice when you get to know him, I promise. Ah, right, Mirio nods awkwardly. Well, it was a pleasure to meet you either way. Alright everyone, let's head into the sparring area. As everyone gets into position, only a few people remain by the observation window. Horizon, Eraserhead, Tamakai, Nijire, Siro, Shinso, and those who failed to get a provisional license. Looking down the line he sees Bakugo fuming, but eyes wide to take in everything he can from this demonstration. Beside him, Shoto was observing with a blank expression. Shoji and Ojiro were doing the same, while Nijire and Jiro were chatting quietly about something with Mina. So how do you think this'll go? Horizon asks Eraser, and everyone gets quiet to listen in. Honestly they don't stand much of a chance. Before you, Mirio was easily the strongest in the school, Eraser sighs. This is a big waste of time, but hopefully it'll put things into perspective for them. So being in a classroom with me wasn't enough. On the contrary, it was too much. Too much. Well, you're a monstrously talented and intelligent person that just happens to have the most powerful quirk in the world. Using you as a yardstick to measure themselves against won't work, because they know they can't ever catch up. So you're trying to replace that goal with Mirio, since he's more realistic than I am. Very clever. Well, I'm your teacher after all. Honestly I was more interested in Amajiki, Horizon says, causing everyone to glance at the boy who was trying to avoid their eyes. Aside from myself, he's got potentially the most powerful quirk in UA. At least if he takes it as far as I imagine he could. Oh yeah, our little Sun Eater is super strong. Nijire cheers on her friend. His quirk is most similar to mine than anyone else here, aside from Momo, Horizon says. It gives him a potentially limitless supply of tools for any occasion. Those people are always fun to see in action. Wow, Jiro looks over at the unassuming Amajiki. What's his quirk? Manifest. Nijire yells out. It lets him eat anything and then manifest the properties of it while it's in his stomach, so if he eats lobster his arms can become lobster claws and he can make shell armor. He's really strong. Works on diamonds too, Horizon says. And he can do multiple things at once. I've done my research on you three. Of each of you, Manifest is easily the most powerful quirk in the group, or at least when he stops holding back it will be. Wow, never would have guessed it, Jiro mutters. Wait a minute, so if you know so much, why'd you call us weak earlier? Hato asks, pouting cutely at him. Because compared to me, you're weak, not in the sense that you can't perform against villains. But like with most people, I'm just a bad matchup. They're starting, Eraser says, and everyone focuses on the fight. They immediately see Mirio's clothes falling through him, before he falls into the floor. Ah. Jiro covers her eyes completely. What the hell kind of quirk is that? Oh, it's called permeation. Hato says. It lets him pass through stuff, even the air and light itself. Pretty neat, right? Weak quirk, Horizon says. But his precision is extraordinary, and his practiced instincts make it monstrous in his hands. They see Mirio absolutely demolish their classmates as Horizon is speaking. Picking and choosing when and where become tangible, making his eyes solid so he can see, his mouth and lungs so he can breathe, his ears to hear. All in short bursts while remaining mostly solid to give the impression that he's invincible. And he likely memorizes the battlefield at a glance each time so he can travel through the floor, then he can use the force of matter overlapping and rejecting each other to rocket out of the floors and walls for more damage in his hits. A weak quirk made powerful through masters. I'd say he's level 80, at the very least. That almost sounded like a compliment, Eraser says as Mirio rockets out of the floor and kicks Tokoyami in the face, knocking him out. I can recognize hard work when I see it, and that's all Mirio is. Told you he's nice, Nijire mutters to Amajiki. And you're still confident you can easily deal with them? Eraser asks, seeing the last of his students easily being knocked out. Wouldn't even need my sword, my hands are more than enough. Oh, that's pretty cool, Nijire says before she starts giggling. Then why don't we go down there, since it looks like Mirio is done already? It only took him 3 minutes to take them all down, Horizon says as he sees Mirio picking his classmates back up. Not bad, alright, I'm in, let's go play. 5 minutes later. Do I really have to be here? Amajiki asks, hands in his pockets and shoes off as he stands in the combat area. To his right is Mirio, and beside Mirio is Nijire. Come on Amajiki, it'll be fun, Mirio says. Besides, haven't you been curious about the hotshot first year too? No. Oh don't be such a baby, Nijire says as she begins flying, releasing small spirals of energy from her feet so she hovers just a meter above the ground. Think of this as us teaching the other students what fighting at the top of UA looks like. I just don't like having an audience. Tamaki glances at the observation deck where everyone was watching intently, then across the room where Horizon was standing alone. And he seems kinda mean. I'm telling you he's a softie inside. You're just saying that because he healed Ryuki. Mind humoring me for a moment Mirio? Horizon asks from across the room. Huh, sure, what do you need? Mirio asks. Shambles. Horizon warps his sword into his hand. I'm pretty sure amputate should work when you're permeable, but since I'm not using my sword in the fight, can you let me check before we start? Oh, sure, I always wondered what that feels like. Mirio raises an arm to his side and makes it permeable, and his sleeve immediately falls through it. With one vertical slash from across the room, the outstretched arm is cut off, painlessly without damage, and begins falling to the floor. Wow. Mirio reaches out and catches it. It's a good thing I can still control how my quirk works in this part, otherwise it could have just kept falling forever. He laughs while wiggling the fingers on the severed limb. This is super freaky. Can you please put that back already? Tamaki looks like he's about to lose his lunch from just looking at it. Aw, don't want me to give you a hand. Aw, come on, that one was funny. Mirio whines before easily reattaching the limb. No, it wasn't, Eraser says through the speaker. Now can you please get this over with so I can get back to teaching my class? Yeah, call it Eraser. Horizon tosses his sword back over his shoulder, and it just hovers above the ground. He puts one foot forward and prepares to launch a low punch. I'll try not to break any of you. Alright, begin. End chapter. Chapter 175, Chapter 174, versus the Big Three. Chapter start. Here he comes, everyone get ready, he's super duper strong, Nijire says as she points both her palms at Horizon, preparing to blast him with energy. Beside her, Mirio still has his bright smile on, staring across at Horizon, who was clearly preparing to strike. Don't worry guys, just try not to overdo it, we don't want to hurt him or damage the facilities after all, we're still the seniors here, so let's set an example. I don't think he sees it that way. Amajiki looks at the observation area, seeing everyone staring at them, winces, then just takes his hands out of his pockets. Let's get this over with so I can go home. Here I come. Horizon yells from across the room, and they all prepare to counterattack. With their years of training, they'd never dealt with someone who can warp, but with Mirio's fighting style, it was the next best thing. They prepare to strike on either side of them, with Amajiki turning the toes on his left foot into octopus tentacles, ready to stretch out and grapple behind them. Shambles. To everyone's surprise, Horizon appears directly in front of them. He didn't swap with anything, the Big Three immediately notice, unaware of the intricacies of his quirk. Heido and Amajiki react immediately, sending a wave of spiral energy and a handful of octopus tentacles, previously Amajiki's fingers, at Horizon. But Mirio keeps his hands at his side, a wide smile on his face as his clothes begins falling through him, but he stays standing in place. His fist rockets directly toward Mirio's gut. Ugh. Mirio winces before the fist even connects, his expression twisting into pain and agony for just a split second. Booster shot. Arg. Horizon's fist digs into his gut, taking him off his feet and sending him rocketing into the far wall. They hear the echoes of a painful sound as the concrete cracks behind him. Shambles. Horizon warps back to his original spot, barely avoiding Amajiki and Nijire's attacks, because even with how surprised they were, their years of training meant the attacks followed through. Mirio. Amajiki yells out as he looks back, seeing his friend crumple to the floor completely unconscious. This isn't funny, Mirio, get up. I don't think this is a joke, Amajiki. Nijire's voice was suddenly much more serious as she looks away from her unconscious friend, back to Horizon. So do you have a plan? Go home, but I'm stuck here with all these people watching me, Amajiki mutters as both his arms transform into tentacles from the shoulders outward, 8 tentacles on each side. Wow, that's so cool. Deku yells out, furiously taking notes on the entire fight, quickly sketching Amajiki's tentacles. Then all their eyes open in wonder as thick and clearly reinforced lobster shell begins forming on the tentacles like armor. His head grows 2 cow horns as his legs become bovine, and most of his head and face is covered in a helmet of lobster shell he grows before their eyes. Chimera Kraken. Amajiki yells out, and most of the room stares in wonder. That's pretty cool, Horizon says, genuinely impressed. Just missing some wings. The only bird I ate today was chicken, and flying with those wings is always awkward. Sorry, can you please not look at me? Don't worry, Tsunatere, you'll get over the stage fright one day. Nijire tries to cheer him up. Amajiki glances over at her, and she sees his eyes widen in shock. Nijire, his tentacles shoot forward, intending to move around her to attack Horizon, who suddenly appeared behind her. You got too comfortable. Shambles. Horizon and Nijire appear back across the room. This is still a fight. He pokes her in the stomach, angling his finger upward and pushing the air out of her lungs. Gah, as she desperately tries to take a breath, his fingers wrap around her neck, strangling her as he holds her a foot above the ground. Hard to muster up energy when you're suffocating, huh? He says as she begins to panic, flailing in his grasp. Nijire desperately kicks out, hitting him in the chest a few times, but he doesn't even react, fingers digging at his grip but feeling as if she had to claw against steel. Let her go. Amajiki bounds across the entire gym, his bovine legs transformed into rabbit legs before he takes one massive jump. The tentacles on his left arm come together at the end and merge into a solid ball of flesh which then becomes heavily armored like an organic wrecking ball. Horizon doesn't even moor his feet, just shifts his arm to put knee gyre between him and the attack. Damn it. Amajiki barely redirects the attack, smashing the concrete floor beside Horizon. Shambles. Horizon appears beside him as he lands, and before Amajiki can react. Booster shot. The sound of armor breaking off and clattering across the floor is heard as his fist knocks Amajiki out. Looking at the other unconscious opponent, he glances at Nijire, who was now turning purple and going limp in his grasp, and just drops her. Gah, she takes a greedy breath, trying to sit up but is forced to lie down and recover. Quit being so dramatic. She opens her eyes to see Horizon standing above her, thoroughly unimpressed. Okay, good fight, I'm just going to lay here for a minute or two, too strong. Horizon just walks over to Tamaki and taps him with his foot, healing him and waking him up, then does the same to Mirio. Let's get back to the others, then you can all leave so I can get back to training, he says before Mirio can even speak. The moment they're all back in the observation area, the questions begin flying, but Zero was the only one willing to ask Horizon what they all wanted to know. Dude, how'd you hit Togata? Does your quirk let you punch ghosts? Zero asks Horizon. Hand of God works in mysterious ways, mystery class after all, Horizon shrugs. Honestly, I'd like to know too, Mirio says. Everything just felt tingly for a second, then the next thing I know I'm waking up on the floor, super weird. Oh. Nijire was excitedly waving her hands to get his attention. Maybe Horizon did that thing with his sword but with his fist instead. Since his slashes could cut you, then his punches could hit you. But amputate doesn't hurt or move what it affects, Momo says. This would have to be something new, maybe he was distorting space where he hit you. Would that even work? Deku asks, then immediately takes a step back, but luckily Horizon doesn't even look his way. It would, Horizon says. But that's not what I did, that's a lot of effort for these three. Nijire gives a forced smile and pats Mirio's arm. I promise he was actually being nice during your fight at least. That's enough with the theories, Eraser says. Horizon is just being mysterious for no reason, he tossed Mirio. Ugh, Horizon grumbles a bit. You know, half the fun of my quirk is nobody knows how it works, thanks for ruining that. Anytime, Eraser says, now seeing everyone looking at him to explain. When he warped to Mirio, it was hard even for me to notice such small changes, but his foot was a lot closer to Mirio's. He had a single current jump from his foot to Mirio's. I took advantage of the fact that he was standing on the floor, which meant at least the skin at the bottom of his feet was solid. Guaranteed path for the current to zap him, and since it would be a chain reaction and mix with his own bioelectricity. My quirk would think it's natural and paralyze me, Mirio facepalms. That's why my body got all tense before you hit me, wow, that's pretty smart. I know, Horizon says. But, that's just a measure I had to take since I couldn't use my sword. Most of my offensive measures are done through scalpel. Scalpel? Nijire asks. His sword, Momo says. So since he didn't have it available during this fight he improvised that quickly, most impressive. Alright, enough, Eraser rolls his eyes. His ego is already big enough, now aside from Horizon's team everyone needs to go get changed and head back to class. Finally, thank you, Horizon didn't bother hiding how happy he was to have everyone finally out of his hair. As Eraser is leading the others out of the facility, Zero and Shinso begin walking back down to the combat area, enjoying the short break they had, but one other stayed back just a moment to speak to Horizon. Need something, he asks Momo, seeing her somewhat anxious to speak to him. Yes, actually, I start training with Mr. Snipe later this afternoon, would you mind helping me sometimes when I get the hang of ranged weapons? Guns, you can just say guns. It just doesn't feel very right since I'm trying to be a hero after all. But you would have the most experience fighting against guns, so Yes, I'll come to take a look sometime, it'll be useful training for me too. What kind of training could that possibly be for you? Precision. Before UA I wouldn't have many direct confrontations, now I find myself dealing with gunfire a lot, and practice stopping bullets is always useful. I've gotten mostly lucky so far that no high-caliber rounds have been shot at me. They'd be a bit more annoying to stop. I see, Momo gives a concerned look. Well, I'm glad this can work out for both of us. Good, now I need to get back to training these idiots, have fun taking notes in class. He warps away before she can respond. Alright, now I need to work hard not to embarrass myself in front of him. Oh Momo, why didn't you wait a few weeks before telling him about this? End chapter. Chapter 176, Chapter 175, Gentle Facade. Chapter start. What a shithole, Horizon mutters from his perch. He was currently in one of the more dilapidated parts of Tokyo, standing atop a 5-story building. Across the street, he observed a smaller and far more rundown building, and with his quirk, he could sense 4 figures inside. They were all sitting in what must be their living room, all of the younger ones on the couch, the other on the floor, eating what seems to be a very modest afternoon meal. House is almost completely empty, school uniforms are the only thing they focus on maintaining, looks like they've sold most of their furniture, probably in the process of selling the couch too. Looking down the street, Horizon sees it quickly becoming deserted as the sun sets, as expected from this crime-riddled area. "Alright, you fucking mongrels, just be useful," Horizon says as he warps one of his metal cards into his hand. Shambles. It swaps for a crumpled-up bottle from the apartment, which he catches. Shambles. He swaps places with the card, then recalls it back into his hand. Now standing in an almost entirely empty kitchen, clear markings where appliances were torn out and sold, empty cupboards and shelves. The floor was cracked, but surprisingly clean. He silently walks over to the sink, and opens the tap, seeing there was at least running water. Okay, more desperate than I thought, but not as much as I would like. He takes one last glance at the state of this apartment. But I can easily make this work for me. Listening carefully, he hears some chatter and laughs, people blissfully unaware of his presence. Taking a few silent steps toward the doorway, he peeks into the room. 4 people. The oldest was no more than 17, followed by a 14-year-old, then a pair of 9-year-old twins, all boys. From their beaten-up clothes to the depressing sandwiches they were eating, it was a sorry sight, so Horizon just knocks on the doorframe and stepped into the room. "Don't get up," Horizon's words caused them all to freeze, including the oldest boy who was about to rise to his feet. They look at each other, nervous and fearful, but obey. Horizon walks around for a moment, then stops across the room from them, where ideally a TV would be, and just looms down on them. "So, why do you think I'm here?" Horizon asks. They all look at the oldest boy, terror in their eyes, small tears already flowing down the cheeks of the twins. "To arrest me." "Arrest you? For what?" Horizon asks. "Being a part-time pickpocket." He looks around the apartment. "Not a very profitable one at that, or for your other part-time job moving crates for sketchy people." The oldest boy's eyes go wide at that. "I swear I just move boxes I don't even look in." "I'm not here to arrest you," Horizon says. "I'm guessing you're avoiding any legal work because they'll look into the situation you have, then throw all of you into the childcare system, and you'll be separated, right?" All the boys meekly nod. "Look, I don't care about you stealing a few wallets or moving boxes. You do whatever it takes to protect the people you care about, and that I can respect, so I'm here to offer you a way out." "A way out," the boy mutters, as if it were too good to be true, after almost 2 years of living like this. "Clearly that's what you want, especially since this one plans to try out for UA next year," he gestures to the 14-year-old boy. "Fun quirk, force fields, might actually get in." All the boys look a bit more hopeful at that, UA's golden boy giving them a glimmer of hope to get out of this situation. "How did you know that?" the oldest asks. "I've been watching you for a few days, and checked all your files, it's no big deal," Horizon shrugs. "I'm not here to arrest you, I have a job for you." "A job?" The boy's eyes light up. "Decent pay, comes with a place to live, you won't have to file any paperwork until you're 18 next year, that way you get to keep this family together, and..." Deal, he doesn't even need to hear Horizon's full offer. "Huh, easier than I thought," Horizon extends his hand to the boy, who gets up and shakes it. "We'll be back in a moment." Shambles. Still shaking hands, they both warp onto a nearby roof, swapped with a piece of stone. "Wow." The boy looks around, amazed. "Focus please." "Oh, right, sorry." Horizon takes a step away from him as they begin to talk. "I need you to put trackers onto some of the crates you move, and preferably the vehicles, they're small, like little invisible stickers." "Trackers? But you can warp," the boy stops himself before he talks himself out of a job. "I mean, of course, consider it done." Horizon sighs. "Why do you think they only move product during the first 3 days of the working week?" I never really thought about it." "Because that's when I'm in UA, but if I give this to another pro they'll want to get in there and stop the operation immediately. I need it to work for a while so my trackers get to every safe house, and a while before I strike, you'll quit." "Quit?" "That way you're protected, because they'll only really suspect the current employees. People who know the routes." "Okay, to protect me, that makes sense. You won't be able to move out until then at least, to avoid suspicion, but you'll get the money, just don't draw attention to yourself." "Alright, when do I start?" "Tokyo, 10 p.m. "So how was your first week back at UA?" Rikia, Redestro, asks. Horizon was walking beside him as they strolled through the halls of FGI, Feel Good Inc., private hospital in Tokyo. This entire area of the hospital was almost empty, people cleared out so nobody would see the state of Horizon's 2 new patients. And it helps to keep the quiet acquaintance between Horizon and Detnerat in the shadows. As expected, Horizon says. Stuck in boring classes, girls fawning over me, people always annoying me for pictures every time I step into the hallway. But I'm training cellophane and one new ally, so that's fun at least. What was it you said on our last call? Power, money, women, and something else. And all the time in the world, Horizon says. That's what I have right now, and it's quite an enjoyable life. Still no ambition to fight for something greater. There is no cause greater than myself, and the protection of the people of course. Nice save, Rukia chuckles. But if you ever get tired of society having so many chains on you simply because you were born powerful, I have an opportunity for you. They don't have chains on me because of that, I put these chains on myself. I knew the risks of the life I choose to live, and this is the outcome. The downsides of choosing to be a pro hero, and how has your actual business been lately? Honestly, I do 1 or 2 operations per week, Horizon shrugs. And no, you don't get any more free work after this is a one-time thing. Well, even for myself your price is rather intense. Miracles are expensive, but people all across the world can afford them. Luckily, I got you in a good mood, Rukia says as they arrive at a large private room. Opening the door they enter to see Trumpet and Skeptic, laying in medically induced comas so they don't go into further shock from the immense pain they were in. Holy fuck, Horizon explains, the well-played facade of shock and surprise not raising any brows from Rukia. Did a bomb hit them? Even as they approach he could see the mangled limbs, Skeptic's gouged out and burnt-shut eyes, and a large scar from the operation they performed to reassemble his entire jaw. The metal brace around his neck and contraptions holding his limbs up. His arms and legs were raised and wrapped so he could notice the missing fingers, and his left foot was missing up to the knee while the right foot was missing up to the ankle. He also had metal rods protruding from his skin, set into the bones to keep the fragments in place so the nerves don't further damage themselves while healing. And on Skeptic's exposed torso, aside from all the tubes connected to him to keep him alive, he sees a thick and firm fabric padding around his ribcage, keeping them in place so his lungs don't collapse. Opposite Skeptic, Trumpet was face down in something similar to a massage bed, with a hole for his face to rest. He was also asleep at the moment, but his back had a metal device running down his spine, scarring all across his back where they worked to reconstruct his bones so he could one day walk again. But they failed, and the nerves were already dead on arrival, leaving him as a vegetable forever. Horizon walks around them, touching each of them once to scan them, then looks to Rukia. I can fix them, but what happened? Well, I told you who they are, and by now I'm sure you've figured that we're all in a small circle of like-minded individuals. The Hearts and Mind Party. Yes, Rukia smiles. Unfortunately some people don't agree with our policies, and decided to get violent about it. So they sent a villain to do this, want me to go after him too. Oh no, that won't work, Rukia says. Heroes fight villains, but the man who did this, he's the devil itself. End chapter. Chapter 177, Chapter 176, Lurkers. Chapter start. September 23rd, 3 weeks into Semester 2. Descending from the sky above Horizon soars through the cool night air on his hoverboard. Below he sees the coast, just north of Tokyo, a small port with rows of warehouses and only a few boats docked. No large ships resting here at the moment. Room. He senses everything for 500 m around him, finding the people he came to meet tonight, and to confront. Shambles. He swaps with a piece of paper. Suddenly he's standing in one of the far warehouses, still on his hoverboard, in a room filled with police officers wearing assault gear. The sounds of guns being readied and aimed at him clack out from all sides. Friendly, he says casually, and sees the faces of some of the men relax and brighten, now far more confident they'd be going home to their families tonight. With a miracle on their side. It's been a while, the captain in charge calls out from across the room. The men was standing around a table with a map of the docks on it, his lieutenants beside him as they plot their assault. Horizon hops off his board, which some of the men stare at as it remains hovering in place, and walks over to the table. Good to see you again, Horizon says. Well, it's at least good that we're taking down more criminals together. The man chuckles a bit. Yeah, well, last time was that warehouse of Trigger in Tokyo, this time it's guns, and guess what, more guns. You always get assigned to the warehouse raids. If it's on the docks, it hits my desk, at least in this region, and since this time I'm here before you go busting in there, we've got a warrant. Hey, last time I had probable cause to investigate, Horizon says jokingly. Right, whatever kid, just don't toe the line, we really can't afford you getting kicked out of the hero course for some crap like that, the man says. I'll keep that in mind. Horizon looks at the map as he expands his room, seeing a few points marked as having sentries posted with higher caliber rifles. And without asking he takes one of the nearby pencils and adds to the notes on the map. Safe in this room, you missed a guard posted here, these crates are your priority. They've got more ammo than guns in that place but they're all together, get to these crates when things get hot so they don't just have unlimited ammo to shoot at your men. Damn, one of the lieutenants mutter. Trigger, the captain asks. Not that I'm sensing, Horizon says, then stops for a moment and turns to face the warehouse. There is something, but a different kind of container, at least not meant for injecting. Only one case of it. Can you mark it? Secret room below this area of the floor, he points at the map. I'd warp it out now, but it feels like they have it on a pressure plate and watched by a motion sensor of some kind. I see, is that all? Yeah, but I don't see why you couldn't deal with this without me, you've got more than enough muscle. Are they in position? The captain asks as he takes a picture of the updated map and sends it to them. Yeah, I can sense team lurkers, Horizon says. Edshot is up on one of the cranes by the water, Kamui is camped out at the road, I assume you put him there to stop vehicles with MT Lady, since she's sitting beside him falling asleep. Horizon looks in her direction, then raises his hand and flicks a finger upward, tact. What was that? One of the lieutenants asked. Just keeping her awake, anyway, why am I here? You've got enough muscle for this. Here, the captain hands him an earpiece which he connects to his visor via his phone. I'll have Edshot explain. Lurkers, Horizon checking in, he says. Kamui Woods checking in. NGH, MT Lady checking in, did you do that just now, Horizon? No idea what you're talking about. Edshot checking in, a pleasure to be working with you, Horizon. Likewise, and why don't I send Cellophane here? He's in Tokyo on a solo stakeout mission, Edshot says. Less fire and bullets, he's good, but I want to teach him the things only I can teach first. You've got combat covered. Can we please focus, the captain says. Edshot, please inform Horizon of the discovery you made yesterday. Right, Edshot's voice becomes even more serious. From my current position, I'm maintaining line of sight on both suspects. Yesterday when I was doing final recon, after everyone got into position, I got a glimpse of one of the men deeper inside. His skin was kind of different grays and blue, and looked stitched together. His face didn't seem all that abnormal in this world of quirks, but the Frankenstein's monster look was a bit too suspicious. You think it's a Nomu, and you said you have eyes on two suspects, so a second one. Precisely, they also aren't carrying guns, and haven't moved in the past 15 hours. Are they to the southeast corner of the building? Yeah, how'd you know? Because that's where the secret storage area is, there's a case in there we need to get, check the map the captain just sent you. On it. Good call waiting for me, who knows what kind of quirks they could have. But the gray Nomu are supposed to be low-end, purple-black is mid-rank, and we know they've got some special high-end Nomus, at least one. What? A high-end? Kamui asks. I didn't know that. The top pros will get the report tomorrow, along with the top police officers. Horizon looks to the captain. Everyone on this line will know, which is why I'm saying it now. My speculation is those things are meant to be hero-killing specialists, or serve unique roles. But these Nomu should be on the weaker side from what you said, so we could have gone in yesterday, MT Lady whines. We spent an extra night at this smelly port for nothing. Commission's orders, Edshot says. All Nomu sightings get reported to Horizon, and if he's available we wait for him before engaging. You know, without him there isn't anything stopping Kurogiri from warping these people away. Yeah, I know. I don't think Kurogiri would get involved here, Horizon says. Shigaraki has been breaking any gang or crime organization he can get his hands on and adding them to his forces. This is likely one of those, that's why they've only got 2 Nomu, and they're hiding supplies here instead of wherever the League hides theirs, probably offshore or in another country. Because if you have Warp Gate you don't need supplies to be close, Kamui Woods says. That's a good point, Southwest these are just street thugs playing with Shigaraki's toys. Most likely, but better to be safe than sorry. Seems a bit odd to me, the captain says. They went through the trouble of buying this warehouse in a nice secluded spot, bought all these guns and security, and even built a secret room for whatever is in those cases, but only have 2 of the weaker Nomu, doesn't add up. It rarely ever does. You sure you don't sense anything else? I'm sure, Horizon says. But I'll be going in first anyway, keep your men on the perimeter, and Edshot. Yeah. When I make noise, you get into the secret room and steal whatever is in there, preferably without triggering the pressure plate or motion sensor. We want them to not know we found it, and the pressure plate and sensor will do exactly that. No wonder you didn't just warp it out, but I can handle it no problem. What about us? Kamui Woods asks. You and MT Lady catch any stragglers while I deal with the Nomu, we're doing this loud. Normally I'm more tactical with my approach, but we need to send a message to Japan that any gang that works with the League is gonna get their teeth kicked in. A bit crude, but I see the logic in it, we'll follow your lead on this, Edshot says. Good, I know I can count on all of you, so just stick to the plan, I'll go get into position. Position? What position? MT Lady asks. I'm Horizon, I don't need to sneak around my enemies, I'll just walk up and knock. I'll start the signal interrupter, the captain says, and one of the lieutenants rushes off to the technical unit. Great, so I'll go say hello. End chapter. Chapter 178, Chapter 177, Tactically Inefficient. Chapter start. What the hell is he doing? Edshot asks from his perch. At that moment he was looking through his binoculars to see Horizon walking in the middle of the road up to the warehouse. Not at all an efficient tactic, but certainly a flashy one. Stacks of empty metal shipping containers on either side of him, spread around the entire area so it doesn't look suspicious and empty. This is the plan, the captain says. He's about to make a scene, everyone is ready to back him up. Approaching the massive warehouse, the two guards at the metal gate blocking it from the rest of the area immediately notice Horizon. Oh crap, one of the men reaches for the radio on his waist. Tact, both the men watch as their radios are pulled off of them and clatter to the floor. Shit, they both draw their submachine guns and take aim. But as they try to squeeze the triggers, they refuse to budge. As they try to figure out what was wrong, what caused their guns to seemingly jam. Not realizing the hold Horizon had on the components of their weapons. TAKT. The metal gate is ripped from the wall and slams into them before hovering in the air, then Horizon rears back his arm in a throwing motion. And with one move he catapults the gate into the now alerted warehouse doors. It dents the other metal door before clattering to the floor. And everyone is ready for battle as he steps over the unconscious bodies of the two guards. Don't suppose you're going to surrender and explain this operation. Horizon yells out as he sees a dozen men aiming rifles at him, standing between himself and the warehouse doors. Fire. Guess that's a no. A volley of bullets and a cacophony of gunshots echo across the area. Damn, Edshot was about to leap off the crane and get involved, but pauses as he notices all the bullets stopped in midair. Oh, never mind I guess. Standing before the men Horizon just shakes his head, all their stunned faces looking at him in horror. Well, at least I tried being nice. Edshot's eyes go wide as he sees Horizon raise his sword and perform one horizontal slash at the warehouse roof. Grr. The sound of stone grinding reaches out for barely a moment, and then he sees it, a perfectly clean cut diagonally from Horizon's spot in the road, to the back of the warehouse roof. And in the next moment, he nearly drops his binoculars as Horizon raises his hand, and the entire roof rises with it, hovering high above the warehouse. Wow, Edshot takes a moment to really absorb this sight. NG said he's the most powerful telekinetic in the world. I saw that video of him holding up a skyscraper, but this, in person, seems so unreal. The men inside the warehouse immediately begin to rush outside, and the two Nomo all the way at the back break into a sprint as well, so Edshot waits for them to clear out before he breaks into the secret compartment. Edshot looks back to Horizon just in time to see one of the men drop his gun. He slams his fists together and his clothes rips apart as his body is covered in a small layer of brittle stone, sprouting out of his skin. Poor guy is gonna get cut up, Edshot thinks as the man rushes Horizon, only for the student to snap his finger and point at the men. And all the bullets held in the air are hurled at the men, not hard enough to draw blood thanks to his stone skin. But as the quirk is broken and the man lies unconscious on the floor, he was covered in black and blue bruises all over his body. No wonder Punta told me to be careful about this kid, but he's been pretty respectful at least. But if I was her I'd be nervous too. I guess she's smart to warn us top pro heroes that he's got an ego and doesn't like playing with others. But I haven't seen any of that tonight. Edshot leaps from his vantage point and into the warehouse as Horizon is rushed by the other men, as the real fight begins. The crowd rushes Horizon and he sees one man with a tanto, but the man then touches the blade with his finger and it begins glowing red hot. Heat metal. Horizon wonders as the man rushes in. Beside him are two brawlers, likely with a strength enhancer quirk. These three men rush in as the others reload. One slash with the red hot blade nearly hits Horizon, and as it's about to make contact. Shambles. One of the brawlers takes his place, and the sound of flesh being burnt reaches their ears before the scent hits the air. AHHHHHHH, the man screams out, but only for a moment as Horizon touches the shoot of the man with the tanto still in his ally. Counter shock. A quick discharge of electricity knocks them both out as the other brawler leaps up to kick Horizon in the back of his head. Without even looking, Horizon just raises his hand. Feeling the enhanced strength of the men, he uses a bit of energy to enhance his own strength to seemingly stop the attack with no issue. HNG, the man's eyes go wide as the blocked palm grips his leg and spin with him, throwing him back toward his reloading allies, with enough force that he could easily clear twice the distance. As the man is about to slam into the other's, Horizon swaps places with him and knocks out two men, before swapping again, and the man finally crashes into one of his allies. With a few bloody slashes and broken jaws, the others are quickly dealt with, then Horizon warps back into the open as the two main threats arrive. They both appeared normal in his scan, because scan is only on the surface level, and doesn't show color. The true form of a shapeshifter can't be sensed by it, much like the clearly cobbled together men before him appeared normal because he couldn't see the colors of them. You really are some ugly fuckers, he mutters as they both stare at him, completely unresponsive. I guess they made you to try and blend in. Well, let's get this over with. Horizon raises his sword and points it at them, and one of the Nomu immediately respond. It releases a low growl, then belches out a bolt of lightning at Horizon. He senses the bolt, but physically can't react fast enough. Warping away is an option of course, but that doesn't send the right message. Countershock, lightning rod. The bolt hits him and joins the electricity already flowing across his body before he stabs scalpel into the floor and disperses it. The Nomu and spectators look a bit confused and amazed. And Kamui Woods hears MT Lady mutter out, "Sometimes I really hate how cool he looks. Worry about your spotlight later." Kamui Woods whispers back. "Lightning bolt," Horizon says. "I'll add that to the list of quirks the enemy has, and what's yours?" As if understanding him, the other Nomu begins growing, becoming almost as tall as MT Lady herself, and the woman nearly leaps into action. Instinctively understanding that in most cases, she's the one to deal with giant-sized opponents. But Kamui would stop her, sticking to the plan. "Gigantification," Horizon says in a bored voice. "Okay, I've learned everything I can from these two, let's wrap this up." As his words reach his allies through their radios, he points his blade at the lightning-wielding Nomu. Injection shot. Seemingly nothing happens, then the Nomu flinches a few times and crumples to the floor. So that's injection shot, the spectators realize. Until now they've only heard about this almost mythical ability to damage people or structures without any resistance or signs of attack. Because throughout Japan and the world, everyone knows one of the restrictions Horizon faces is that he cannot use this excessively. And now they better understand why. It is inherently an effective attack, but the damage it does is rumored to be excessive and cruel, leaving many to wonder how such a young hero came up with it. The corpse crumples to the floor as the gigantification Nomu bounds forward to stomp down on Horizon. Curtain. Horizon raises a hand and his translucent blue energy barrier appears in front of him, as a large square structure. The ground under the other foot cracks as the giant tries to apply more and more pressure on the shield, and Horizon feels his ability pulling more and more power to defend against the weight. "Okay, you're annoying." He drops his sword which hovers in the air, then uses his now free hand to point at the giant's head. Tact, celestial body. Dozens of empty shipping containers suddenly rocket toward the giant's head, battering it from all sides as if they were gravitationally pulled toward it. It stumbles back and almost falls over, but even as the sound of bones shattering and eyeballs being squished is heard, and the Nomu once again becomes a lifeless corpse. The body remains upright, hanging from where this almost crumpled ball of shipping containers slammed into it and are pinning it in the air. A ball of crumpled metal crushing the head, with the giant body hanging out of it. Ugh, the spectators wince and turn away in disgust. And as the corpse slowly shrinks back, he drops the containers and it becomes a splat on the floor. Horizon takes a breath and smiles beneath the visor, happy with these new skills he's been able to develop at a much sooner pace, thanks to All for One. End chapter. Chapter 179, Chapter 178, Capsule of Time. Chapter start. 7 p.m. As the multiple armored cars, trucks and police cars drive away in a long convoy, a few squads of officers remain at the warehouse observing the destruction. MT Lady and Kamui Woods are walking back from the main gate, toward Edgeshot and Horizon. She looks around at the crumpled shipping containers and the roof of the warehouse, now rubble in the water, some bits still poking out through the surface. "Kinda sucks that we didn't have to do anything, huh?" She kicks a few rocks out of the way as they continue walking. "You wanted to deal with that much gunfire?" Kamui Woods asks. "Not really, but this means we don't get much of a spotlight, and I've got some hero insurance payments coming up." "Well, you were here so you'll get paid." "Yeah, but not as much as if I helped," but Horizon dealt with all the villains himself while Edge got the case or whatever it is. "Look around," Kamui Woods gestures to all the destruction around them. "Kid tore up the place just to make a point, whatever that means. If you got involved you'd be sharing the bill with him. It's a wonder he can afford to fight like that." "Well, he's usually more efficient, plus, according to the rumors he's made at least a few $100 million from his medical practice. The kid isn't here for the money. Just here to help people," she groans and rolls her eyes. "Sometimes he's such a jerk, then he has cool stuff like that, really annoying. You're just jealous he's stealing our spotlight, we were the new shiny rookies before him after all." "What, like you aren't?" Kamui Woods shrugs, "Doesn't bother me. Fewer people shooting at you is perfect in my book, plus it's not like we operate anywhere nearby so he doesn't really cut into our income. Aldera is pretty much unchanged, it's the pro-heroes in Yuzurifu and Minato Tokyo that have to be worried, that's where the crime rates have dropped the most since he's usually at UA or Horizon Tower." "Aw," she leans over and quickly tiptoes to kiss him on the cheek of his mask. "Look at you being all sweet and worrying about me. You become a bigger target, not bulletproof, I always worry about you." MT Lady sighs, "Yeah, but I like helping people, and sometimes that gets dangerous." Couldn't have said it better myself." "Yeah, I can be pretty smart sometimes," MT Lady giggles to herself. "It doesn't count if you're the one saying it," Horizon interrupts them. During their chat, they arrived at the temporary command tent where the investigation and cleanup were being orchestrated from. Edshot, Horizon, the police captain, and a few other officers were in the tent. MT Lady just rolls her eyes and stands beside Kamui Woods opposite Edshot and the captain. The man looks over to the other officers and nods, and they both leave the tent to go help load the evidence into the trucks. Can we leave yet? MT Lady asks. Nope, Edshot puts a metal briefcase on the table. This is what was in that secret compartment. Since Horizon had all eyes on him, nobody noticed me getting it. Took a minute to jam the sensors, it was on a separate alarm, so as far as the villains know, this is still in the same position. Good, Horizon looks over at the captain. Don't tell anyone outside of this tent about the compartment, and don't mention it on any official reports. Villains have eyes and ears everywhere, at least people that can set up an operation this big. Got it, the man nods. Why is everyone taking orders from a kid? MT Lady mutters. Because he's Horizon, the captain says. Now please stop interrupting. Sorry. As I was saying, we want the villains to think this case is still here. This was some kind of a resource outpost. The last couple of these we've raided across Japan didn't have anyone who knew the actual bosses or organization of it. So they're all blissfully ignorant, and at least have that bit of plausible deniability, not that it's worth much after attacking a pro, Edshot says. I'm not a pro yet. Right, and how'd you get all these locations? The Hero Network has been on fire with all the info you've been flooding it with. That's my second quirk. Second quirk. They all look at him in surprise. Yeah, I'm rich. Oh, of course, Edshot actually chuckles. For a split second his stone-cold shinobi face cracks before it fully reforms. I suppose we'll have to send search teams to find any hidden compartments in them as well. Nope, just watch them, Horizon says. Captain, can you station undercover officers here 24/7? We'll clear out everyone else, and when the villain sends people to recover what's in this case, we'll get some answers. How are you so sure they'll have answers? Kamui Woods asks. The captain chips in, you don't hire security to guard a place like this, then hide something even deeper within it, without sending people you absolutely trust to collect it. That makes sense, Kamui Woods says. Please, continue. Right, I'll station men here after we clear out, but it could be weeks before anyone comes to collect. I'm patient, Horizon says. I'm coordinating a takedown on contraband supply lines all across Japan. I don't expect to crumble it and all the crime organizations in it overnight. Well, you've made good progress for only 3 weeks, the captain says. Yeah, well, when you get your head out of your ass and stop thinking like a superhero, and start thinking like an emperor, it makes things like this easier. And Japan is your empire? Edshot asks. Well, these are the people I'm protecting, so yes, it is. Doesn't matter what he thinks, the captain says. It's working, and if I need to call you Emperor Horizon to keep getting these results, I don't think my men and I will be too opposed. Just Horizon is fine. Now, can we open that case already? Edshot looks at the case and inspects the small device he placed on the biometric lock, a highly illegal digital lockpick that only a few pro heroes have access to. Namely Edshot, Eraserhead, and Mr. Knight. But Horizon makes a note that he'd have to get one. A quiet click signals the case opening, without triggering any alarms within. Edshot opens it, and inside they see the deactivated sensors in the case, and trapped in thick foam is a single finger-sized plastic capsule of a blue liquid. Trigger, the captain reaches for it, and Horizon immediately slaps his hand away. Ouch, the man rubs the bruise on his hand. Guess it's not Trigger. If you could see what I see, you'd never want to be anywhere near it. And what do you see? Edshot asks. To Horizon, as he focuses more and more on his scan, standing like a statue and staring down at the item. And for the first time they see blue energy vapor seeping through his clothes, his gloves, and sleeves as he pours more and more energy into his scan. More than he'd ever been able to before, and finally, he sees them. The chronons, time particles, moving quickly in all directions through the liquid. Time, someone trying to fuck with time, using this, his words leave them all worried at that notion. You can see time. Edshot sounded confused. Sure, let's go with that. But within my range, I can perceive the truth in all things and manipulate that truth, and nothing escapes me. Which does include the passage of time when I really focus. So you can control time, that's not fair, MT Lady whines. Well, hand of God as it is really isn't fair, but no, I can't mess with time, at least not yet. Well, that's somewhat of a relief at least, Edshot says. Not that I don't trust you, but that's too much power for any one man to have. He says to 16-year-old billionaire that's already the second most powerful being on the planet. Horizon chuckles. Right, well, I should turn this in for evidence. The captain asks. No, I'll be taking this to analyze it, plus no offense, but if someone can distill time into a liquid, I don't think it'd be too hard to break into a police station and kill everyone protecting the evidence lockup. Oh, good point. I'll keep this off the record then. Right, Horizon closes up the case. Then I need to get out of here and start working on this, among other things. Hours later, Horizon Tower. You know the point of you getting that job was to use the apartment that comes with it, Horizon says, sitting on the couch in his dimly lit living room. The TV was on, playing the news, showing his exploits today. But Ryuko was a bit busy, in her underwear straddling his lap, facing him. Her hands inspected all the grooves of his body glove as her head rests against his visor, feeling one of his hands on her waist, slowly inching its way behind her. But his other is up and to the side, playing with the small blue capsule he discovered today. When you aren't in Tokyo I always stay there, but honestly babe, my place doesn't have a pool, or a hot tub, or such a nice view. Or me. She giggles, or you. She feels his fingers tighten and grasp her ass, and her breath nearly leaves her. This place is much more fun with you here too. Is that all I am, fun? She leans back a bit so he gets a proper look at her. That's what we agreed to. Ryuko sighs and deflates, frowning slightly. Can you at least give me your full attention when I'm trying to talk to you? She gestures to him, still twirling the potentially dangerous evidence in his fingers. I'm trying to have a serious conversation here. Really, while you're dressed to looking all sexy and sitting in my lap. Doesn't seem like you want me thinking much. Ryuko gives him an unimpressed look and pats his chest. What if I want more? You spend half the week here and have my undivided attention most of the time we're together. What more is there to want? Well, I've been thinking, and I know it'll probably be weird since you're just a bit younger. 12 years younger. She hits him in the chest, but he doesn't even react. Sorry, just. I was wondering if. Beep. 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 The alert sound from his phone goes off, meaning the call is an emergency. God damn it. Ryuko yells as she gets up to walk into the bedroom, knowing he had to answer the phone. But she stops at the corner to wait for him. Yagi, what is it? Horizon asks as he answers. What, seriously? For what? I fail to see how this is my problem. Fix this yourself, he's your fuck up. He did what? He put my fucking name in this. You better pray he gets a prison sentence because I'll kill him myself. Ugh, fine. I'll unfuck this shit for you, but I've got something I'd need from you. Does it matter what I want? The alternative is you're stuck with this crap on your plate. Thought so. Horizon angrily hangs up the call. He turns around to see Ryuko looking at him, worried. Is everything all right? Who was that? That was All Might. That's how you speak to All Might? When he asks me to bail his garbage protege out of jail, yeah, that's how I speak to him. End chapter. Chapter 180, Chapter 179, Overhaul. Chapter start. Throughout Japan, while cities and regions all have proper names, some areas are more commonly, at least among pro-heroes and villains, referred to as territories of the most prominent hero agency in the area. Saitama Tokyo is commonly referred to as Endeavor's region, and Minato Tokyo is quickly becoming known as Horizon's domain. This smaller district on the other side of Japan didn't have many large villain attacks but was a main transit hub for smuggling and other illegal acts. Not as many fights, but the perfect place for Sir Nitai's agency. This is how an agency with only 4 members has dominated this district and has made it known as Sir Nitai's territory. Japan's leading investigation hero agency, currently only being challenged by Horizon. And currently under the midday sun, Sir Nitai's golden boy, Mirio Togata in full hero costume as Japan's 4th most popular hero course student, Lemillion, was on patrol. His smile seemed infectious as he walked through the street, politely greeting everyone he walked past and turning down offers of small treats from the nearby shops. Offers made by the same people he's been protecting for the past 2 years at Sir Nitai's hero agency. Lemillion, you should come by later before heading back to the agency. I just made fresh mochi, one of the men yelled out from across the street. You can take some back for everyone. Lemillion turns and gives a polite wave and smile. If I finish patrol nearby I'll be sure to swing by. Beside him, Deku, in full hero costume, Sir Nitai's 4th member, but only as a work-study student, looked up to Lemillion. Are people around here always giving you free stuff? I didn't expect everyone to be so friendly. We're heroes after all, we protect them. And in a small place like this it's good to know the people you're saving, don't you think? Oh, I guess I never really thought about these slower days we'd have as pros. Oh yeah, most days are like this around here. If you want more action you'd have to go work in Tokyo. Well, maybe not Minato or Saitama Tokyo. Endeavor and Horizon don't really let anyone else get a chance to work. Yeah, Gran Torino mentioned that more populated areas have more crime. Deku looks a bit sad at the memory of his dead mentor. But Sir Nitai is all about investigation, right? So I should focus on learning some of that while I'm here. Exactly, just focus on one thing at a time. The work studies is partly about learning how to run your own agency after all. Lots of heroes can teach you how to punch villains, but, and I don't mean to sound mean, but most of them can't run an investigation up to even my level, much less to the level of Sir, if any. Yeah, All Might said I'm similar to him in a way, maybe that's how. All Might told you that. Lemillion gives him a strange look. Do you guys talk a lot? Well, he's our hero class teacher after all. He's familiar with all the first-year hero course students. It's not like I'm special or anything. It's just my quirk is simple like his, so he's helping a bit extra. You mutter a lot, you should drop that habit, Lemillion laughs it off. Oh, and don't worry about all the free stuff people offer, I never really accept any of it, even when Mrs. Aki's grandkids corner me and give me whatever she sent I still feel super guilt about it. Deku breathes a sigh of relief, yeah that would feel too weird for me too. So is there a HNGH, a young girl, no older than 7, bumps into Deku as she was in a full sprint leaving a dark alley. Both students immediately stop, seeing her in an oversized white t-shirt, bandages wrapping her arms and legs, long white hair, and a single small horn on the right side of her forehead. Sorry, Deku says, and kneels down to make sure the girl was alright as she's sitting on the sidewalk. Did that hurt? Are you alright? He reaches out to help her up, and she flinches at the sight of his hand. He sees the trembling in her eyes as her breathing quickens, as fear racks her body and causes her to freeze up. He retracts his hand, noticing her reaction. Are you alright? What's your name? Are you bothering these people? A bored voice asks from in the alley, and the students look up to see the target their agency was investigating, Kai Chisaki, Overhaul Dash, leader of the Shai Hasaikai Yakuza branch, and potentially the main hub of smuggling in this area. Lemillion looks between the girl and Overhaul as the man approaches, realizing how terrified she was of him as she holds onto Deku at the sound of his voice. I'm sorry about my daughter, Overhaul gestures to the girl. She's always running around and falling down, especially when I try to change her bandages, which only makes the problem even worse. She's a bit accident-prone. He's trying to explain the bandages with that weak excuse, Lemillion and Deku realize immediately. We're sorry for bumping into her, Lemillion says. Oh, no, I'm sorry for failing to discipline her. I don't want to take up any of the time you spend protecting us after all. Overhaul's eyes then drop from Lemillion to Deku. Oh, a new hero. I don't think I've seen you before. As Deku is about to introduce himself, Lemillion cuts in. He's just a student on a trial run, nobody worth remembering at the moment. I see, well I hope he sticks around. Now, Eri, let's go so these fine heroes can get back to work. Eri only trembles more and holds onto Deku tighter. Please, she whispers, just soft enough for Deku to hear. No. Deku gets a look of determination on his face, and Lemillion gets ready to speak up. He understands that any altercation here will put Sir Nightie's investigation in jeopardy, and he hates himself for deciding to leave Eri in this situation. But he also doesn't know if there are dozens of more people like here that he won't be able to save if Overhaul gets spooked. An impossible choice, but he trusts Sir Nightie's guidance. Hard choice is now to save 1,000,000 lives later. But Overhaul only needs to pinch the bottom of his glove for Eri to get the hint, and she immediately gets away from Deku as if nothing happened and stands beside Overhaul. Good, now apologize to the heroes for causing trouble. I'm sorry, Eri gives a polite bow. So am I, Overhaul says as he gets ready to leave. Have a wonderful day, heroes. As they both turn to walk into the alley, before they even get off the sidewalk, Deku's mind races back to this exact situation. To the train he was on with Gran Torino. To his instinct screaming at him that Ida needed his help. To Gran Torino pinning him down and preventing him from leaving. To his friend dying because he chose to do nothing. Never again. I'll save everyone. One for all, full cowling, 10%. Deku leaps forward before Lemillion could react, sweeps Overhaul's legs out from under him and snatches Eri up, then leaps a few meters away. The girl is instantly holding onto Deku for dear life as she mutters a soft, thank you, under her breath, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lemillion's eyes go wide as Overhaul tries to pick himself up off the ground. People around the street all stop to look at the commotion. Overhaul notices this and stays on the floor, raising a hand to point at Deku. Lemillion makes most of his body permeable, ready to engage and back up his friend now that they're in this situation. But Overhaul doesn't engage. He's a charming leader of an underground gang. He can't go around flaunting his quirk and fighting heroes in the street. He can't risk revealing his operation or worse, his ties with Shigaraki. He can't risk the government sending its big guns after him. Living in this mostly quiet district with only one weak agency was perfect for his operation. So as a master of understanding the law and public perception, he turns on the charm. Help, he's taking my daughter. And just like that, all the fight got knocked out of Deku and Lemillion, and moments later 2 other nearby pro heroes were on the scene to investigate the misconduct of these provisional license holders. End chapter. Chapter 181, Chapter 180, Character Witness. Chapter start. 10 p.m., Judge Hoka's chamber. I can't believe I'm doing this, you had better not back out of our agreement, Horizon says. He was sitting in a luxurious but small office, with shelves of older books on either side. Yagi sat beside him as they wait for the men they'd come to meet. What you're doing now is no different from what I'll be doing during that interview, but I think the push you'll get from me speaking so highly of you to the people is well worth it. Every bit helps, just keep him in line, or I'll do it myself, and I promise you don't want that. Right, Yagi rubs his one palm on his leg nervously. I'm just glad Lemillion didn't get into any trouble, but from the sounds of it, and since Naite didn't even try to help, looks like Midoriya will have to find another agency to work at. Assuming he doesn't get banned from hero work, Horizon says. Let's deal with one thing at a time. How about you focus on getting your fuck up out of this mess before throwing him into the next one? A moment later the side door to this chamber opens and a slim senior Japanese man walks in. Before Horizon and Yagi get up to greet him, he gestures for them to remain seated. No need to get up, Judge Hoka says as he hangs up his robes and sits down in his chair. It really is an honor to be meeting both of you. I just wish it was under more delightful circumstances, or that I had more time. The honor is ours, Yagi says, and Horizon only nods. But as I said on the phone, we're here to discuss Izuka Midoriya. Midoriya. Hoka thinks for a moment as he leans back in his chair. He flips through some files on his desk and then finds what he's looking for. Oh, the green-haired boy who got arrested this morning. Tried to kidnap a little girl, assaulted a civilian, didn't resist arrest, is locked up for the next few hours before we ship him off to a reinforced cell. What about him? Right, young Midoriya, Yagi says. We're here to discuss perhaps not having such a permanent sentence for this misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Hoka leans forward a bit. He tried to kidnap a little girl and assaulted her dad. The entire thing was recorded by the security cameras from the store across the street. It's quite simple. Well, Yagi rubs the back of his head nervously. Midoriya is one of my students, and I've spoken to him on the phone since he's been locked up. He explained it quite differently to me. Hoka looks a bit concerned. Right, the story about the girl needing saving and being abused by her dad. But we pulled her medical records and we've got dozens of people testifying that she's just clumsy. She was just a child acting out, as children tend to do. Your student had no reason to act in such a way. Well, I'm sure the situation was much different in person, Yagi says. Young Midoriya has excellent instincts, he's yet to be wrong, and I trust his judgment on this situation. Too bad instincts can't be measured on paper, like witness accounts, video evidence, and medical records. Enough, Horizon interrupts them. Look, Your Honor, we've all had long days here, you especially. But we're here because you're the head judge in charge of pro-hero versus civilian cases. All Might really believes in Deku and doesn't want his hero career to end like this. What are the chances of that happening? Right, well, the commission handles most pro-hero business, but when citizens take issue with them, then that's my jurisdiction, and as the head of this department I don't see a good way out of this for your boy. None. Yagi asks. Well, before this he didn't have much of a record, aside from one minor case of involving himself in a slime villain incident. Luckily he didn't use his quirk, so that wasn't illegal. Just very stupid, Horizon says. Deku has a bad habit of leaping the moment he sees someone in trouble. As you can tell, it gets him in trouble. Right, Judge Hoka sighs. Well, rules are rules, and the result of any sort of violation of the law during the provisional license period is grounds for immediate annulment of the license and permanent disbarment from taking the exams again. But that would be a slap on the wrist for him. Being caught assaulting innocent civilians and kidnapping children is arguably worse than just killing someone. And he'll be tried as an adult since he has a provisional license, Horizon says. Naturally, Judge Hoka says. Look, just between us, I don't think the kid has it in him to hurt a fly, seems like a softie. But, he's kind of an idiot for going about it like this, and the law is the law. My hands are tied. Right, well, Niza figured as much, Yagi says. So he came up with an alternative. Yagi takes out a stack of papers and gently puts them on the table. Judge Hoka looks at it skeptically, then leans forward and begins reading. Had anyone less than the past and future symbols of peace been sitting across from me, I'd already be telling both of you to get out. He says as he continues reading. Which is why I am here, Horizon says in a tired voice, already sick of this entire process. Almost half an hour later the judge is finally done reading the documents, then sits back and takes a deep breath. Well, Nizu found a loophole that I'll have to seal up after this case. Meaning? Yagi sounded a bit hopeful. It'll work, Judge Hoka says. But he'll be on house arrest for the next year. Will you be putting that location as UA? Of course, he won't be able to go home, but he can continue his studies, Yagi says. Anything else? Well, his provisional license is annulled, and he'll have to redo the exam next year, no, the following year, since he can't leave UA until that round of exams. Plus he'll be very closely watched in terms of any time he reports an incident he resolved, and any violation will result in him being arrested and spending his initial sentence of 25 years in prison, with no chance of early release or bail. Yagi feels his heart drop at that, finally realizing exactly what kind of bullet they narrowly dodged. Now, this only works because I trust both of you, as does all of Japan, and because this event has been kept quiet by the commission since it makes pro-heroes look bad. But since teachers and UA staff aren't allowed to be legal character witnesses in cases like this, the only person I trust is you. He spins the papers around and points to a dotted line. You'll have to sign as a witness of his good character, Horizon. Horizon just stiffly takes the pen and leans forward to sign, which I can do since legally I'm treated as an adult, even before my provisional license. His hands stop a moment before he signs, then looks at Yagi, and shakes his head. Can't believe I'm doing this. He reluctantly signs the agreement. Right, Judge Hoda takes the papers and files them away. I'll call and have him released in the morning, but this matter will stay on the record, and reflect poorly on Horizon if the student does turn out to be some child-stealing psychopath. I promise, if I see him straying I'll deal with him before you ever find out, Horizon says. Can't have my reputation being sullied after all. Judge Hoda gives him a strange look, then glances over at Yagi to see him genuinely worried. Right, now that we're all settled, the judge takes out his phone. My grandkids are big Horizon fans, can we take a few pictures, maybe you can sign some stuff? Well, I'm always happy to spread some joy, Horizon chuckles as he gets up and takes out some of his metal cards, which he usually doesn't give out, but on this occasion, he decides to hand them in a pair. Because new political friends are always useful. 2 hours later. Yagi and Horizon have been sitting in silence since leaving the office, still in the back of an armored SUV on the way back to Musudafu where UA is. So. Yagi tries making conversation. That went very well. The interview you asked me to do with your friend Chitos, and the things you want me to say, you asked me to stake my reputation on you, so I feel like it was fair to ask you to do the same. But I'm not Deku, Horizon growls out. I'm perfect, and he's a fuck-up. WEL. Plus your career is over, mine is only just starting, much bigger risk on my end of the deal, luckily I don't plan to do this hero bullshit forever like you. Right, you'll be focusing on medicine more after the first few years, Yagi sighs. And you're right, I'm sorry my student is causing you this much trouble. Just fix it. I'm sure he had goo. Don't care, reasons don't matter, just results. And his are atrocious. Yagi awkwardly nods, and smartly decides to change the topic. Well, are you staying in UA or heading back to Tokyo? I promise you don't want me there when Deku shows his face, I'll be in Tokyo for the next week to cool off, then I'll come back. Ah, but you've only got permission to spend Thursday and Friday in Tokyo, it's Sunday. Horizon just silently turns to Yagi. And the man can feel the angry and annoyed energy radiating from him. Right, I'll just explain it to Nizu, Yagi says nervously. And they go back to traveling in silence back to UA. End chapter. Upload schedule changing from every weekday to Monday, Wednesday, Friday so I don't work myself to death, hopefully it changes back eventually, that's all tongue sticking out. Chapter 182, Chapter 181, just a glimpse. Chapter start. 11 p.m. Sitting in the back of an armored SUV, Horizon is on his way back to UA, already in Musudafu with the school in sight atop its hill. Within his visor, he was on a phone call with a potential lead for this new drug he discovered. So Tsunetare got hit. Yeah, Fatgum says. My Amajiki got shot with some weird bullet yesterday, but he slept it off. His quirk wasn't working for a while afterward. Was it blue? Horizon asks. Blue. Nope, it was red. I figured since you're in UA and Ryuko told me about how you helped her, asking you to take a look would be the fastest option. Normally I don't appreciate being treated like a personal crime lab, but this ties into something I'm working on so I'll allow it. Thanks man, knew I could count on you. The faster we get this done the fewer people get hurt. You already sent it with him. Yeah, Amajiki said he'll find you at lunch tomorrow and deliver it. Right, now tell me the story, how'd things go exactly? Well, Fatgum pauses for a moment. He and Red Riot were on patrol when some thugs caught their eyes. I showed up and we took them all down, but one of their friends was in the crowd with a gun and shot Tsunetare in the arm. The bullet thing didn't even hurt him, just stung then fell to the floor, but it has a needle tip, injected him with something. And suddenly he had no quirk. Yeah, he tried to use his quirk but couldn't, but a few hours later and he's fine. Was it only the one bullet? Yeah, weird right? Horizon warps the one blue capsule into his hand, and makes it hover just about his palm. An entire warehouse for just the one capsule, then a group of thugs to act as a trial run, but also gave them the one. Manufacturing these things must be beyond difficult and expensive, and it sounds imperfect. Warehouse. Fatgum asks. What are you talking about? Nothing for you to worry about, I'll analyze the sample you sent me. Are you familiar with Edge Shot? Yeah, Edge and I go way back. Good, send him the same report you sent to me. We need to connect the dots because these events happened on opposite sides of Japan. The distributor you're hunting down is involved then. Guess this means they move more than just guns, but drugs too. A powerful and dangerous drug, one shot and a top pro suddenly becomes quirkless for a few hours. Horizon plays with the capsule in his fingers. Blind a soldier for a second and he dies. Take away a pro hero's quirk mid-fight, for even a moment. They could kill anyone, even someone like All Might would have been vulnerable. Luckily it's in the form of a bullet, Horizon says. Means people like Kirishima and Enji are mostly fine since they can either just shrug off the shots or incinerate them before they touch. Would have been really dangerous as an aerosol agent. And you can dodge it too, since you can warp. These won't work on me even if they hit, but sure. Huh, lucky guy, but best not to test that theory, we really can't afford to lose you. I know, is there anything else interesting in your district I should be made aware of? Nah, just the usual stuff. If I find any more samples of this stuff I'll be sure to give you a call. I appreciate that. Huh, you know, you're a lot nicer than people give you credit for. Horizon chuckles at that. Oh no, I'm a heinous asshole, you're just lucky you aren't one of those useless paper pros. Horizon hangs up. He relaxes back into his seat as they make it halfway through Musurafu, about to reach his exit point. Looking at the blue capsule in his hand he realizes the magnitude of this situation. Blue seemingly accelerates time in certain aspects of DNA, but this sample didn't do anything to Ryuko's hair sample when I tested it out. Red somehow reverses a quirk factor into uselessness for a few hours. But if the blue does nothing on its own, and the red can remove quirks. The blue is an antidote to the red. They want to sell quirk-destroying bullets to villains so that they can actually fight people like Enji. Then turn around and pose as some pharmaceutical company and sell the antidote to the governments. That's the only way since removing quirks like that violates a lot of human rights, even if it would be appropriate for some villains. I need to find a villain group with links for pharmaceutical companies. Feel-gooding should be a good starting point. Having some of those red ones on hand for the next all-for-one isn't a bad idea. I guess I'll collect one or two before this is all over. Feeling his ride about to come to an end, Horizon wordlessly takes out a few $100s and leaves in on the seat, then warps away, something the drivers of this company are very much accustomed to, opening the privacy window to see him gone and a tip waiting for them. Shambles. Horizon is suddenly standing in a dark bedroom, unbothered by the lack of light. He senses the light switch nearby and flicks it on. Blinding light reveals the most pathetic thing he's seen at UA yet. As if the entire room was a shrine to All Might. Posters, banners, figures and toys, even the bedsheets were All Might themed. On some shelves to the side, he could see some stuffed toys of All Might in all his different costumes, and beside the bed was an All Might themed alarm clock. So this is where pussy goes to dry up. And most pathetic of them all, Deku is in bed wearing a thin ankle monitor, one that can easily be hidden by a pair of socks, keeping him in UA. Horizon's had a week to cool off since last seeing Yagi to have Deku released, and now most of that anger has subsided. Now he's just very, very, very annoyed. Deku stirs awake, rolling over and throwing the covers aside as he rubs his eyes. All the while Horizon just walks around the room observing this overgrown shrine. A few seconds later and Horizon just can't take it anymore. My fucking god, get your shit together so I can talk to you. Deku suddenly snaps awake, looking over to see Horizon holding his most prized possession, a limited edition Series 1 All Might trading card, still in the plastic package, worth thousands of dollars. He nearly forgets himself and rushes over to have him put it down, then quickly remembers exactly who was in his room, and how bad this situation can become. Can you please, he winces as Horizon holds it up, but relaxes a bit when he carefully puts it back into its stand. Thanks. Relax, I'm a hero, I'm always respectful of other people's items. He says after breaking into Deku's room and touching his stuff. Right, how can I help you? You can't help me, because you're Deku, so just listen. Horizon quickly walks up to him and leans in closer, making Deku's back suddenly drenched in sweat. Can you just go a few months without fucking up? Is that too hard to ask for? WEL. No, seriously, because I put my neck on the line to get you out of a fucking assault charge, and child kidnapping charge. I signed as a character witness for you, understand? Deku just nods stiffly. Good, because I trust Yagi to be a good little hero and do what he's told, but I don't trust you not to trip over your own leg and break it, so before you do anything stupid, just think of what I'll do to you if you make me look back. Horizon's hand moves absurdly fast and grabs Deku's face, his right hand on Deku's lower jaw keeping his mouth shut, then lifting him off the floor. Then he begins squeezing. Then the searing pain starts. Deku's pupils dilate as he feels his jaw straining, his gums being squeezed and teeth pushed together, slowly crushed in Horizon's vice grip. One for all, full cowling, 10%. Lightning begins jumping around Deku's body, harmless exaggerated static but always a flashy sight. Then Deku raises both his hands to pry Horizon's fingers off his face. Booster shot. Where he expected some resistance but for one for all to win out in the end, he's clawing against steel and making no progress, feeling the fingers still slowly tightening. Deku can almost hear his jaw creaking and teeth cracking, feeling and tasting the warm blood filling his mouth as his gums burst and tooth fragments dance across his tongue. MMMM. Deku's muffled cries are accompanied by tears as his jaw finally shatters and his mouth is deformed. One for all, full cowling, 18%. His muscles burn and sting as he pushes past his comfortable power usage, desperate to make the pain stop. The growing pain in his arms is nothing compared to what Horizon is causing him, and as he just barely starts to pry Horizon's fingers away. Booster shot. A strange blue energy vapor begins pouring off Horizon's arm and the grip tightens, completely crushing Deku's lower jaw and shattering the few remaining teeth. And the pain is just enough to make Deku's eyes roll back and his world goes black. Ugh. Deku coughs as he wakes up, a few hours later, laying on the floor of his room in a small blood stain with fragments of teeth scattered about it. NGH, he holds his head, feeling a massive headache. That hurt, he stops talking, realizing that he's speaking fine, and rushes to his mirror. Right, because heroes don't hurt people, he mutters, now having a much better understanding of why All Might is so cautious about dealing with Horizon. Finally having a glimpse behind the curtain, as he looks at his perfectly healed face in the mirror. His eyes then look over at the clock, seeing it's already 10 a.m. Oh no, I'm late for class. End chapter. Chapter 183, Chapter 182, Morality/Mortality. Chapter start. 29th September, 23:15, Horizon Tower. Sitting on his couch, Horizon had his feet up on the coffee table, a tablet in hand as he finishes up some work, finally completing one of his outstanding tasks. He wore only his body glove and a pair of shorts over it along with his visor, because on one of the other couches beside him is Ryuko in a set of Horizon-themed pajamas, her laptop set up and a stack of papers beside her as she occupies the entire thing to finish up some of her own work. They were both enjoying a quiet night inside with the TV on the wall playing an interview currently being hosted in UA, between All Might and Chitose, aka Meta Liberation Army Commander, Curious, head of the Recruiting and Propaganda Division. Ryuko glances up at the screen, then returns to her work. You know, if I didn't know better I'd say All Might is clearly betting on you to become the next him. Oh, and why would you say that? Horizon asks. Well, his first interview since the Kamino situation, and he says he felt ashamed because of Tamura Shigaraki and blamed himself, which is probably true since that's the kind of person he is. MHM. But since then he's just been going sort of on and on about how great you are and how much he trusts you to take care of the future. The scripting is subtle but not hard to miss if you know to look for it. Luckily most people don't know to look for it. How'd you set up this interview so quickly anyway? Chitose is a friend that's always looking for a story. Ryuko looks up from her work, seeing the beautiful blue Chitose on the screen, then glances over at Horizon. Just a friend. Settle down, cat lady, she's got a secret boyfriend and everything, plus she's too annoying for anything more. Probably would be interviewing me during sex, no thanks. Ryuko giggles at that, way to kill the mood, huh? But it still feels weird knowing All Might is doing this because of you. Well, he wanted me to save his fuck up, either this or Deku would be fighting in court still. Doesn't it feel like you held Deku hostage, just a little bit? Horizon shrugs, not really, like any contract he had the option to just say no and leave, but when you sign the dotted line you don't get to complain about what comes after, so long as all parties keep their word. I guess you're right, still seems kinda extreme if you ask me, lots of kids mess up when they're out on patrol for the first time. The commission had an extreme reaction. Partly my fault, entirely my fault. Huh. Well, I've been pushing so much for the public and commission to be harder on pro-heroes, including pro-heroes themselves. The standards to get a provisional license have gone up significantly and the commission is also looking for any excuse to flunk people out of hero programs. So they maxed out the charges to make an example. Punish someone who I'm sure they know must be innocent but a bit misguided, as an example of intolerance for pro-heroes messing up. Pretty much, Horizon shrugs. Luckily aside from you, the teacher, myself, and a few cops and a judge, nobody else really knows. And the commission of course. That doesn't sound heroic at all. Ryuko sits up and thinks about it for a moment. Wait a minute, is that why even when All for One was revealed they never lessened the punishment against my team for the summer camp incident? Yup, and why they never tried to defend you from the public. Luckily Nisa covered the legal fees and fines for you guys, otherwise you'd be spending the next 5 years in debt. Ryuko breathes a sigh of relief. Good this I retired when I did. This new status quo you're working on for pro-heroes seems really unforgiving. That's the idea, because if you fail people die, as you know. MHM. So best to get the losers out of the system as early as possible. Yeah, but that causes another issue, doesn't it? What issue is that? Well, people like me. Ryuko sees Horizon look over at her. I mean, I've got part ownership of the mountain resort, so I wasn't completely desperate, even if it doesn't make much money. But a lot of pros who suddenly lose their license will probably have to find work. The more famous ones will be fine since they can survive off-brand deals and probably made enough to retire, but the D and C listers. The losers. She narrows her eyes at him, the people who only make enough to live a decent life, while putting themselves and their family at risk, so losers and idiots, they should just quit at that point. She furrows her brows at him, can you not be an ass for 1 second and hear me out? Yeah. Well, if suddenly a lot of people who have only ever trained to fight and use their quirk get fired, and since that's the only skill set they have, do you see where I'm going with this? Yeah, a new breed of villain, I know. But it's only the trash that's getting filtered out, the remaining pros can deal with them, but the commission will probably deal with them first. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing to worry about, besides, doesn't matter if an army of bottom feeders team up, you've got me. Ryuko sets her work aside and gets comfortable on the couch, yeah, but not everyone has a miracle in their bed. Well, you're in my bed, but technicalities and all that. You know what I mean, and I'm done here, are you finished yet? Just in time for the meeting tomorrow, I've got a lot of good info for Sir Naite and his band of losers, and Fatcom, and Ryukyu. Your dragon girlfriend, Ryuko tries to hide her giggling. Ugh, I get enough of that stupid rumor from the internet, don't need you humoring it either. Hey, I just think it's fun, but my personal favorite is people thinking you're dating Nijire-chan, Ryuko doubles over laughing. I wish I could see how annoyed you are under the visor every time she calls you. Girl talks too much, Horizon mutters. You say that about everyone. Maybe everyone just needs to shut up, but that's unavoidable. So can I see what you found for Naite? Ryuko gets up and drops herself onto the couch beside him, leaning against his side. I'm not sure I should show you this, considering you've kind of got a weak tolerance for the darker side of villains. Well, that is partly why we became a rescue team instead of a combat team, but I'm sure I can manage. Alright, if you say so. Horizon takes his feet off the coffee table and swipes on the tablet, and the hologram projector built into the table displays 2 strands of helical DNA. 2 twisting spires with bridges connecting them like a warped ladder represents each strand. 1 red, and 1 blue. DNA. Human DNA, they came from the same person, to make the bullets. Someone is using their quirk to make quirk-suppressing bullets. Not exactly. Ryuko looks at the projection, then back at Horizon, then back to the projection, as all the pieces come together. They're forcing someone else to do it. Well, considering the genetic markers match what would usually be found on the brain stem, yeah, I'd imagine so. Ryuko rubs the back of her head and grimaces, damn monsters. Oh, it gets a lot worse considering what some of the genetic markers and telomeres tell me, but I don't want to deal with you crying tonight. I can handle it. Horizon looks at her and considers it for a moment, then turns back to the display, no, you can't. She frowns and just leans against him. So what's their plan? Red bullets stop quirks, blue bullets undo the red bullet. Sell red to villains and blue to heroes. How would they do that? I'm checking out a few pharmaceutical companies and recently requested patents, eventually I'll get a hit. It'll be through a series of shell companies, but since I'm using Nizu's system it should sort it out fairly quickly. A medicine that removes quirks, in the right hands it could be a lifesaver. Yeah, lots of people would kill to have their quirk gone, but because of human rights and all that they have to be willing. You always sound so disgusted when you talk about human rights, kind of concerning Mr. Doctor. Too bad they use her quirk to manufacture it, and the regulations to make and sell anything originating from a quirk would never allow someone to sell pieces of their own brain stem. Ryuko winces. Now imagine if I told you all the bad parts. You said, her. Drop it. Alright, I'm already gonna have trouble sleeping tonight. We'll figure something out, Horizon chuckles. Any more questions? Yeah, aren't you worried about them hitting you with one of those bullets? I'd never get hit, plus, it wouldn't work. The bullet itself has a stored package of chronons, that's how it works. Time particles. So it ages the quirk factor away for a while, and the blue one targets the red and ages it forward into existing. Into being useful and matured again. Okay, but what if they make a new one that just ages you into dust or something? Aw, you're worried about me. Ryuko pushes his shoulder, hard enough to actually make him move, just because you're invincible doesn't mean I don't worry. Or maybe I just like this lifestyle and don't think I could score another young, powerful, billionaire doctor, she giggles and leans against him. Oh, there's only one of me, and he's here with you. But really the chronos are mapped to the person's DNA, like an infection, which means it will only affect me if I allow it, and I won't, plus, even if it ages me 100 years nothing would really change. What do you mean? Well, I can control my aging, so when I'm around 28 I'll just keep my body like that forever, that's the plan anyway. It takes almost a minute for Ryuko's mind to wrap around what he just said, are you telling me you're immortal? Well, it's not like I try to hide it, Horizon shrugs. During the sports festival, I literally said, mortal diseases and ailments don't affect me, weren't you listening? Nobody takes that stuff seriously, come on. We just all assumed it was just the heat of the moment or something. Well, now you know better. Ryuko sinks back into the couch and folds her arms, pouting, so when I'm a saggy old grandma you'll still be young and hot, fuck you. Horizon bursts out laughing. Well, that's one way to look at it, but the other side is that I'll outlive everyone I love forever and ever, over and over again. Can't imagine what that will do to me. You'll be fine, your ego is enough to keep you company, it's like you always say. I am enough. End chapter. Chapter 184, Chapter 183, Raid Briefing. Chapter Start. Now that everyone is here, let's get this meeting started, Sir Naite says. He was sitting at the head of a large meeting room inside his agency. Behind him was a projector showing a picture of Kai Chisaki, aka Overhaul. And in front of him was an assembly of mostly small-time pro heroes. The most notable names were Ryukyu, the current number 10 pro hero, accompanied by 3 of her work-study students. Nijire-chan, Froppy, and Uravity. Fatgum was also in attendance with his work-study students, Tsunatere and Red Riot. And Sir Naitai's own work-study student, the final member of the Big Three, Lemillion, was also in attendance. The Big Three along with 24 pro heroes together for one raid operation. Yes, Ryukyu says. Please tell us what could warrant such a gathering. And why kids are involved in this, Rocklock says. He was a brown-skinned man with dreadlocks and a green and yellow hero costume, lock-themed. Yeah, they're from UA, but from the feel of things this could get really dangerous. My students are plenty capable, Ryukyu says, gesturing to Froppy and Uravity, as Nijire-chan has already proven herself over the years. Mine too. Fatgum gestures to his students. Plus these guys have valuable information to add to this case. Just a few days ago we got first-hand experience with just how dangerous this can be. Focus please, Naite draws all eyes onto himself. Looking around the room, he's happy with the people he managed to gather, aside from the fact that he couldn't get Eraserhead. Naite requested his aid since his quirk is perfect for this type of operation, especially against Overhaul, but Nisa said both he and Horizon can't be away from UA at the same time. The threat of Gigantomachia is far too great to risk such a thing. Right, sorry, Rocklock says. Now, I brought you all here to assist in the investigation, raid, and apprehension of a branch of the Yakuza named the Shai Hasaikai. Yakuza? Ryukyu asks. They haven't been a crime organization for decades, are they regressing now that All Might is gone? No, only this one faction, led by Kai Chisaki, Overhaul. Naite gestures to the picture behind him. His quirk is rumored to disassemble things and restructure them, hence the name. A powerful quirk, Fatgum says. Yes, but before we think about taking him down, we first need to gather evidence. Will you please tell everyone what happened to your students a few days ago? Sure thing. Fatgum stands up. Well, Tsunatere and Red Riot were out on patrol when they got shot by some thugs. One of them fired a weird red bullet-like thing into Sunniator's arm. It had a durable red case and a needlepoint. Needle? Ryukyu asks. It only stung, Tsunatere says, voice almost too quiet to hear. But the next thing I know, I couldn't use my quirk, couldn't even feel it, it was gone. Most of their eyes open wide at that, horrified by the notion of losing their quirk, far more so than regular people since pro heroes live and die by their quirk. But I'm guessing it came back since you're here now, Rocklock says. You're okay, right kid? I'm fine, Tsunatere grows a cow horn from his head, then it merges back into his body. It wore off after a few hours. I got shot too, Red Riot says. But I hardened before the bullet hit, so it shattered against me. Some weird red liquid splashed on my arm from it, but nothing happened. Guess it has to be in your blood to take effect since I was fine. One of the thugs they arrested gave up the name of the person who delivered the bullets to him, Naite says. He's confirmed to be a member of the Shai Hasaikai, but we're unsure if he's working solo or under Overhaul's orders. This is a lot of manpower for a hunch, Rocklock points out. True, we do have more suspicions, Naite admits. I've been investigating Overhaul and his group for almost 2 months. In that time I've uncovered dozens of rumors about them being a major transit hub for drugs and other contraband from Japan into Korea. We just haven't been able to get anyone to testify or deliver solid proof, at least they never lived long enough to do so. Quirk-suppressing bullets being smuggled into Japan, Ryukyu mutters. These people are dangerous, I'm glad you called me in for this. Yes, but I must confess that the reason all of you have been selected is because of this. The screen behind him changes to a map of Japan, showing a dozen bases scattered about. That explains why lesser-known pros like us are here, Rocklock says. Those locations are in our respective areas, you want us to scope them out for you. Precisely, Naite says. We need more than rumors to get a search and arrest warrant signed, we need probable cause. The Yakuza is still a big organization, and if it looks like we're trying to bully one of its branches they could cause problems, but if the Shai Hasaikai are caught doing illegal business, they'll cut all ties with them to protect the larger factions. Is there anything specific we should look out for? Ryukyu asks. Kai Chisaki himself. Overhaul went into hiding after a recent chance encounter, he's being even more cautious than before unfortunately. If he thinks that we're looking for him, why would he stay at one of their bases? Ryukyu asks. Because he doesn't know we're aware of all his bases, plus as easy as it would be to just go somewhere else, he's a control freak. He supposedly values precision so much that other than his right-hand men, nobody knows his full plan. He can't lead his people from far away, so he'll be close enough to keep an eye on them. And when we do find him? Ryukyu asks. Go in swinging and hope for the best. Ideally I'll request more manpower from pro-heroes and the police force, but from what I discovered most of the Shai Hasaikai are standard thugs, only the top men are worth taking special precautions for. All the files were sent to you this morning before this meeting. I've got friends on the police force in some of those places, I'll call them and see what they know, Fatcom says. We used to take down drug dealers like this all the time. I appreciate that, Naite says. Ryukyu nods along, alright, so what areas do you want us to keep an eye on? 30 minutes later. Just when Naite was halfway through explaining the specifics of their roles in this operation, Fatcom checks his phone to read his new message. Hey Naite, Fatcom raises his hand to get everyone's attention. Horizon just sent me a text, he's done analyzing the bullet we sent him, the one that shot Tsunatere. You sent it to him instead of the crime lab. Ryukyu said he works faster and better anyway, I mean it's only been a few days and he's done already. He's reliable, Ryukyu says. If Horizon is ready you should call him while we're all here, he'd likely have found something new for us. Agreed, Naite nods to Fatcom who immediately calls Horizon. While it's ringing Ryukyu speaks up, I recommend only speaking if necessary during this, she looks around the room. Horizon is exceptional at what he does, but he's very prickly. They all give her strange looks, aside from the students in the room that is. That's the nice way of putting it, Froppy says. Fatcom. Horizon's voice reaches everyone, already on speaker already. Yeah I'm here, we're in the meeting right now discussing the raid, figured you could update us all right now if that's not too much to ask. Huh, it's already 10 o'clock, I assumed that meeting was over already. I just got off the phone with President Pontu and was about to write up a report to send Naite. The president of the Hero Public Safety Commission is hands-on with this matter. Sir Naite asks. It's big enough to warrant her direct attention, and my own investigation has proved very promising. Investigation? Rocklock asks. Does this kid seriously think he can handle something this complex on his own? Overhaul is already onto us, we can't afford tipping him off even more. Ryukyu shoots him a concerned look, trying to stop things from escalating. Horizon is very capable. I was skeptical too at first but after working with him a few times, he's the rare case of someone meeting the claims the media makes about them, and even going beyond them. And he's super strong. Nijire-chan adds. Which is more than I can say about whoever said that just now, because I don't recognize the voice, so who are you anyway? The entire room goes silent, feeling the tension in the air, but Naite decides not to intervene, wanting to learn more about Horizon, about the men Nizu seems to think can surpass his idol, All Might. The name is Rocklock, and... Never heard of you, Horizon interrupts him. And since I've got a lot of the top pro heroes memorized, must mean you're one of the loser delisters. Hey I have a boring record, Horizon says. I'm looking it up right now. A pro for over a decade but you've only dealt with small-time thugs and incidents, no real villain takedowns worth mentioning. Because your QUIRK deadbolt just lets you lock things and people in place, spatially at least, just a bit better than a tube of superglue. Naite sees where this is going and tries, but fails to stop it. Can we please get B.A. A glorified beat cop playing pro, another paper hero inflating the number of pro heroes in this country. I wonder how long it'll take before the commission sweeps you off the board and drops you in the trash pile where you belong. Who the hell do you think you are talking to me like that? Rocklock gets up and slams his hand on the table. And those records are confidential. I'm the child they call in when people like you can't be trusted to handle important matters. That's who I am, and that's why I have access to your records, to sort through the garbage and clean this country, one piece of garbage at a time. You little sh. Enough. Naite has to raise his voice, stopping this argument in its tracks. Bicker on your own time, we have a job to do. Rocklock mutters something under his breath and sits down, and Ryukyu just shakes her head at the men who completely ignored her warning. Horizon, can you please tell us what you learned? Sure thing Naite. While Horizon begins explaining, Naite is more grateful than ever that such a person didn't obtain one for all, because even through the phone he could feel a vile nature below the surface. End chapter. Chapter 185, Chapter 184, Raid Briefing PT2. Chapter Start. Horizon, can you please tell us what you learned? Sure thing Naite. Everyone gets ready to listen in, and later they'd be thankful that this is all being recorded, because the information was so stomach-churning they could hardly take notes. How long have you been building this case? 6 weeks, Naite says. I got a lead when one of their members was caught hanging around some drug dealers, we kept an eye on him and learned he was the supplier, and now we're here. Right, well you've barely scratched the surface, Horizon says. For the past 3 days I've been analyzing the sample Fatgum sent me and doing some research of my own. We're listening. What you're dealing with isn't some nonsense like Trigger, this is a new type of arms race, the kind that can go global very quickly. The red bullet Fatgum sent has a blue counterpart I found 2 weeks ago, but that one doesn't make any sense on its own since it doesn't do anything. The red suppresses quirks, but I think it's more like a quirk deletion bullet. But my quirk came back, Tsunotair says. Yeah, after a few hours, but I contacted the commission for their records. Any reports of pro heroes losing access to their quirk got hits from all across Japan. Dozens of reports, some for a few minutes, others for a few days, the evidence is inconsistent. That means this is still in its trial run, and the end goal is likely a permanent result. One lucky shot and your career is over. In a battle, you just die more often than not. Everyone looks sickened at the thought. The blue one does the opposite. On its own, you could apply it to yourself and nothing would happen, but if you've been shot by a deleter round, it counters the effect and matures your quirk factor back to its usable state. A plague and a cure, Naite says. Exactly, they plan to sell the deleter rounds to villains and the cure to the government. Can't imagine what a government wouldn't pay for their top pro heroes to have their quirks restored. How would they make that deal happen? Already found that out, Horizon says, once again surprising everyone. I found a small pharmaceutical company that applied for approval on the patent to the cure. It's hidden fairly well as something else but the chemical markers are nearly identical. I tracked it though nearly a dozen shell companies back to the Shai Hasaikai, or at least one of their ghost accounts. No wonder the commission is so closely involved, Ryukyu says. But from the sounds of it, the Shai Hasaikai are manufacturing these drugs, not importing it. That they are, and I know how to stop them from making more. I read the briefing Naite sent, thankfully Fatgum sent me a copy so I'd be up to speed. Naite gives him a slightly annoyed look since it's confidential information, but Fatgum just shrugs and smiles awkwardly. Arresting Overhaul is a priority, but his supposed daughter is of equal importance. Eri. Lemillion asks, a sinking feeling forming in his gut. When we bumped into him we saw her, what's she got to do with this? She's the product. The entire room is silent, mortified, hoping he didn't mean what they think he meant. Seriously. Ryukyu didn't try to hide her disgust. He's using his own daughter to make drugs. Worse, his quirk is Overhaul, it lets him disassemble matter and reassemble it however he wants. And the genetic markers I found in the samples are from the brain stem and spinal fluid of a girl, young, around 7 or 8 years old, blonde. That's Eri, Lemillion mutters, a pissed-off expression on his face. Angry at this whole situation, at the fact that he was so close but didn't save her, he handed her right back to that monster. Midoriya was right, Naite thinks. If this plays out as Horizon suspects, I'll have to apologize for not believing in him. With instinct like that, it's no wonder All Might has such faith in the boy. What's her quirk? Sir Naite asks. Well, I managed to dig up a report by her mom, Overhaul's adoptive father. The previous boss who mysteriously fell ill is actually her grandfather. His daughter is Eri's mom, she abandoned her. Her father was a lawyer. Did Overhaul kill him? No, Eri did, they all look aghast at that. Her quirk is the ability to rewind time itself, storing chronons in her body somehow and giving them out to other living beings, then manipulating their chronons to rewind. So she sent him into the past. Fatgum asks. No, time travel isn't possible, Horizon says. We don't move through time, it flows through us, that's how quirks like Sir Naitai's foresight work, he reads the chronos while Eri acts like some kind of viral infection to them. So she touched him, and he vanished, Ryukyu says. Just like that. Precisely, and her mom left the next day. It's a freak mutation kind of like mine, but much weaker, Horizon says. The bullets rewind your quirk factor to remove the quirk, but from the looks of it Overhaul hasn't perfected grafting her genetic material onto the catalyst he uses to make it permanent. So it's like a battery, Naite says. You said she uses her own chronos, so each bullet has some, and the more he can fit into one the closer he gets to making it permanent, but anything less only needs a certain amount of time to mature into being usable again. Yeah, so the longer between uses of her quirk the stronger the next use can be, the further she can rewind you. But she erased a grown man, right? Fatgum asks. It's not uncommon for quirks to have a sort of limit break when they first manifest, when the body suddenly unleashes unsustainable power. She'll likely never be able to do that again, but I'd still be careful when touching her. So we gotta rescue the kid, arrest Chisaki, and shut down this operation, right? Rocklock asks. You're actually keeping up, I'm surprised. Before Rocklock can respond Naite cuts him off, anything else Horizon? Yeah. Because of the danger this situation poses to the stability of the world. The threat of quirk deleter rounds, the Commission wants this deal with quietly. President Pontu will send each of you a set of guidelines soon but she's already hashed it out with me this morning. What do we need to know? Naite asks. Just keep this quiet, don't let any of the rounds get away from you, and your priorities are Eri and the remaining rounds. Without her they can't make more, we can always send in more muscle to deal with Overhaul another time, neutralizing the threat of this drug is the priority. If this is such a big deal, does that mean you're coming to help us? Rocklock asks. Good question, Naite says, before Horizon can form another petty comment. Hostage rescue and investigations like these are easy, but I can't just leave Tokyo and head to the other side of Japan without the crime rate here spiking. My existence is keeping Minato, Tokyo and Musudafu suppressed, even leaving for a few days will cause problems for the people here, ideally, you deal with this without me. And unfortunately, it's much of the same with other top pro heroes like Endeavor, luckily you've got one of the top 10 on your side already, that should be enough. Any of us suddenly heading toward their territories will cause Overhaul to take Eri and flee. That makes sense, Naite says. But we've got enough to deal with this situation. If things escalate or the League of Villains shows up then give me a call, but unless absolutely necessary I need to stay put. Understood, and since this is a sensitive matter, what time frame? I assume we have one, right? Yeah, 10 days, if this isn't dealt with in 10 days I'm coming down there. People here will get hurt and probably die, but Japan is unstable as is, the sudden emergence of these bullets will do a lot more harm than the result of me leaving my domain for a while. Luckily it should only take me a day or two to wrap up Overhaul and his Yakuza losers. Understood, Naite says. I'll keep you in the loop as much as possible. The Horizon hangs up. Ryukyu facepalms, feeling second-hand embarrassment, I swear he's nice when you get to know him. Oh, I don't know about that, Froppy says. I think you're just being nice, he's always kind of a jerk. Yeah, Rocklock agrees. Normally I don't speak like this about kids but that guy is as a jerk. Almost everyone nods in agreement. That's irrelevant, Naite says. In 3 days he uncovered more than I knew existed in the past 6 weeks, the information he provided is beyond critical for this investigation. I'll have to alter our action plan but your roles as discussed today are unchanged. We're only now entering the observation stage of things. Then we should all head back to our territories after exchanging contacts, Ryukyu says. We'll save Eri and stop these monsters, I can feel it, but don't let your desire to save her quickly cause you to take unnecessary risks. Believe me, I want to save her as much as any of you, the thought of a child enduring torture like that sickens me, but the risk of us overreaching and scaring off Overhaul is far too great. Agreed, Naite says. Heed her words everyone, be careful in your approach, now let's get to work. After everyone leaves, only Naite and his sidekicks are in his office, grim expressions as they sit around his coffee table. We have to tell him, right? Bubble Girl asks. The case is confidential, and he's not a part of it anymore, Centipeder says. Deku deserves to know, Lemillion says, a grim expression on his face, fist balled so tight it hurts. He was right, and I stopped him from saving her. I handed her back over to that monster, I don't know how I can look him in the eyes after that, or her. By doing what heroes do, by saving her, Sir Naite says to the young hero. Don't beat yourself up for the choice you made, with the information you had I would have done the exact same thing. You couldn't have known, and clearly Chisaki manipulated the record so nobody suspected his abuse of Eri, just do what you can, and save her, that's how you apologize to them. Right, Lemillion wipes the one tear flowing down his cheek, thank you sir. Good, now I need all of you to give me a moment, I need to call Midoriya, and I've been given a lot to think about. You're going to tell him? Centipeder asks. Of course, Naite says. He may not have his provisional license right now, but the moment he gets it back, I hope he'll return and be my sidekick, I have much to teach him. As they all exit the office, Naite takes out his phone, his finger hovering above Deku's contact. It should be lunchtime at UA right now, but what do I say to him? He thinks back on all he learned that day, and quietly laughs to himself, I didn't know what I didn't know, and stumbled into something far more nefarious than I could have ever imagined, but today I got a lot of insight. Midoriya's instincts are at least on par with All Might's, that heroic spirit they share, something I always lacked. It must be nurtured and allowed to bloom fully. I certainly see why you chose him as your successor instead of Mirio, I suppose my time with Mirio has made him a bit too much like me. He always thinks before he leaps, and sometimes being a hero means having faith. But I also see why Principal Nizu likes Horizon so much, that boy, that man, as crude and prideful as he may be. His accolades far outshine any of the bad in his character, he'll be a fine hero, but to be the symbol of peace you need to inspire people, and he fundamentally lacks that. His attitude constantly makes it clear that he thinks of himself as being above everyone else. Even through the phone I could feel him looking down on everyone, the complete opposite of All Might who would always lift others up to new heights. Naite touches Deku's contact and the call begins connecting. Horizon is certainly an all-star in every category the Hero Public Safety Commission ranks in, the undisputed future #1 pro hero, but you'll be the symbol of peace to the people, their champion. Meanwhile at Horizon Tower. Horizon was finishing up some work on his computer while Ryuko was bawling her eyes out on the couch. See, this is why you don't eavesdrop. I told you that you couldn't handle it. But how can they do that to a child? Horizon just rolls his eyes, you women and your feelings. He mutters before warping away, leaving the crying woman behind, now ready for a day of hero work in Tokyo. End chapter. Chapter 186, Chapter 185, Team Horizon PT2. Chapter start. This place feels super excessive, Shinso says. He, Zero, and Horizon were currently in a private room at one of Japan's most prestigious restaurants in Minato, Tokyo. They were all in full hero costume, with Shinso's new costume being a more obviously armored black and purple version of eraser heads. Instead of a full head visor like Horizon and Zero, he wears a mask which covers the lower half of his face until just under his eyes. It was black and seemingly made up of dozens of intricate metal parts, with 2 dials on either side of his jaw to adjust them. Since his quirk doesn't work if played or amplified electronically, this invention allows him to tune his voice by using the dials. They then cause the intricate pieces to move and his voice changes as it flows through the newly altered gaps, no electronics required. Around his neck like a large scarf is his own capture weapon, identical to eraser heads, aside from the purple color with black edges. He also has a tanto behind his waist like his teacher along with a few pouches for other gear. Just enjoy the night, Zero says, especially when Horizon's paying. I'm always the one paying. And I always appreciate that, Zero chuckles a bit. But seriously, I doubt he called us both to Tokyo the day before we head back to UA for no reason, probably some big case he wants us to help him with, right? Horizon looks between them, then shakes his head, nope, just figured we could have dinner here. Shinso sighs, you had me sit on a train from far edge of Japan all the way to Tokyo, for this. This restaurant is important, Horizon says. This place is always monitored by the press, they already know I'm working with cellophane, so when some pictures of us 3 walking in here go viral, I become a known member of Team Horizon, Shinso says. I guess it was worth the trip. I never approved that name, by the way. Good luck changing it, Zero says. I've already used it online and the internet likes it, looks like it's staying. Whatever, let's just order. They all get comfortable and enter their orders into the screens beside their seats, one of the other reasons Horizon came here. No staff listening in on conversations or seeing Zero and Shinso with no masks. And after a bit more chatter there is a gentle knock on the door, and in comes a few men with their food and drinks. This looks like the most delicious thing I'll ever eat, Zero says as the staff leaves. Don't let Kodai hear that. Zero rolls his eyes, then he and Shinso take off their masks. Still don't think any food is worth this price, kinda insane. Maybe I should have become a chef instead of a hero, and I wouldn't have to risk my life all the time. You still could, Shinso says as they begins eating. Well, I'm kind of used to the perks that come with the job. You mean pussy falling into your lap, Horizon says as the lower part of his visor just over his mouth retracts and fold away, showing separations that were otherwise invisible. Being a hero has its perks, like the fact that they'll probably give us this meal for free just so we'll keep coming back. Free food is always a win, Shinso says. Yeah, but I always tip at least the same amount, reputation matters after all. Meanwhile MT Lady tries to look all cute to get free food, Zero says as they all begin eating. Works every time too. How is working with a team, by the way? Shinso asks. Horizon doesn't really have a hero he works under, well, not beyond his loose connection to Endeavor, and I've got Gang Orca, but he's got a lot of people working under him so I hardly see the men, but you're always working closely with 3 pro heroes. Honestly, Edshot is pretty awesome, dude knows his stuff, you should totally come work with us sometime. Your quirk would be really handy for the kind of stuff he does, plus he's a ninja cosplayer too. I'm not a ninja cosplayer, Shinso says. Yes, you are, Horizon says. Is there a strategy they use to be more effective as a team? What, like a super move? Not really. They mostly just do their own things until one of them gets a lead, then they bring it to Edshot and he makes a plan from there. And I've gotta say, going from interning with Kamui Woods who pretty much let the wind just take him to the next crime, then to Edshot who has a plan for every encounter, it's a big step up. And Kamui Woods is learning a lot from him too, but MT Lady is a bit more content just being a background character. Makes sense at least, Horizon says. But MT Lady and Kamui moved from Aldera into Edshot's area, that certainly helped them a lot to get some attention. Speaking of attention, we haven't seen you in the news much this past week, Shinso says. Don't you work like 24/7 on patrol? Only 23 hours actually, I still only need an hour of sleep. Lucky, they both mutter. But honestly my senses expand to most of Minato Tokyo, and since Horizon Tower is in the middle I rarely have to patrol anymore. I'll go out if someone contacts me for help or something pops up on the police radio. But aside from that my presence is enough to deter crime in my area, even when I'm not in Tokyo, so long as I don't post anything online showing I'm in UA, the crime rate stays at almost 0. Almost, Shinso says. So some people are still that bold. Yeah, but all the people worth hunting are gone already, now it's just pickpockets and purse snatchers, but none of them use their quirks. They learned real quick that if they don't use their quirk then the cops will come for them, but if they do use it, then I'll just find them, since using your quirk is what classifies you as a villain, pretty smart. Does that happen a lot? Not really, maybe once a week. Honestly, I'm better at suppressing crime in Minato, Tokyo than All Might was, but unlike him my influence doesn't span all of Japan and most of the world. But it works for me, not like I want to go chasing every fucking purse thief or pickpocket. What a waste of my time, we've got delisters for that stuff. That's a bit mean, Shinso says. But I'm not surprised you so easily suppressed crime in your area, nor am I surprised you haven't reached the level of All Might. Not yet at least, Shiro says. Shinso takes a sip of his drink then nods. All Might suppressed crime by inspiring pro-heroes and citizens, and even the villains had a huge respect for him, but you operate through power and fear. I can't imagine it's fun being a criminal, and knowing without warning someone can appear behind you ready to lock you away. But aren't you a bit concerned that you're treating Minato, Tokyo like a police state? God Emperor Horizon, Shiro says. That's why Blonde calls you, right? Well, it's not like I'm always watching all the time, so no. But I rather people think I'm always watching, keeps them in line. A blade at everyone's throat, Shinso sighs. Well, that's one way of doing things, I suppose. But I'm sure some people are worried about you potentially abusing your power. Horizon shrugs, power not worth abusing isn't worth having, and besides, who would they send after me? I'll add this to the list of things I'm glad the public didn't hear you say, Shinso says. Oh, we should compare those sometime, Shiro chuckles. Horizon says some insane things that I don't think anyone wants to hear a hero say, but hey, he's good at his job, and that's all that matters. That's the only way to win at life, Horizon says. Make yourself so irreplaceable that they wouldn't know what to do without you, then you can do whatever the fuck you want. I'm working on that, Shiro says. Is that the goal, to make yourself irreplaceable like All Might was? Shinso asks. Or are you going even further? Much further, I'll be a boon to all of mankind. Horizon raises a hand and uses his quirk, showing off some of the blue energy vapor wafting off his hand. In theory I'm a miracle elixir, fuck being a pro-hero, that's how you become irreplaceable. 2 hours later. This entire tower seems excessive, Shinso says as he enters to the pool area of Horizon Tower. Seeing a 25m heated pool in the middle of the room. With Horizon's logo on the floor of it. Shiro was already floating in the pool on an inflatable tube, drinking a canned beer. He built it to match his ego, his laugh echoes through the room. Shinso looks over to Horizon, sitting on one of the lounge chairs scrolling through his phone. Well, I guess that makes sense, and why are you drinking? Oh this, Shiro gestures to the beer, then points off to the kitchen area here. He's got a full bar over there if you want, and can you bring me a new one, this is empty. Shambles. The empty can is swapped for a full one. Ha, thanks man. Horizon doesn't respond. Best quirk ever. I meant why are you drinking, you're 16. So? Horizon asks. We're all 16 but expected to fight and potentially die against villains so losers can keep living. They want you to fight for them, they can let you enjoy a drink, just don't throw up in my pool. Yeah, don't be such a wimp, just try one. And why do you have a full bar in your agency? Shinso asks. Because if this pro-hero thing doesn't work out, imagine how many women I can fit in this pool. Can we do that anyway? Shiro asks. No, I have an image to uphold, Horizon says. Now Shinso, go grab a beer and relax, I'll take the residual alcohol out of your system tomorrow, no hangover and nobody will ever know. Well, maybe one. 3 beers later. Look, I'm just saying it's creepy how she never talks, Shinso says, now floating in the pool on his own tube alongside Shiro. Well, Yui is just shy, she talks when we're alone, more than just talk actually. Wait, have you two, already? Huh, yeah, I mean we can die at any time, right? She's doing her hero work studies with 13 but it can still be dangerous, and I fight a lot in mine, why hold back on an experience? Well, that's one way to look at it, Shinso says. They're also 16 and horny, Horizon says. Plus everyone is living in dorms on the same campus, people are fucking, it's inevitable. That's why the first day back every class had that sex education talk, and why I got to class late. That makes sense, Shinso says. Wait, do you see people having sex? No, I can blur out things in my senses until I want to focus on them, otherwise it's just too much information to be useful. That's a relief, Shiro says. But one thing I never really understood, you were the one that told me not to hold back on experiences, but you still don't really do anything with Momo or Jiro. True, everyone knows they're all but humping your leg, Shinso says. It's kind of like how Uraraka follows Deku around, but at least with her it's more cute. I think they might just be delusional and horny. Can't really blame them, I'm amazing, but honestly I've just been so busy with everything that dealing with them isn't even on the list, well, not at the top. Plus you've got Mei and Ryuko to help you relax, Shiro says. Ryuko. Shinso asks. Ryukyu. Are those rumors true? No, not the dragon, the other Ryuko, Horizon says. What other Ryuko? Pixie Bob, she lives nearby so she's usually spending the night at the tower when I'm here, but she's visiting her team at the resort this week. What? How long has this been going on? Since the summer camp, we get along really well honestly. Shinso sighs, well, now I see why Shiro is becoming so, well, like you. You're a bad influence. Nah, I'm the best role model he could have, Horizon says, watching Shinso sip his beer. I've got power, money, women, fame, everything a young man wants, I'm perfect. If you say so, Shinso says. Enough about where Horizon puts his dick, what about you Shinso? Me, he looks over to Shiro. I'm still trying to catch up to both of you, romance would just get in the way of that. When I'm in the top 10 I'll think about it. I'll ask again in a few months. End chapter. Chapter 187, Chapter 186, Girls and Guns. Chapter start. 2 p.m., Sunday. I always wondered what was in here, Genesis says, walking through Horizon's training ground in her new hero costume. Her leotard now replaced with a pair of shorts and a crop top, with a zipper down the middle of the top. A mask covering most of her face and her signature ponytail still apparent. Her book was also now held at her side on her belt with the other side having small compartments with high-fat snacks she could easily eat. Impressed? Horizon asked as they walked through the empty streets. He was wearing his PC uniform instead of hero costume. Cementos built it pretty quickly, like a little city of pure concrete, no pesky cameras so I can practice my new moves in private. That explains why it doesn't have the details other training areas have, the windows here don't even have glass, no plants, the roads aren't paved. All designed to be destroyed and quickly rebuilt, and I've destroyed it all a few times already, Horizon shrugs as they gets to what appears to be a town square. You've destroyed a small town of concrete multiple times over, Momo looks around at the blocks of 5-story buildings. You say that as if it's normal. Well for me it is, now, let's get to why you're here, they finally get to a shaded spot and he points to the far wall, only 20 m away from them. TAKT. 3 thin pillars rise up out of the floor, as tall as light posts. My targets. Momo asks. First things first, show me the guns, there was a noticeable tinge of excitement in Horizon's voice, which she didn't miss. I'm not allowed to hand them to anyone who, right, never mind, Genesis reaches down to her exposed stomach as it begins shimmering a pinkish-purple light. And then she produces what appears to be a modified pistol, what would be plain and boring if not for the oddly large chamber and bulkier design. And the red and white color scheme to match her outfit. Holding it in his hand Horizon does a quick scan. This thing has a lot of parts, some weird ones too. That's a requirement, Genesis says. Since my quirk doesn't actually need firearms to function, I had to make them in a way that cannot be used for anyone else. They're also disposable in the sense that they get worn down quite easily. The material composition is also very expensive to replicate industrially. It's likely that I'll only be able to use all of my shots in a gun, reload once, then by the end of those new rounds I'll have to make another gun. So many hoops just to use a gun, on villains no less. What about those weird bullets, they're wider than normal ones, and blunt. Oh, Mr. Shield helped me with the design, they're made of a metal composite that transfers most of the kinetic energy as blunt force instead of piercing. So metal beanbags, ouch. Mostly non-lethal, but they will hurt a lot. Any other guns or just this design? Only this for now, I'm working on some others, and when I feel confident with all of them I'll apply for a work studies next semester, hopefully with Snipe or another ranged pro hero. Good plan, now let's see how good these are, Horizon casually aims at the middle pillar, looking down the iron sights. Seeing his improper form Genesis is about to correct him, but he starts firing immediately. She stands mouth agape and eyes wide as each shot is released with almost no delay between them. And they all hit the same spot, causing a small crack to spread through the concrete and the metal missiles to fall to the ground below the impact point. Her face was flushed below the mask, heart racing, breathing heavy. You can shoot, she asks in amazement. Why can you shoot, and how are you that good? It's not that hard, Horizon shrugs, leaving her oblivious to his years of practice. I see it in movies all the time. But 20 shots in the exact same spot, that's incredible. 19 shots actually. 19. But that magazine holds. Bang. He shoots her in the left shoulder. Ahhhhh, she falls back onto the floor clutching her shoulder, looking up at him with teary eyes as the blackish-purple bruise forms. Huh, guess it really hits like a beanbag. You shot me, he wasn't sure if she sounded more hurt from the pain or the perceived betrayal. Yeah, obviously. If you're gonna be shooting people, you should at least get shot once, see how it feels for yourself. So you know exactly the kind of pain you're about to so casually inflict onto others, only seems fair, right? She holds her breath for a moment, trying to calm herself, then gives him an annoyed look as she gets up. You could have warned me first. That's no fun, he says while handing her back the gun. I think it fractured a bone. Genesis winces as she tries to roll her shoulder. Well, you're pretty slim, so not much padding. Hold still. He rests a hand on her shoulder and a soothing sensation flows through the injury, and the pain completely goes away. She just barely looks in time to see the blue healing energy retracting as he removes his hand. Thank you, she gives a dazzling smile. Quit blushing and start shooting, let me see how accurate you are. 2 hours later. Well, now we know your limit, Horizon says as he looks around, seeing the 3 destroyed concrete pillars, then looking around his feet to see scattered sets of brittle guns. And beside him, on the floor, Genesis, sitting on the floor panting, drenched in sweat, trying to recover. I'm out of snacks, she says, gesturing to her empty belt pouches. Well, you did good against immobile targets. Today was just limit testing. You still need to practice accuracy while moving, on moving targets, and clearing buildings. Also, always keep a knife on you at least, or a retractable staff. Snipe said the same thing, and thank you. One last thing, have you shot anyone yet? Her eyes widen. No, I haven't gone on patrol yet or used this in real combat. Well, you've got enough for one shot, I'm sure, and who better than me? You want me to shoot you? Yeah, better to get all this anxiety out now before you come face to face with some psycho and freeze, because then you die, or worse. Worse. With tits like that, use your imagination. She looks disgusted at that idea, but doesn't argue with the depth some people can sink into. Come on, just get it out of the way now. I don't know, you're my friend, and you know I lee. If you do it, I'll give you a key. Bang. Horizon stops the bullet just before it slams into his visor, holding it in midair with his quirk. He keeps it in place and leans to the side, looking at her embarrassed face. Maybe not in the face, but good job, I guess. I'm sorry. I just got so excited and then my hand just moved and I was already looking at your face and I. Don't worry about it, and good quick draw time. Now go get cleaned up, then come to my room to cash in about 2 hours. I've got something to do first, and I'd do it now but you're all sweaty and gross. Shambles. Momo rips off her mask and takes a deep breath, mind still reeling from what just happened. Then she sees the bullet still floating in the air and grabs it, a memento of a day well spent. Then she assesses her current state, drenched in sweat, and holds her head in her hands. How embarrassing, but he didn't seem to hate it at least. I just have to go make the most of tonight. Meanwhile, Horizon's room. I was trying to be flirty and she tried to shoot me in the face. What the fuck, Momo? He immediately checks his phone, seeing his client almost ready. Shambles. His casual PE uniform is swapped out for his hero costume, ready to do one last bit of work before he has some fun for the evening. My informant should be in Musutafu soon, just help him out, get the info I need, then I can get back here and relax, probably talk to S.H.I.E.L.D. first. Finally making some progress on all these things I have to do. End chapter. Chapter 188, Chapter 187, Cold Leads. Chapter start. So how do you feel? Horizon asks. He was currently sitting in a high-end hotel room in Musutafu, looking at UA in the distance atop its hill while listening to some news reports on his phone. I still can't believe this is happening, a woman says as she takes the seat opposite him. An older woman approaching her 60s, hair already gray and face wrinkled, but dressed in a suit. That didn't answer the question. I'm feeling better than I have in years, she takes a deep breath. I can finally breathe freely again, and my back pains are gone. I can probably keep up with my grandkids now. Well, I'm good at what I do. I promised a full checkup and to fix whatever I found, and I delivered. Yes, but honestly, when the big bad Horizon came knocking, I expected to be dragged off in cuffs, not negotiating a deal. Well, I can always do that later, but that doesn't get me what I want. Not like I could stop you, not like anyone could. The information you requested is in my car downstairs. Horizon puts his phone down and looks toward the car, through the floor, the papers. Yeah. Shambles. He warps away for a moment, then reappears with a thick stack of papers. No wonder villains have their head in the sand. Kid's a monster, she thinks but wisely doesn't say aloud. Handwritten, why? He asks, already skimming them. You asked me for the manifests of all my clients' hidden airfields across Japan. That's not something I'm willing to just download to give you a backdoor into my system. I have a business to run. Fair enough. How'd you find me, by the way? She asks. I made sure the pro-heroes and police didn't even know I existed, but you just called my phone like it was nothing. Maybe you aren't as invisible as you thought. Bullshit, she scoffs. Someone talked, so who's the rat? Everyone talks when I put hands on them, but all that matters is you're useful to me, so I'll keep you around. Was useful. I'm leaving Japan. I'm not foolish enough to stick around when UA's golden boy knows my address. That's not how I lasted this long. What you do is none of my business. Just be gone by the end of the week. Now back to my question about these being handwritten, not even printed. That's unusual, so. The woman sighs. Tech. Tech. That's a name that came up once or twice, she says. My business was brining people in under the radar, big names and big players that had to get themselves across borders or move a lot of higher tier items. I know, you dealt with guns and glory, no drugs and silly things like that. I've done my research obviously. Well, you asked me to look into anyone by the codename Wolfram, got one hit from a landing strip up in the mountains to the west. Big guy, a foreigner, could control metal from the way he folded up the fence at the airstrip. That's the one. Yeah, well, his trail ran cold, and I figured if I helped you find him maybe you'd be honest and stick to your deal. At the time I still thought this was a setup, can't blame me for being paranoid. Understandable. Well, everywhere this guy goes the cameras start glitching, telltale sign of someone else, a group called Tech, must be thousands of hackers working together. One of their men passed through Japan before about 5 years ago before heading back to America. For what? To set up supply lines, linking Japan, America, Europe, Russia, Brazil, and China, plus some others, factories with vehicle and computer parts. Using their quirks to manufacture commercial goods, highly illegal without the proper licenses, which they probably don't have, Horizon says. But they pay, and since they're connected to seemingly everything, I didn't want to take the risk of exporting these files on Wolfram, hence me having to stay up and write it all out. I see, Horizon ponders this information for a moment. Well, you kept up your side of the agreement, we'll never mention this to anyone and you can get out of Japan as soon as possible. Thank you, and for the record, I much prefer when pro heroes ask for what they want instead of coming in swinging, even if your bedside manner needs a lot of work. I get that a lot, but does it really matter? You're a villain. Criminal, she corrects him. Villain means I used my quirk to commit a crime, and since I'm not somehow committing crimes with my acid spit, I'm just a regular criminal. Technicalities, I've got work to do, have a good life. Shambles. Now back in his room, Horizon sits on his couch and puts his feet up, flipping through the stack of papers he just got. Shrinking his room to only encompass the dorms, he looks around for a moment. He senses Siro playing video games with Kirishima and Ojiro in the common area. Shinso and Tokoyami finishing up some studying for tomorrow. Deku and Bakugo are outside sparring, with Shoto and Uraraka watching them. Then his focus jumps over to Momo's room where he senses her, Jiro, and a few other girls excitedly talking on her bed. I really hope that's not about me. He thinks before cutting off his quirk. It's probably about me. Nizu's system is the most secure in the world, it'll be fine if I just scan these files, he mutters while taking out his phone. 10 minutes later. Standing in front of a hologram being projected in his room, he sees a map of Japan with dozens of small dots across it. Too many places, Wolfram can use any of these as a cover if he cares about a place with a lot of metal that nobody would care about if it went missing. He swipes his hand and the map refreshes, now completely blank. Okay, if I were him, then I'd assume that Horizon is protecting the shield so I could just team up with the League, but the League hasn't shown up in weeks so that doesn't give me any new leads either. He thinks for a moment, then opens the hero network on another hologram and gives a command, map the most recent Noma sightings. 3 dots appear on the opposite side of Japan, to the southwest shore, been weeks since the last one, dead leads. Well, at least I know Wolfram is in Japan. No face or description, like hunting a ghost, but the only thing I can confirm is that my bait works. But he won't strike unless they leave UA or I'm not around. So best to just stay put and hope he gets impatient, then I'll kick his teeth in when he shows his face. With an annoyed grumble he sits back and looks at the map. So much bullshit to deal with, all to play the perfect hero role, but I'll have this world groveling at my feet in no time. Save the shields, get David and Melissa shield in my pocket, and instantly have All Might's most famous and outspoken supporter in my corner. Almost guaranteed Hall of Fame potential in that alone from the credit he'll bring me. Maybe find a way to reverse the Nomu operation, unlikely, but at least make an effort. Having Eraserhead on my side makes UA a lot more tolerable already, and hella Nobel Prize could be fun to have. Same with this, he raises his hand and activates his quirk, allowing the energy mist to waft off his hand. Figure out a way to cure things without being there and suddenly I'm at the top of the world, and I'm never coming down. And they won't have a choice but to give me everything I want, and then some. He then looks back up to the map, if only I could make progress on this idiot first. Maybe if I just dip into Arsenal or Law-Matani's resources, he genuinely contemplates this. No, keep all 3 separate. Law is a businessman, Horizon is a perfect hero, and Arsenal's connections are for criminals only. The only way I win is to have the world in my hand, then leave. Give it all up and disappear to live a peaceful life somewhere. I almost can't wait for that day. But I will somewhat miss people tripping over themselves to reach me. This pro-hero gig has its uses. With a wave of his hand, the map goes away as he neatly stacks up all his papers. Then he taps his phone a few times, and another map of Japan shows up. This time with red lines covering some of the roads to blinking red nodes in major cities and some smaller towns. Even some places just off the shore were blinking. Orca and Edgeshot must have updated my map today. Some of these routes are new. He can't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it. First-year UA student, leading his own independent takedown of major contraband distribution lines across the country, so successful that even pro heroes jump on board to get a piece of the action. Rank 1, here I come. And just as he's about to review their updates, a knock on his door pulls his focus away. He expands his room enough to sense Momo anxiously waiting outside his door. A folder in her hands, wearing a sweater dress, and nothing below it. Guess Mina got into her head. I'll need to thank Pinky later. Now to check one item off the to-do list. End chapter. Chapter 189, Chapter 188, 1 task complete. Chapter start. Hearing Momo knock on his door, Horizon pauses his hologram and decides to walk over instead of his usual warping. Not wanting to make her any more nervous than she already is. But when he opens the door, just for a tiny moment, he freezes. Because while his quirk allows him to sense anything within his room, it doesn't give him any sense of color. So looking at Momo, wearing only a sweater dress, white with blue lining, and his logo proudly displayed at the bottom above her left thigh, and the faint pink lip gloss on her lips, he's completely caught off guard. He completely ignored the folder in her hands and just watches her for a moment, taking it all in as she nervously fidgets before him. I always knew I'd look good on you. He nods to her outfit. Well, I was told you'd like it. Oh, believe me, I do. He steps aside for her to enter, and she scans the hallways quickly as if expecting someone to stop her or yell at her for what she's doing. But I don't think that's licensed merchandise from my website. Oh, I made it myself. I'm sorry, I hope you don't mind. The view is well worth it. Make whatever you like with my signature on it. Momo's cheeks blush slightly as she sheepishly nods. It still feels strange being in a boy's room, Momo says, following his lead as he gestures to the couch. You'll get used to being in here. He turns his back to her and begins making some adjustments to the hologram, which finally catches her eye. You have one of those in your room. Nisa let me design my own room, and this helps me manage my current cases. He gestures to the map as he makes a few adjustments. Look familiar? Momo thinks about it for a moment while trying, and failing because of how nervous she is to get comfortable on the couch. A map of Japan's highways. Close, he saves his work and takes a seat to her left, resting his arm on the back of the couch. I put this case together myself, very confidential, and what you're looking at is the known transport route for all manner of contraband. A lot of people work together so heroes never learn about this, but I'm not just any hero. So how did you find out about this? Momo's eyes widen in amazement as she speaks, carefully analyzing the map. I have my ways. Always one step ahead, she mutters, still trying to comprehend the magnitude of the map he's displaying. And I see you brought something too. He gestures to the folder beside her. Oh, well, you seemed interested in the rifle designs I came up with, so I figured you could see what the shields and I have been working on together. They're almost ready. Maybe some other time, but right now it's already 9 o'clock, so I'd rather just focus on you. He gently reaches out and lifts her chin so she's staring at him, and he can almost see the excitement in her eyes. Then something many of the girls have been wondering pops into her head. Will you take off the visor? Horizon pauses for a moment, then retracts his hand, and she leans forward slightly, not wanting him to let go, before catching herself. I'll have to, but I'd rather you cover your eyes, for your own safety. I'm so handsome it could give you a heart attack. Momo gives him a skeptical look. I won't look if you don't want me to. I respect your privacy. He considers it for a moment, ready to use his UA tie like a blindfold as he'd done with Ryuko at the summer camp. But before that, takes a different approach. Thank you, but honestly, how about I show you? Momo's breath hitches. But it's a bit intense, because of my quirk, and you can't look for long. It can be dangerous for you. Well, if you're comfortable with it. I trust you, Horizon says. And he slowly reaches behind his neck and deactivates his visor. Sensing it unbind from his body glove around his neck and begins folding away. And Momo's eyes widen in genuine surprise at what she sees. His face was still covered in the white matching ski mask as he always is, but through the eye holes were steady thick streams of the blue energy vapor. His eyeballs themselves were bright blue, glowing like bulbs. And Momo finds herself squinting when looking at them for more than a moment. A clever use of booster shot to create this effect gives a bit more justification for his body glove and visor being lifestyle support items, in the unlikely case that Momo gossips at least. And hopefully makes this entire situation easier for her to stomach. So, not what you expected? He asks playfully, seeing her brain trying and failing to process this. Without a word she slowly reaches up, and touches the energy vapor pouring out of his face. She feels the cool and soothing sensation flowing through her finger, familiar, the same as his healing energy from earlier that day. It's a containment suit for his power. It must have taken him a lot to trust me like this. She forms her own conclusions. I can't imagine what terrible things he's had to deal with to live like this. And in her eyes he's elevated that much higher, overcoming adversity she can't even fathom. Giving him a joyful smile, so glad that he trusted her with such a secret, Momo lets some of her inhibitions go and leans forward, sitting up properly to clumsily crash her lips into his. She feels a tingling sensation in her body before the soothing and relaxing feeling overcomes her, helping her to melt into his gasp much easier as his hands hold onto her. Nearly 2 minutes pass before they finally separate, and Momo leans back completely out of breath with her arms around his shoulders, feeling one of his hands at the small of her back and another holding onto her rear. "I'm so sorry, I should have asked you first," she says between quick breaths. At this Horizon just chuckles, and she feels the vibration of it in her entire body. "Momo, I'm Horizon. If I don't want someone touching me, they can't touch me, and as you can feel, I'm very happy with how this is going." And that's all she needed to hear before greedily diving back in. 20 minutes later and Momo is straddling his lap, now wearing a comfortable blindfold she made in his colors, on his bed. And it's only when he gently begins lifting the edge of her sweater dress, which only has her naked body under it, that she realizes exactly how badly she'd really wanted this. Years of being prim and proper and never getting to have friends or talk to boys. Never even having so much as a crush. And now she's here, in the bed of her first crush, dear she says her idol. Her gold standard for what she needs to become, and she's about to give him everything, to share the most intimate experience with him. She wants more than anything to give in and finally cast aside her inhibitions, but that nagging feeling haunts her and she reaches for his hands, stopping him from undressing her as she holds onto them. "Are you all right?" Horizon asks, and his voice hits her in a way that sets her blood on fire, her heart pounding in her ears. She takes a few short breaths. "I don't know if, am I being a good person? Momo, you're one of the best people I know, golden-hearted to a fault honestly, but you always doubt yourself. But, what am I doing?" Horizon rolls his eyes, "Babe." She feels her heart skip a beat, that word having such a strong effect on her, like honey to her ears. "You aren't doing anything, this isn't on you, it's on me, because you're just following my lead, right?" And with those few words all the responsibility falls away from her, and her inhibitions with them. Momo leans forward, grabbing his face and kissing him as he removes her sweater dress, showing off her naked body below. The start of a very good night for both of them. And certainly one that they'd never forget. Minutes later, as the lights are finally off so he can stop excessively burning energy, Horizon lays her down on his bed, the now disheveled mess that was Momo Yaoyorozu, to begin the rest of their night. He does one last scan of the dorms, and notices something interesting, someone eavesdropping on them, and enjoying herself while doing so. He has to stop himself from laughing and just decided to ignore it for now, because he had more than enough to focus on in his bed at the moment. One task at a time, I'll get to her later. End chapter.